Alrighty, hello all and welcome to the Operation Breakout Qualifier number 1, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers and where $15,000 will be at stake. I'm ZP, joined here tonight by one amongst many, and even in this first qualifier, we have some awesome teams competing tonight.
Oh, goodness, yes. Okay, so for those of you who aren't familiar with the tournament, we've got a ton of great teams invited to the tournament. So they're going to be sort of already seeded into a group stage. But right now, this is an open qualifier. It's a tournament for a tournament. Hopefully that makes sense. And we've got some amazing teams. So Nubris, one of my favorites, and that's the team I think we're going to be watching first, is basically the old Hubris team. So that's sort of harkening back to the old days of competitive Overwatch with Nubris. Well, it used to be Hubris. Now it's Nubris. Makes sense, right? We've got some other great teams. We've got some European teams. So we've got Rogue Esports. They can really good off the back of the Takeover tournament in Europe and their European team. This is primarily a North American tournament, but we've got to see what they can do cross-server, basically. We've got OW Kings as well, another great team that has just been playing since the start of the closed beta. And to me, those three teams are definitely ones to watch. In terms of American teams as well, we've got a good bunch of American teams. You're more familiar, I believe, with the American scene than I am. Are there any American teams that really jump out to you, ZP?
Yeah, on the U.S. side of things, of course, you do have Nubris. You just mentioned them. Another team that has been getting a lot of good praise recently has been Northern Gaming Red. For those who haven't been following the scene, Soda Poppin has actually started up and sponsored his own set of esports teams. He has not one, but two teams in the tournament. Northern Gaming Red, which used to be a team known as the Grouchy Desperados. They've had some good showings, including winning one of the Ghost of Gamer Open Cups just about 2 weeks ago. And, of course, Northern Gaming Blue, which is also an EU team, a team formerly known as Gringos. So we're going to be getting both sides of Northern Gaming here tonight. Should be interested to see how things go. Or I haven't looked at the bracket, but I'd be curious to see if they win against each other just for, all Soda Poppin round.
Yeah, I'm flicking through the bracket now, trying to see where they can meet up. I think they've got a good distance between each other. Northern Gaming Red, Northern Gaming Blue. I think they can meet in the round 3, which is... I'm not going to try and do that off the top of my head. But for those of you who aren't aware, this tournament is it's $15,000 prize pool, which I think is the largest in Overwatch, competitive Overwatch history, which is insanely cool. And this is the qualifier for it. And what we're looking at right now is this is brought to you by VGVN, the Video Games Voters Network. And what they're trying to do is raise awareness and bring gamers into politics. And sort of they've done a lot in the past to do with SOPA, for example, the internet regulation bill that comes up. But here they want to talk about, why am I forgetting this word? It's visas. Visas, of course it's visas. Yes. And it's a huge issue in esports, right? The ability for teams to basically get everyone into America for a competition, to play for money, basically to get these, I think they're called P1 visas, where you're basically competing as an athlete. And so you can compete for money. And if you don't get those visas, you can't compete. And I've seen so many tournaments in the past, and it's going to happen in Overwatch if awareness isn't raised and it's not clear about this sort of thing, where you're going to see teams bring people over and maybe one person doesn't get a visa and suddenly that team's all thrown into contention. So that's why this is such a big issue. And it's why I'm actually really happy to see them sort of getting involved in the Overwatch scene very early, trying to raise awareness about that kind of thing.
No, absolutely. And for those who want to look at one particular story that really sort of shows how messed up things can get, go and look at the story of Leffen. Leffen, of course, a huge Smash Brothers player, very well known. He's had huge troubles getting to the United States for events. And, if you read all about what's happened to him, that will definitely make the case more so than anything else. And while we're talking about sponsors, of course, we are sponsored here tonight by Razer. Razer needs no introduction. They are a peripherals company. They make some of the best mice and mouse pads, headsets, and more for your gaming experience. Definitely check them out. They're one of our sponsors here. And yeah.
Yeah, and also just rounding that out, we also have Master Overwatch. If you aren't familiar with Master Overwatch, they've been basically collecting statistics, and you can go and look up your own stats. They have a really in-depth and in-detail page for you to look at, and you can just see all your stats across all heroes. You can compare against pros as well. They're going to be doing some work with us in this tournament as well to help provide us with information in the later stages of the tournament, I believe, some of the later rounds and some of the group stages coming up. So I'm really excited to see what happens because I love stats as well, so I'm curious to see what Master Overwatch can bring to this event, basically.
Yeah, Master Overwatch, that's a website that's really been coming more into focus as time has gone on. It's where people like stats. And if you like stats, go to masteroverwatch.com. You can view your own profile. You can even compare it to some of the top players. And Stats, of course, how to decipher them, that's all evolving. But for early on the scene, it's a really, really cool tool. So definitely check them out. Now, we were just talking about teams a moment ago. I'm looking down the team list, and a few teams that might be worth noting here as well. ZFZ is competing today. ZFZ, a lot of people might not know them, but they're a team that used to compete quite a bit in Dirty Bomb. They competed back in Tribes Ascend. Their roster has changed up quite a bit over time, but they definitely have some strong veteran players on there. And I'm really curious to see what they do here today. I do think they'll have a little bit of a tough go when they go against a more seasoned veteran team like Nubris, but you know, you look at their roster, there's good veteran players. There's also, for those who don't know him, Kudo Chop is on that team, probably most famous as being a Hanzo streamer in earlier betas. I'm just curious to see if we're going to see him play a ton of Hanzo here today and try and bring Hanzo into the competitive meta.
Oh, I would love to see some Hanzo. Also, speaking of Hanzo, we do have Northern Gaming Blue, which we mentioned earlier. Shades is on Northern Gaming Blue, and I know Shades does love his Hanzo. He basically, to me, he seems to play two heroes pretty much as often as he can, and that's Hanzo and Genji. And trust me, if you meet him in ladder, it's true terror going up against either of those. Also, another team that is in this open tournament is, well, this open part of the tournament is Colorado Clutch, and they had a really good showing at the Agents Awakening Award. I think that was what it was called. The
Agents Rising.
Agents Rising, that's the one. I'm getting confused between tournaments. You can tell it's kind of late here in the UK, but that's just me being a little bit drowsy. But yeah, Clutch are looking really, really good in that tournament, and they could basically run up against some of the bigger teams. And now, because a lot of the bigger teams are already through into the group stage, it's coming up later, they have an opening here. And for those of you who aren't aware, we're going to be running 2 open tournaments, and basically the top 2 from each one gets into the group stage. So we have a group stage with 6 teams in it already, and I believe those teams are, so from North America, we have Cloud9, Team Liquid, Envious, Luminosity, Gale Force Esports, and then from Europe, to round it out, we have Reunited. Then we have 4 slots open. Top 2 from this event will go into those 2 of those slots. And then Friday, we're going to have another open tournament, and the top 2 from those will go into that. If that sounds confusing, don't worry. Just a ton of Overwatch coming up. Enjoy it. It's going to be mental because it's going for 3 more weekends after this.
The main takeaway here is that no matter what you're doing here in the month of June, stay on the ONOG channel. Check it out. Great games will be happening all throughout the month. Your favorite teams will be playing. The best players will be playing. And we're going to see some top-end Overwatch.
Exactly. It's like, I can't wait for it. And I love these open tournaments as well, because this is just giving teams a chance to sort of make themselves known. It's also giving some of the European teams that weren't invited into this tournament a little bit of an in. And as a European myself, you can hear it in my voice, I am quite English. I'm hoping to see Europe do some good stuff. Like, out of this bracket, I'm really looking forward to seeing how far Rogue can get, if Rogue will make it all the way. I'm also very curious to see how far Nubris can get. Those 2 teams are sort of my favorites going into this. But it's open for anyone. Anything can happen. This is the most volatile period of time in Overwatch, and that's so exciting to me. So I can't wait till we begin, basically.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, we have a bit of a focus on the teams that have been around a little bit longer, but you look at the participation in the Open Cups that have been going on, whether it be the ESL Open Cups, which got something like 300 teams, the Gosu Gamer Weeklies, which have 64 teams and fill up within a day, to much to the detriment of some teams where they're like, wait, I didn't even get signed up in time. The interest in Overwatch overall across the entirety of the community has been just crazy. Teams are forming. We're seeing veteran teams defend themselves, but we're seeing new teams rise up every day. And it's just an exciting time to be involved in the comp community to see where things will settle in a few months from now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you are interested in taking part, and you have a few friends who are interested in competitive Overwatch, just grab them together, take part in a bunch of these open tournaments. That's what they're there for. Don't be discouraged. Don't be afraid. We try and make it as smooth and easy as possible to get into. So if you do have, 5 friends who are interested in playing, band together or use, one of the resources, Reddit, Discord, anything you can find, get some like-minded players and take part, because it's amazing to see, and I love watching Overwatch across all levels. So from the highest tier that we've been seeing coming out of the closed beta to new teams forming together, trying things, experimenting, and just taking part and getting involved. It's really cool.
Alrighty, so the map draft has been underway, it looks like, and it looks like the map that we'll be playing here first is going to be Nubris versus Team Neighbors on Hollywood. Now, for those who haven't been following competitive Overwatch a whole lot as of late, let me tell you this much. When it comes to the maps that teams prefer playing, Kings Row and Hollywood oftentimes are the first map of a set, and if there's only one map to be played in the set, that is where things will be decided. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that in regards to people maybe not liking some defensiveness on Dorado, not liking the choke points on 66 and all the rest, but Hollywood and Kings Row, if you're a new competitive team, these are maps that you absolutely have to know with how map drafting is going nowadays.
Yeah, Kings Row, I've heard it called like the Dust 2 of Overwatch, which it's basically considered the most balanced map. It's not prone to any kind of cheese play. It's not prone to any full holds as well. You often get very long matches and very well-rounded matches off the back of it. Whereas stuff like Dorado, Numbani especially as well, Numbani can really stall out very early on. Hollywood's also very similar, and we're going to be going to Hollywood first. And like I love Hollywood because it's just such a varied map. You have that first initial choke point that's very tight, very difficult to break through. So you can see some good defensive play, and then the step 2, you have all the high ground, and it evolves from that point onward. So you get a good showcase of a team's well-roundedness, basically.
No, definitely. And Hollywood, I think even the first point has seen some of the most varied compositions that we've seen. I mean, for a long time, it was dominated by double builder defense. And in the comp meta, Torbjorn really hasn't shown up too much. But for a long time, he's been a staple on Hollywood, being on point A. Now, that's changed a little bit in the last week or two for most teams. I think C9 still runs a Torbjorn Symmetra on point A. But you do see teams sort of go for a more just definitive holding style here. That's why you saw double builder. That's why you saw Junkrat before Junkrat was played on everything. But then you get past the first point and you go into the streets phase and you see teams look for things that can dominate the high ground. You'll see more fair play. You'll see a lot of Widow on Widow. Back when it's been allowed, you'll see double Winston. Tonight, of course, will be one hero limit. So you won't be seeing double Winston here tonight. But I even think as teams adapt here to things like one hero limit, you could even see things like Winston D.Va for the second point, just to have those mobility tanks that control the rooftops.
Yeah, absolutely. And you generally see things like swaps onto Genji as well. Widowmaker, of course, is going to be incredibly important. And yeah, just for clarification's sake, we are running one hero limit here, and we are running stopwatch rules. So just, to make sure everyone's on the same page with that. And yeah, it's one of those maps where the first point it's very stable. It's, again, not prone to any kind of cheese. It's a test of your ability to break a siege and do that reliably and consistently. So I'm expecting to see very quick offenses. I also like seeing Zarya on this map, by the way, just because Zarya is so good, especially in stopwatch, on getting you reliably all the way through the map. She's just very good for you set up that Tobalstein, you get a clean team wipe, and you push through there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some Zarya, but definitely in phase 2, swapping onto the Winstons, D.Va, like you said. I'd love to see some D.Va play. Like, I think D.Va is seriously underrated. The defense matrix is so powerful, and I'd love to see teams start utilizing that properly. Genji's going to become very important. Then you have that final area where sniping is just so vital. And so we're going to see who's got the better sniper and who's got the better Widowmaker player.
I'm glad you brought up Genji, because Genji is a hero that we've seen a lot more with one hero limit. He wasn't completely gone in no hero limit, but looking at the Gosu tournaments recently, where we have had one hero limit and have sort of had that in our data set, we've seen a lot more Genji play because people realize, okay, if you don't have to be a slave to double McCree, you can throw in extra DPS characters as needed, and Genji comes into play a bit more. Genji, of course, really dynamic, not only able to get around the verticality of a lot of maps, but Dragon Blade, one of the best ultimates in the game for clearing at a point. It's a huge game changer. Also, speaking of heroes that we've been seeing a little bit more recently with one hero limit, Tracer has been starting to sneak her way back into the meta. Not used all the time by all teams, but we've seen teams like Reunited and Nubris, for that matter, use her on payload a little bit more frequently than they were before. So fans of Tracer, fans of Genji, pretty good time to be watching Overwatch right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of those flanker characters. To me, they're some of the most exciting ones because when they go off big. And especially watching Genji, when that Dragon Blade comes out, it can just be 4 or 5 kills. And it's so dramatic. It's such a big swing. It's a good chance for the player to sort of showcase, hey, I can dash around your team. I can dance rings around all of you. And I look good doing it. And especially the same way Tracer, just dancing around, nipping away, not being, the complete... pain in the backside she is in two hero limit when you're trying to deal with 2 of them, but with one of them, it's just she definitely comes into there. She's very good for also just harassing and needling Reinhardt, making sure that Reinhardt can't do anything, hunting down the supports, and especially with like Mercy now and the resurgence of Mercy, she's so vital. And the ability to hunt that down, I'm going to be curious to see if teams can actually pinpoint these Mercies, because quite often she just gets the resurrection off.
No, absolutely. Mercy play, in fact, there's been many matches I've casted recently where you can actually definitively point to a team winning and losing off the Mercy play. For better or for worse right now, for those who have been watching comp and all the rest, Mercy will effectively get a resurrection off at every major team fight. Her ultimate charges very, very quickly. And what that means is that if you're a Mercy player and you don't get a res off before you die, if you get picked off early, that is a huge, huge deal and can cost your team a team fight outright. So we see differences from top tier Mercies to lower tier Mercies, and that top tier Mercies can not only stay alive and deal with pressure, but they can wait to the last moment and get that 3-4 person res that keeps their team in the fight. Whereas, perhaps Mercy that's less experienced might have to settle for 2 people at the most or just get killed. So that's really a cool dynamic in games. And also, one other note here, since people are talking about Chad and all the rest, Rogue, of course, a favorite in tonight's tournament. They are down a player. Since Take TV LAN IDDQD, the player has left their roster. It was mutual on both ends. So they were going to be playing with a sub tonight called Toxican. And Toxican, he's been in the scene for a while, but Rogue One let me know and say that right now he's just a sub. He is not on their permanent roster.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about IDDQD leaving. That's actually really big for them. I'm curious to see if, the standing can actually fill those big boots, because IDDQD is definitely one of the better DPS players. And it looks like I think we are ready to get started here on Hollywood. So I can't wait till basically see what people pick. I can't wait till we begin. And I think we should take it away, ZP.
Alrighty, we are getting the game right now. It's going to be Nubris on the defense, and it will be Neighbors on the attack. Neighbors, of course, a team that very new to the scene, and we'll see how they're going to handle Nubris. Nubris, a team that has had some pretty good success recently. A little bit of falling off at time to time. Not quite there to the point where they can really challenge a team like Envy directly yet. But they definitely had some good moments in the tournament yesterday. And looking at their defense here, it is going to be Kusta on the Mercy, Buds on Widowmaker, Stoop on Lucio, Coolmat on the McCree, ID on Symmetra, and Minstrel on the Symmetra. And actually, I mentioned it looked like they were showing Mei for a little bit, but that is not going to happen right now, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And on the attacking team for Neighborhood Overwatch, as you said, a new team taking part in this tournament, we have Transistor on Reinhardt, Donut, I love that name, on Mercy, Sub-Zero Fight, that's one hell of a name, on Lucio, Expiry on Widowmaker, Mixwiz on the Zarya, and Ghost on Pharah. So interesting, well-rounded teams they're picking from.
Definitely. And sorry, I'm getting a little bit of lag on my end. Hopefully I don't end up crashing here. I'm not running production today, so that is a good thing. But taking a look here at the defense, one thing that's really worth noting here is that ID on the Junkrat. We've seen Junkrat over and over again on point A defenses. That's not going to change at all here today. But the starting bell about to be rang. There it is. Neighbors now on the attack.
Yeah, and they're just going to take their time advancing it. It's actually, this is an interesting position from Nubris. They're a little bit further out than most teams are. They've got the Symmetra defensive web, so I think they're just looking for what damage they can find, and then they're just going to back up slowly. Widowmaker, however, is looking for a couple of picks, seeing if she can find anything, but it just looks like they're going to edge back and try and lure them into that little Symmetra web. They've got to be so careful pushing through that and make sure they don't basically blunder into it and ignore the turrets for too long, because I've seen so many people just lose 1 or 2 characters by not rapidly dealing with that.
Oh, definitely. And already we see right now that Neighbors is having a real trouble getting through and getting in through this archway. This is where the spam coming through, the Symmetra orbs, the Junkrat is really keeping them back.
Yeah, and I'm going to be curious to see if this Pharah can get above and over. It looks like she's trying to go through the security room right now, trying to land a few shots onto Minstrel. He's going to back away safely, and oh god, there's Id finding some damage on that Junkrat. That spam is so dangerous. It looks like Expiry has managed to get through on the Widowmaker. He's trying to find what damage he can. Oh, Buds with a counter snipe though cleans him up very, very swiftly, and I think that's just going to hold them back for another good sort of 20 seconds while they wait for those people to run back to the team. And oh, Buds is finding snipe after snipe after snipe. He's just picked off both supports at once. And unfortunately, it looks like ZP has dropped out for a moment, so I will be flying solo for now. There is the infra site coming up for Buds, so he will have vision on everything. He's going to try and find 1 or 2 more picks, but it looks like they've definitely stalled out Neighborhood Overwatch here as they're struggling to find position. Yeah, ZP has just dropped from the game, so I'll try and get him back in as soon as possible. While we push, well, it looks like Neighborhood Overwatch trying to push in. There's a Symmetra web, just keeping them back a bit, and Stoop, his barrier is relatively unmolested as well, so he can basically just stay there and tank a whole load of damage while it just finds grenade after grenade after grenade and keeping them back. And Neighborhood Overwatch looking like they're really struggling to find their feet here, although it looks like Expiry swapping onto the Soldier 76 actually managed to sort of get around the back. He is now isolated with a Reinhardt. He's getting chased down. Meanwhile, Coolmat on the front line manages to clean up with the McCree, finds Flashbang, kills off a bunch of supports, and oh, Django's fire as well. Buds is looking really good right now. He's kind of on fire. There's the next Infrasight up and running. He's going to try and find 1 or 2 more snipes as he picks people off, but it looks like Transistor trying to push forward, and they have really stalled out here. 3 minutes left on the clock, and it's looking like Nubris are just on form. They're ready to go and prepared. I'm curious to see what this Zarya can do. Like I said, Zarya is very, very good for finding that reliable push. If she can build up her ultimate and it looks like it's ready to go, so Graviton Surge is up and running. So if she can drop that, and if they can get an ultimate on the back of it, and it looks like Ghost is also swapped off that fire, so it's onto Hanzo right now. If they can link up at 1 or 2 ultimates and maybe push off the back of that, but they have to be so careful because Custer is ready to go with a Resurrect. And if Custer picks everyone back up, it's going to be a huge problem for Neighborhood Overwatch. Right now, just jockeying for position. Looks like they've gone through the archway. That's the first major hurdle, but Buds finds the snipe. It looks like Xpri again swapped onto Widowmaker, but Buds is just on fire right now. Finding kill after kill after kill as Donut tries to sneak through, and it looks like Neighborhood Overwatch have sort of got themselves a little bit stuck in the back alleys, so they're trying to just push out of that. Can Zarya find a good place for this ultimate? There's Id finding the Zarya, and Coolmat also finds the Mercy as well, so that's going to stall up any real push here. It's going to be very difficult for them to basically push back into it, as I pull ZP hopefully back into the game, and he can rejoin the call fairly soon. And yes, it looks like he's on his way back, which is absolutely lovely.
Yeah, that's I have never blue screened before in the middle of cast. That is new territory for me. I'm logging back in. I'll be back in a moment. But what are we seeing right now?
We are seeing basically Nubris has managed to stall out completely. Buds is just finding pick after pick after pick, and it looks like Neighborhood Overwatch is basically playing pass to pass with the Windmaker. There's the Zarya. Graviton Surge comes through. There's Transition with the charge, but Stoop manages to catch him off with an Earth Shatter. Goes to the counter charge, does manage to land it. Coolmat, meanwhile, cleans up 2 kills in the back there. Found the hammer, just finding kill after kill after kill. It's just Zarya left now. She will get cleaned up there by Stoop and just hammered down. Let me try and bring you back into the game. And Donut comes in with a Resurrect, so it looks like Battle's going to be rejoined, but they're not in a good position. Transistor tries to land the Earth Shadow, doesn't manage to find it. It comes in with the tire, and oh no, down goes Stoop. So there goes the Reinhardt. They swap onto a Winston now, so 3 tanks in this lineup as they try and grow forward. But Nubris looking incredibly solid on this defense.
Yeah, and that's no surprise. Nubris, as a team, they have had some really good defenses in the past, and going up against a team that might be new like Neighbors, you know, it's what is to be expected. I'm loading in game here. I'll be back in just a second. Again, sorry for the technical issues. Usually computer doesn't do this sort of thing.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's one of those facts of life, isn't it? But meanwhile, Buds finds... Oh, they switch to Zenyatta now, but Buds easily finds that. Minstrel managed to get a kill on Genji as well. I think Genji tried to find a flank there. Transistor lands a charge, but no one's on the point. No one's contesting it. And that was a very tidy full hold from Nubris. So all Nubris have to do is basically push to the first point because you are running stopwatch rules.
Right, the way stopwatch rules work is that we judge teams based on their performance on an individual map. Because Nubris was able to complete a full hold against the side of Neighbors, Neighbors is going to have to at least match the same on their end. If they don't, that'll mean that Nubris has a superior performance here in Hollywood, and as a result, Nubris will be taking this map away from Neighbors.
Yeah, and it's looking really good for Nubris right now. It's not too big a surprise. As you said, they are definitely the favorites in this match. Neighborhood Overwatch just being a new team, Nubris being one of the oldest teams around, so they have a very practiced defense. They all look ready to go and just well-rehearsed, basically, in their defense.
Definitely.
Now, it is going to be down to Neighborhood Overwatch to try and do the same. I'm going to be curious to see if they set up in the same way. Are they going to run the Symmetra? I highly expect so. She's just so useful in these first points where, you know, you're trying to basically reinforce, and she does give you basically the lifeline. If you do start to lose the point, if you do have that teleporter up, it's basically the only way you're going to get back in time to contest it properly. If that teleporter isn't up, then you basically just have to concede that first point very quickly.
And that's sort of the gamble of Symmetra at times, too. A lot of teams will take that gamble, looking at the meta. People run Symmetra on first point on everything now, including payload maps in a lot of cases. But it does sort of have that thing where if a team is able to get a really good first push off, you won't get the teleporter down, and instead you'll just have the lesser combat power of Symmetra for basically no reason.
And it looks like teams are just about picking. Our Neighborhood Overwatch going to do it? Are they going to do it? So let's run through the teams. On defense, we have Neighborhood Overwatch. We have Sub-Zero fight back on the Lucio. Xpri on the Symmetra. Ghost on McCree. Mixwigs on Torbjorn. Transistor on Reinhardt. And Donut on Junkrat.
Meanwhile, looking here at the offense, it is going to be Kusta, probably not Junkrat. He's messing around. He'll almost certainly be on Mercy. Teams, it's rare that they run without a Mercy nowadays just because of how powerful her Resurrection is. But things that won't be changing here. It will be ID on the Pharah, Minstrel on the Lucio, Buds on Zarya, Coolmat on the McCree, Stoop on Reinhardt, and of course, mentioned a moment ago, Kusta is, in fact, on the Mercy.
And I'm trying to find where this Torbjorn has set up his turret. He's actually still running out of spawn, so he's got to get where he needs to be very quickly to put that turret down. Meanwhile, Symmetra set up her defensive web. Nice and ready, but this looks like it's going to be a very aggressive push coming out of Nubris. No big surprise there. They're going to have as many attempts as they can, I think. I'm trying to take that point. It wouldn't surprise me to see not a sound barrier, speed boost come out from Minstrel, and then just run in, try and flashbang over the Reinhardt barrier and push on the back of that.
The person to really watch as they move forward here is going to be ID. ID has had some great Pharah play in recent tournaments. Pharah really coming more into the meta with one hero limit, and wasting no time right now is ID just shooting rockets in, not only trying to crack the Reinhardt shield, but also looking for any splash in the back, which can be effective. But as you mentioned, Nubris here, they don't have to really go too quickly here. They have all the time in the world. They just need a cap point A. I expect they're going to be going in here pretty soon.
Yeah, and it looks like Ghost has actually gone and he's found Id, so he's managed to take out one of the vital points. And it looks like Nubris are actually going to try and push off the back of this. Minstrel actually retaliates, does find Ghost. There's the charge from Transistor, pushing the other team back, but Minstrel just cleans that up. And this is looking really good now, as that Lucio's healing is so vital.
Yeah, Nubris is moving in, slow and steady as they go in, but look at Matt now. Matt with the damage boost moving in, able to take out Torbjorn and his turret. Deadeye on the way. Not going to get too much off the Deadeye, but might not need to, as ID in the back picks up the double kill, taking out both Donut and Xfree. And it might be over before it begins here. Nubris now on top of the point, about to cap it, and that will be map to Nubris.
Yeah, and like we said before, Nubris definitely the clear favorite there, but that was a really impressive showing. Even though they lost one of their heroes first, they just retaliated so cleanly and so quickly. They all sort of knew when to engage. There was very clear comms coming off the back of that, because they just all went in, moved as a unit. And I'm going to pull us back to the lobby, but that was a good showing out of Nubris, and I'm excited to see how far they can go here.
Yeah, Nubris definitely looking solid coming out here tonight. And you want to talk about their offense. Even though they didn't win the set against his Envy, they did have an absolutely electric set where they did win a full attack against Envy. Envy beat them in a quicker time, but when you talk about the offense coming out from the side Nubris, it's definitely capable of going up against the very top teams in the game. And it was a smooth first offensive run there against Neighbors.
Yeah, and like you said before, I want to just touch on that point about Pharah, seeing Pharah come back, because it's really exciting to see for me, because Pharah, she's one of those heroes that can have such big plays. There's so much room for getting so much damage out of her as well. And she's one of those heroes that, you know, dropped off for a while with the no hero limit rule set. Now with one hero limit, they can sort of bring it in just for that really high damage source, looking for some bursts, looking for some picks, break down Reinhardt barriers reliably, open things up, and just keep it moving nice and aggressively, and then try and get that link up with a Tobalstein, for example, and just absolutely wreck the other team. Because right now, as we've been saying, Mercy is so important. It's not who wins the fight, it's who wins the second fight, and Pharah is often so pivotal in doing that.
All right, and just to let you guys know here, there were a little bit of sound issues coming through on stream. Just being told by production here that we're going to be restarting the stream, but we will be back in just a few short moments. We'll be going to the next map. Definitely should be a good one. You don't want to miss it. This is the One Nation of Gamers Operation Breakout Tournament. We'll be back in just a moment. All righty, and we are back here with Operation Breakout, brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers, and we should be getting into map 2 here in just a moment. This is going to be Neighbors versus Nubris on Route 66. For those who are just tuning in, Nubris just had a very dominant victory on Hollywood, and Neighbors is going to be trying to change their luck here on Route 66. But I got to tell you, looking at what Nubris was doing just yesterday, or sorry, just this weekend, in the tournaments on Route 66, they are very, very strong on this map. This is not going to be an easy trek here for Neighbors.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, and Route 66 as well is just one of those maps that is a little bit different than everything else. It really sort of emphasizes that mobility, and like after watching Buds' Widowmaker, it's going to be so difficult for them. If that Widowmaker gets set up and starts finding those picks again, they're going to have a really hard time pushing into that. It looks like their pushes were also a little bit disorganized, and I think what's going to happen is Nubris are just going to set up on the high ground, try and find ways to just exploit that, pull the team apart a little bit, and just really try and smash them and hold out as hard as they can.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Route 66 is an interesting map. I think back when we had no hero limit, it was very, very dominated by Double Winston. It has a lot of choke points there. You still see Winston played. You will still see Junkrat played on the first point. Oftentimes you would see 76 get played a lot, although that's been dropping off a little bit in recent memory. And that's a story in and of itself. The fact that even one hero limit, you don't see 76 all the time. A lot of people thought you'd see a more sort of, you know, can't run double McCree, run McCree 76. That hasn't happened quite yet.
Yeah, Soldier 76 is one of those heroes that have been of an interesting players. I do see some people try and run him quite often, like Bromas, for example, on Creation Esports. I know he's a big fan of 76 and he can kind of make him work, but it's one of those heroes that you'd expect to sort of be very well-rounded and take part in a lot of these tournaments, but he just seems to drop off. I think what happens is most teams rely on Widowmaker for their range damage and then sort of rely on the more specialized McCree, for example, for the close range. So that kind of all-rounder role that he fulfills doesn't really get to shine. And I think that's why teams are a little bit wary of him, as teams are setting up right now on Route 66.
They're setting up here and looking at the defense coming out from Neighbor. It is going to be Transistor on the Reinhardt, Donut on Pharah, Mixwiz on a 76, and Xpree. You know him, you love him. He is going to be on Bastion, sometimes known as El Presidente, and good to see him here. We haven't seen as much Bastion one hero limit as we would have thought. He sort of fell off when we thought we'd see more of him, but we are going to see his attempt at defense here. Sub-Zero fight will be on the Mercy, and Ghost running things out here as Symmetra. And Mixwiz actually deciding to go for the Junkrat instead, so a little bit of indecision there.
Oh, I can't wait to see what happens with this Bastion. But meanwhile, on Nubris, we have Kassa on Mercy, Minstrel on D.Va, Coolmat on the Tracer, Stoop on Zarya, Id on the Genji, and Buds on Widowmaker.
Well, speaking of the offense, the Minstrel on D.Va. Now, this is also interesting, something we haven't seen a whole lot of. So, and I think the D.Va pick is really good against the Bastion pick here. You can run in, you can completely negate his shield busting ability because you can't bust defensive Matrix from D.Va. He's just going to get right in behind this Bastion, and big plays being made as Nubris starting out with 3 quick kills. D.Va was just a ticket to gang behind that Bastion, and Nubris off to a very dominant start.
Yeah, they cracked that right open. Just the D.Va went straight in. Zarya barrier on her as well, just to make sure she's extra safe. Meanwhile, Buds was around the side, picking off Donut on that Pharah. So just further opening up and just tearing it apart, taking control of the high ground now as the payload moves towards the end of the first point. And I think what's going to happen is they're going to try and take over the canyon, where you could see Neighborhood Overwatch just trying to move through right now. But they're going to be so careful coming through there because the spam can be really dangerous as Id tries to find what picks he can, tries to find a little bit of damage, just harassing around, keeping off the payload because that's just going to keep rolling forward right now. They only have 1 person on it, so it's not going the fastest, but it's looking really good right now for Nubris.
And Buds on a double kill, breaks the Reinhardt shield, takes out Reinhardt, gets the immediate counter pick onto the Reaper, and now of those two quick kills, Neighbors is not able to even contest this point, as Buds picks up another. Right now, there's absolutely no answer to Buds coming out from the defense, and it's something they have to address sooner rather than later. Otherwise, Nubris is just going to roll through the rest of this map.
Yeah, and this setup right now that they have with Id on the Genji, Coolmat on the Tracer, they're just flanking forward. This is very reminiscent, almost like the double orb comps that we used to see all the time. They're playing super aggressive with these flankers, buying Buds a lot of space so he can hold down this spawn exit and make it so difficult, as literally Coolmat and Id are just running straight for the spawn, holding it open. Transistor goes down to the Tracer. I think, no, Tracer still has her bomb, so if they try and crowd out of here, they're going to really struggle. As Buds in the sniper door right now, can he find the pick? No, he's just going to back off nice and safely. Meanwhile, this payload is just rolling forward.
Yeah, and take a look at this now. ID does have the Dragon Blade. He is measuring the defense right now, looking for his opportunity to go in. As Bud's going to get another pick on to Xpree. Xpree trying to counter Widow, not having a whole lot of success. ID right now, Genji v Genji going there. Will get the slice down pick off. With those 2 kills, they don't even necessarily have to blow ults right now. They're going to be able to cruise this next checkpoint, and then perhaps just save the ults for the very end as ID with some big headshots on the Lucio. And there it is, the Dragon Blade underway. It spoke too soon, slicing and dicing. Winston going to get cut down. But ID might have targets here at this Dragon Blade.
Yeah, he's going to have to run around, just put it away and just wait and basically stand by the spawn. But interesting tactics coming out here from Neighborhood Overwatch. They're trying to basically break out using Winston. There was a D.Va out for a moment just to try and force the way out of that spawn, just to give them a little bit of space to push out, because they're really just being pinned back here by the mixture of Buds, ID, and Coolmat putting that damage in. Meanwhile, Stu finding a kill on Ghost there on the Pharah.
Matt able to go and take out Reinhardt, did throw a pulse bomb as part of that, and Matt just very comfortable being far in front, poking his Tracer. But here's the really important thing that's going on right now, is that the payload has been moving with 3 people pretty much this entire time. They've been taking the fight to Neighborhood, and now Neighborhood, they're moving at the Winston, trying to get anything done here, but Donut under assault, going to get taken out by the D.Va back of Minstrel. And chaining deaths here, this could be already it here for Nubris. I think they should have this.
It's looking really good right now, and that damage and D.Va as well on the payload. It's just going to make it so hard for those tanks. And there's the Turbo Steve, the self-destruct goes in. Mostly everyone's already dead. Trying to get the payload, and it looks like, yep, they have just about done it, I think. That was, what, a 4-minute time on Route 66? That's really damn solid.
It's a very quick time on 76. And 76 is a map that has sort of lended itself to quicker times in the past, to the point that they actually had to slow down the payload at one point. But no matter how you look at it, that was a dominant performance by Nubris. I don't think they were stopped the entire game. And you had great sniping from Buds, good Genji pressure from ID, and even D.Va really making her appearance here and, you know, stopping the Bastion play in its tracks. So really, really good stuff coming out from the side of Nubris, and Neighborhood is going to dig deep and find something that we haven't seen from them yet thus far, if they want to reverse course and stay here in the series.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Nubis right now, and it must have felt so bad as well for Neighborhood Overwatch when that D.Va came rolling out, especially with the Zarya as well. Just like the perfect answer to that Bastion setup. They might have thought that, you know, we'll surprise him, we might catch him off guard a little bit with that, but D.Va just barreled right into it, cracked their defense open, and then once Genji and Tracer could just go off and keep that pressure up with Bud sniping in the back, they just could not recover, could not find their footing again, and it's going to be up to Neighborhood Overwatch to put out something special here to beat that time of 3 minutes 31 seconds.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 31 seconds. That is something that is certainly going to be difficult to beat. Looking here at the defense, we'll get a full measure of it in here in just a moment. But I would not be surprised to see Buds actually stick in here on that Roadhog pick. Roadhog is a hero that, particularly in light of One Hero Limit, has been making his appearance more and more often. Not always the most rhyme or reason as to when he gets thrown out, but I think teams are experimenting with him on different stages and different points, and oftentimes it's worked out, especially when you throw in Roadhog sort of every now and then and not as part of your standard setup, because it can catch people off guard, regardless of when you throw it in.
Yeah, I actually quite like the Roadhog pick. I think, as you said, people are experimenting with it, people are playing with it. I did see Harblu, for example, play with it and do a really good job using that very aggressively. He sort of used him as a flanker. He basically was the sneakiest Roadhog that you can imagine, and he just snuck around, found hooks where he could, and opened things up. But meanwhile, we have Nubris setting up on the defense. So
Nubris,
cool,
I was going to say, Nubris is definitely trolling a little bit here. They're putting people on roles they're not normally on. Buds, if in a match against Envy or C9 or a higher end team, you would never see Buds on Mercy. I think they're just sort of cutting loose a little bit here.
Yeah, I kind of don't blame them for just having a little bit of a relaxing time with this one, experimenting, trying people out for different roles, because it doesn't hurt to practice it a little bit in a tournament setting, and having a deep hero pool is very important. But meanwhile, we do have Cool Matt on McCree, Custer on Zenyatta, Minstrel on Mei, Buds on Mercy, and ID on the Widowmaker, and Stoop on Reinhardt.
Alrighty, so looking at the offense coming up from Neighborhood, it's going to be a Sub-Zero fight on the Lucio, Donut on the Genji, Ghost on Reinhardt, an offensive Junkrat coming out from Transistor, Xpree on the Winston, and Mixwiz here on an offensive Reaper. And Reaper here, we're seeing a little bit more on offense in One Hero Limit, people sort of experimenting with him, but the more weird thing here in the offense is that there's no McCree.
Oh, yeah, that is a little bit strange. McCree right now, very hotly contended. I think Jeff Kaplan recently came out and said that they're nerfing his damage a little bit, so they're going to try and rein him in a tiny bit. Here we see, like, the first battle be joined. Custer finds a kill immediately onto Xpree. Coolmat also picking people off, and this is just looking really devastating. So they come around this first corner, Minstrel cleaning up in the back there, and Mixwig's forced to back away.
Well, effectively, it's over before it began there. They went in and just sort of mechanically lost every fight on every level there, and just a very quick team wipe in favor of Nubris. Really everything going well for them. I will say, though, the one thing that's not troll or anything from Nubris, even though Minstrel usually go on Lucio, they do like running Mei on Route 66 defense. And here we go, ID getting 2 quick picks on Widowmaker. Recon site already up and in progress. The ultimate charging so quickly. The offense only left with 2 people near the cart, and they are going to get taken out. As Lucio getting just absolutely crushed by that ice wall.
Fittingly, Sub-Zero fight gets killed off by Mei as it jumps up, finds the kill. Yes, no, I think he put the damage in and he just got cleaned up there. Does find a second pick, however, does take out the Junkrat, and they have to be so careful coming around this corner. This is where you normally see teams defend. They like to hold this high ground and hold this corner as hard as possible. We do see the Roadhog coming out as a swap. Can they just find a quick pick, maybe 1 or 2 kills just to open things up? But it looks like, oh no, ID finding another kill.
Yeah, ID has been absolutely on point on Widow. And here we go, Stoop coming in over the top, going to drop the hammer literally on Mixwiz. He has Earthshatter at the ready. And really, you look at the ultimates for defense in general, they are completely set up for the next fight. They might not even need all the ultimates given how they've been winning without them, but Matt right now being pretty aggressive, looking, poking on Winston. And you look at the offense in general here, they're just getting picked off before they can even go in together as a team.
Yeah, exactly. They're just being pulled apart, and especially with this Widowmaker and Zenyatta combo, they're going to be so dangerous. Oh no, Xpree misses the jump, falls off the cliff, and down goes the poor scientist picked off there. Mei, meanwhile, just being such a nuisance in the back. She's controlling this tunnel space. Reaper versus Mei, but Reinhardt comes in, will clean up with 1 or 2 big swings of that hammer, and down it goes Mixwig on the Reaper. Can Neighborhood Overwatch just pull something out right now? Looking for a couple of kills just to break it open, see if they can push something off the back of it. But ID is just finding pick after pick after pick with this.
We do have a Junkrat tire on the way in, but Matt deflating it immediately, just shoots it twice, takes it out. Matt going to take out the Junkrat as well. And what we're seeing right now is sort of a constant stream in from the offense of Neighborhood, and it's not working out. They're moving in not together, going in one by one. They're letting ID get pickoffs. They're running into one-on-ones in the tunnel, and in general, it's not a great look right now for the offense of Neighborhood. And while the defense of Nubris is great, this is where they really just need to step back a little bit, group up, and go together in as a team, and just stop chaining deaths.
Exactly. They need to just take a breather, calm down, relax, and then try and find an opening. Maybe, get a Reinhardt barrier up, push off the back of it, try and build up one or two ultimates, maybe set up off the back of that. But here comes the first ultimate series, and there's a Resurrect and a Transcendence going off, just keeping everyone alive. So they've been keeping those in the bank, and they're just ready to go with them the moment anything starts looking bad. So once Minstrel went down, there was a Resurrect, there was a Transcendence up, and GG is being called.
GG is being called. Time is about to fully run out if it hasn't already. And again, to explain how stopwatch works, that means that Nubris had a better overall performance on this map than Neighborhood did, and time has officially ended now. So GG's here in this first set. Nubris coming out strong. Neighborhood, you have to go back to the drawing board, but always good to see new teams participating here in the scene, especially when you have open qualifiers like this.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where you might be a new team, you might be taking part, and then you draw someone like Nubris, some of the oldest hands in Overwatch, in competitive Overwatch. So it's as we said, they were the favorites going into it, and it looked like a dominating display there. It definitely looked like Buds, especially, was on fire today, and it was nice to see it as well playing that Widowmaker, and it's just something to behold and something to keep in mind. This team looks on form. They look prepared. They look ready. They took it very seriously at first on Hollywood. Then they sort of relaxed a little bit after sort of taking a very confident Route 66 offensive, and then just had a little bit of fun with it. But they look sharp. They look focused. They look prepared to go all the way in this tournament. And I'm very curious to see how far they can go.
Well, one thing you brought up there is ID on Widowmaker, and I'm just going to note to Nubris' versatility here in the sense that they do have multiple people that can play these key roles. Usually they'll put Buds on the Widowmaker in a lot of cases just because he's put the most time into it, but when in doubt, or when they just want to sort of switch up roles to something that might be a little bit more usable for a certain map, they have the flexibility to throw ID on that Widow as well, and that's a huge deal, especially when many teams in the game right now don't have Widows that can play at that level at all. So a lot of weapons on the Nubris team.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things that is so important in competitive Overwatch, right? The ability to just have that deep hero pool. And that's one of the reasons why, like, I'm a big fanboy of a team like Reunited, for example, because to me, those guys have some really deep hero pools. That's a team where you'll see someone like Too Easy, one of the best hit scan players around, play something like Symmetra every now and then. And on any other team, that would be crazy. But seeing it on Reunited, it makes sense because they have the depth of talent there to really make that work. And it's interesting to me to see, players diversify, make sure they have that depth, because when, strategies do develop, you've got to be ready and you've got to be flexible to deal with that. You don't want to just have the flavor of the month tactic in your back pocket and then be unprepared when the meta shifts and suddenly you can be caught off guard.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've actually seen that a lot of teams in Overwatch where, of course, you mentioned Reunited. Reunited, of course, has had a very static roster going back all the way to 2012. So they've been able to endure a lot of shifts. But you look at some of the other teams in the scene. I'm not going to put any teams on blast here, but we've definitely seen teams that sort of disband based on the meta, that kick players based on the meta. There were teams that removed their Mercy players back when Mercy, went on milk carton status and was all Zenyatta. There's teams that, have kicked some of their more flex players for people that are more hit scan gods now that, McCree and double McCree was in the meta for so long. And that can work out, especially if you think that someone was a weak link forever. But in a lot of cases, you're just sort of creating a longer adjustment period for your team in terms of team chemistry and all the rest, because the thing is, Overwatch is an evolving game. Metas will change. You can't just change team members every time a certain hero comes out of the meta.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for example, just going from the Genji meta or the double orb meta going into now this McCree heavy meta, you saw teams like IDDQD dominate that Genji meta, but then they removed a player like Taimu, and suddenly now Taimu's in massive demand because he's one of the best McCree players in the world. So you want to have, people who are able to just adapt to the meta, have a deep hero pool. You don't really want someone who's just a start on a single hero unless they really are an absolute legend on that hero. And the ability to adjust, and like you said, you actually touched on a really good point there, and one of my favorite points to elaborate on is teams sticking together for a really long time. I see it too much in Europe, especially, where it's just they just start splitting up and they just change every week, and it's so frustrating.
Europe is actually just completely incomprehensible for many reasons, and one of those reasons is that you look at the history in Overwatch where IDDQD was on a 55 game winning spree, and then they disband, not actually getting taken out, didn't lose anything. They probably had sponsors knocking down their doors at the time, win 55 games, and then they have a huge team shakeup. Now, the core of that is intact and is part of the new Envy, but still, you look at that, it's just like, really? This is a thing that just happened? Meanwhile, of course, you look at even just the most recent Take TV LAN, and I understand that it was mutual and, you know, maybe it just didn't work out, but for a team like Rogue to win LAN and then suddenly do a roster change, it's a little bit perplexing to the outside viewer.
Yeah, and then you also, like, on the other hand, you have teams like Reunited, who, like you said, stuck together. You have teams like Luminosity Gaming, who used to be Mix-Up. And, like, one reason why I secretly hope that Nubris manages to push all the way through is because I want to see Luminosity Gaming against Nubris, because that, to me, is one of the classic matchups. It's the two top North American teams from Close Beta 1. It used to be Mix-Up and Hubris going against, not Enigma, and Hubris going up against each other. And now they could be back. They could be fighting again. And to me, that's such a hype matchup, because that's got such a history and a story behind it.
It does have a long history and story behind. Now, of course, both teams have changed quite a bit. The non-Enigma roster involved two members that are now in Team Liquid. The Hubris roster, as it were, is missing three players of the original Hubris, and most notably missing Tailspin, who's now on Envy. But there is still enough people on both teams, on the now LG, now on Nubris, that there is that sort of history there, because those teams, as you mentioned, they've been going against each other since all the way back in Beta 1, and it feels like a long time since then. Can you believe that there's been comp Overwatch going on in some form or another for 6 months? It's been I want to say it's a long journey, but really we're just at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so exciting, because it's just getting started. People are just getting involved now, especially, after release opens everything up for everyone to take part. And we're seeing these massive open tournaments, we're seeing huge signups, massive interest in it. And it's so exciting to me, because I want to see what these new teams can deliver. I mean, there was a lot of sort of big talk before out of, some sites like Reddit, for example. And, let's see what we can do when we get our hands on it. And I really want to see how the scene develops, how metas shift, what new blood comes in, what new talent comes in, because we did have some emergent new talent coming out of the beta. For example, Mendo Kusai is the classic example. Tavik as well, just didn't really have a big background in FPS, at least not a major one. And suddenly these guys come out and they're massive stars now in Overwatch. And it's so exciting to see these new players sort of bubble up and take part and get involved and develop. And it just builds on this history that's already taken part. And like you said, 6 months, it feels like it's been a week. And we're just getting started here. It's so cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the storylines, drama, and all the rest, they're just beginning. We were talking about some of the team roster changeups. You look at any other esport, there's bound to be huge amounts of drama, roster shifts, and all the rest as we go into the first year or two of Overwatch and really into the future. So, I mean, it's really cool to sort of see the teams that are in the scene now and then see which players will survive, which will still be around 6 months, 12 months from now, who's going to win whatever championships might be coming out, whether it be Independent or Blizzard. I mean, there's just so much to look forward to. But, before all that, let's look at this month and the term we are in now. For those who are just tuning in, this is the One Nation of Gamers Operation Breakout Tournament. This is our first qualifier that we are running. A lot of really good teams signed up here today, and we should be getting to our next game here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I do believe there will be a draft taking place very soon for that. And for those of you who are unsure about what's happening, so this is an open qualifier for basically an invite tournament. It kind of makes sense. I'll explain it. Don't worry too much. Basically, a bunch of the top teams have been invited to a tournament that we'll be playing on Saturday and Sunday. But right now we're having 2 open tournaments to basically fill out the rest of the group. So we have 6 teams already invited, 6 of the top tier teams. Those teams are Cloud9, Reunited, Team Liquid, Envious, Luminosity Gaming, and Gale Force Esports, some of the biggest names around. And we're going to have 2 open tournaments today and on Friday, where we can basically fill out the rest of those slots. So the top 2 from today will fill out 2 slots, and then the top 2 from Friday will fill out the remaining 2 slots. And after that, we'll play a round robin between the 2 groups of 5. And then after that, we'll seed it into a bracket, and it will develop from there. But don't worry too much. What you really need to know is there's going to be a huge amount of Overwatch coming on this channel. So do stick around, because it's going to be so exciting from some of the best teams competing for the biggest prize pool so far in Overwatch.
No, definitely. And, this is where teams will be taking it a lot more seriously. You want to talk about nerves or all the rest that could be involved. Prize pools right now have been going up at a crazy rate across the board. I mean, this tournament itself is a huge leap forward. And, just watching the teams that they compete is going to be awesome.
and all the rest. But I do think we do have a draft link about to get up here in just a moment. We'll get that to you guys as soon as it's up. Now, map draft-wise, I'm not expecting too much different. I think we'll probably either be seeing Hollywood or Kings Row pretty early. Although there are points where Nubris has actually banned out Kings Row early. I think not so much because they're bad on it, but because they like taking away from teams that have perhaps practiced on it more so than other maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it just depends on what you've practiced. But I'm curious to see if the up and coming teams, the teams that might be less well known, will try and take out some of these core staple maps and try and force things onto something that is a little bit more uncertain. There are no 2 control point maps, it's worth mentioning, in these map drafts. So, they won't be able to pick Hanamura, Temple of Anubis, or Volskaya, but they could try and force it to something like King of the Hill, which is a little bit more untested, especially on 1 hero limit. So it's going to be curious to see if they can try and force it onto a map that maybe Nubris aren't quite as comfortable on. But I think right now Nubris is definitely one of the favorites going forward.
Yeah, no, and the other cool thing about Nubris, too, is that they're a team that's out there to prove something. We do know that there are big sponsors out there looking to evaluate these teams, looking to add them to their brand. Of course, teams that come to mind that are presently without sponsors, everything from TSM, the Fnatic, to even teams that I haven't done a whole lot as of late, but you have to wonder if they're going to get in, teams like EG and CLG and all the rest. I mean, these are all names that could be coming in the sponsor Overwatch teams, and you're looking at the North American scene. Nubris is one of the biggest unsponsored teams. So we do have the draft on the way up right now. It is in progress, and Nubris taking out Dorado right away as Enigma takes out Hollywood and Route 66.
Yeah, so like I said, it's not too surprising to see them try and take out some of these more staple maps, and it looks like we will be starting on Kings Row, however, so we will be starting on the most staple of staple maps. But after that, it's going to be either Watchpoint Gibraltar or Numbani. So again, not quite, not the Hollywood, not Route 66, but then Watchpoint Gibraltar, I think, is one of those maps that we do see quite a lot of. It's one of those interesting maps where I think a good team can really, really put a defensive mark on it, especially when you get into that hangar phase. But right now, we're going to be going to Kings Row, and I for one, cannot wait because it's in England. I'm English. You can probably tell. Hello. That's what England looks like. It's very dark and dismal, not quite as futuristic. But
I was going to say the great thing about Kings Row is that at least they put it on a sunny day in England, by England standards.
That's actually quite true.
Oh, man. Jokes aside, though, we will be getting the game here in just a moment, and it will be the tried and true. It'll be Kings Row, but it is good to see Numbani get into a map pool. Numbani, sort of one of the maps that has been less favored by comp teams as of late. Probably a variety of reasons for that. Some teams actually saying that they really don't want to play it in 1 hero limit, just because of the fact that teams did use double Winston a lot for Numbani because of its verticality and all the rest. And it's sort of fallen out of favor, but we might be getting to see a little bit of that here tonight as Nubris taking on Team Enigma. It's like Enigma, except with I at the front.
Yeah, and like you said, one of the things I hear about 1 hero limit from scrims and is that vertical movement is a lot harder on 1 hero limit than it is on no hero limit. So taking that high ground is so much harder. So places like Gibraltar and like Numbani, where you usually use like 2 Winstons to basically drop down a massive amount of shielding, establish basically a beachhead that you can move into and fight under. You can't quite do that as much with 1 hero limit. So you have to be very careful, very tactical, approaching that with 1 hero limit. It looks like we're about ready to go here.
Yep, we are on the way here. It's going to be Team Enigma on the defense first, and looking at the roster, it's going to be Nerd Slayer here on the McCree, Dota Genius on Lucio, Chubasu on the Junkrat, Raytech on Widowmaker, Sky on Symmetra, and Bunne on the Mercy. So not a huge surprise there. Mercy, Symmetra, very standard. Junkrat, very standard. And of course, McCree, he's absolutely the standard. Right now,
the universal standard. Although it looks like Dota Genius has swapped off onto the Reinhardt, so just giving that good frontline tanking. But meanwhile, on Team Nubris, we do have Buds back on that Widowmaker, Stoop on the Reinhardt, Coolmat on McCree, Minstrel on Lucio, Custer on the Mercy, and ID on Pharah. Not uncommon to see Pharah and Mercy come out on this first point. She's so good for getting up and over that sort of first choke point area and pushing in, putting the damage down, and then just breaking the team if she can get an ultimate up very quickly as they sort of get forced back behind the hotel area. It looks like the gates are open.
Yeah, highlights here to watch as we move forward. It's going to be, of course, ID on the Pharah looking to move in. Pharah play very dynamic here on Kings Row, but also the Widow duels. Buds versus Raytech is going to be a thing. Both Widows trying to put their team up 1 player advantage, looking for pickoffs and all the rest. And we should be entering the first team fight here in just a moment as we're just watching Nubris jockey for position.
Yeah, and it actually looks like Stu got a good fire strike off there. Managed to hit most of the team. They have been healed up, but there goes ID, landing the damage into the back of the ground. They're pushing forward ID raining death from above, finds 2 kills. Can he push through and get the bunny as well in the back? Buzzing has a sniper. Down goes the Mercy.
ID comes in and gets an absolutely beautiful triple kill, looking for more, going to take out Symmetra, makes it a quad, just juggling people in the back. They waited for their opportunity, went in. ID had absolutely nothing in on top of him. Raytech was not able to take him out. And as a result, Nubris right now setting a very, very quick time as we are about to enter the streets phase here in Kings Row.
Yeah, and I'm going to be curious to see if there's any change there. Probably not, because it's looking really good right now, and especially if ID can find space with that Pharah, get up and above, and just land more of that damage, because his shots are looking on point right now. It actually looks like it's interesting, because Enigma are defending quite far forward. You normally see teams defend more back towards the sort of boundary, holding that area, siding that if they do start going down, what will happen is they'll basically lose the boundary point and actually lose quite a lot of ground there that they don't really want to lose. But meanwhile, Bards, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Bards is basically a Widowmaker on the flank.
Yep, he is in the back. We've seen Widows be really, really aggressive with this in the past, and the offense now taking the opportunity forward with Bud's distraction. Bud's is going to get taken out, but Nubris really not deterred here. You see ID coming in over the top. He does have Barrage at the ready. In any moment now, he could be dropping that Barrage. We'll see if they wait for Buds. It does look like they're backing up for a moment. Speed boost was used, so I think we're going to wait a moment here, but Nubris should be going in any second.
Yeah, I think what they're going to do is just hold up, try and get that barrier down, and then maybe land the Earth Shatter off the back of it, and then just go from there. But it looks like the fight is about to begin.
Here they go. ID coming in over the top. Will use the Barrage. Takes out Bud, looking for more. Has 1 kill. And Bud's, in fact, getting to the back as Winston picks up the double. So a very, very decisive offense. Bud's, in fact, picking up 3 kills on that Winston. Everything going right there for the side Nubris, and they might be on the way to setting what could be a sub 3-minute time here on Kings Row. That possibility is absolutely there. And I gotta say, Enigma has to change something up very soon.
Yeah, it would look really, really good there for Nubris, especially because Bunny on the Mercy went down first, and that's always such a disaster. You've got to be so careful with these Mercy players. There's so many places on Kings Row, especially where you can just basically hide out and don't worry about too much about healing your team. Meanwhile, Bards finds a pick on Raytech, just dumps the gorilla on top of it. It looks like another engagement's about to begin.
Yeah, Cool Mac coming out the Deadeye, gets all the value in the world, makes it a triple kill as Nubris not slowing their assault, keeping the momentum that they had before. The defense was not able to set as much as they want. You did see Chubbs come in with the Deadeye, but gets absolutely nothing done. Stoop charging in, trying to pin this Reinhardt, going to treat him to his hammer as the kill feed filling absolutely up in favor of Nubris here, and they're going to cap this out on.
Yeah, it's looking, there we go, that's the cap, and that was an amazing time, and just a really, really solid offensive there. They just did not let up the pressure. Nubris just kept killing and killing and killing, and what started happening was they were dying one by one, and that's such a nightmare situation when you're looking for that big res. You'll often see teams just let everyone die, and then the Mercy, who's nice and safe, will just pick everyone back up. But here, just kill after kill after kill, and it just finding all this damage, finds the first kill, rains down on the second one, and then goes and hunts down the Mercy, just making sure that she doesn't have enough time to get that resurrect up. Cleans up beautifully.
Yeah, ID definitely going in, and that was textbook Pharah there in the beginning, and that's why it's so important that you need to be, your McCree or your Widowmaker has to deal with the Pharah early on in a fight like that. If you don't deal with the Pharah, there's not a whole lot else that will deal with the Pharah, and as a result, you'll let someone like ID get to the back like that, and it's something you cannot have happen for any reason, because he will capitalize on that mistake and he will kill your team.
Yeah, I mean, you basically got to be really careful, because the temptation is to sort of go for that Widowmaker versus Widowmaker duel, but on defense, you really want that Widowmaker to just hold back, and like you said, keep an eye out for that Pharah, because if she does start getting over the team, and if she does have free reign to rain justice from above, she will start taking everyone down with that damage out from Mercy, and there's no one else in position to take care of it, to sort of slow down some of that damage as we move into the second half there, and that was just an astoundingly good time. It's going to be up to Enigma to really pull something special at the back here, because they are just going to have to take this first point in good time and then push and push and push.
Yeah, I mean, time-wise, they're going to have to move in a way that they have not moved before, and this is where things can get difficult. We have seen matchups where, if you look back to, say, some of the more recent matchups between C9 and Envious, where both teams set blazingly fast times, but generally, a theme in Overwatch tends to be is that if one team sets a really quick time, they're probably more likely to defend, not just because of the quick time, but because they were so far above the other team that they were able to set that time in the first place. So, of course, their defense is going to be good enough to defend. Doesn't always work out that way, but certainly a very good omen here for Nubris as they roll in to the second round here on Kings Row. And speaking of Nubris, their lineup is going to be ID on the Junkrat, Buds on the Widowmaker, Stoop on Reinhardt, Cool Matt on the McCree, Minstrel on Winston, and Kustig going to round things out here on the Mercy.
Winston pick fascinates me. I'm very curious to see what he's going to be doing with that. But meanwhile, Enigma, Raytech on Widowmaker, Chubby Sue on the McCree, Nerd Slayer on the Roadhog, Sky on Lucio, Dota Genius on the Diva, and Bunny. Dota Genius has decided to swap and go for Mercy. No, he's swapping around all the time, going for Reinhardt, keeping me on my toes, and Bunny back on the Mercy. I'm super curious about what this Winston's going to be looking to do and what he's going to be looking to find. Is he just going to go and try and hunt down Raytech, or is he going to just try and dump a bubble on top of the team and keep them safe from any damage coming over the top?
I think he's going to be there to really help them solidify their defense. If they get a pick early on from Buds, I think you're going to see Minstrel jump onto the team, and they're going to be very, very aggressive in wiping out the offense here coming up for Enigma. I think that is a big reason as to why they have the Winston. But here we go. The offense not wasting any time. Usually offenses wait a bit, but they know they don't have time to waste. They're speed boosting in. Here comes the team of Enigma. They look for the Roadhog hook. They do hook Kusta back, but he's going to get out in time. And Minstrel now with the counter push, leaping in on top of them. Still not the worst look here for the offense. They pick up 2 quick kills. And Matt here on the point, turning into a bit of a brawl right now.
Yeah, that was a very, very curious battle. Meanwhile, Raytech finds ID, does take him down. Bunny comes in with the res, so Dota Genius is back up and running. They could just be re-engaging off the back of this as Reinhardt trying to hold out against this Roadhog. He does have McCree there in support, so he will just force him back. But they're taking this point in good time. There's 3 people on it, and it's not being contested.
Yeah, Matt is one of the last people up here. He is going to go down right before the resurrection hits. Stoop and Minstrel are back up, so Nubrus is not giving this up just yet. We'll see if this tank play can hold it on because McCree is down. They're not going to have that DPS backing them up. And in fact, it's looking like Enigma coming very, very close to capturing this. But again, Nubrus hanging in there. Minstrel somehow staying alive. Kusta at his back. And now look at ID. ID back into the fight finally. Junkrat throwing bombs down at the point, trying to clean things out. But the big hammer comes down from Dota Genius as he's going to charge out Cool Matt. And this might be all Enigma needs to take this point.
Oh man, Minstrel was doing work there. I've never seen a gorilla dance quite as well as that one did. He was just jumping all over the place, kept alive by Mercy. But meanwhile, I've got to give a shout out to Raytech. He was in the back there on that Widowmaker and just found snipe after snipe after snipe, jumping around all over the place, keeping him mobile, repositioning. Now he's going toe-to-toe with Buds, so it's going to be interesting to see who gets the upper hand in this battle as Raytech zip lines away. Will he find the pick, or will Buds get the better of him as they just start grinding forward? And this is actually looking really good for Enigma. That was a really solid push.
It's really good for them. The only thing that really goes against them is the fact that the push from Nubrus was even faster to begin with. So Nubrus is still ahead on time, though Nubrus definitely not liking the way this is looking here this far. We'll see if they can have a better defense in the street space. Deadeye, though, coming out from Cool Matt is high noon everywhere on both teams, waiting for the shields to go down. Will drop it, uses it to crack the Reinhardt shield as Raytech gonna take out Buds. But overall, the Earth Shatter comes down from Stoop, knocks down 3 people on Enigma. But there's not the follow-up there to really deal with it just yet.
Yeah, it looks like Nubrus were a little bit scared there. There comes the offensive res, picking people back up. And Dota Genius, meanwhile, in the front line, just swinging away. There's the Earth Shatter, does set someone up does set up Raytech for the kill on the Mercy as well. And it's looking really good. This might actually be a faster time through the streets than what Nubrus had, because Nubrus did stall out for a little while. And this is surprising aggression coming out of Enigma. Did Nubrus underestimate Enigma a little bit? That's the big question.
I think they definitely underestimated a little bit. But 25 seconds are remaining here, so as a result, even if they get to the streets checkpoint here, they're not going to have enough time to really complete this. But still a pretty good time being put out from the side of Enigma. Meanwhile, they'll look at ID. ID has Barrage up at the ready. He's over a whole bunch of people right now. Going to have to deal with the Winston, but if he deals with Winston, he can drop the Barrage here any second, and that would absolutely seal this game if it's not sealed already. He's just going to back out.
Yeah, he's going to back out. It was a little bit tentative there. We did have the comical situation of 2 Reinhardts backing into each other, but it looks like time has been called, so they won't be able to make it to the end. But that was actually a really, really good showing from Enigma. That was very surprising. After that dominant offensive from Nubrus, I was expecting things to be a little bit more one-sided, but I'm impressed. Enigma looking really good at the moment as it just finishes himself off. They will push to the end. This is the so-called truck of tears in Saltbox mode, and we will get to see the play of the game as the result. So I'm very curious to see what that's going to be, actually. It might be
Dota Genius. It's either Raytech or it could be Dota Genius. I gotta say, Dota Genius's Reinhardt play was pretty impressive. He had some really good moments, both on just Fire Strikes, Earth Shatters, and Charges. So Dota Genius, and there it is, he is going to get play of the game, and I'm not surprised at all. This is a pretty good game for him on the offense.
Yeah, so just find that first kill, and Cool Matt will swing away, finish off the Lucio. Oh, cornered as well. That always feels so bad. And then the Earth Shatter here just sets it up nicely for the sniper, picked up, and poor ID just left there as well for Dota Genius and Raytech to clean up. Really well played by them. I wouldn't feel too bad about that. I mean, like we said, Nubrus is one of the oldest and most well-organized teams around. So having that good a showing, that's actually really damn good. I'm impressed. I don't know about you, ZP, but I am definitely impressed.
No, that's a really good showing coming up from the side of Enigma. I'm curious to see more of them in the future now. I mean, even if they go down here in the series, there's nothing to feel bad about there. I mean, the biggest thing for them, I'd say, is if they just had a better defense on Kings Row, could have kept it together for a little bit longer, they had a real chance of taking that map versus Nubris. So definitely a good showing from them. And they're calling in chat right now. They want to bring this to Numbani.
Oh, yes. So it's going to be very curious because going from Kings Row, like you said, we can occasionally see on Kings Row very, very fast offensives coming out. Both teams pushing all the way to the end. And like we saw there, both teams really strong. Numbani, a little bit harder to push through. It's a lot more prone to getting those defenses coming out either on the first point or on that final point where it's so difficult to start pushing through that last street, especially if both teams are relatively even. And these teams looking pretty even. Like, that was really good. And like you said, Dota Genius definitely stood up there. Raytech as well, in my opinion. Also a good standout player on Enigma. And I'm curious to see it. And by the way, if they do get knocked out here, they always have a second chance on Friday. So there's nothing stopping teams from competing in both tournaments just to try and cinch those final group stage spots for themselves here. So
and for that matter, if you're watching this tournament right now and going, wow, these qualifiers are pretty cool. I do believe signups are still open for a Friday qualifier. Don't take me 100% on that, but I think that's still the case. So definitely look into that. And if they are open, get in, sign up for that, and come here for competitive Overwatch. You never know what will happen. A lot of opportunity right now for new teams.
Yeah, and here we go. We're starting to load into Numbani. And like you said, just get your friends together, take part. Even if you meet a team like Nubris, you can at least say, I fought Nubris. And I had that experience of what a pro team actually looks like if you are new to basically playing competitive Overwatch. Or if you have an experienced team, if you play competitively in other games in the past, I definitely encourage you to take part because right now it's open season. Now's the time for you to make your name. And as we can see, there's already sort of talent starting to bubble up. And we can start seeing in these tournaments that certain players are playing to a level that, you know, we might not expect from a team that's just signed up for a tournament. And it's super exciting. Like, I love it, and I love the potential of it. So I can't wait to see where it goes. But here we go on Numbani.
Yeah, and I mean, just to give some kind words here to Enigma, I think back to some of the players on the team. I don't recognize a whole lot of them, but I have seen Raytech in pubs before. I think I've seen Chubbs in pubs before too, and they're definitely a newer team player-wise. I don't think a lot of them go all the way back to Bay 1, but they're putting up a pretty good showing here today, and sort of shows, you know what, there's a lot of potential in the Overwatch scene. But speaking of Enigma, looking at the roster as they run out here, it's going to be Raytech again on the Widowmaker. Dota Genius, interesting. I think he's switching the Reinhardt. I think he just went Lucio, the speed booster, and out. He's going back out. I doubt we'll see 3 support. Sky on the Symmetra, Bunny on the Mercy, Nerdslayer on McCree, and Chubb's going to run things out here on the Junkrat. And there it is. Dota Genius will, in fact, be switching to Reinhardt. So that's one thing that sort of fools people sometimes because is that why are they running Lucio? Sometimes Lucio is just there to get your Symmetra out a little bit quicker.
Yeah, of course, with no one hero limit, you usually see like 3 or so Lucios speed boosting the Symmetra out so you can get all 6 of those turrets set up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, we do have Nubris setting up. We have ID on Genji, very aggressive there. Buzz on Widowmaker, Stoop on the Winston, Coolmat on McCree, Custer back on the Mercy, and Minstrel on Lucio. And I do like this team lineup. Very set up to move vertically, basically take that high ground as quickly as possible as the team does set up on this balcony, which is pretty much the default now, pretty much the standard, especially with Widowmaker sort of setting up back there with Raytech, just overlooking things as the team advances forward.
They will advance forward. Stoop is going to be leaping in very aggressively. ID will be in after them, and they're going to go right onto the point. In fact, going right on the point into the back. They're looking for the high ground. Dota Genius spins Kusta to start with. That was a huge pickoff. Stoop is going to kill Dota Genius in turn, but there will be no Mercy resurrection now coming out for the offense. I can't believe Kusta got caught there. Dota Genius continuing a trend of excellence in these games right now.
Yeah, that was a super interesting push as well. Just taking the low ground and going straight into this back alley. And I think Enigma aren't quite sure how to deal with it right now. I think they're just going to try and turtle up on the point. They just need to sort of reposition onto this high ground that overlooks to where Nubris ran to. But they also got to keep an eye out for Custard because you can catch that Mercy on the way back. That could be a very easy, clean pick. But it looks like we're getting the sniper duel. Raytech going up against Buzz. Can't quite find the hidden, but there's a Winston bubble just protecting Buzz right now. It looks like they're about to begin the fight.
Fight is about to be underway. The Widow's still looking for those important picks, but here comes Stoop leaping in. Matt going in off the speed boost, playing in the McCree fire. ID is able to take out Nerdslayer in the back, and now the offense really supporting us at this point. ID going crazy, has the double, now triple kill. ID bringing the pain, has the Dragon Blade up, and we might be seeing the Dragon Blade come out here any second right now. In fact, no, he's gonna hit the Junkrat trap and die instead. ID could have gone even more crazy. Meanwhile, though, Matt still making things happen, will get taken out, and this was looking really, really good for the offense. Could be a hold for the defense of Enigma. We'll see. It looks like Stoop able to clean up too towards the end.
Yeah, so what happened there was basically Custer, he didn't have the Resurrect available just in time when they really might have needed it, but he just managed to get up just in time just to save that offensive, just to bring everyone back and make sure that they're ready to go. Bunny, of course, had that Resurrect up and ready a little bit earlier, but basically Nubris won the fight twice, a little bit earlier, and a little bit cleaner, and a little bit quicker. Id getting all those kills, basically just set them up, so the Resurrect comes out nice and early, and then Bunny has to be forced to use it, and then suddenly Custer can come in with a later res, pick the rest of the team back up, and they can capitalize off the back of that aggression.
All right, the offense of Nubris right now getting ready for their next fight. The payload moving forward. The defense is set. Taking a look at ID. ID still has his Dragon Blade. Coolmat has Deadeye at the ready. We could be seeing the speed boost and initiation here any second right now. And the defense right now giving them a little bit of space, not wanting to really go in just yet. But here he goes. Speed boost is out. Sound barrier is out. And ID moving in with Reckless Abandon. Takes out Bunna immediately. Helps get a double kill in the back. And this is a well-coordinated assault coming out from Nubris. And they got just about everything they wanted there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just it blitzed through the front line there, went straight into the back, had that Mercy in his sights, and just cut her down brutally. It was just insane how aggressive he went into there, just found the Mercy kill very quickly. Chubbisu needed, I think, just to hug that Mercy a little bit closer, maybe just provide a little bit more defense with that flashbang, be ready for that aggression, but that just opened the team right up. That's a very, very quick time for Numbani pushing through that street space. Of course, this is where the real Dark Souls begins. Basically, the team set up on this high ground and trying to push through this corner can be very, very difficult. We do see stallouts here occasionally just drag on and on for a little bit as teams struggle to break this corner especially.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams sort of get stalled out here, even after a great offense early on. Enigma looking to channel that sort of defense here, and Nubris looking to just finish this out very, very quickly. Note that Matt does have a Deadeye, Kusa does have a Resurrection up. Both teams have Resurrection up. We should be seeing initiation here any moment. Deadeye will be coming out from Matt here. Just one. He's going to flashbang over the top. A big Earth Shatter coming in from Stoop, setting up Matt for 2 kills. Nubris coming in strong here. Sky, one of the last people on the card, going to get taken out by Minstrel. 4 total kills, but look at the Resurrection coming in from the defense. Will it be enough, though? They're moving in. Primal Rage at the ready as Bud's cleaning up in the back.
Yeah, Buds is just up there on the high ground, just sniping away. And meanwhile, you have Stoop on the point, swinging all down as Reinhardt. It looks really, really good right now for Nubris. They're pushing forward. And the big difference there with that initial engagement is that one Reinhardt had Earth Shatter available and the other one didn't. Oh, as Buddy comes out with the Diva, trying to buy time. Wouldn't surprise me to see Trace come out as well, just to try and open up a little more time. Time really matters here because it is stopwatch rules. So every second bought can be a massive difference. As we saw on King's Row, it's just a matter of seconds before the end. The judge comes down. Oh, yes, they've managed to do it.
And at the very end, Buds was just going off. He was effectively playing Duck Hunt, getting every single shot he could possibly hope for and more. Really good play coming out from Buds at the end.
And Bunny with the play of the game, so this is going to be one of those massive revives. It's going to be the one at the start. So as you can see, this is, I think, soon after Ed just basically goes and cleans up in the back, just pick up 4 people, start spamming down. Of course, he will get picked off there by Coolmat just now after the damage from coming in from Winston. But yeah, that was a really good showing from Nubris, really good aggression there on that final point. And it was so interesting to see that engagement go off where both McCree stand over the Reinhardt shield, but one Reinhardt has Earth Shatter and the other one doesn't. And that's just the massive difference in ultimate advantage in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, one team has more ults than you have. It can be absolutely brutal to defend. Teams defend all the time. It is something that you can work around, but you have to respect it. You have to play a little bit more defensive against a team that has ults. And in that case, when a McCree is able to break your Reinhardt with the stun and the other Reinhardt is coordinated enough to hit an Earth Shatter while he's stunned, it's very hard to deal with that. And now with the time of 4:29 being set here, Nubris flew through pretty quickly. And we'll see if Enigma can sort of channel that same sort of offense. And they kind of did back on King's Row. So for those who might be thinking Nubris has this, it's over. Not so fast. I think Enigma still has a pretty good chance here.
Yeah, I think Enigma just had to be really aggressive. They had to really take advantage of that first push here. And I'm seeing some interesting hero picks right now coming out. So let's look at Nubris very quickly. So Nubris taking the Winston. ID on the Mei. I'm very curious to see if that's going to stay. Buds, of course, on the Widowmaker. Minstrel on Torbjorn, and I really like this pick, and I'll get to that in a moment. Custer looking for Mercy, and Coolmat on McCree. And Torbjorn, I think it's just mostly here to buy time. If they can stall out a little bit, get that Molten Core set up, and just set him up on the opposite side, it can buy you so much space. And I think they really kind of need that space right now, because on their offensive, they ran through and wasted a lot of time, basically just messing around inside the Ateria building, or Atria building, and not really aggressing on the point for a while.
Yeah, I mean the offense. It was a little bit weird in regards to how they set that up. I think what really messed up their offense there is that Kusta died so early. It was the great charge coming from Dota Genius that delayed Mercy there, or took out Mercy and sort of forced a delay in the offense. I think they were probably intending going a lot quicker. And looking here at the defense as it's fully rolled out here, it's gonna be Stoop on a Winston, ID on a Mei, Buds on Widowmaker, Minstrel on the Torbjorn, Kusta on the Mercy, and Matt on the McCree. And this is interesting. Usually when you'd see Torbjorn here, you'd see it as sort of a double builder defense with a Symmetra, but it's just going to be Torbjorn on his own and no Symmetra, so Nubris not really valuing a teleporter here.
Yeah, I think they really are trying to just play for time. They do have the turret set up on the sort of the opposite high ground, so they're hoping maybe that Enigma's just going to push up straight through the middle, just go sort of the standard pathway, which is go up the stairs, push through the middle on top of the, I think it's the hotel that they're trying to push onto. And then that Torbjorn turret can basically just get a lot of damage down if you aren't prepared to deal with it and you're trying to deal with the rest of the team at the same time. So here they come, Dota Genius just poking his face out. There's damage going onto the turret, and they're not really actually finding much aggression here, so there's not much damage coming out.
The Mei wall has split them in half. It's letting the offense be a lot more aggressive in breaking that Reinhardt shield. It's one of the advantages of Mei here, but Raytech doesn't care, immediately takes out Mei. Mei a little bit out and exposed, and the offense, though, starting to get picked up here as Toolmat picks up the double kill. Still the offense being a little bit adding on to the pressure, but Matt and Bud's going to clean up the rest. So rough go there for Enigma. I kind of like the approach, but I will say the Mei, pretty interesting here in the money.
Yeah, and I really like the Mei pick here. It's one of those things that I've sort of played around with mentally, is the idea of playing Mei when you're trying to stall for time, because she's so good at just creating space for herself, making, just stalling out your offense, just slowing you down, making sure you can't push as reliably as you want to. And when time is everything to play for, she's going to be so vital there. It's going to be curious to see if they're going to be wary of pushing through that, because Mei, like, ID is ready. He's just sat there waiting for this Reinhardt to poke his nose out and try and isolate him for another basically brutal storm onto him. So here they go, and there, Mercy is cut off once again as battle is joined.
As the battle is joined, Chubbs tried to go in and punish. He was not able to do that. Got taken out immediately. He did take out Matt beforehand, and they immediately res Matt back up. Big res, though, going to come up here from the side of Enigma. 3 people brought back up. But look at Matt now. He's in a great position to drop the Deadeye if anyone moves in. He's actually going to save it, sees the free flashbang kill, and takes it. As Minstrel going to clean up some of the back. And again, a pretty decisive defense here. In fact, Minstrel using molten quartz at big effect.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that's happening is basically this turret on the opposite side is just staying up. No one's really taking it out very quickly. It's going to be up to Raytech. He's the only real ranged option here. Maybe a bit of burst damage coming out from Reinhardt with the Fire Strike. But McCree, especially over sort of moderate distance, can't kill a turret in very quick time. And unfortunately, it was just Nerd Slayer trying to bring it down. And Winston trying to take out a turret, that's going to take a little bit of time, especially if the Torbjorn's around. But it looks like they're going to push straight to the
going right in. The Blizzard is going to come out here from Mei. They're giving Mei exactly what she wants. She's going to zone a lot of them out with that Blizzard. They have to move to the left. Chubzone takes out one in the very beginning here as Matt coming in over the top gets a double kill with the Deadeye. Not going to be able to take out Raytech just yet, but Matt is a huge problem here for the offense. If you do not take out Cool Matt early on when going against Nubris, he will punish you horribly, but he is going to get taken out by a charge from Dota Genius. So all hope is not lost yet here for the offense.
Yeah, Dota Genius just finding those important charges, but it's just too little too late there. Cool Matt, again, just finding kill after kill after kill. And it was really, really interesting to see Minstrel as well just adjust that position, move the turret basically across from where they were expecting it to be. Raytech got caught up in a battle against Custer as well, of all people, who just sort of pistoled down the Widowmaker on that Mercy. That pistol really does pack a punch. You can't underestimate it. But meanwhile, Raytech looking for a snipe, trying to find what he can, just poking his nose out. Will he find a target there? As meanwhile, Torbjorn setting up once again right behind the point as well. And I think it's looking really good right now for Nubris.
Yeah, I mean, for this next push, Minstrel is going to be able to pop Molten-Core if they get any sort of threatening pressure here at all. As Buds takes out Raytech. Raytech went for the grapple shot, was immediately punished. Matt taking out Sky in the back. 3 kills here for the defense. And as a result, they're probably not even going to need the pop Molten-Core. They'll be able to save that for the next attack. And I'm just going to note here, time-wise in general, we've been talking about this first point. Mathematically, I don't really think Enigma can come back and win this. This has been such a good hold. There's 1 minute left total, so overall it should be GG. In fact, they're going to call GG right this second. There it is. Nubris will move on, but not a bad effort coming out from the side of Enigma, especially if you look back to what happened on King's Row.
Yeah, that was a really good showing by them. I think they should definitely re-enter on Friday, definitely take part in that tournament. I think with a little bit more of a favorable bracket, they could try and make it into that top 2. There's definitely an opening for them. Some of their players played especially well. Dota Genius, for example, just kept finding those Reinhardt charges. I don't know whether he's just got the gift of the gods or whether he's just extremely lucky, but finding that Mercy pick on the first half of Numbani, that was huge, and that could have set them up for a massive, massive counter swing. And then just finding Cool Matt as well. If you could find that kill a little bit earlier, maybe he could have opened something up for the team. But really well played by Enigma. A really good showing by them.
No, definitely. And again, I mean, you talked about Dota Genius. I will give him all the props in the world. He had a very impressive performance both on Kings Row and on Numbani. I mean, honestly, that Mercy pick was one of the best picks I've seen. Now, that's one of those things where how much was Dota Genius, how much was Kusta Gang caught out. It was still a great pickoff to save a team push and really delay the offense. So props to Dota Genius. Well played to Enigma. Unfortunately, though, not quite well played enough, as they will be not moving on here. Nubris will be the team to move on, and maybe we'll see more of Enigma on Friday.
I certainly hope so. I definitely urge them to take part. And I also want to give a special shout out as well to ID, like bring out the Mei. He was playing that Mei so well. There was one point where poor Dota Genius was sort of stuck with his back against the wall as the Reinhardt. And it's just so uncomfortable where the Mei just stood there waiting to sort of nip around the side and freeze you and isolate you and pick you off. And he was playing so well. And I think Nerdslayer is saying in the chat there as well, please win it. So Enigma urging Nubris to go on and take it all the way.
Well, that's always something that makes you look good, right? Is that, well, we might have lost a little bit earlier in the tournament, but we lost to the team that won it all. So what can you really take from that? And that's always one of those things where, teams always like hoping for. But for those who are just tuning in, this is the One Nation of Gamers Operation Breakout Tournament. This is qualifier number 1. Teams fighting for the right to participate in our larger tournament going on all throughout the month of June. $15,000 will be on the line. And even today, we have some great teams playing. We've been following Nubris, but for those who like watching some cross-Atlantic competition, Rogue is in here today. Rogue, most notable for winning the Take TV LAN, on top of OW Kings, Northern Gaming Blue, Northern Gaming Red. A lot of great teams here, and I'm just going to keep moving on.
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of peek through the brackets right now just to see what's been going on elsewhere in the tournament. It looks like Rogue are steadily making their way through. They did have a bye in the first round, so they are going on against Nexus. Not quite sure what's happening there. And it looks like Northern Gaming Red have also advanced. And there's also another game going on, which is Colorado Clutch against Northern Gaming Blue. Clutch is one of those teams that came out very, very well from Agents Rising. Just played above and beyond what you would expect out of them. And Northern Gaming Blue, formerly known as Gringo, is just one of the most experienced teams in Overwatch. And as we talked about earlier, ZP, they stuck together for a long time. They took part in every single tournament they could, and now it's starting to pay off. Now they're turning into a really well-rounded, really strong team. So I'm curious to see who comes out on top there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the sort of criticisms of Gringos, or not even criticisms, but sort of, speculation with them is that they were in the top 8 for a long time in beta, and people wondered, okay, what's going to happen to Gringos when you open the floodgates and everyone starts moving in? Are they still going to be a top 8 team, or are they going to fall off? And they have risen to the occasion. The pressure has not deterred them a bit. And in fact, they've been getting better results since launch. So they're pulling it together. And even with all the increased competition, all the new teams, they're proving themselves to be one of the better teams in the Overwatch scene. And how great would it be for them if they were able to win here today in this Operation Breakout qualifier?
Yeah, I really do wish them all the best, especially because they've just been trying. And one of the things that often happens to them is they often ran into IDDQD when IDDQD were on that monstrously long winning streak. And so, it's no big surprise to get knocked out there because IDDQD were just the dominant force in Overwatch for a while. But as you said, this tournament is just the open qualifier. We will have all the way through the month of June on the upcoming weekends, basically group stages between some of the best teams in Overwatch who are already through and already seeded into that system. And then we have 4 open slots, 2 of which will be filled today by the winner and runner-up of this tournament. And then on Friday, they'll have another shot and coming into the open qualifier, and then we'll fill the remaining 2 slots for 2 groups of 5 who will then play against each other, and we'll determine the tournament going forward from there. And I can't wait for that because there's so much Overwatch on the cards, so much coming up. And this is all in aid of a good cause as well, which really impressed me. It always, fills me with pride seeing gamers come together for something important. And this is basically come together on the back of a big contentious issue in tournaments is visas. And it's one thing that I've seen it time and time again. I'm a long-time esports viewer, and when you see a team try and compete in a tournament and someone can't take part because they don't have the right visa, and so they can't compete, it's a massive detraction from the tournament because suddenly, that team doesn't have its full roster. They can't play as well as they could. And so what we are urging you to do here is go to vgvn.onog.com, I think is the website, and there's a petition there. They're going to take it all the way to Capitol Hill and basically say we want P1 visas, which are athlete visas for esports, so that competitors can easily get into America, easily compete in these international tournaments that are no doubt going to be coming up for Overwatch, and basically have a smooth and easy time taking part with that.
And it's a case where, honestly, the laws, especially in the United States, just really need to catch up with the times. Obviously, for normal sports, these things have been in place for a really long time. Not a big deal. But, people look at video games. Video games haven't had the same sort of treatment when they absolutely should. The prize pools for video game tournaments are getting right up there with a lot of real sports as time goes on. The players that play in them should get the same level of respect. And that's why it's important to sign these petitions, make your voice known. And if you're in the United States, for example, write your congressman, say, hey, look, this is actually a big issue. Please fix this.
Yeah, and also it would be remiss of me not to mention the other sponsor taking part here, which is Razer. They do provide a lot of good peripherals. Unfortunately, as ZP, I know you work with hexagrams a lot, and hexagrams is just the king of plugging. I'm trying to do my best. I'm trying to learn from his lessons. I am actually sporting the Razer headset right now. They do make all kinds of peripherals. They have made some Overwatch specialist peripherals as well. I do actually have the keyboard as well. It's really cool because when you fire off an ultimate, all the lights sort of flash and do really cool and interesting things. So I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. I like the novelty. But Razer, definitely a big shout out to them as well for coming along, helping sponsor this event. And finally, Master Overwatch. If you aren't familiar with them, they are a website that they track stats. And basically, you can go and look up your own Battle.net ID on that. Or if you play on PlayStation or Xbox, you can look up your PSN ID or your Xbox Live ID. And you can basically see all the stats and you can compare yourself against pros. It's a really cool website. So, for example, I compare myself against Rogue Ryan Force, who's one of the best Reinhardt players in the world, in my opinion. And my Reinhardt, I actually kill more than him. But I also die twice as often, so that kind of shows you the weakness in my play, for example.
If nothing else, it gives you something to feel good about. You'd be like, okay, I'm comparing myself against a top player. Even if he's beating me in 9 out of 10 stats, there's this one stat where, you know what? That's a starting point. But we are getting into this next game here very shortly. It is going to be Northern Gaming Red versus Nubris, and this is going to be one of the big tests today for both of these teams. Northern Gaming Red, of course, they have had some very good results in recent time. I mentioned the open tournament that they recently won. They've been playing together for a while. I think we first really know them when they were playing in the Overkill tournament back before beta ended, back when they were known as the Grouchy Desperados, and they're going to go against Nubris, of course, a team with a bunch of other veterans. So going into this, based on what I've seen from both teams, I would still give the edge to Nubris, but it's not a huge edge. I would say maybe 55-45 in favor of Nubris. And if NG Red comes out strong and unseats them, I am not going to be surprised in the least.
Yeah, and it looks like the first map here will be Route 66. So like we said before, Route 66, one of those very versatile maps. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams adapt to each of the very different stages where high ground is also going to be very important, especially with one hero limit. Taking that high ground can be a little bit difficult. So it's going to be basically who slips up first, who slips up the most, and who's then going to set the best time off the back of that. But I think I'm ready to go. So I'm going to let the players know that we are ready here, ZP, as long as you're good to go.
I am good to go. Let's get this started. I want to see what happens here. In fact, I'm just surprised we're getting Route 66 again when really this map has been very underplayed in the meta up until perhaps the last 2 days.
Yeah, it was one of those maps that teams don't like. When it first came out, a lot of teams were sort of on the fence about it. They weren't quite sure where it's going to fit in because it is very different in how it's designed. It's very rotational based. It's not sort of well-rounded to choke points like a lot of the other maps are, especially, Numbani, for example. Hollywood, definitely down to that first choke point a lot, and Kings Row has sort of a lot of choke points, a lot of very narrow London streets. And so Route 66, far more open, a lot more mobility encouraged, and it's one of those maps that's just a very different style of play just required out of teams here as they do start to get set up here.
Yeah, 66, I think maybe part of why we're seeing a little bit more now is that I'll tell you that a big reason why teams avoided it was sort of the dominance of double Winston. You look at all the choke points on the map, it's very easy for 2 Winstons to leap in and to be hitting 3 to 4 people. The map tends to funnel people together, but maybe this is also a case for one hero limit making people a little bit more open to it just because you can't run that double Winston. Either way, taking a look here at the defense coming out from the side of Nubris, it's going to be Buds on the Widowmaker, Minstrel on Lucio, Kusta on Mercy, Coolmat, of course on McCree, Stoop on the Reinhardt, and let's talk about this one here. ID going to be repping the Mei again, and Nubris is one of the teams that's really been trying to bring Mei into the meta, both on Numbani and now here on Route 66.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him bring it out before, and it worked there. I mean, Mei's going to be very good for controlling those sort of tunnel spaces around the map and making sure that people can't push reliably across the road as well, just breaking up the push. But meanwhile, as Northern Gaming Red get ready to push out, we do have Mangachu on the Roadhog. We have Wolf on Widowmaker, Bread Expert, that's an amazing name, on Lucio, Chance on Reinhardt, Naptime on Mercy, and Exion on the McCree. And yeah, I love this Mei pick. I love seeing Mei. I love seeing variety come out. And this is one reason why I'm a big fan of One Hero Limit, is you do start to see this variety sort of creep into the meta as people do start to do these situational picks. But meanwhile, we see both teams set up. Well, we see the defensive team set up on the high ground. Let's see where the first blood is drawn.
Buds is absolutely going to be looking to take out Wolf, but I've seen a lot of Wolf in recent times, and Wolf is a pretty good sniper. I don't think this is going to be easy for Buds in least. expecting both of them to take off, but wow, Bud's punishing Chance, going for the fire strike, gets a headshot. Chance will be getting healed up, but this fight is about to be underway in a moment. And here's the key thing for Nubris. Look for them to activate Speed Boost and for Matt to go in the back. Matt is so good about going in, and here he goes. He's on the way, moving to the back as Bud's picking off 2 people to start this fight. Matt able to take out the Mercy, and that's the advantage of this high ground. You can just leap down and punish teams like this, Sam.
Yeah, it was really interesting to watch him set up because for a while I thought Northern Gaming Red had a really good position. Mangachu sort of snuck through the tunnel, put a lot of damage onto Reinhardt's barrier and broke it far earlier than it looked like Chance's barrier was going to go down. So it definitely gave, I thought, in my mind at least, the advantage very early on to Northern Gaming Red. But then that counter regression comes out, they all jump down. Coolmat finds a quick pick on the Mercy, I think, and Buds finds 2 quick picks as well. And it all just starts to go horribly wrong very quickly. And it looks like they're about ready to fight again.
Round 2 is about to be underway, but this time the ultimate's favoring the defense. Matt has Deadeye. He's going to go to the back, look for this quick pick off, and now the Deadeye is going to come in. The power of the high ground making its mark as Matt completes the triple kill. 2 kills from the Deadeye, 1 from the right click. Mangachu going to be falling here in a moment. And this is just the effectiveness of being able to rush in. And in particular, it's sort of this idea that you get McCree to the back line, you're going to have good things happen.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see, how are they going to deal with this? Are they going to make any adaptations? I'm not seeing any changes come out right now. They might be just waiting for a couple of ultimates, but I'm not sure what ultimate they're going to be waiting for that's going to actually turn this battle. They've got nothing to really slow down this defense. It's just dropping down onto them. Maybe they need something like a Junkrat to just spam them away, punish them with something up. And it looks like they're about ready to engage against. They sneak through this tunnel, and they're going around the flank, so they're trying to exploit the high ground, trying to attack from a different angle as they start trading blows. But I'm just waiting for Buzz to basically find this first pick. Mangachu, though, does land the hook and does take it faster.
Absolutely beautiful pick coming up from Mangachu. That's going to stop the defense from resurrecting. 2 people are already down on the defense as they move forward, make it 3. Matt and Minstrel having to run for their life, and as good as Matt has been at keeping his team in it, he is going to get headshot by Wolf. What a beautiful Russian from NG Red, and it was all made possible by Mangachu able to take out Kusta because Kusta could not eliminate those picks because he was dead.
Yeah, though this Roadhog is so vital for that kind of thing. You're looking for those quick picks, and during that as well, Mangachu managed to fire up his ultimate and launch Stoop off the cliff. And it's always hilarious when that happens. As a Reinhardt, you just sort of feel really, really down when a Roadhog's ulting you, because if you try and charge, you just start flying, and you will go flying off the cliff as well. It looks like Mangachu's actually decided to change off the Roadhog, however, going for Soldier 76, trying to sort of get some of that range damage out, maybe get a little bit more healing on the point as they start pushing forward. There's a High Noon. Canucks don't find anything there. It looks like they're going to just retreat behind the back of this building, so this is going to probably be cancelled. Just get 50% of that ultimate back as the team does prepare to position for the next fight.
Different defense right now. Deadeye coming out from Matt. Matt looking to zone things out. Meanwhile, Stoop is a huge threat right now. He has Earth Shatter on deck and Elevation. He's going to speed up. He's looking for the chance to drop down the Earth Shatter, but he can't go too ham. He doesn't want to run the Chance badly, but Chance went for the Earth Shatter of his own. Got taken out. A beautiful initiation coming out from Stoop here. But look at NG Red off the Resurrection. They're starting to turn it back in their favor. 2 kills for them. We'll see if they can hold it in, but it does look like Hubris is going to hold this and have a successful team fight.
Yeah, Paul Mangachu has to sprint away, trying to get back to the rest of his team, trying to avoid dying at all costs, because any death you do suffer, that's ultimate charge to the other team, and you've got to be really careful about giving that up. And I mean, during all that jockeying for position to try and find the Earth Shatters, Coolmat just came down and killed 2 people. It looks like, again, Northern Gaming Red trying to change position, coming from a different angle here as both teams sort of start shooting into each other's barrier. Chance has actually dropped down, however, so now he's a bit isolated. It wouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, there it goes. Coolmat goes in for the flank, and yeah, does pick up the Reinhardt. And that's going to be really bad now for Northern Gaming Red, as they try and find position, and just might have to wait for Reinhardt to come back.
Of all the people that can get picked early on in a fight, there's a priority order. The person you absolutely don't want picked is Mercy because of res, but the second person is Reinhardt. Because if your Reinhardt dies early on, your team can't push forward, and you don't want to use a Mercy res on just a single Reinhardt. So if either of those 2 die early, it can kill a push. Chance is, though, back into it. Deadeye is coming out here from the offense. They're looking to crack Stoop's shield as they move forward. His shield will be cracked as Wolf is able to take out Buds as a result. But here comes the defense moving back in. Sound barriers out. ID in the back as Reaper. Matt Gang the double kill. And the counter engage from Nubris, very strong right now as ID, wreaking havoc in the bottom. Takes out Lucio, looking for the Reinhardt. Chance swinging the hammer is going to fall. And that wasn't a bad opening from NG Red, but the counter initiation from Nubris was absolutely on point.
Yeah, I think they weren't expecting this Reaper to just come in and basically lay down the damage, and now it does have that Death Blossom ready. Reaper, I've been seeing sort of more and more pick as one hero limit comes in. I really like Reaper, especially pairing up with a Lucio, get that speed boost on him, and you can just get him into the backline so quickly. And when Reaper's going at you at turbo speed, it's so difficult to deal with him because he will just land hit after hit after hit and take out anything he wants to. It looks like they have swapped up a little bit. They have brought out the Winston, so I'm going to be curious to see where this is going to go. Maybe to look for the Mercy in the back.
He's looking for the Death Blossom right now. When that shield goes down, nothing is going to stop him from wreaking death and destruction. He's going to drop down, drop the cube, but get dropped by the hammer from Chance. Chance saw it coming, knocks him down. ID not able to get the Death Blossom out. And this is big here for NG Red. They stopped the Death Blossom just in time, got 2 quick kills, and Nubris has to run back, try and regroup, not chain these deaths, so they could be giving up this next checkpoint for free.
Yeah, it's so hard now, especially trying to get out of that tight little choke point, trying to push back onto this point. In my mind, it's honestly better to just let it go because that choke is so difficult to push through, especially now that Widowmaker Ultimate is up. Wolf is just going to be ready to take what shot he can find. It looks like Id has actually managed to take out the Winston, so Winston just went into the back there. Exion looking to buy a little bit more time, a little bit of space, and they're ready to go for this final point, but this is really tough to push through.
It is tough to push through, and no, Death Blossom is still up, even though he went to use it because he got stopped so early on. He effectively got a full ult refund. ID is going to get a second attempt here. And I can't say enough, though, about what Chance did a moment ago. That Earth Shatter was beautifully timed. An absolute satisfying for NG Red, but here comes ID, speed boosted, coming in through the back, going to drop the Death Blossom, getting stymied a bit by the shields, but it doesn't matter. A full team effort coming in from Nubris, 4 kills, everyone getting involved, and just a good engage overall that's going to delay NG Red just a little bit more.
Yeah, Nubris looking really solid on these high ground engages, and even though it couldn't quite find as many kills as he wanted with that Death Blossom, just the combined threat of Id and Coolmat was just too much to handle, and they found a lot of quick kills. But it looks like Northern Gaming Red trying to find position quickly, using their speed boost to reposition, getting on high ground of their own, and sort of trying to match position, firing across this sort of narrow canyon divide now as both teams set up on opposite sides. Who's going to break the barrier first, and then how they're going to sort of smash into each other after is going to be very curious. But this is good for Nubris because all this time they're not pushing the payload.
They're not pushing payload, and ID is measuring the team right now in the back. He was looking for a flank. They actually went back to the payload instead. Snoop moving in, tried to get the Earth Share down, ends up getting charged out instead. Mangachu now coming in big on the McCree, takes out Minstrel, and that's 2 quick kills here for the offense. Resurrection will be coming out here for the defense. Both teams getting to a bit of a brawl, looking to turn this in their favor. It is absolutely bloody down here right now,
Yeah, it's looking really good for Northern Gaming Red, though. Both supports are now down from Nubris, so they're going to have a really hard time sustaining in this fight as it goes on. But Buds, meanwhile, does find the shot onto Exxon, does pick that off, and meanwhile, Id is still in the back, so ID just looking for that position, but McCree is just going to keep him back. Mangachu hunting him down now, make sure he can't come in from behind, and that Death Blossom on Id isn't that far away, 80%, so just 1 or 2 shots into the back of that Reinhardt, he's going to be ready to go.
Matt right now has the backline in sights, is able to take out Mangachu with that right click. Deadeye on the way, gonna cancel it. High Noon just kidding, as Chance now finds himself really overextended the back. He's going to go down here in just a moment as both Matt and Minstrel swarming on top of him. Meanwhile, in the backline, ID was able to pick up a double kill, and NG Red getting stopped right before the finish line here. 25 seconds remaining in this matchup, and NG Red maybe has 1 final push left, but they're not gonna get good positioning for it. They just have to touch the card.
Yeah, if they can get there quick enough, but no one swapped onto something like Tracer or Genji, maybe to sort of take the really fast route. They might be able to just sort of touch it, but in that scramble to get on it, they're running into an Earth Shatter. So I'm going to be very curious to see when the flashbang comes over, expecting Coolmat to sort of land that, and then the Earth Shatter to come out, but it looks like battle's been joined.
Battle is underway. Stupid is just hanging on there. Shadow gonna drop it. Knocks down 3 people. He's charging in. Nubris trying to just swarm over this, and they will do just that. 4 quick kills here for Nubris as they move in. And this is looking very good for a full hold for the side Nubris. Not a whole lot of life left in NG Red.
Yeah, they're going to really sort of struggle to get this now. Exxon doing the best he can. Jumping around with that Winston does get eventually taken out by Coolmat. Picked off from the sky there. They're going to try one more time to get in there. Naptime goes forward, but no, gets cut down as she flies in on the Mercy. And that was a really that was a close match in my mind because both teams were using that high ground really well. I'm very curious to see, how Northern Gaming Red will respond on the defensive. But Coolmat, player of the game at the moment. Although Id just doing amazing things as well in the background. I'm very curious to see where this game of course, this was that excellent engage where both Reinhardt's looking for that Earth Shatter, but during the meantime, Coolmat just picks up 2 kills as easy as you like.
The one thing that Matt does really well compared to a lot of McCree's is that he's able to utilize Lucio's speed boost in such a way that he can get to the back line, choose the right target, and take them out. That was what was so effective in the very, very beginning of the match, where you saw them leaping down onto NG Red over and over again. But while we're talking about NG Red, big shout outs to Mangachu and his use of Roadhog, especially in the beginning. The fact that he was able to move in, pick out a Mercy, effectively threading the needle and taking her out. I'm not going to say he single-handedly won that fight, but he had a huge contribution to that fight, and it's why NG Red maybe didn't get stopped at the very beginning, because Nubris, up until that point, was looking very, very good on their early defense.
Yeah, it's why I love the Roadhog pick. He's just so good for those very quick kills, just opening things up and just making sure that basically you are going to struggle against him. If he finds that opening and it just crowbarred open that first offensive, well, not first offensive, but the first point, made it possible for them to push in, really start a proper engagement off the back of it, and also just like the repositioning they went through. So they tried pushing through the bottom, then they tried going through the lower tunnel, then went on the higher tunnel, and sort of jockeyed around, were patient, found the pick, and then just capitalized off the back of it. And that was a really nice play out of them. But meanwhile, as the teams do pick out their heroes, it looks like Northern Gaming Red almost set up the full team, but will probably be nap time on the Mercy. Mangachu going for McCree this time, Brad Expert on the Lucio, Wolf back on Widowmaker, Chance on Reinhardt. I'm curious to see what Exion goes here, Roadhog. So he will be looking for, well, there will be a few more hooks coming out and maybe a couple more juicy picks.
Well, big shout outs to everyone now joining the stream, coming in from Soda Pop in stream. Obviously, now the chat is very, very pro NG Red. For those who don't know, NG Red is Soda Poppin's team. He is sponsoring them and wants the absolute best for them. But for those who want to see what the enemy team is here, the team that NG Red must defeat, it is going to be Nubris. You have ID on the Genji, Cool Matt on the Tracer, Stoop on Zarya, Buds on Widowmaker, Minstrel on the Winston, and Kusa going to round things out here on the Mercy.
So the ones again going for this sort of double flanker build, they're going to try and sort of open the team up. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see sort of Genji and Tracer especially try and nip around the back, maybe punish this clumping a little bit, try and open things up for Buds, make sure that, you know, he can get one or two picks and then capitalize off the back of that. But it's going to be curious to see how they handle the high ground. Minstrel's also going to be ready to jump in, and I think Stoop's going to be ready there to provide a barrier for him as the teams do roll out.
Well, big thing that Nubris is going to have here, they will have the Zarya Genji combo. That means you can do Graviton Surge in the Dragon Blade, and that's one way of clearing out a rooftop like that. I think it's a good approach. But if Bud's able to get pick off here, he's going for the grapple shot. They might not even need that. Bud's not going to land that grapple shot right away, but it's still good to attempt it nonetheless, as a fight will be joined here very shortly.
Yeah, Cool Matt meanwhile snuck through the bottom, looking for what he can find. He's just sneaking around, crouching, maybe going to try and hunt down this Widowmaker. Is sort of getting fed information by his teams, both teams shock position, and like Zarya, again, it's going to be so pivotal here, but it looks like Battlespin's job.
The speed boost is out, and NG Red trying to be just as aggressive as Nubris was, but in the backline, you see that Cool Matt is able to take out Mangachu, taking out the McCree is a huge deal. Very blade between both teams, trading back and forth as Buds absolutely going off, has a double kill so far in this fight, is sniping from the backline and making it work, but Wolf going to stop that in short order. The defense of NG Red shaken a bit here, but not broken as they stay here on the payload.
Yeah, Cool Matt, all that time, just dancing around the tanks, managed to take out Reinhardt. Didn't quite land the bomb on the Roadhog, but Roadhog has his ultimate up, going to buy a little bit more space. ID now coming in on the Genji. Can he get into the back there? Does deflect the hook, so it will be nice and safe from that. But this is actually good ground gain, as Minstrel actually does find Mangachu as well in the back there, and it looks like they're ready to engage again.
They're moving right back in. Minstrel using the Zarya shield to maximize his Winston, able to cleave 3 players at a time, acting as a huge distraction, but Chance drops the Earth Shatter, almost takes out Stoop, but Stoop somehow going to live for a bit, will go down, but the resurrection coming out from Kusta, the oppression from Nubris is real as Matt and ID get in the back, picking up a kill each. Matt now has a pulse bomb, can drop it at any moment, might not need to, as in general, Nubris just cleaning up that fight. Very back and forth on both sides, but a little bit stronger mechanical play coming out from Nubris, saving the day.
Yeah, Nubris looking really good there. They managed to take out Nat Time before that Resurrect came out. So as you can see, Nat Time still is ready with the Mercy Resurrect. So it has it for the next fight, but that's not the one that the point was over. And now if they set a really good time here, they could just take this map immediately. If they don't set a fast time here, then they have to be a little bit careful and have to push all the way to the end. Otherwise, they will basically come to a tie, I do believe. Yes, no. They'd have to do full holes in both times. So if they push, yeah, so it's basically whoever pushes to the second point faster. If Nubris can take it quickly here, though, and they're in position to do it as well as War. Oh,
look at the ultimate situation. They have Graviton Surge, they have Dragon Blade. The Graviton is out, it sucks in everyone! ID moving in! The Pulse Bomb goes off, the Dragon Blade goes off! Death and destruction as NG Red has been fully team wiped. If you were the Blink, you would have missed it. That was absolutely picture perfect on.
Absolutely, my God, that's what you call a wombo combo. Good Lord, and just that's the power of Zarya, right? She can get you where you need to go in good time because she has that all-powerful ultimate. It looks like Northern Gaming Blue spilling out right now, trying to find a counter-engage. There's a Resurrect. Axion, meanwhile, trying to score the point as best he can, but they're a little bit sort of fractured, trying to get through this choke point. Mistral trying to buy a little bit of time. There's a sound barrier coming up. Chance, though, finds the amazing Earthshatter. Can he kill anything off on the back of it? This is actually looking fairly good for Northern Gaming Red, so you Soda Poppin fans come in right time, because I think they might have just held it.
They are going to hold it. That was a great comeback coming in from them. Chance coming in with the Earth Shatter and just good cleanup in general. Sort of a misplay there from Nubris to get engaged on that hard. I think Nubris thought they were going to cruise to the next point after that absolutely decisive team wipe. The problem is that since everyone died at the same time, no deaths got staggered while they were pushing the payload and actually let the defense group up a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and now they're in a sort of a difficult position because they're going to try and slip around the back here, maybe go through the building and then just fight on the point. They're pulling down to the low ground. It looks like a fight's just got to be joined. It's looking really good.
They're moving in. Coolmac gets a double kill very quickly here. Buzz over the top takes out Nap Time as Widow. 3 people are down here for the defense. No resurrection is on the table, and NG Red is just going to get mopped up here again by Nubris, as Nubris now putting forth a pretty good time, a time that if they're able to get to the end, they will beat NG Red. In fact, they could be game already. Based on time. That's why Kusa saying GG ? We're gonna let the players play it out though until a full decision is made.
Yeah, exactly. We aren't admins, and it looks like players can shout out, so they're just going to keep playing on right now, and we will get a full decision out of that. I didn't quite catch the time. The second point was reached, unfortunately, so I can't confirm or deny who's completely won at the moment, but we'll play it out, and it's looking really good right for Nubris. They are looking incredibly strong, and they are really set up as well for this next push. They do have the Dragon Blade ready on ID, and Coolmac is also ready with that High Noon.
All right, here we go. They're moving in, trying to deal with that Deadeye. Bud's going to take out Longachu, though, and Chance as the defense of NG Red trying to be aggressive, getting punished in short order. 4 kills now for Nubris as Buds is going absolutely crazy in the back, has himself a triple kill. Matt with a little bit of cleanup. And I like the aggressiveness coming out from NG Red, but just did not connect the way they were hoping.
Yeah, that was really solid, and it just drew the Dragon Blade, tried to hunt down that Mercy, did manage to sort of dodge away and get the Resurrect off, but Buds just found kill after kill after kill, and Coolmac as well, just in the middle of it all, finding those picks that he's becoming known for, well, has been known for basically since the start of Overwatch. Just really good kill priority on, really good positioning, finding what he can, but Chance coming out now, gets the Earthshatter down, does make the find everyone swinging away the hammer in the middle.
A beautiful Earthshatter coming from Chance, knocks down 3 people, sets up his entire team to just remove Nubris from this point. NG Red not going down just yet. And Chance, that's the second time this game where he has come in after a big team wipe and dropped the hammer and really turned things in NG Red's favor. Reinhardt's making plays on both teams, and NG Red with a little bit of life left in them just yet.
Yeah, Chance is really just, he's ready to sort of launch in, slam the hammer down, and really set things up for his team. Here comes Magnitude with both, well, it's High Noon on both sides, so it definitely is 12 o'clock right here. Can they find any real damage out of it, though? No, down goes the Reinhardt barrier server, so they're going to retreat a little bit as they do set up for this next fight.
And take a look at ID. ID has a Dragon Blade. He's just measuring the team, looking to move in, going to be dropping the Dragon Blade in soon, but Winston gonna drop any hopes he had there. You cannot deflect the Winston primary attack. Bud's got 2 kills, but it might not be enough as Exion pushing Nubris in pretty hard. Meanwhile, we still have fights going on the payload. Snoop gonna drop the hammer, not getting much out of it. And this is another good defense coming out of NG Red. It was a little bit scattered, but they held together, got the kills they needed to get, and even with Bud's getting 2 pickoffs, it was not enough.
Yeah, NG Red managed to find Custer, stop basically that Resurrect coming out, so the second engagement was never really there. That said, ID still has that Dragon Blade, and that can be so pivotal in these offensives. Just one good position, or one good Earthshatter on the back of that, and he will just cut everyone down into ribbons, basically. Also, we do see Bud swap off the Widowmaker onto the Reaper, but it looks like a counter-engage.
Counter engage is coming out, but ID coming out the flank, has a Dragon Blade, has Mercy in his sights, going to go for one deflect on the McCree, will do damage, but gets taken out. Not the Dragon Blade ID was looking for. Meanwhile, in the backline, Nubris is getting bullied on multiple angles. Bud's the only one getting killed in the Exion. Exion has been playing Winston phenomenally well for NG Red in the last few engagements. He's been leaping in without fear, setting the tone for the team fight, and oftentimes picking up 1 to 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, his target priority has been absolutely spot on, but oh my lord, looks like Charles going for the Earthshatter, doesn't quite find it though, does get stunned up for his trouble, and here comes Stu with the counter engage as well, actually on the Reaper of his own. I'm really curious to see what Buds is going to do here, because here does the Death Blossom ready, is Wraith forming in, and there it is, the Death Blossom goes down, 2 kills, 1 point, and it looks like they might take it off the back of this.
The Death Blossom absolutely hitting pay dirt there, getting the double kill, and also Chance's Earthshatter was just sort of blocked out by the shields. He got no value off of it, unlike the last few. And now Nubris in the driver's seat, very close to clearing all of this out. The Resurrection will be out. This is their last chance. Stoop with another Earth Shatter, going to knock people down. Cool Matt with the follow-up. Got a triple kill even before the Deadeye. Deadeye going to kill Brett Expert, and this should be GG in favor of Nubris.
Well played by Nubris, and really well played by Northern Gaming Red as well. It's like every single time it looked like they were going to lose it, they just came back even stronger. Just right until the end there, they couldn't quite find the McCree in the back. He found a lot of kills and then found the High Noon as well. He found the Sun somehow in that little dark room, but ID, this has got to be the Dragon Blade Tobalstein wombo combo, because that was absolutely crazy.
There's nothing else it can be. This was just nothing but devastation. The pulse bomb was in there as well as the other things. I'm not sure. I'm losing my mind. Either way, that was just a huge play.
Yeah, that was insanely good. And that's sort of what you expect out of a Zarya. That's why, again, I really like Zarya picks on stopwatch. You can just set your team up for a very reliable push. You just need one ultimate in there, maybe two, you know, if you are going to combine the Pulse Bomb and the Dragon Blade. But just like Genji alone is enough. You get that first reset and you can just keep dashing back through it, and you're going to get reset after reset after reset no matter what. So you might not even need the Dragon Blade, and especially like one of my favorites as well is Zarya and Reinhardt, when the Reinhardt can just sort of wade in and start swinging away with that massive hammer and get all the damage out. That was very popular in close beta 1, I remember especially. But yeah, very well played on both sides. I'm looking forward to the next map.
Yeah, and I mean, then NG Red definitely had their moments of brilliance in that last fight. Even though Nubris was able to take the map, NG Red gave it back to them and more at points. Both teams had their moments of definitive team wipes, and we've seen NG Red do well in the past. So even though NG Red will go down on Route 66, we'll see if they can make a big comeback here on Hollywood, which will be our second map.
Yeah, so Hollywood definitely sort of, one of the very varied maps, and both of these teams do seem to have like a mastery of the high ground. I have heard complaints before about one hero limit where taking high ground is very difficult, but both these teams seem prepared to do it, and they do seem to have like strategies ready in their playbook. I'm just going to let the teams know that we are ready as long as we're ready, ZP.
We are ready. I am ready to go in. You're ready. Hopefully production is ready, and we should be good to go here in just a second.
Yeah, it's crazy how close these games are. Like, every single time it looked like Northern Gaming Red were on the back foot, they just swung back in, and that was mostly on the back of chance, to be honest. Like, and that's not saying that, you know, they lucked into it. That was chance. The Reinhardt player coming in, dropping the hammer, swinging away, creating openings, making space, and just being a good front man for his team, basically. Keeping them alive in this tournament and keeping their hopes basically up and running on the back of him, I think. And he's definitely one to watch here.
I feel like it's been a good day for Reinhardt's in general. Stoop has had some great moments. Dota Genius, of course, back in the previous set, had some good moments. And now here, Chance has had some good moments. Though, contrary to the popular belief, Chance is not Soda Poppin'. That is just entirely a coincidence that a team that Soda Poppin' sponsored has a player named Chance. But it's also fun to just say, hey, it's actually Soda Poppin'.
What are the chances, basically? I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. So I had to go.
No,
exactly.
Not like this. This is how you get your Twitch channel banned.
I'm just waiting.
No, well, the Twitch cops are around. I'm just saying. You think they don't enforce penalties?
I'll be careful, and I'll definitely be careful.
It's too late. They're already coming to your door. Good luck.
Oh God, no. But meanwhile, like, aside from all this punishment, although we do see Mangachu, oh God, he's chilled out now on Mei. Sorry, once I've started, I can't stop. It's a British thing. I really can't. But meanwhile, Nubris setting off on the defensive. Cool Matt going back to the McCree. ID on the Junkrat, very standard pick for this map. Custer back on the Mercy. Minstrel on Symmetra. Bards once again on the Widowmaker. And Stoop on Reinhardt.
Indeed. Meanwhile, looking at the NG Red squad, it's going to be Chance on the Reinhardt. Nap time on Mercy. Exion on Zarya. Mangachu on a Mei. I wonder if that's going to stand. Offensive Mei, that would be a little bit unprecedented. I haven't seen too much of it. Could be real. We'll find out in a moment. Wolf on the McCree and Bread Expert on Lucio. A lot of times you see Mangachu as Pharah here, so to see him on Mei. In fact, he is moving out as Mei. This is happening right now.
I'm very curious to see if they like speed boost him in maybe and try and wall someone off before they can actually really reinforce. Try and catch them off guard maybe with the wall. There's the wall. Oh, it looks like Mangachu just basically stopped it off his team. There's a Zarya web, however, putting damage onto the back of it, and it looks like they're ready to fight. But it looks like they're going to take the high ground, actually. That's a really smart move. Do like to see teams do this and occupy the high ground, sets them up very nicely for a fight on the point.
They're moving over there, but they did sort of leave Mei behind. Mei's going to have to walk back into the fight in just a moment, just slowly walking over. Maybe the defense won't see her, but I do like taking the high ground like this. Have gotten up there without any casualties, but Bud's going to kill Mangachu, and that's because he took so much poke early on. He was late getting to fight, gets picked off, and now this is 65 in favor of Nubris, and Nubris really has a big advantage here. In fact, they might just flank this because they know they have that advantage.
Yeah, Widowmaker showing that she has the colder heart, even though May is the Ice Queen. And here comes a Riptire out of ID. Can he land on the team? Does actually manage to find nap time, and that's no mercy for the next fight. So I'm going to be curious to see if Nubrus can actually capitalize on the back of this. Maybe they're going to go aggressive. No, it looks like they're just going to hold on to the point, wait for, well, just let the team back up, basically, and not actually counter-engage to the back of that. So they're just going to hold it, buy what time they can. And I'm actually curious to see also how fast can Exxon get that Graviton Surge ready, because that's going to be the real dam buster here, I think.
Honestly, I think that's okay for them to hold back a little bit in this situation. And the reason is that we've seen teams really get punished for being over-aggressive on defense when they don't need to be. It's up to the offense to make the plays here. The defense can stand back, and Bud's going to kill Mangachu. Already a 65 in favor of Nubrus here. The offense just moving forward anyways. Wolf will take out Stoop. So with Reinhardt down, there's a little bit of a chance here for NG Red as they move in. Both teams getting the fray of it on top of the point. But overall, Nubrus just getting the pickoffs that they need. Matt's still full HP over the top. A three-person res, though. This fight is not over yet. That might be over before it begins.
Gus is on that high ground, does have the Resurrect ready as well, so they are good to go. And Coolmat going in, finding Chance. Will try and land the shot, but Chance actually managed to survive. There's the total steal as well. Can Exxon land the damage? Going through, no, Stu gets the shield up and running in time, and he's just going to back off, and he's going to get picked off there by Coolmat. And that was very, very nearly swung in favor of Northern Gaming Red. That was edgy as seat stuff. This has been close between both teams in all these engagements.
No, it's definitely really close. It was a good resurrection, but in the end, not quite they needed. And I wish Exion would have saved his Graviton, because he uses Graviton, I think, a little bit early or a little bit late there, and as a result, it's going to take a while for it to build back up. Hang on, the fight is getting in place right now. You think they'd wait, but no, NG Red moving in. They delete Stoop from the game, but not without losing 3 people in the progress. It was a really aggressive push in, but it's getting punished just as quickly. We see Zarya in the back now trying to take out Mercy. He's sort of getting rope-a-doped around. And that's going to be a full hold for Nubrus, and I was not expecting that fight to get engaged there on.
Yeah, that was really caught me off guard as well, because that fight basically started off the back of Buds getting a pick on the enemy team, and then they just said, oh, we're a person down, let's push. And so that caught me off guard as well. You're not the only one. Buds has actually been finding these picks, really playing Widowmaker well at the moment. It looks like they swapped off the Widowmaker as well. They did swap on to them from the May for a little bit. Now back on to McCree and do have the Winston as well, so they might be looking to hunt it down as they do take the high ground once more and are ready to fight again.
They are taking the high ground, and they need to make something happen soon. They are very quickly running out of time. Note, though, that Stoop does have the Earth Shower, so if they drop down, they have to be well aware of that. As Bud's going to pick off Wolf, being down to McCree is so painful. You lose a lot of your damage, and Stoop now moving forward. He's on the prowl. He's absolutely looking for an Earth Shatter, but if they get another pickoff on, they might not even need to use it.
Yeah, and it's so dangerous actually taking that high ground, because I've just noticed Symmetra's put an absolute boatload of turrets into that shrubbery on the left-hand side. So if you do drop down there, it's going to be bad news. But it looks like Battle for much more.
Oh, there it is. A 4-person Earth Shatter. Stoop connects. And as a result, that's going to be another team wipe here for the side of Nubrus. Exion, the last one remaining, he gets taken out. Stoop's patience paying off.
Absolutely. Just, that was devastating to behold. They all come around the corner and just get completely stopped up, just cleaned up in a matter of moments as well. Now Bud's going to sort of position forward, look for what kills he can find, and they could actually take this fight right here, right now.
They are taking, I mean, they don't have much time. They want to try and catch him off guard. They're going to slam Stoop into the wall in the back. Stoop under assault, will get taken out. Note, though, Kusa, though, running in, going to bring up those fallen heroes. Matt died after the res, though, and this might not be enough. 4 quick kills here for NG Red. Even with the res, they might have this yet, Tom.
Yeah, they might have it, but the teleporter is up and running for Symmetra, so she, has been around long enough. It looks like Mangachu's going to go and find that, and take that. No, it looks like it was all used, so all the charges have been used for it now. But, doesn't quite find the zip wire. He will get hunted down by that gorilla. Coolmat now coming onto the point, trying to find what damage he can. Does take out nap time, but he is on his own. He's getting now healed up, but, he's still alive. How is he still alive?
He's still alive. The Mercy is keeping him healed. And now Nubrus is swarming back in. Coolmat might have a Deadeye up. Here comes the Deadeye. He's charging it. Will take out the Winston. Does serious damage to people on the point. And Stoop has the Earth Shatter. Will clear it out. Oh my goodness. What a turnaround coming out from Nubrus to get back onto the point like that. And NG Red going to be full held on the very first point here on Hollywood.
That's absolutely huge. That completely changes how you're going to strategize to go through, because all they need to do is take all the time in the world now to take that first point. And if they do, then they've basically taken this series, because it is a best of 3. With Coolmat here, with play of the game, it's going to be one towards the end. It's going to be this Deadeye, and it's absolutely perfect. Spot on. Oh dear. Didn't quite get the Winston, but just gets that finishing shot, and then just a stun Zarya, just lined up for you by Stoop, getting that Earth Shadow, stunning the rest of the teams, cleaning up. These Reinhardts today, they've been just completely on form, worth every penny. I love it.
No, we've seen just great Reinhardt play today. Every now and then you get a tournament where one thing in particular is standing out. Sometimes it's the McCrees, well, a lot of time it's the McCrees because it's McCree, but a lot of times it's Widows, sometimes it's the Mercies, and today just seems to be a Reinhardt day.
Yeah, absolutely. They've come out swinging basically. Again, I can't help it. It's a British thing. It's wordplay and humor. It's built into my soul. But I'm loving. I'm absolutely like. It's incredible to see them. The amount of times they just come out ready to go, find the right Earth Shadow, just find the position for it, get it past any barrier that's trying to get set up, and set their team up for a number of kills and swing the game completely off the back of it. It's really impressive stuff. Now I'm going to be curious to see if Nubris can basically counterplay. Are they going to go for the Zarya? I reckon they are, and it looks like they're setting up for it. And looks like, yeah, I think there's a wombo combo building up here. So just looking at Nubris' team lineup first, although hoping that they don't change because they will be in spawn. But Coolmat is on the McCree, Custer on Mercy, ID on the Pharah, Minstrel on Lucio, Stoop on Reinhardt, and Buds on the Zarya. And I'm expecting a Zarya-Pharah wombo combo at some point.
No, absolutely. And I really like Zarya in situations like this, just in general, but also you look what Nubris has to do to win the game. All they need to do is get one big team wipe, and Graviton is one of the best tools for doing that if you have any follow-up. Lots of things can follow up to it. Of course, Pharah and Reaper and a few others are sort of the more common, but you can also do Pulse Bomb, you can do Hanzo. So many things combo well into it, and having a Zarya, it just helps for taking that first point. But taking a look here at the defense coming up from the side of NG Red, it's going to be Chance on the Reinhardt, Nap Time on Mercy, Bread Expert on Lucio, Mangachu on the Junkrat, Wolf on Widowmaker, and Exion on the McCree. And I'll tell you this much, if they want to prolong the series, they have to force a draw here on Hollywood, and the only way they're going to be doing that is if they hold just as well as Nubris just did.
Yeah, and one interesting thing to note is they do not have the Symmetra, so there is no safety net. They're putting all their eggs in one basket, basically just hoping that they can deal enough damage. The Junkrat is there to sort of try and spam them out, but Junkrat into Zarya is always a big risk in my mind because it just can give that Zarya a free huge amount of charge, and when she starts dealing damage, it can be huge.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of Junkrat. I mean, even though he is effectively standard here, he feeds Zarya a lot, and that's probably why you're seeing a lot of Zarya play as well. Because if you're doing good Junkrat play, you still can't really avoid feeding the Zarya. But here we go. Exactly. The fight is about to be underway here in a moment, but maybe not. I mean, you look at Nubris can wait a while here on. They don't have to go straight in. They can take their time.
Yeah, Nubris can be patient, look for a pick or two maybe, although they don't have anyone they don't have Buds on the Widowmaker anymore, so they can't really get the, do anything off the back of that. And I'd say that Buds has been getting the better of Wolf as well, but it looks like they're taking their time, maybe trying to build up a little bit of ultimate, maybe get Custer ready to go. There it is, and it looks like battle's about to be joined.
They're speeding in. ID going right to the back off that speed boost. Has Mercy in sights, lands one direct rocket, lands a second. Nap Time is down. He is going to be taking a nap. Both teams down one person now, but now, if you look at Kusta has a resurrection. The defense does not. He's going to be able to use that resurrection. He brings Matt back up, only a res of one, but it could be all Nubris needs to take this right away. They have not won this just yet, though. Both teams fighting off here as Exion going to punish Coolmat. NG Red might be able to hold this. This is quite a brawl right now,
Yeah, it's looking really good as well, and nothing really there to do with Wolf. Wolf was just on that high ground, and it was only really Lucio spamming that. And meanwhile, there's a tire coming up from Mangachu. He's going up the stairs. Can it find anyone closer to the spawn? It might just burn out before time. Minstrel trying to run away.
Minstrel! Oh no!
Oh, just hunted down by that tire all the way in the spawn. He will respawn in a matter of seconds, though, so it's not too big a loss because he will be right back with the team. They're not really in any risk of getting fractured at the moment. But man, just Wolf just was basically left on his own and could just snipe and snipe and snipe, and you can't afford at this level to leave a Widowmaker be, but it looks like they're ready to go again.
They're going to move in. They still don't have a great answer for the Widow. I'm sure ID is going to try and get on him in a moment. I don't fault ID for going after the Mercy, though. That was a huge opportunity for Nubris and quite capitalized. In fact, they're getting back out a second here. I think they're waiting a little bit for certain ults, and more than anything else, I think they're going to see if Stoop can get a big opportunity here. Zarya will probably not have ult up in this fight, but here they go. Stoop moving in. Looking for the Earthsharer, has to be aware of the other Reinhardt shield. Gets up, the Earthsharer gets absolutely nothing. Hit it way too early. I don't think a flashbang hit those looking for, and now NG Red with a big advantage. A counter Earthsharer coming in, and this is ugly for Nubris right now.
Yeah, the Resurrect, though, picking them back up. The Chance is still up and running, still swinging away in the point. It's just Stoop left, and no, they're forced back there. And it looked like Stoop thought the flashbang had hit the Reinhardt. He dropped the Earth Shadow, but that shield was still up. Didn't catch anyone, didn't pick anyone off, and it just left them in a position where Chance could basically get the counter ultimate off and just retaliate in kind and sweep right up. But meanwhile, I'm looking at the ultimate charges. Zarya's on 80%, although, Wolf does manage to pick up Coolmat. This is going to buy them a little bit more time, maybe still out for a little bit longer. Give them another about 15 seconds, but Buds and ID, I think, are going to be ready to go very soon.
That buys them a lot of time, and I gotta say, this is not in the gross game for Buds. Buds has been trying to charge Zarya ult this entire time. 3 minutes of the game have passed, and he's now only about to get Zarya ult. So really, this is where Nubris, they have to make things happen, because even though they did have a lot of time, now they're down to about 2 pushes left, and really 1 good push if you count the effective ultimates here. So they're going to let Buds get this ultimate. Yeah, the tire going over the top. This is going to be Phil Tire. Is going to connect. It will go down, but at least goes down to a player, not just die on its own. So Tire's down. Graviton Surge about to be up. This should be good. Offensive Sound Bearer is out. The offense is in. Buds has Graviton. Justice raining from above. ID with the barrage. Gets a double kill. Bud's going to drop the Graviton. But look at this res coming up from Naptime. Get res up all those fallen heroes. The defense still has a chance here. But Stoop drops the hammer. Knocks down 2 of those resurrected heroes. The chance might be dead now.
Yeah, and I've really got to call into question that use of the tire. That would have been so pivotal. Just to sort of, they're going to come in on a comp. They're going to be looking for that one-more combo. If you can hide that jump run away, you spam, hide away, drop the tire on them. That could have been huge. But instead, just dropping it to zone, I don't think was the safe play here. I think that was a bit of a big risk. And then also just, shout out to Naptime as well, hiding away, getting the res, but Stu was just in position to clean up with that Earth Shatter. Really well played.
It was a really good res, but as you mentioned, Stoop was able to hold on to the Earthshare because of the value that both ID and Buds got earlier on in that fight. So all Stoop had to do, he saved the Earthshatter, went for the cleanup, and got the cleanup. And in the end, even though NG Red did come a little bit close to having the dream and forcing a draw, they will go down here to Nubris, and Nubris will continue their March of Glory right now. Been a very good day for them overall, but tougher competition may be lying ahead. We'll just have to see.
I've just taken a cheeky look at the brackets, and I think Nubris are going up against Northern Gaming Blue next. So they've beaten one of Soda Poppin's teams. Can they beat Northern Gaming Blue is the big question. So they're going from one extreme to the other, because this will be a European team. So Soda Poppin has 2 teams, Northern Gaming Red, which is the American side, and Northern Gaming Blue, the European. And I, as you can probably hear from my voice, am European. So secretly, deep down, I'm sorry, I'm going to be rooting for Northern Gaming Blue, because I want to see Europe do really well here.
Yeah, NG Blue, and of course NG Blue, they're a team that has been together as a team for a very long time, of course going back to their history as Gringos. So who wouldn't want to see them have some degree of good success here and have that pay off? I mean, it's sort of, for me, I'm not quite sure it's an underdog story, but it's a team that you want to see get over the hump. Another team, of course, they're not playing today, but I always think that when I see Reunited, because Reunited has been one of the top 2 teams in EU, and they have so many times where they have not taken first place. They probably have the world record and second place finishes in all of Overwatch. So anytime Reunited wins a tournament, I'm also pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I'm going to take my sort of caster hat off for a second and just be a massive fanboy and say that I've been a big fan of Reunited since, they started rolling. I'm a big fan of a lot of their players. I think they have some very, very smart players at the moment. And they are some of the most intelligent people who play Overwatch. Like, some of the ways they position and some of the ways they set themselves up on points is really cool. I'm also a massive fan of Cruz. Like, I have to be, because, again, British esports is not a big thing, and Cruz is one of the few Brits. We also have Numlock, but that's about it for us. And so I have to sort of cheer on Cruz, and Cruz is someone whose career I've been following since very early in Overwatch. So I'm super happy to see him on Reunited, and always happy to see Reunited do well. And they will be a part of this tournament on the weekend events as they do start rolling up.
Yeah, Cruz, it's interesting to bring up too, because there was a point where Reunited that a lot of people know him in the scene, but Mendo Kusai used to play for Reunited for a time, and Reunited got really, really good when they were with Mendo. Mendo, of course, would leave to join sort of the power team of IDDQD, and Reunited struggled for a little bit until they found Cruz. They went through a lot of different players, but they found Cruz. It worked out, and it really helped solidify them as one of the top teams in Overwatch, where they had some rough weeks before finding him.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know, he just was sort of the missing link, I guess, because all of Reunited to me have a very deep player pool. They just are very, very versatile, very ready to go. And that's what makes them special in my mind. But I'm very excited to see what's going to come for the weekend event. So for those of you who are just joining us, this is the open tournament setting up. This is basically a tournament for a tournament, because we have an invitational with 4 extra slots basically, and we're filling those slots today and on Friday. So the 2 people on top of this tournament will be basically taking part in the group stages of that, and it will be round robin. So there's a huge amount of Overwatch to come in the coming days. But I'm super curious to see, who's going to fill out those last 2 slots, because the rest of the teams there are absolutely stacked and absolutely incredible in terms of their talent pool. We have Cloud9, who, in my mind, might be the best team in Overwatch these days at the moment. I think that's kind of undisputed. Just statistically, they look the best on paper.
I will say this. I agree based on their record and everything else. And yet, you look at their recent games between C9 and Envious, and you look at how dominant Envious has been. I think the gap between C9 and Envy is very, very close now. Like, if you were to put those teams in a best-of-7 series, I couldn't tell you definitively who would win, because one of the last sets they were up against, it was a winner's final, and it literally went to the last map, which was a King of the Hill tiebreaker, and it went to the last round within the King of the Hill tiebreaker. And both of those teams have so many weapons that I agree on paper, and given their winning streak, you have to give it to C9. But man, is Envy so close to C9 right now.
Yeah, no, I actually completely agree with you. Like if I had to give it percentages, I'd say like 55-45. Envy as well is just one of those teams that has such a depth of talent. And, we've seen them sort of start playing these days. They had a few problems again with visas, which is literally the issue this tournament is trying to highlight and spotlight, because most of the team came over from Europe, I do believe, and then sort of started taking part in tournaments, but struggled because they couldn't take part immediately in tournaments that pay out. So because most of their players are European, so they have to get the right paperwork for that and right laws for that. But also in this tournament we do have Team Liquid, just a very reliable, very, very solid team. Not quite, they generally can sort of maybe take a map or two of the top teams, but do struggle a little bit. We do have Luminosity Gaming, who haven't been playing too much. Like they haven't really shown themselves that much. I was very privileged to sort of cast a show match between them and another team in the tournament later, which is going to be Gale Force Esports. And that was a best of 7. They looked really good in that. They started to find their feet, and Seagull, especially, his Genji is looking really sharp. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. And I think I've covered everyone else in the tournament, and we're just going to find those final 4 slots today and on Friday.
Yeah, and of course, for those who are wondering, well, gee, what's going on Friday? I believe signups are still open for that. If you want to get in and try and be part of this great tournament that's going to be going on all throughout the month of June here on this channel, hosted, of course, by One Nation of Gamers. This is the Operation Breakout Tournament. This is only qualifier number 1, so definitely consider joining qualifier number 2 on Friday if you have a team and want to get involved in the competitive Overwatch scene.
Yeah, I mean, now's definitely the time to jump on board. And I mean, any team now that doesn't make it, and a lot of teams we've seen today have been making it close. Enigma made it really close. Northern Gaming Red looked really sharp, and I really do hope that they sign up again on Friday, because they are going to be competing for I think this is the biggest prize pool in Overwatch. It's going to be $15,000, which is just staggering to me as someone who's been following Overwatch since the very start. Seeing these prize pools grow, it's so exciting, and seeing teams now just sort of settle in, and there's now money there for teams to actually really dedicate themselves to this and really make it, I don't know, a scene that they can stay in, keep playing in, and I hope the enthusiasm's there, and I hope it just keeps on going.
No, absolutely. I mean, people have been looking at the prize pool escalation here where, end of beta, the biggest league had 5K, and then suddenly beta comes in, you start with a 3K launch tournament, and then you have all these leagues starting out where, of course, ONOG now up to 15K, and the stakes just keep raising at a rate that I don't think I've ever seen before in any other game, as all these tournaments prop up here, there, and everywhere. I mean, if we end up getting tournaments in the realm of 100K into July and August, I really wouldn't be surprised. It's just been how crazy the growth has been.
Yeah, and one thing I'm secretly hoping for, and again, just because I am European, I can't wait for international LANs where we get to see these teams compete against each other, where they're not basically restricted by a server, and just watch, I love that rivalry. It's very near and dear to my heart, the Europe versus North America. So, for example, with the game coming up, Northern Gaming Blue against Nubris, it's going to be North America against Europe, and I'm going to be secretly rooting for the European team to do well here. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I've got to wear my colors with pride here and really hope they come out. But I do think they are the underdog. As we've said before, they used to be known as Gringos. They're taking part in a huge amount of tournaments, but Nubris have them beat in terms of experience here. They've been playing since basically the start of Overwatch. They dropped off for a little while, sort of vanished into the background, but they're coming back swinging now, and they are looking really good.
No, definitely. So this is actually kind of funny in terms of bracket and all the rest. If NG Red was able to win, we would have had the NG Blue, NG Red, all Northern Gaming round. That's not going to happen. Instead, it's going to be up to NG Blue to come in here and avenge their fallen NG Red brethren. And we'll see if they can do it. Certainly players to look out for on the NG Blue side. One player that was very impressive last time I saw them was Ladano. Ladano has a pretty good Widowmaker. And we'll see how he matches up against Buds. I could see Buds taking it, but I could also see Ladano taking it. And that's going to be interesting as we go forward on the maps, especially if we get a map like Hollywood again, where you have such Widow battles or Dorado or anything. Really, everything has some degree of Widow focus, but some maps perhaps a little bit bigger than others.
Yeah, it's going to be very curious to see the sniper wars taking place. And like just speaking anecdotally, right before this tournament began, I decided to, go in solo queue as I often want to do. And I ran into Shades, Ladano, and trust me, I did not have a good time. Although Ladano was playing Genji then, and trust me, that's just as equally terrifying. But like you said, it is actually very funny that Northern Gaming Blue and Northern Gaming Red could have, been vying for a spot against each other. but that's just the nature of the beast. There is 2 shots for them, of course, to take part in this tournament. And I'm like, to me, Northern Gaming Blue is one of those teams that just has such an interesting thing. And to me, that all stems from Shades. Like, the thing that Shades brings is he likes to play Hanzo. And there's so few people that like to bring Hanzo up. We occasionally see him pop up, maybe in Gibraltar, for example, where the Sonic Arrow and the Scatter Arrow are very good. But I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hanzo sort of start creeping in a little bit more. He can bring surprising bursts to the team, can bring surprising amounts of information, and Shades is really, really good with him. It's not as random as some people would lead you to believe. When the talent's there, maybe you can make it work. And especially if you start landing those dragons, if you can set up a wombo combo, you can set up the team, then it's just going to take off in a big way. But it looks like the draft is about to begin, and Dorado taken away immediately by Nubris.
Yeah, I don't think Nubris really likes going Dorado. It's been a map that they've had actually some degree of trouble on in recent memory. Of course, the last time they had trouble on would be against Team Liquid just in the weekly back on Sunday, where they weren't able to get past point A. I've talked to them a lot. I think they just don't really care for Dorado as a map right now. They know it's something that they need work on, but they're not going to try and fix it mid-tournament. They're just going to ban it out. And Northern Gaming Blue, they're going to take up Route 66, and I think that's a good idea because Nubris has shown a high degree of competency on that map.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Nubris replies with taking out Nepal. So we haven't seen any King of the Hill so far today. I would actually be very curious to see. Like, I like watching King of the Hill with 1 hero limit, and that's the rules that we are running right now. So the 1 hero limit, and there are no 2 control point maps. So no Temple of Anubis, no Hanamura, and no Volskaya Industries. It looks like Numbani also taken out now by Northern Gaming Blue, sorry. I'm getting confused with colors now. Ilios now removed. So no King of the Hill looks like it's going to be. It could be Li Jiang just creeping in, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that go next. His team's not really favoring King of the Hill at the moment.
Yeah, and it's sort of one of the alternate things that's been coming out as a result of taking out 2CP. 2CP maps, of course, almost never played in comp, even when they were in the map pool. But it sort of led to this weird map ban meta where people would wait to the last moment to ban 2CP. And as a result, King of the Hill would end up getting in as people sort of did earlier bans on banning out strategic payload things. Now we've gotten rid of 2CP maps to sort of allow better strategy for map bans. But we're seeing King of the Hill get banned out a lot more often as well. But King of the Hill still makes its way in. It's not anywhere near as reviled as 2CP was at any point. I think it's just teams don't really care for the variance that you get on King of the Hill sometimes, where oftentimes a more unprepared team can shock a more prepared team just by nature of the game type.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems that I hear, pros refer to is the idea that if you get the point first, then you can often have ultimate advantage at the back of that, and you sort of compound advantages onto advantages because you will be defending that point, and it is a little bit easier at times to just defend, especially when you have that ultimate advantage. So you need something big to sort of shake it up, and some pros feel there isn't quite enough time, basically, to have the swing back and forth. But I really like watching King of the Hill. It's just so exciting, and, I do hear the complaints about Stopwatch, for example, that it can be a little bit difficult to tell who's in the lead and who's not in the lead. But with King of the Hill, it's very clear cut. You can immediately tell this team has to do this right now. It just goes down to the wire so often. It's so nail biting. And it often comes down to just a series of good decisions and good plays to swing off the back of it, get a couple of great ultimates off and swing it in. But it looks like the map we'll be going to first is Watchpoint Gibraltar. ZP, what do you think of Watchpoint Gibraltar?
Gibraltar, I think Hollywood gets a lot of praise for being a map that has a lot of varying playstyles, but Gibraltar has arguably just as much, if not more so. How teams defend right before the hangar is probably one of the most varied areas in the game in terms of defensive strategy. Sometimes teams will spread out and try and take full advantage of the high ground. Sometimes teams will just go straight into the server room and hold that as sort of a big defensive front. And then sometimes they'll be even aggro and try and drop down on teams if they try and go through the archway. So there's a lot of different looks you can see just in the very beginning. And then let's look to the hangar phase where, again, you can be really aggressive. Use the high ground to drop down. You can spread out. Use the hangar phase to your advantage. You can run a Widow. Sometimes you can not run a Widow and run a Reaper instead. There's so many different ways of approaching Gibraltar, especially in the first major point before the hangar and the hangar phase itself. That leads to a lot of variety, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, one of my personal favorites to watch Watchpoint Gibraltar is Rogue, because Rogue do a very clever thing where they just get everyone on top of the shuttle and just basically become kings of the castle, and they don't let anyone in. So they will store you out in that shuttle phase and then make you go through those 4 doors while trying to control the high ground as much as possible. Just wait for you to come in, draw you into that, and just go on you as soon as they can, and just turn every single time you try and push in as hard as possible. Like you said, this first point hold, like I've seen teams just completely give up the first part of the map, just, not even bother contesting it. Some teams like to set up on the high ground. Some are a lot more reserved and just, like to wait it out completely and then try and fight in the sort of the lower ground area. So I'm very curious to see how these teams approach this map, because there is a big variance of styles and a big variance in how teams manage. But also, like we said very much in the start, Ladano versus Buds is going to be so important here, because Vortex Point Gibraltar is one of Widowmaker's favorite maps.
Yeah, this is a map where Widow can really make her presence known. Really, all throughout the map, there's not a terrible area for Widow at any point. Arguably, the hangar phase sometimes gets a little bit troublesome because you don't have quite the sight lines, but certainly right before the hangar and right after the hangar is a Widow's playground. And we're going to be seeing Ladano versus Buds. It looks like we will be seeing some Winston play coming out from the side Nubris, watching them as they set up here. The question is going to be, will they be running double tank? And the answer is going to be yes. They're going to have Kusta on the Mercy, Stoop on Reinhardt, ID on Winston, Matt on the McCree, Minstrel almost certainly going to be on a Lucio, though he has been known to change up from time to time. Lucio it is. And Buds on the Widowmaker for those fights between him and Ladano.
And meanwhile, as Northern Gaming Blue do get set up, Ladano has picked up the Widowmaker. You're on the McCree, Nutty B on the Reinhardt, Shades on Soldier 76. I do like that pick here. Zaf on Mercy and Mint on the Lucio. And I like the Soldier 76 because he's just very good at holding this high ground. He just gets that little bit of extra durability with the AoE heal. And it looks like they are going to try and hold this first point. So they will just stay up here on top of this balcony, try and wait for the team to basically push the payload underneath them and drop down. But it's going to be up to ID to jump on top of them and really make something happen.
A lot of times what you'll see from a defense here is that the defense might be this far up, but they're just looking for some early poke, and if they don't get a Widowmaker pick, they will back up, because it's not worth it to take a fight here up in front a lot of times when the part further back is much easier to defend. And we're going to find out in just a moment here, but I definitely expect NG Blue to just back out to the server room area or even further, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Exactly, they're pulling back here, waiting for somewhere where basically the spawn distances are a bit more equidistant, because right here, if you do lose someone, it is quite a long run back. Well, as the payload gets closer and closer to the spawn, closer to the server room where they're all hiding now, it's basically a matter of, well, if you lose someone on the defense, he's going to be coming back in good time. But Shades has actually snuck onto this high ground as well. He's overlooking, and he might be looking for a pick on top.
Yeah, 76 is very, very good at laying down damage here. You can burst people down with headshots, but Nubris going right in, not wasting any time, invading the server room, getting away from Shades, picking up 3 kills in the server room. They actually LOS that 76 fire, and that might have been a huge mistake for NG Blue to be that split up.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. And the thing that they did incredibly well there, as well as they find a few more kills, just cleaning up the rest, and they will get a very good time here going into the hangar phase. And it looks like actually ID just not relenting on this aggression. He's going to go and chase down the Widowmaker. Ladano does zipline to safety towards the shuttle. But the thing that Nubris did that's really impressive is they charged in and they just instantly found Zaf on that Mercy, took them out and made sure that Mercy just could not influence that battle at all. And now let's see if they can get a smooth push into the hangar, because if they do start to stall out, it can really get difficult here.
The offense has a lot of momentum. They're going to be getting a lot of key ults up earlier because of how quickly NG Blue went down there. Taking a look at their ults, of course they have a Resurrection that's always up, but Stoop is about to have an Earth Shatter. Meanwhile, look at Buds, how aggressive he's being over the top here with the Winston. Not paying off, though, as both him and ID are going to go down. And now the offense, otherwise, has to be careful. And Matt, it looks like, is stuck behind enemy lines with the payload. I don't think this is going to work out so well for Matt.
Shades drops down, tries to deal with him, does actually manage to dodge flashbang. There we go, Ladano cleaning up. And yeah, ID went really aggressive there, jumped into the shuttle and basically went full Gorilla Rage form, but just got taken out by basically the entire team of Northern Gaming Blue. And that's actually really, really bad, because that's 1,000 hit points. And when you convert that into ultimates, well, I mean, you can just look at the blue guys on top of the screen, you can see that Shades is almost ready to go, Euro's almost ready to go, Ladano's practically ready to go, and this could be really difficult now, as they basically got to try and push into this high ground, and that's so difficult here.
Stoop is not going to be able to land an Earth Shatter until they force the team of NG Blue to drop off of that hangar. That is the power of that high ground. They're all up there. It's a huge pain to deal with. You're talking about, I believe it was Rogue who was using this high ground like this before, and it is absolutely a pain here for the offense. Sometimes teams like holding the room that Nubris is in right now, but Nubris having some trouble going through here. They are going to crack this Reinhardt shield with the Deadeye, perhaps. In fact, he has to stop, or he uses it, but doesn't even crack the shield.
I do actually like this adaptation. Actually, the battle is joined. Nutty going in, swinging. And this tight little corner hit, that Reinhardt's going to do a huge amount of damage. You know what? Coolman actually finding the right pick on the McCree, so he goes down nice and early. This actually has been really good for Nubris. So Zaf comes in, gets a massive res. Here's the sound barrier as well, just keeping everyone tight. But Stoop! Just once again.
Stoop coming in with the triple Earth Shatter. Patience pays off, but Nutty B coming right back with the Earth Shatter of his own. NG Blue not have it yet, but the res coming in from Kusta might be selling this in the end. Stoop getting the double kill after the res. It looks like Nubrus will be taking this very back and forth. Good first res on both sides, but Nubrus will be taking that and moving on as Matt piling on with the Deadeye. This is a lot of momentum now for Nubrus.
That's a huge amount of aggression, and what Nubrus did there was very, very clever. They just basically sent Minstrel down at the bottom just to make sure the payload kept moving and forced Northern Gaming Blue to make a decision. Do you go and deal with Minstrel, or do you try and deal with the team? And nobody went and dealt with him until Shades dropped down, and they just got picked off by Coolmat pretty much immediately. So that was a really nice adaptation by Nubrus, just making sure the payload kept moving, forced Northern Gaming Blue to make a decision, and capitalized when Northern Gaming Blue made a mistake. Stoop landing an excellent Earth Shadow, though Nutty B almost saved it again. These Reinhardts, again, today have been playing out of their mind.
No, it's been a very, very good day for Reinhardt's. NG Blue, though, Nutty B probably a little bit far up here. Got there before the rest of the team. Not going to get punished too badly for it, but still, Shades going down the ID. NG Blue a little bit split up here as they're getting to the back line. We'll see if it works out. Kusta in a 1v1 with the Lucio in the back here. Pistol versus Sound Blaster. Might not matter as Buds able to pick off Nutty B. Gets the double kill, takes out Ladano. And now Nubrus might be able to just camp the doors and go in for a pretty quick capture.
Yeah, Northern Gaming Blue looking very, very fractured there. Didn't quite seem to have a reliable plan of what to do. Shades got sort of caught out in the back there. Coolmat now just firing off the ultimate. High Noon is up and running, trying to get people to come out of spawn. ID also just laying down the damage as Bablet is joining once again. Can they bring anything back here, though? It's just Nutty being mint. Nutty be caught out by Stoop, and down he goes as they push payload and set a very, very good time. I think that was about 4 minutes, 48 seconds, if I had to guess.
Nubrus continuing a spree of dominance here. That is a very, very quick time for Gibraltar, and NG Blue is going to have their work cut out for them. And really the biggest flaw here for NG Blue was that they lost before the hangar so quickly. That's a part where on Gibraltar, if you're trying to make a good time, you need to hold there for at least 2 to 3 pushes. You can't get run over. And unfortunately, they were just a little bit split up. You saw that Shades wasn't able to lay in the fire that he needed to as Nubrus rushed into the server room. And Nubrus was able to take it as a result, and that was a big part in why they set such a quick time here on Gibraltar.
And that play of the game, Bud's just demonstrating why you cannot leave a Widowmaker alone. She was just stood in the back there, finding shot after shot after shot, had all the time in the world to line him up, take him down in good, quick order, and just make sure that that payload sailed right to the end zone. And like you said, just basically it felt like Northern Gaming Blue never found their feet. They never really got a good stall out there. They managed to sort of buy a little bit of time in the shuttle area, but never had a proper, I don't know, hold, and never really seemed to have full control of the map and basically let it go. And what's going to happen now is if they don't manage to stop Nubrus in a big way, or sorry, if Nubrus manages to stop them for any time at all, it's going to be so difficult for them to get all the way through.
All right, and just a reminder, the winner of this will be moving on to the grand finals here today, and that also means that they will have guaranteed them a spot in the main tournament for the rest of June. So a lot here at stake for both teams, NG Blue and Nubrus alike. After this game, we are going to be hopping to the other semifinal, which will involve Rogue. So if you've been a fan of Rogue and waiting to see them play here today, your wait will be over soon. But first, we need to finish the series between Nubrus and NG Blue.
Yeah, Rogue, definitely one of the favorites coming into this, and Nubrus as well, looking really sharp right now. It's going to be curious to see sort of who ends up in those top 2 slots, but as you said, everything to play for here. This will cinch you a position in the tournament for the coming month, basically, and it's going to be a huge tournament because that's $15,000, biggest prize pool in Overwatch to play for. And that's going to mean a huge amount. So, can Nubrus do it? They're setting up on the defense right now. We have Custer on the Mercy, Coolmat on McCree, Minstrel on Symmetra, Stoop on Reinhardt, ID on the Junkrat, and Buds, once again, on Widowmaker.
Meanwhile, coming out from the NG Blue side, setting up on offense going to be Ladano on the Widowmaker, Zaf on the Mercy, Ur on McCree, Shades on Pharah, Nutty B on Reinhardt, and Mint going to be on the Lucio. So we're going to see if Shades can get some good value on Pharah here. Pharah not always run on Gibraltar, but every now and then we do see her get some good work done. Leads me to believe that they're going to be trying to dominate the top and not go into that server room.
Yeah, they're going to probably be a little bit more careful, try and get 1 or 2 sort of good explosive shots on it and then engage off the back of that. Meanwhile, it looks like Nubrus playing it very, very safe, just holding back. They do have that Symmetra, so that's sort of the advantage to play to their sort of strength there, as they are going to try and hold it off and just basically spam down into that low ground, try and get what damage they can. But Ladano, meanwhile, sneaking up on the high ground, looking, peeking out for any picks with Widow, hasn't found any opposition yet. But meanwhile, Euro's actually taken a huge amount of damage. Like, I think he just caught a grenade. And it looks like battle's about to be joined.
He almost went down. He was able to live. But look at this defensive position coming out from inside Nubris. The server room provides a lot of good cover. They are all inside of it. But Ladano able to thread the needle, takes out ID. It's now 5v6, and Nubris has to make a move now. Down 2 players now. We'll see if Matt can turn this in Nubris' favor. But this is a very good look from NG Blue here so far. Nubris having to blow their res early. ID takes out Shades after the res, and Nubris not out yet as ID coming to clutch, picks up the double kill, and he's making some things happen now.
Yeah, it's a very good deal that ID survived that. He did take a fire rocket very early, but, well, came back very quickly, got back for his team, did a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Coolmat was also in the back, finding those important picks, took out Reinhardt nice and early, and then just started cleaning up, kept Ladano suppressed as well, so that Widowmaker couldn't find anything. Oh, Buds gets the pick on Ladano as well, so that might slow down this push a little bit more. And this is everything to play for. Northern Gaming Blue cannot stall out here. They've got to do something fast.
Yeah, NG Blue, they don't have a whole lot of time to waste. They have to go up against what was a very quick time from the side of Nubris. Matt popping the Deadeye again, zone people out. And this is the power of the server room when you have everyone in there. I think the mistake that was made by NG Blue and their own defense is that they've split up. Nubris is not making that mistake, and as a result, NG Blue is finding it really hard to get in and deal with them as they're sort of entrenched in there. But here we go. The next fight is about to be underway. Ladano over the top, looking for pickoffs. Will he be able to get it? And ID with the tire gets the double kill. That's huge.
Yeah, that forces a very early res. Meanwhile, like, Symmetra's got her teleporter up. Oh, meanwhile, NuttyB gets 4 people with the ice header, goes in, doesn't quite find the kill though. They're ready to take him out with all that damage coming out from Junkrat. There's the offensive res, bringing everyone back up. But Yor with the Deadeye, won't find anything. The barrier's there, sniped off by Bucks. But oh, Rocket Barrage coming in from the back with Shades, finding the damage, can't quite land the kill. Oh no, it's looking really good for Nubris.
It's looking really good for Nubris. There's a moment there for NG Blue that I think Nubris had to just hold their breath. They got a very, very good Earth Shatter off, but they did not have the follow-up they needed. The Pharah ultimate, not quite there in time. As a result, Nubris gonna survive here, buying themselves a whole lot of time. Shades going Genji, and normally I would like this, but they have so little time left that I'm not even sure Shades is gonna be able to get Dragon Blade up before they're mathematically eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, Genji, you can do like a good amount of weight. You're looking for picks on the side, but what you're really looking for is that Dragon Blade and getting several kills. And meanwhile, ID is just causing them so many problems, spamming away, making sure they can't do anything as battle is joined with more Coolmat finding 2 picks very quickly.
Make it 3. Matt coming in with the Deadeye, gets a little bit of follow-up right after, gets 3 kills, and they're just saying GG. They know they don't have enough time to get through it. Another beautiful defense coming out from Nubris. They're going to take Gibraltar. They're up 1 map in the series, and they are a mere 1 map away from getting their spot in our main tournament later this month.
Yeah, that's such a big thing to play for as well. They will be competing against some of the best teams in Overwatch in probably one of the most robust tournaments around, because it will be a round robin, so you will get a chance to play against absolutely everyone. So you will have every chance in the world to get a big piece of that $15,000 prize pool, and I can't wait for that moment to begin and when the teams start competing for that. But that was an amazing, amazing hold by Nubris. Coolmat is just my MVP for that match because he was just finding pick after pick after pick. He was always in the right place at the right time, killed off Reinhardt very early in a lot of the fights, just kept Ladano suppressed, could make sure Ladano couldn't do anything really, and was just on fire all game long.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a really, really good effort coming out. And in general, I mean, I just can't say enough about the defensive positioning of Nubris there in that room. We've seen a lot of other teams use it. Envy was using it as well. And it makes things hard because if you ignore the room, the other team can sort of speed boost into you and take a great flank. But if you try and go into the room, it's a hard room to breach. And that's sort of been a trend on Watchpoint Gibraltar defense. And like I said, you look at Gibraltar's defense in general, we've seen a lot of different looks. We've seen everything from Crossfire defense with, 76 Widow on the top to now this sort of server room defense that focuses on big, brawly engages.
It looks like we have moved to London, fair London. Oh, Britain, you are so dark and miserable and urbanized and industrial. But it has been called the Dust 2 of Overwatch because it is such a standard map. Very little cheese on this map available, and it looks like teams are ready to go. So it looks like Nubris on defense will be running Stoop once again on the Reinhardt, Buds on Widowmaker, Coolmat on McCree, Minstrel on Lucio, Custer on Mercy, and ID on that Junkrat. Very, very standard picks for this map so far.
Yeah, nothing too surprising there. In fact, the one thing I'd say is a little bit surprising, and who knows, Minstrel still might go back to switch into it, is that there's no Symmetra here. And I think that would be a little bit surprising given how often we've seen Symmetra here on this map. Minstrel, though, looks like he's going to be staying up forward, so no teleporter will be coming to play, and that's a bit of a change from what we saw over the weekend. Meanwhile, looking at the offense coming out from the side of NG Blue, it is going to be Mint on the Lucio, Ladano on Widowmaker, Ur on McCree, Shades on Pharah, Nutty B on Reinhardt, and I don't think Zaf is going to be on Hanzo here. I think what he's going to do, he's going to look for one scatter arrow, hope for a miracle, and switch to Mercy.
That's just basically drop the Sonic Arrow, drop the Scatter Arrow, get what intel he can for his team, and then swap onto Mercy immediately and go support the rest of the team here. I mean, a lot of this is also going to come down to what Shades can do and what Buds can do to stop Shades. The Pharah, Widowmaker duel on this first point is so important. There goes the Scatter Arrow. Doesn't actually manage to find any damage, unfortunately. Won't find any kills off the back of that. And here we go. It looks like they're sort of jockeying position. This might be actually a fairly aggressive start as they start to wrap around the statue. Shades getting into position on the high ground. Going to wait for that jet to sort of cool down, and then he's going to probably launch in, and we're going to see battle be joined.
Yeah, they're not really wasting a lot of time. They went through that archway very quickly. I think NG Blue definitely feels a little bit under pressure. They know that they need to make a quick time, and here we go. Speed boost is out. Shade, concussive blasting to the back, looking for pickoffs here as Pharah. This is a huge deal if he can get them, and he takes out Minstrel with a direct rocket. But it might not matter as Matt and ID absolutely regulating the rest of his team. Shades might have gotten his job done, but his team is dying all around him.
Yeah, cool, Matt. Just sort of buying time there on the front line being such a problem. Bud's also trying to keep the Pharah pin back, but meanwhile, Shades and Zaf are sort of stuck behind it. Going to be looking for a few more picks. They do. Mint also does get cleaned up there by Cool Matt as well on the front. So Shades and this Mercy and Zaf is just sort of stuck now. And they're going to really struggle if they don't sort of manage to get back to their team, because it's going to be so hard to push them back there. But, oh, Shades does actually manage to find Buds. Can they do anything off the back of this is the big question.
We're going to see. Ladano and Shades, they do get a kill between them. You're getting in on top of it. 3 quick kills here for NG Blue. They're starting to crack this. Matt going to go down after taking down Urine. This is a good look for them right now. They're all on top of the point. I'm not sure Nubris can get back here in time. Nubris trying to hang in there, but it looks like the payload will be moving in a moment, and it's up to Nubris now not to throw good money after that. They just need to step with the streets phase and concede what is lost.
Exactly, and I think what really started that off was Id actually took a bomb, he basically did a concussive jump, and Ladano basically treated it like a clay pigeon shoot and shot him clean out the sky. And that's actually a huge amount of damage vanishing immediately there for Nubris, and that just opened the point up. Meanwhile, Shade's actually dipping into the back here, and it's actually being incredibly aggressive, though it looks like Zaf just took a direct hit from Id, so Id swapped onto that Pharah, and looking for what kills he can find, and it looks like they're actually just going to hold this corner here on sort of what's becoming known as Murder Alley in beautiful London town.
Oh man, but here we go. Shades coming over the top with the barrage. Gets immediately taken out by ID and Matt. Nutty B trying to make the most of it. Drops the Earthshatter, knocks down 2. Going deep in, still salvaging here for NG Blue. NG Blue picking up 4 kills. Nubris getting a little bit caught off guard. The Resurrection though going to bring up some of those fallen heroes. Matt returning fire is going to help take out that Reinhardt. He's alive, he's full HP, he's moving in. This is where Matt can be so dangerous. Clean up on a fight. And NG Blue wisely going to back out of a fight that for a brief moment they looked like they might have had a shot in.
And it looks like Nubris is just going to back up more towards the boundary. They're not going to sort of contest the point here. They're going to just, take the time with it, make sure that they can hold this next point, get everyone together, because they do have to be a little bit careful here. Euro does have the Deadeye ready to go. Mid also has a sound barrier, so I'm expecting to see something come to the back of that soon. Although Shades is a long, long way away from that pivotal ultimate, but Ladano on the flank.
Here comes the flank from Matt from the behind. Gets the double kill. Deadeye looking for more, going to fan down Reinhardt. That is a very decisive triple kill coming up from Matt. Of course, the rest of Nubris rushing in on it right away. And that's what you like seeing from a good defensive engage. Matt setting up at the flank, the defense running right in. Good showing from Nubris.
Man. Absolutely perfect play there. As like cool Matt, he's just been on fire all day. He's been finding these kills again and again and again, and they really need to try and shut him down. Shades jumping to the top, trying to find more damage again. Here comes the sound barrier, and it looks like fighting has just begun. Can they find any real damage?
We're going to find out, but look at ID from the back. He doesn't care about Urine as Deadeye. And no, he probably should have. He somehow gets taken out, even though he had the flank. You're able to get rid of him. But overall, both teams getting to a bit of a brawl on top of the payload here. Both teams missing one person. Nutty B going to take out Cool Matt. Bud's returning the favor. Zap goes down. There will be no extra offensive resurrection now. Earthshatter coming down from the defense. Matt trying to follow up. Will get the follow-up on the Nutty B. And it was a little bit bloody there, but Nubris is going to take the team fight as Matt finishes off strong with the triple kill.
Yeah, Nubris doing a really good job there. One person went down on both sides, but unfortunately for Northern Gaming Blue, the person that went down for them was Zaf, and that was a Mercy with a resurrection. That's such a huge thing to lose. So right now they don't have that. We'll be surprised to see Nubris sort of take it very carefully, maybe try and soak a little bit of damage, get that next Mercy res up and ready to go. Meanwhile, also we have ID ready to go with the barrage. So could we see something come out with that, maybe?
Maybe, but look at the Deadeye flank. It's happening again. Matt did this earlier in the game. From the backside, we'll take out Yer, takes out Nutty B. A double kill from Matt. The flanks from McCree this game, absolutely on point. As Ladano now running from his life from Stoop. Stoop gonna swing the hammer a few more times. Should be able to take him out. And right now, NG Blue really has to watch their backside. They are getting just murdered by flanks, mostly by McCree.
Yeah, I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, to paraphrase George Bush badly. And it's... Coolmat has been playing really well. He's been finding these picks over and over and over. And you think like Ladano swap onto Zarya might be there to try and deal with some of this pressure coming out from Coolmat. Zarya, good pick into McCree. But it looks like they're trying to find this next ultimate. I wouldn't be surprised. There's the Turbo Steam. Can Shades find an ultimate in the back of it? He doesn't quite have it ready. There it goes. Does get the barrier, but does clean.
Speaking of Justice, ID coming in from the flank, gets 2 kills of his own. Justice raining everywhere as the res gonna come up for Nubris. Nubris now in a good position to turn this around. We do have the Wombo coming out from the side of NG Blue, but ID staying out of it, able to turn this around in fashion. The resurrection from Kusta absolutely vital. And that was not the worst engage coming up from NG Blue, but Nubris outmaneuvering them once again.
Yeah, just ID in perfect position there, ready to go. And it wouldn't be Britain if it wasn't raining. But normally, I've got to say, as a resident of this fair nation, it doesn't rain missiles at quite that quantity. We saw both Justices fire off, and it looked really good there for Shades for one moment. The Wombo combo land, but just didn't quite have it there. No one was sort of paying attention to that, and he just swept in with the counter ultimate and cleaned right the hell up. And now it looks like they're ready to fight again, though. This has been really brawly on this Murder Alley.
No, absolutely. Stoop right now holding on to the Earthshatter, looking for his opportunity. Nutty B also with an Earthshatter. The Reinhardts can absolutely decide this next fight. And meanwhile, take a look. We do have Buds in the back. And here comes the Earthshatter coming down from Nutty B. Gets value. 3 people getting knocked down, 3 people going down, but Kusta coming right back with the Resurrection. Offense not deterred. Drops the sound barrier. You're in the double kill. Shades over the top with the damage. And this is still going in the way of NG Blue. Really good ultimate usage coming up from them, but they need a little bit more if they want to finish out this fight.
Yeah, Nutty B, they're very, very patient, waiting for his McCree to come in, lower the shield, make sure that he's not being baited into dropping that Earthshatter, making sure that he can catch as many people as possible. Then when Stu went for the curtain Earthshatter, well, it was no problem. Nutty B was ready and waiting for it, brought the shield up, made sure they couldn't get any value off that, and that's brought them to this next point. Now they've got to get through this final area, though, and it's so difficult to push. It's one of the hardest areas in the game to actually brute force your way through. They're going to need 1 or 2 good ults, but they do have Ladano almost ready to go, and Shades is also ready to go with Justice. So can they get another Wombo combo off, and can they clean off the back of it without getting caught out by ID once again?
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen here. If they don't get the Wombo combo up from Ladano, he's going to be going Widowmaker. Buds is already on Widow. He's off the Winston as ID with the barrage over the top, picks up the double kill. There will be a resurrection coming from Zap. Zap paid with his life for that resurrection, but it might be for naught. The defense now swarming in, picking up kill after kill. Mint's going to take the hammer to the back of the head, and they're going in even further. They have to go deeper. Ladano going to get taken out. Now, normally here, I think you would see Ladano go Widowmaker, but because he has a Zarya ult already charged up, he is going to stay on Zarya up until the point where he uses that ultimate, and then he's going to swap Widow and deal with Buds, who right now is pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest decisions to make when you do have that ultimate ready to go, but you really need something else to handle and make it through. And during that previous engagement, Shades tried to be sneaky, tried to go under the map, but was just Buds was waiting for him to snipe him off, and Shades was just badly out of position there. So he sort of just played himself there, was out of position for the fight. ID came in, they countered with aggression, and Nubris just caught them completely off guard, but it looks like they're ready to fight again.
If they're ready to fight, the fight will be engaged here in just a moment. Key point here is Ladano. Watch Ladano. He is going to be looking for the Graviton Surge here, just waiting for an opportunity. But because Buds just picked up Pure, this is going to delay the offense yet again on.
Yeah, it's stalling them out. I mean, these Reinhardts are trying to sort of barrage each other down. They're trying to blow through each other, but this sniper, Buds, has just been completely on fire all day long. He's finding pick after pick after pick, and if Northern Gaming Blue aren't decisive in their engagements, they are just going to get cleaned up again and again and again, and they've got to really just go for it at this point. They have Mint ready to go to Sandbar, but oh no, ID's found Shades as well, so that's a crucial component to the Wombo combo lost. So I think they might just be stalling out, but now they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're moving in. The Earthshatter is down. Doesn't get nearly as much done as they would like. Nutty B charges in over aggressively, gets punished. ID with the double kill. And this is really, really rough for NG Blue. It's where they've needed an offensive Widow for a long time here, but they didn't want to waste his Zarya ult. But in the end, they haven't been able to use the Zarya ult either, and they're just getting pushed back. They need some pressure on the Buds, and now the way things are going now, if they don't get it with Ladano, he's not getting a chance to go on offensive Widow because the game is going to be over. Only 45 seconds remaining at this point.
Yeah, they've got to be super aggressive coming out of spawn here. Speed boost, sound barrier, and drop that total scene right in the middle of the enemy team. But they've got to be so careful because Buds is just going to be waiting for that slip up, waiting for that misposition, and just pick people off. Also, Steve, if they don't get the barrier just right, he could get a brilliant counter.
There is a Graviton that catches 3 people in. They will be going down right away, but Kusta is right there with the resurrection, going to undo a lot of that damage. Sound barrier is going down for both teams. The Stoop dropping the hammer, knocks down 3. ID over the top with the barrage. Wombo combo in progress. People, as soon as they go down, get res back up here for the offense. And yet, it might not be enough. The defense still swarming on top of the point. It looks like Nubris has the edge.
Yeah, I mean, that resurrect was absolutely amazing. I think it might have been a full 5-man res, but unfortunately for Northern Gaming Blue, they were really scattered. And right now, it's just poor Nutty B stuck in his own with Reinhardt fighting him down, and down he goes. And that was a complete hole. Well, not a complete hole, but mostly a hole. And it's just down to Nubris now to push all the way to the end. They have all the time in the world to do it, and that's looking really good for them at the moment.
Definitely. And at the very end, you did see Lodano switch to Widow. So it sort of goes to what you're saying, where Lodano really wanted to switch to Widow that entire time. But there's this idea of loss where you don't want to lose a Zarya ultimate charge up. It feels like a huge waste. But in that case, given how that worked out with how long they were trying to set the perfect Wombo, chaining deaths to Buds, I still wonder if it would have been better to simply put Lodano on the Widow earlier and go for more clean attempts that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's again, it's one of those things that, you know, it's going to come down to the team. It's going to come down to the level head on the team making the call. Whoever is in charge of the shot calling is going to make that decision. And it's so pivotal at moments like this, you know, whether or not they get the engage just right, whether or not they time it right. Maybe the Lucio could have been a bit more aggressive with the sound barrier, for example, and they could have dropped the Topal scene a little bit earlier. Maybe Shades was struggling to get in position because that, you know, Buds was so powerful, and Pharah will really struggle to find a placement if Buds isn't, you know, dealt with or pressured. So anytime Shades was trying to get in as well, he would be sniped out the sky. And it's just Northern Gaming Blue couldn't find the right decision there, and it looks like they paid for it very, very dearly.
No, absolutely. Now the path to victory here for Nubris is pretty wide open. You look at all they have to do. All they need to do is simply get to that second checkpoint quicker than NG Blue did, and as a result, they'll win the game. Or even if they get there slower and they complete the map, they will also win. So multiple outs for victory here on the side of Nubris.
And if Nubris do take it, they will secure their spot into that massive tournament coming up. They will enter the group stages of the main phase of the tournament. This is a tournament for a tournament, technically, and, you know, that it wouldn't be esports without something like that, because, you know, you have announcements for announcements, and now we're having tournaments for tournaments, and I love the recursion of it all. But it looks like the defensive team is ready to go. So Northern Gaming Blue running with Symmetra, with Mint, Zaf on Mercy, Shades on the Junkrat, Nutty B on the Reinhardt, Lodano on Widowmaker, and Yor on McCree.
Yeah, and again, you see the Symmetra now rearing her head. We did not see Nubris come out with the Symmetra, but arguably maybe it cost them a little bit. They did give up point A pretty quickly when they were on their defense, so we'll see if the Symmetra does a little bit better here for the NG Blue side. Meanwhile, taking a look at the side of Nubris, as I said, it's going to be Cool Matt on the McCree, Minstrel on the Lucio, ID on Pharah, Stoop on the Reinhardt, Buds on Widowmaker, and Kusta on the Mercy. And ID is definitely going to be one to watch here. He has gotten a lot of work done on First Point Kings Row, both now and in the past.
Exactly, and it's going to be down to Lodano to shut that down mostly. Can Lodano basically keep his cool, find the right shot, but he's got to be so careful because Buds, I think, has Lodano's number at the moment, and we are playing cross-server for Northern Gaming Blue, so that they do have the slight advantage due to ping as well, and they have to be so careful that Lodano instantly finds ID and picks him right out of the sky, punished for being a little bit too aggressive, maybe.
And with ID being down, the offense now is going to be a little bit more tentative. They're not going to look to go in right away. They're going to wait for ID to come back up, and that was a good 15-20 second spot from one pick alone. But that time is about to go away, and the offense is now setting up again.
And it's so big as well with the Symmetra there, you cannot waste time, because if he does get that teleporter down, the chance of retaking is huge. But it looks like the teams are about ready to go. They're going to wrap around the statue, jockey for position, get as much damage as they can into that barrier. Meanwhile, actually, Buds is trying to find Shade in basically the hotel as he tries to spam bombs out and get what damage he can. It looks like he's just a little bit tentative. Buds taking a huge amount of damage, but does actually manage to survive that. So we'll get picked up. Minstrel also dropping a little bit low. Lodano trying to find what pick, but it looks like they're about ready to fight.
ID moving to the back with the Lucio speed boost with the concussive blast right in on Lodano, going to take him out, and now ID is free to roam, has one pick, looking for more, is backing up, giving the Kree a lot of breathing room here, does not want to die to the flashbang. It's a smart maneuver, and now going to take out Banana McCree from the backside. Buds with the Widowmaker getting the double kill from the front. And the defense now is absolutely staggered. They have the teleporter up, but it's not going to be enough. Nubris with a very decisive first point attack.
Yeah, the teleporter was up, and then it just immediately went down. It was a risky placement to put it there in the hotel, just sort of hoping maybe that they could push it back for a few more moments, but that was really, really solid engagement there. And it is worth mentioning as well that Northern Gaming Blue are playing at about 5 a.m. at the moment. It is 4 a.m. here in Murray Old, England. I do believe Northern Gaming Blue are primarily Swedish, so it is 5 a.m. there. So that might be a little bit, why they're making difficult decisions or struggling to find the right decisions, but they're going to set up here fairly aggressive positioning, hoping Ladano, with that damage amp, can find maybe a pick or two and keep control of this map, because they really have to stall that for a long time here to be able to have a chance for that sweet, sweet spot in the upcoming tournament.
Well, they're going to have a lot of trouble stalling out here in the Streets phase. The offense is absolutely stacked with ultimates here. Matt has his ultimate up. ID has Barrage up. Earthshatter is on the menu, and ID in the back. Barrage is coming down. He's going to get shot out of the sky by Ur. Krusta might be bringing him back up, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The Resurrection bringing him back into the fray. Stoop, meanwhile, does have his Earthshatter, and while they're worried about ID in the back, the cart is being pushed. Stoop is charging in, going to get the pin onto Reinhardt, but gets knocked down in turn. If Stoop lives, he'll be able to drop a Earthshatter, but no, he is going to go down. Might not matter though, as Buds, the secondary tank here for Nubris, is still in the fray, is able to get 2 people down, and it wasn't the worst defense coming out from NG Blue, but just was not enough.
Exactly, and one thing I'm very curious to see as well is that Shade, that's the called out, well, then now Ladano called out, so that's it's going to confirm they roll right into this point, and that's it, GG, because they beat the time set by Northern Gaming Blue, so they basically took it here 2-0, and they have secured their spot in the upcoming ONOG Invitational Tournament. They are in the group stages.
Yep, big congratulations, Nubris. That is a huge milestone for them. That is not it for them here today, though. They'll be playing the winner of our other semifinal, and the winner of the grand final, of course, will get a bit better seeding as a result. And speaking of the other semifinal, we are going to be getting to see Rogue for the first time today. Rogue, of course, one of the top European teams in the game, right up there with Reunited. Some people would argue they are better than Reunited. Remains to be seen, but they are still easily one of the top 2 teams in the EU, and we'll see if they can pave their way in to our group stages as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Rogue, definitely one of the top teams in Europe right now. Some of the most sort of stacked names in European Overwatch as well. Tavik definitely sort of heading up that lineup, has been playing at an absolute monster in solo queue as well. So I'm very curious to see how Rogue are playing at the moment. Like I said, it's about 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. in Europe, so I'm going to be curious to see how that affects their play. But we will be joining Rogue, seeing who they're playing against. And have you actually managed to find out who Rogue are lined up and fighting?
I'm not sure. I haven't been able to get the bracket to load for me. My internet has been doing all sorts of weird things, so I can't go. And on the bracket, they're facing this. I'm sure we'll find out in just a moment, though.
I'm looking at the bracket right now. It hasn't fully updated, I think. So it's either OW Kings, it could be, or it's No Fast Gunners. And
OW King. I was going to say OW Kings. That would seem the most likely to me of the two, just based on rankings.
Exactly. But they will have to play out this match, and then if Rogue do take it, then they will have confirmed their slot, but then they will have to play against Nubris just to get seeding and basically find their position in the upcoming tournament. So lots and lots more Overwatch to look forward to. Do stick around for a little bit longer. This is basically a tournament for a tournament, and we will get this next game set up for you as soon as humanly possible.
So let's assume then that it is OW Kings versus Rogue, because that's most likely. Going into it, you definitely have to give Rogue the advantage just based on results that we've seen in the past, Rogue's performance to take TV land. But also, don't forget, Rogue is going to be playing with a sub here. They no longer have IDDQD. IDDQD was one of their best players, a shutdown McCree player in every sense of the word. They have Toxican filling in. Toxican, I think, usually has done more support type things. I'm not quite sure it's going to pan out today. So Rogue might be a little bit weakened compared to before. And OW Kings has definitely had some good tournaments as of late as well. So even though it might be natural to favor Rogue here, I could definitely see a few scenarios where OW Kings would be able to take them out.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because, I mean, Rogue are such a strong team. Like, they looked so good at Takeover, they looked so practiced and polished, but losing IDDQD is huge because IDDQD is definitely one of the better DPS players around. He's definitely a very good McCree, and McCree is huge at the moment. So losing a solid McCree player could actually be incredibly detrimental. So it's definitely not, locked in for Rogue. They are the higher seed, I would say, sort of mentally and what I know of the teams, but I would not put it past OW Kings. I mean, the reason why we play these tournaments out is to actually see who wins and loses on the day, and it's going to be difficult conditions, and it's going to be an interesting match for sure, especially because there's so much to play for and so much at stake. Will the pressure get to anyone is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we're going to have to keep a watch on here. Both these teams would very much like to get to our group stage, but there's only going to be one spot for them remaining in today's tournament. The loser of this will have to participate on Friday to try and get one of the 2 spots then. And you don't want to have it be pushed to the last day, because who knows what can happen on any individual day. If you're in a good spot here today, why not try and just win today and, leave Friday off, leave Friday for other sorts of prep so you don't have to play in that qualifier.
Yeah, and actually one thing that does occur to me as well is if Rogue or OOW Kings are forced into that next qualifier, what could happen is you basically have to stay up again till 4 a.m. in the morning, and that will set you up then for the following day, for the Saturday when the group stages actually begin, and that could leave you a bit rough, although I do know that a lot of these guys are very die-hard gamers as well, so like me, they are very prepared to sort of stay up till the wee hours of the morning, playing Overwatch, talking about Overwatch, loving Overwatch, and it's one of those things where you don't want the pressure of that, and you don't want to have to deal with thinking about, okay, well, we have to set our sleep schedule this way and this way and this way, when you could just basically win right now and secure a spot and make sure it's a nice smooth sailing into the weekend tournament.
All righty, so this is the Operation Breakout qualifier number 1, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers. We're going to be taking a quick break, about 5 minutes or so, as we wait for the teams to sit up here, but we will be right back, bringing you not only the semifinal, but also the grand final right after. Lots of good games still left here tonight. You don't want to miss them. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here in the One Nation of Gamers Operation Breakout qualifier number 1. Big apologies here for the delay, but we do have a little bit of an upset here. OW Kings going down to team No Fast Guns. No Fast Guns having a lot of players on it that you might recognize from a former incarnation of Team Liquid, including Frisco and V, along with some players that I don't know, but definitely making an impact in the scene here early on. And now they're going to be facing Rogue in our semifinals, trying to vie for a spot in our group stages later on this month.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a huge upset to see OW Kings go down to these guys. Not, just because these guys are mostly unknowns. Like, as you said, we got 2 former Liquid players, but most of the names I personally don't recognize. So well done to them. Apparently, it was a hard-fought battle. That's why we had such a long delay. But we're going to try and get this match going for you as soon as possible. The draft has already been done. We will be going straight to Kings Row. Again, just a very sort of standard map. And it's going to be a very exciting match. Now, to me, Rogue are going to be the favorites going into this one, just because, Rogue are notoriously good. But they are down a player. They are down IDDQD, and they have replaced them with Toxicon. And we're going to have to see how they play around that. Like, we haven't seen them play with this new lineup at the moment, with this sub. So how he's going to fit into the team and how the team's going to adapt to that new player is going to be very curious, isn't it?
IDDQD not being with Rogue right now, it's not a fatal blow to them, but it's definitely a blow that's not easy replaced. IDDQD, of course, many people considering him one of the most premium McCrees in the game, someone who plays the role very well. It's not something you can replace at a whim. Toxicon right now is not the permanent replacement here for Rogue. He is his sub as they look for someone to fill the shoes that IDDQD left. Now, of course, IDDQD and Rogue parting on mutual terms, just they felt it wasn't going to work out. It wasn't him getting kicked or they felt his performance was bad. That sort of, it happens. People part ways even after winning a LAN tournament.
Yeah, especially with the European scene as it is, it's not uncommon to see even teams doing super well and suddenly they just decide to fragment for some reason. That's just how kind of the European scene goes. And yeah, we just kind of sort of learn to live with it. I would love to see teams stay together more. To me, it's like one of the big strengths of Reunited, for example, is you just see them sit together, play together, practice together, and be ready to go. But it looks like we are about ready to start setting up here on Kings Row. So the team, No Fast Gunners, starting out on defense. We do have Casper on the Symmetra, V on the Junkrat, Frisco on Widowmaker, AGM on Lucio, Foe on McCree, and the Jeffrey, that's one hell of a name, on Reinhardt.
And that's about the most standard composition you could get for defense on Kings Row that we've been seeing over the past week. Lots of Junkrat Symmetra. We did see Nubrus not run the Symmetra just a little bit ago, but in general, this is really a lot of what happens. AGM will be on the Mercy. That switch up happening a lot, where you use Lucio to speed boost people out, then go back and swap. Meanwhile, looking at the offense coming out from the side of Rogue, it is going to be Toxicon on the Widowmaker, Tavik on the Hanzo, Wins on Junkrat, Unco on Mercy, Reinforce on Reinhardt, AKM on Pharah. And I gotta say, I think Tavik might be switching off to McCree here, or someone will be, because yeah, not knowing McCree, that'd be a little bit crazy. The Hanzo could be happening. I'll believe it when I see it, but I would not be that surprised. Tavik has done Hanzo in the past.
Yeah, I would not put it past Tavik. Let's see what he does with it, though. It looks like he's actually going to be keeping it, so they're going to be looking for this burst damage. They have the 2 snipers, Widowmaker and Hanzo on the field. But they're still out here. They're just going to take it slowly, take it patiently, and not charge in just yet. But they're going to try and wrap around the statue or just push through the middle. The Symmetra web is there. Reinforced status actually get freed up as well from that. It looks like they're just clearing away the Symmetra traps. Again, taking it very steady, very patiently low. Frisco finds the pick on Toxicon, so they immediately get the advantage in the back of that. And it looks like they're just going to wait. But this isn't playing into that Symmetra's hands because she's going to have that teleport up and running very soon.
Yep, Resurrection is going to be coming up from the offense. Unco built it really quickly, and Tavik was able to take out the defensive Widow. The upside of having both a Widow and a Hanzo on defense. Reinforced charging right in, immediately getting punished. But the backup coming in from AKM. AKM getting a double kill, moving forward. You have to deal with Resurrection, but what a reaction coming out from the Jeffrey. Stops himself from getting flashbanged by AKM. That was beautiful. He's going to go down anyways, but still, the thought is good. Meanwhile, here comes the tire coming out from B. That's going to go over the top, take out Unco, stop the offense from charging the res. And the defense now recovering and getting back into it.
Yeah, it's actually been completely back and forth. I really thought they had it there by forcing that early resurrect out of Unco, making sure that, he basically had to blow that very early and then having that massive advantage. But meanwhile, Tavik's in the back here, does actually get cleaned up by V there. So couldn't quite find him picks back there, but I really thought they had the advantage of it. And it was really going to sort of go both ways, back and forth. Tavik finally getting the picks that he needed, though, clinching it and basically reset to step 1. But the teleport did go up and then immediately also went down. McCree was in position just to take it out right away.
Yeah, Rogue right now not having the great success on their offense. I'm a little bit surprised. Obviously, they're dealing with having to run a sub and all the rest, but we'll see how this works out. They do have more ultimates in their favor. They have a Deadeye. They have a Dragon Strike. Riptire is on the menu, and here comes the Riptire coming out for wins. Going to be moving forward. Tire, and they're actually using the Dragon Strike turret for the Tire, but not as successful as they'd like, as Casper takes out AKM early in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing idea with the combo play, but they didn't take out the Symmetra turret, so those Symmetra turrets will just whittle down that Tire completely, make sure its threat is negated, and just easy clean up there. And it looks like, again, it's just Tavik on his own, trying to land what Pixie can. Does take out the Jeffrey, though, with a well-placed arrow. We'll pick up and we'll force the res, so that's actually going to be down for the next fight. If they can force something off the back of this, it could be huge.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Looking at the defense from No Fast Guns, they're able to stabilize. Frisco taking out AKM again. AKM definitely having a little bit of a rough game, but here comes Toxicin, gets the double kill. Suddenly striking really big blood here for the side of Rogue. Makes it a triple kill with the SMG. Toxicin going off his Widowmaker, putting the team on his back. And we're going to see now if this is enough for Rogue to move forward.
And during all of that, AKM was ready there in the middle with the Deadeye. Although Poco's got the Deadeye of his own, does take out AKM. The teleporter is up as well. And here goes a Riptire coming out of V as well. Can he find any targets with it? No, it's immediately gets taken out there by Wins. And this is looking really, really good for Rogue right now. I think they've got this first point.
They're going to get this first point, and it comes off entirely the heroics of Toxicin. And look at Reinforce moving in, charges on the Jeffrey, takes him out. Reinforce with the exclamation point there. This point is Rogue's. And Rogue now getting the payload moving, but that was a pretty good defense coming out from the side of No Fast Guns. Impressive stuff.
And Tavik staying on the Hanzo. Like, I like the Hanzo pick. I think that he's a little bit underrated when you are reliable enough with him, and the information you can get, especially with the Widowmaker. Oh, Toxicin, definitely proving his worth as a stealth. We had a lot of questions going into this. Would he, fill IDDQD shoes? And he's definitely doing it right now, finding kill after kill after kill. Set them up on that first point beautifully, and this aggressive push is making it look like they're going to have a very fast time through the streets.
Yeah, they're keeping the defense of No Fast Guns really far back. But the only downside is that they have all these people pushed up. They only have one person on the cart. So you look back at the cart isn't going through here as quickly as they'd like. It might not matter though if they can keep the pressure. AKM and Tavik getting a kill each, but here comes a hammer from the Jeffrey. Knocks down 3 people. He's going to charge Wins to his death. Bo with the follow-up gets a double kill. Frisco and Jeffrey trying to make this work. They do have the offensive res. Rogue trying to turn this fight back in their favor, but a lot of momentum with the defense right now.
Yeah, absolutely crucially, it was Reinforce on the point, so they didn't have that defensive barrier, so now Reinforce is forced back. This area is a very high charge as well, looking to find what kills she can. Will force back Reinforce, might be able to just take him out there. There we go, the cleaning up the rest of the fight there. But yeah, Reinhardt was just staying on the point, and so they had no defense from that Earth Shatter. They could just push in, take the Earth Shatter, get some clean kills, but it looks like Tavik's answered with a quick swap onto Genji, so going from one Shimada brother to the other.
Well, Tavik's Genji, of course, is a joy to watch. Many people would actually tell you he's the best Genji in the game at his peak. We've seen him do a lot all throughout the history of Overwatch, going back to Beta 2. We'll see what he can do here. But the defense now for No Fast Guns being highly aggressive. Speed boost out. Deadeye out, but Bo going to get punished before he gets anything off that. Reinforce charging in, drops the Earth Shatter. The hammer is down. 4 quick kills for Rogue. And the defense, they went over aggressive, and they were punished dearly for it.
Yeah, and something extremely interesting over there. So they dropped the Graviton Surge, hoping that Briscoe would get a few quick kills. Briscoe and the Widowmaker flanked around the back, tried to land what snipe they could, but Reinforce knew exactly where she was, put the shield in the right place, and they just couldn't get the damage down to clean up the rest of Rogue. And Rogue are looking like they're going to make good time here. Only stalled out really once, and they're going to just put out this forward aggression. It looks like Toxicin's also swapped off onto the Zarya, but as we saw earlier, is this Zarya going to sort of be a little bit of a risk here? But I think with Tavik on the team, they can keep Briscoe pinned back, and basically try and use that to give themselves space, set up for the ultimates they need to push through this final stage on King's Row.
Well, they absolutely have a kill combo set up right here. Toxicin, when he gets Graviton Surge in about another 50%, will be able to set up Tavik's Dragon Blade. But oftentimes, Tavik doesn't even need that to set up his Dragon Blades when he finds the right moment. But here we go, both teams poking in and out right now. Toxicin able to take out V, so 65 for Rogue. This is going to allow them to be a lot more aggressive, but Frisco, just like that, takes out Tavik. The defense not folding just yet.
Yeah, a very aggressive push there. V sort of got caught in the back there, picked off very cleanly. The Jeffrey comes in, doesn't land the RCR, but gets countercharged by Reinforce. He's just there and ready and waiting for him. Here comes the Resurrect, picking people back up as the fight goes And Tavik, Dragonblade comes out swinging, looks for the McCree, picks him up. Can he get another kill? Yes, he can with Toxic's help, and this is looking really good for them as they push down with this final point, and they do have a Graviton Surge ready, so they could just keep them pinned in the spawn.
And I'm gonna note that came again off the Jeffrey being a little bit over aggro, went for his own ult, and they got punished. Tavik brought the Dragonblade towards the end for the cleanup, and now they're on top of the cart, and the defense not able to get there in time in the least. That's gonna be a pretty fast time being set here by Rogue, but not as fast as we've been accustomed to on Kings Row. That was not the worst defense coming out from the side of No Fast Guns, and in fact, if they can get point A immediately, I think they would actually have a pretty good chance of being this time. And that's where I think the next match will really be decided on. I think if it takes them a while to get point A, they're probably going to lose, but if they can get point A in the first push, I think they have a very good chance of stealing this one away from Rogue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be curious to see if they do run the Symmetra, for example, make sure they can get the teleporter up and then just try and buy time using that. I would not be surprised to see that as they try and play the slow game, just stall them out as long as they could. But I mean, that last push looked really damn good. It looked okay for No Fast Guns for a moment, but then the Resurrect came. Tavik just got into the back line, slashed a few people up, cleaned up a lot of space, and then they still had a Graviton Surge ready to just pin people back and make sure that point sailed right to the end. So it's definitely a beatable time, 6 minutes 37. It's not the fastest in the world, but if they do start getting stalled out, like you said on that first point especially, it could be very, very difficult. So very good to see what picks they go. Will they actually reply in kind with a Hanzo? I don't think so. I think we're going to have more standard picks, and yeah, definitely a V going with the Pharah, for example.
So the one thing I liked about the Hanzo pick, and I'm not sure it justified it compared to, say, Tavik just being on his Genji, because his Genji is that good. But here's the one thing I did like about the Hanzo look there. With Hanzo Widow, in a sense, you're almost running a double sniper composition in a lot of ways. I mean, it's a little bit different, but it's putting a lot of pressure on the other Widowmaker. It means that if you lose the Widow v Widow battle, you're not necessarily just doomed for the fight, because the Hanzo has a chance to get some instant revenge. You have 2 shots at killing the defensive Widow, and for how prominent Widow has been in the meta, I think that's a decent argument for Hanzo going forward, but a lot of teams not too.
I definitely think like the Sonic Arrow especially is just an incredibly strong ability. So, you know, especially with these high-tier Widowmakers, you're looking at very, very high uptime on that recon site, and just getting the Sonic Arrow just to furnish that a little bit more, make sure she has those reliable shots, setting Widowmaker up for a good few kills. And Tavik was also landing good headshots as well on the Reinhardt. But meanwhile, it looks like the teams are about ready to go. So on Rogue side, we do have Reinforced, sometimes known as Reinforced, just because he plays Reinhardt so goddamn much, and he's of course on Reinhardt. Tavik on the Junkrat wins on Lucio, Unco on Mercy, AKM on McCree, and Toxic getting back on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, meanwhile, taking a look at the offensive side here, coming out from No Fast Guns, it's going to be AGM on the Mercy, Casper on Lucio, V on Pharah, the Jeffrey on Reinhardt, Foe on McCree. We're just going to round things out here on the Widowmaker.
Can I just say I love that name, The Jeffrey? He's not just Jeffrey, he's the...
No, he's the Jeffrey.
Exactly, there can be no other in esports now. As the teams do come out in this Junkrat spam, it does rain over, but Tavik, yeah, just setting up, and Tavik can be a massive pain in the ass, I'm sure, to play against here with that Junkrat. He's one of the best in the business at it, but meanwhile, Widowmaker Frisco trying to find a few picks, is forced back into the little cinema, and here we go, it looks like the first battle about to kick off.
They're rushing in, they're not wasting any time, but they get shot into the air by that concussive mine, charging Tavik, oftentimes a Death Sense, AKM and Unco getting in there with a kill each. Frisco, though, in the back, uncontested, takes out AKM, looking for more. He was able to take out Tavik, and the offense not going down here just yet. Still back and forth, but here's the important thing to note here on is that the offense is going to get back to this fight much sooner than the defense will.
Yeah, exactly. They have to be so careful. And there's no Symmetra as well on the defensive team, so no teleport is going to come up, and there's no sort of shortcut to getting back. But that said, Toxic is still up. He's still looking for the Pharah, but he does get picked up by Frisco, and this is looking really solid now for No Fast Guns. They might be able to take us a good time as the Jeffrey gets launched up, but here we go once again.
Foe right now in the back takes out Unco. Unco not going to be resurrecting for the defense here. Frisco takes out AKM, and even Lucio getting into it, getting the killing blow into Tavik. And the defense, they had to move quickly there. They got punished, and a lot of it came down to Unco just sort of got caught by the McCree. Good positioning by the McCree of No Fast Guns and Foe. And like that, faster time right now being set by No Fast Guns. They have a chance versus Rogue.
Yeah, and they are really well positioned as well. So the next fight we have V ready to go with the Justice rain from above, the barrage coming out, and because it is London, it does rain often, and as you've seen today, these Justices have been incredibly on point. So I'm curious to see if they can get anything on the back of that. They don't quite have the Earth Shadow ready yet, while Reinforce is just a little bit ahead in the ultimate advantage there, but there's plenty of time for them to sort of try and find a pick. We do see the Zarya coming out as well on Toxicant, so they're going to be looking to sort of stall as long as possible. It looks like they're ready to go.
V going in over the top with the barrage, cracking the Reinhardt shield, looking for more. The defense still of Rogue doing their best to sort of back out and mitigate that. No one died from that barrage. In fact, Unco takes out Frisco as a mercy. 2 quick kills here for the defense. Now the defense is going to charge in. They know they have an advantage. They want to just solidify it. Build ults. AKM takes out the Jeffrey, and they are charging in off that Lucio speed boost. And what was looking like it could have been a good fight for No Fast Guns is turned around very quickly.
Yep, Tavik moving from the jumper out onto the fire, so you've still got the splash damage, you've still got the explosive firepower there, but Tavik's fire is honestly one of those things that I've been trying to keep an eye on because he doesn't play it too often, but when it does come out, it can be very, very high impact. He just has a very solid game sense. He can find the position he needs, and if he gets that ultimate up and ready to go, it could be huge for him. And especially with Toxickin setting up now, he's already on 50% ultimate charge, so that's actually really solid for Zarya building that quickly. It looks like they're ready to fight again.
Both Reinhardts have ult, and Reinforced dropping the hammer first, knocks down 2 in the back. Jeffrey drops his share without anywhere near the same effect. Tavik over the top, getting the double kill, makes it a triple. Tavik absolutely getting all sorts of value here in this fight. There will be a resurrection for the Fallen coming out. They have the sound barrier up as well, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I think Casper just sound barriered himself there. He was sort of stuck on his own, but Tavik definitely had V's number there. He shot him out the sky, and Unco and Tavik are working on fire together. Toxickin's almost ready to go. They could buy a lot of time here, especially with that. If they can get the Graviton Surge down, if they can get everyone into there, they just got to make sure that they get the Mercy, because if they don't, there's so many places she can hide in this area of the map where she can just basically res absolutely everyone. But we also see AKM trying to sneak up onto the high ground, maybe try and get one of those cool mat style ultimates from the back as the teams prepare in position and they look about ready to go. You can hear the ultimate calls ready from Toxickin as well. And the barrier's actually breaking here for the offensive team, so they're in a little bit of dire straits here. If they're not careful, they can find themselves running in and just getting smashed apart very quickly.
And they're coming out with the deny by. There's the Graviton, and Tavik with the follow-up gets the triple kill. He's going to go down to V in the end. V reigning a little bit of justice of his own. Not nearly enough, though. The damage has been done, and that fight is over practically before it begins. And here's the other thing that's coming out right now. Time-wise, there's just not that much time left for the attackers here. I mean, No Fast Guns, they could be facing a map deficit very shortly.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that was interesting there was Tavik managed to get about 3 people. Mercy still stood outside the Graviton Surge, but she just held on to her ultimate a little bit too long. She got really badly punished for it there. So she does have it ready for the next fight, but Unco is also ready to go, AKM's ready to go, and more importantly, Reinforce is ready to go with the Earthshadow. Leaf Reinhardt's been on point today.
Yeah, Tavik not wasting any time, takes out Frisco in the back. The defense being highly aggressive here. 2 kills to their name. Reinhardt almost going down. He will go down the AKM. V over the top, gonna suffer a brutal midair from Tavik. And I gotta say, I think Rogue should have this. They should be taking this map 1-0 over. There's 2 minutes remaining, so time-wise, it's not impossible for the offense to come back, but I think Rogue should have this man.
Yeah, it's not inconceivable, but they have to push and they have to have it really decisive right now. The Jeffrey himself does need to get a good Earthshadow. Can he do it right now?
D right now moving way in the back. Tavik looking for the pickoff. Will be able to take out V before he does any damage. And meanwhile, Reinforced went very deep. Was able to get into the back line. And another full team wipe here for Rogue. And it was starting really well for AKM. They had a very quick attack on point A, but the street space is absolutely mystified them.
Yeah, and No Fast Guns just struggling to find their feet. They charged in there, but Reinforce got the better of the Jeffrey, landed the Earthshadow first, and just the fight snowballed from there, especially with Tavik basically having V's number at the moment. You usually see this sort of thing out of Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, but it seems to be coming out the fire now. And again, Tavik finds V, lands that rocket, takes it out very quickly, but they're pushing regardless.
Graviton coming in, Barrage potentially on the menu. We'll see if they even need to do it, in fact. Tavik went down early, didn't even matter, as everyone coming that Graviton just went down. A full team wipe coming out from Rogue, and this is pretty brutal.
Yep, and GG being called by Foe. So, yep, first match goes to Rogue. In pretty convincing fashion as well, and I think we might go back to lobby after this one just because there's 2 minutes left on the clock, so very, very likely is the team just still shoot each other, AKM cleaning up a little bit more. So if we were going to see play of the game, it's probably going to be that as he's just killed 5 people.
Reinforcing play of the game. It's like, well, play of the game is now something that wasn't in the game. So we're just going to go back to lobby. But yeah, I mean, there is really flashes of brilliance coming out from the side of No Fast Guns there, where it looked like they had a real chance. They started out Kings Row excellently. They had a pretty good defense. And yet they just got completely stopped in the streets phase. Perhaps experience showing in Rogue's favor there. And as a result, Rogue now up 1-0, and they are a mere 1 map away from gaining entry to the main tournament taking place later this month in the Operation Breakout Tournament.
Yeah, so they will have an opportunity to play against basically a lot of the top tier teams have already sort of locked in their position. They've been invited to that group stage and they will be playing round robin. So there's a lot to look forward to there and a lot at stake here because if Rogue do it, they've secured their spot. They don't have to think about Friday because there is another open tournament for people to try and qualify then. So they don't have to sort of panic about that, set their sleep schedules. Because right now in Europe, I will tell you, for me, it's about 5 a.m. For them, most of them, it's about 6 a.m. Because they are on the continent and I am a Brit, so I'm an hour ahead of them. And so that's actually a big consideration. They will be sort of well-rested going into the weekend. They don't have to change their plans or worry about competing in the tournament at all. They can set that out of their mind, have that comfort going into this map. But this is the first time we're on Dorado today. We've basically seen a lot of Hollywood. And I'm looking forward to this because Dorado is one of those maps where high ground can be everything. There's so many tight choke points. There's so many sort of narrow pathways and little corridors to get stuck in. Snipers, Widowmaker especially, well, Widowmaker is the sniper. Therefore, yeah. Going to be very, very important here. Who can get the top of that? And I think Toxicant might have Frisco's number so far.
Yeah, Toxicant has been having a really good game. I know he's just subbing in for Rogue, but he definitely proved his worth in the last match. I mean, he basically took Point A solo on King's Row in many respects. I mean, getting 3 kills, setting up his team and all the rest, at a point where Rogue is really struggling. But Rogue definitely seems to be a little bit more woken up now, had a much better defense overall. But taking a look here at the defense coming out from the Rogue side, it's going to be AKM on the McCree, Reinforce on Reinhardt, Toxicant on Widowmaker, Unco on Mercy, Tavik on Junkrat, and Wynn's going to round things out here on the Symmetra. And the great thing about this map, is that this is one of the best defensive maps in the game. It is not uncommon to see teams be held right here on the first point. If you're a fan of defensive gameplay, Dorado is where it's at.
Yeah, exactly. And on the offensive team, we do have V on the Genji, Foe on McCree, Casper on the Lucio, the Jeffrey on Reinhardt, Frisco on Widowmaker, and AGM bringing out the Mercy. It's going to be very curious to see if they can get some very early picks. But meanwhile, Tavik's just going to spam down with that Junkrat, buying some time. Symmetra is also going to send in those orbs, try and get that teleport up and running as soon as possible, because it's so vital for these things to be able to reinforce quickly. Because once you start losing grip, if you don't have that teleporter up, it's going to be really, really difficult to take it back. But I'm curious to see if V can find a way into the back, maybe get a couple of picks, open up the team. It looks like they're just going to push his unit, take the time with it, as Frisco actually moves onto the high ground.
Yeah, and this is pretty common here. The defense will poke out a little bit to begin with, but they will concede most of this area and decide to defend the courtyard because the courtyard is that defensible. I do like the Genji pick coming out from the side of no fast guns. We've seen Genji do a lot of work on this point, and here they go. They're speed boosting in. The offense not wasting any time. The Jeffrey going to get a quick charge kill. 3 kills for the offense. Tavik, one of the last main defenders up. It's good. Tavik's Junkrat is here on this point. I'm not sure he can defend this on his own, but we'll see. He does have help from AKM. Getting a little bit scrappier than the offense would have liked, as almost everyone is dead on.
Yeah, we got a duel here between Tavik and AKM, and the Mercy brings in support, so V is back up, and now it's going to be Junkrat against Genji, and oh no, the switch is there, but V gets the better of him, and now it's just Reinforce chasing off the map, but meanwhile, they're back on the payload. The teleporter is not just quite up yet, it's just gone down now. No one's in position to really take it out, however, but they have managed to get the payload through that choke point, and that's so important here. The Foe is coming on the flank, looking for Reinforce, trying to get what damage you can. There's a team that do jockey for position, it looks like Battle is ready to go.
No one can hide.
Yeah, we saw him be a little bit deep. He tried to take up himself, but wasn't going to get it. A Resurrection going to come out here for the defense. The defense trying to maintain control. Frisco and Casper did get 2 kills. Going to get mitigated a bit by the res. And here comes the Junkrat Tire coming forward. Going to get absolutely nothing. But it was a little bit rocky. The defensive Rogue able to stabilize at a point where, in the very beginning, it looked like they were going to get wiped out right away.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Toxicant has swapped off the Widowmaker, gone onto Soldier 76, and looking for that bit more reliable damage, maybe to help just deal with the McCree and deal with the Genji. But Genji is ready to go, the Jeffrey is ready to go as well, so will we see that combo of, amazing melee ultimates, the Earth Shatter and the Dragon Blade? Looks like they're about ready to fight.
Dragon Blade going in right behind Reinhardt now. Reinhardt's going to get sliced and diced. V, though, has to be careful. McCree almost taking him out, and he will go down in the end. The defense dealt with Dragon Blade pretty well. Both teams down 2 players. As Tavik now absolutely regulating. Gets the triple kill. Mercy eating a bomb to the face. And now he's not done yet. He's looking for more. He takes out the Jeffrey. Lucio might be on the kill list as Tavik going absolutely crazy on that Junkrat. What a defensive play coming out from Tavik.
Yeah, Tavik just managed to hold on for dear life then. He was basically isolated on his own against 2 people, managed to clean them both up there with a surprising amount of damage. Using that Junkrat to its maximum effectiveness, I would not like to go up against his Junkrat. Good lord, he can land those grenades in the right place at the right time. He's also setting up traps and bombs in just the perfect location, just to make it really, really difficult, especially for the Genji to find a way in. But it looks like we've seen a swap up. Genji going to the background, V going out on Zarabit. It looks like they're ready to fight both Reinhardt right in the middle.
They're moving in right now. Foe does take out Symmetra immediately, but Reinforce comes in with the Earth Shatter, gets the double kill. Toxicant coming in with the follow-up. The Tag Visor gives him a quad. Toxican absolutely being unleashed here. And for being a sub, Toxican is definitely having some good moments here thus far. Rogue able to push in very aggressively after getting those pickoffs, and now for No Fast Guns, they're starting to run up against the timer pretty hard here. They only have about maybe 2 good pushes left, if that.
Exactly, they've got to make something happen very soon. They do have Castle ready with the sound barrier, however, so they will be good to go on that, but they just used the res in that last fight, so they might want to sort of back off, but they just don't have time to do it, so they might just try through, of course, into the wind, engage, hope that ADM gets that resurrect up and running, but it looks like they're holding off. ADM at 60% now, that must be res charging so fast, but they're about to push forward, and it looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're moving in. The sound barrier's out. This is the last gas here for the offense. They need to make this happen. Even with the sound barrier, Frisco's going to go down immediately. Jeffrey dropping the Earth Shatter, moving in on Reinforce. Gonna charge him in the wall, but look at Tavik. Tavik is still alive. He's still in this corridor, getting damage shot after damage shot in on them. They're not dealing with him. Frisco, though, might not care. He got 2 picks off as Widow over the top. AKM and Unco both going to bite it. No more resurrections are left for the defense. But they're coming in on the teleporter. The battle teleporter is a thing.
Oh my god, it's come back. Tavik also picks up 2 kills there in the background as well. Gets the Junkrat tire out there, finds some kills. No one's actually like hunting him down, and so he's just squirreling away, getting up the tire and just fighting and fighting and fighting. And also 3 people picked up in the Graviton surge there, but no one was in position to capitalize off the back of it, so it's a little bit of waste now. And now you've got this Zarya, who is going to struggle to get the charge up and running unless you can absorb some of that spam from Tavik, so that's what she's looking for right now. But they're going to have to make it happen now, and they do not have ultimate advantage. They're going to go right into the Deadeye here from AKM.
This is absolute desperation time here for the offense of No Fast Guns. Frisco takes out AKM. Frisco putting the team on his back, gets the double kill, but Toxican going to put an end to it, comes up right behind him, treats him to a Helix rocket. And even though the offense still getting a few pickoffs here, we'll see if this is enough. 3 people on top of the cart. They have a small hope here, that teleporter's doing way too much work being out in the open like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and Reinforce comes in. Although here's a massive res, so it could swing back into their favor. V chasing down AKM, trying to get the damage done, and if they can get this here, they stay alive in this tournament, because losing the first point is so difficult. It just sets the other team up for a very reliable push. Unco coming in. Can Unco do anything? No, it looks like they might actually be able to get this all the way to the end.
Yeah, Reinforce is the last person remaining, trying to buy some time, but he gets forcibly removed from the payload as No Fast Guns on the verge of losing this first checkpoint, and as a result, probably losing the map, keeping themselves alive, getting that capture, and now this next phase will probably be difficult for them to get through, but if they can set fast time here, they can make up for lost ground and potentially turn this map in their favor.
Yeah, they have to be really careful right now, though. Tavik's swapped off, gone onto that Genji of his, which is absolutely terrifying. Toxican also still on the Widowmaker, swapped off the Soldier 76, so we do see some spots. But Frisco getting the better of Toxican this time, and it looks like they're ready to engage. The Rogue going right in for it.
Frisco has been the hero for the offense here in the last 2 major team fights. He's getting pick after pick. Finally, though, he is going to go down with Tavik. Tavik having enough of this, going absolutely crazy here as Genji now in the back line, going to deflect Foe. Foe having to be very careful in dealing with Tavik here. And Tavik just content to send the back, throwing out the spam, looking for his opportunity, building his ultimate. Let's see if this is enough for the defense. The defense has to be careful. Tavik doesn't have the most support here. Now the offense coming at the offensive sound barrier. The Jeffrey getting the double kill, including Tavik. They were able to weather the storm, and the offense No Fast Guns getting through the street space of Toronto very quickly.
Yeah, I thought it was looking good there for Rogue for a moment. They did have Unco on the high ground, and no one on No Fast Guns can really get up there quickly. They're sort of relying on Frisco to land the snipe, but if Unco plays his position right, or played his cards right, he would have been safe. But it looks like Rogue are exploding out, getting the damage done, but Foe and V are in position, ready to clear it off. Jeffrey staying on the point, payload's almost there. He's just going to pull forward, he's going to keep his barrier up, going to try and make sure it's nice and safe there. Tavik's res up and good to go, and I think Tavik almost has his Dragon Blade ready.
Yeah, the Dragon Blade is on the way out. Tavik now slicing and dicing, moving into the back, slicing out Adam. Still not done yet. Gets another defensive Dragon Blade kill, looking for more. Tavik putting the defense on his back now. Toxican in there as well, and Rogue going to hold 4 meters away from the checkpoint.
And this is just like the worst place possible to lose it, because the spawn distance now is so difficult to overcome. You've got to run so far. They only have about 1 more good offense left in them. That said, it's only Reinforced with his ultimate ready. Everyone else is really low. The wins is just about good to go, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that come off. Frisco sneaking around the side, looking for a couple of picks, maybe trying to make something happen off the back of that. And it looks like, Tavik just might go down here. No, he actually gets the better of Foe there, so winning out in that duel, and that could be huge here.
No, this is going to give the defense a 65. AKM coming in over the back, gets a flashbang on the Jeffrey. The Graviton Surge, though, pulling in the defense as the offense of No Fast Guns trying to hang in there. little bit back and forth here, but I think too many people of the offense have gone down here to really make this work as Tavik going to pick up the double kill. It wasn't a bad look. It was a good graviton, but they didn't get the follow-up they needed, and the resurrection was absolutely brutal. And Rogue on the verge of a full hold here versus No Fast Guns.
And hats off to Unco there, because he didn't quite have his res ready, but he managed to duel Zarya and deal enough damage to get the resurrect up and running. Now it looks like they're just throwing a stall off, and yes, they will stop it right here. So basically, all Rogue have to do is push the payload faster than No Fast Guns, and once they do that, they will be in an amazing position, and they have a lot of space to be able to do that as well.
No, absolutely. This is a great opportunity for Rogue here to put this series away, move forward, secure their place in the main tournament. And, you know, if you're a fan of Rogue, this is exactly what you want to see. No Fast Guns, though, I mean, they've been putting up a pretty good fight, more so than expected. And for a new team, that's still pretty good, given that you have so many sponsors looking to pick people up. I mean, I know for me, seeing how close they've played Rogue, I'm going to be watching No Fast Guns in the future.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm going to remember these names definitely, because taking on Rogue and pushing Rogue to their limits and making sure, like, these fights were not were close. Sorry, they were not like a stomp. It wasn't like Rogue just beat them out every single time, and that's why they didn't push the first point quickly. They just basically were hanging on the edge of their teeth, and the skin of their teeth. And Tavik had to put the team on his back numerous times on that Junkrat, winning 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2 when they needed to, and that was huge for them. So it's definitely not over yet. There's a lot of basically fight left in No Fast Guns, and it's going to be curious to see if they can pull it out of the bag here.
Yeah, No Fast Guns, I mean, it's not the end of the world in regards to this. They still have a good opportunity to win if they can just hold on point A. And we've seen teams hold on this very first point time and time again, but that has to be the victory condition for No Fast Guns here. If they lose point A quickly, I don't see how they're going to be able to hold off for the rest of the game.
Well, if they lose point A quickly,
they didn't get to the second point. Yeah, if they lose, they just lose, period. Yeah,
exactly.
They didn't even get to the next checkpoint.
So they basically have to hold out for the entire time period. Otherwise, they are out. Basically, they have to try again Friday, and Rogue secure their position in the $15,000 tournament, largest prize pool in Overwatch to date at the moment. So that's one hell of a bit of cheddar to compete for. And yeah, it's looking pretty good for Rogue right now. They just have to push and make sure they get there in good time. Though it's interesting to see, I'm just going to jump straight to Rogue's team because I do see wins, of course, on Lucio, Reinforce on the Reinhardt, Unco on Mercy, AKM on McCree, Toxicant back on the Widowmaker, and Tavik once more on the Hanzo. Oh, Hanzo.
Offensive Hanzo coming into play again. Hanzo fans rejoice, and honestly, it worked out pretty decently back on Kings Row. We'll see if he can capture the magic here again. But taking a look here at the defense coming out from the No Fast Gun side is going to be Casper on the Symmetra, V on Junkrat, the Jeffrey on Reinhardt, Foe on McCree, Frisco on Widowmaker, and AGM rounding things out here on the Mercy.
I'm so curious to see what Tavik can do with this Hanzo. It's not a pick you see often, and that makes me thrilled to see where it's going to go, how he's going to use it. I mean, there's a lot of places. Toxicant immediately wins the Widowmaker duel outside of the gate. So that's set them up for a nice position already. It looks like actually, yeah, No Fast Guns are sitting on this high ground, so this is a position that we don't see teams adopt too often. And it looks like Rogue are just going to move straight around onto the point into the coil.
Tavik is being super aggressive here. We'll see if it pays off. McCree in trouble. McCree going to go down in the very beginning. 2 quick pickoffs. Make it 3, 4 pickoffs for Rogue. This is exactly what No Fast Guns did not want to happen here. The Hanzo Widowmaker just destroying them on every level. And this might already be over. We'll see if the defense can get back in time. Frisco having to run for his life. This is really, really big for Rogue. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, and I do like this aggressive push coming up from Toxicant, Tavik, and AKM, making sure that the other team can't get back, can't get in position as the payload just grinds forward. That's one person on it. Wouldn't mind seeing one other person, as the Jeffrey does actually land a stun on Reinforce, but he's sort of split out of position, but they might be able to take it back here.
And the defense, they're going to get one last attempt, but Toxicant and Tavik getting in. Toxicant with the double kill, now taking a really aggressive position here. The defense is all out of sorts. Toxicant and AKM absolutely winning this for their team. And there it is. They're going to cap that much faster. Rogue will move on to our grand finals. They have secured their spot in our main tournament. And now they're going to go for a little bit of seeding after this as they try and take on Nubris.
Yeah, and that's going to be super curious to see. I'm also curious to see that Frisco swapped onto the Tracer at the end there. It's just out of desperation just to try and get back onto the point, but that just left Toxicant in position to get what kills they can. But yeah, it's going to be Rogue versus Nubris. And I'm really looking forward to that game. Now, it will be played on the North American server, so Nubris have a slight edge there, but Rogue, on paper, in my mind, are the slightly stronger team, so I think they could definitely do it here and get the higher seed.
No, Rogue definitely has a great opportunity moving into this next round of the qualifiers. I think Nubris have shown that you don't want to underestimate them. And as you mentioned, they do have the ping advantage, especially if they roll a Central or West Coast server. But yeah, I think you look at both teams in totality. I think, maybe a 55-45 edge for Rogue moving into this next game. But Nubris has definitely shown us some high points, and they looked nothing but dominant when we saw them earlier. So I could see either team taking it.
Yeah, it's definitely up in the air, and I mean it's a seeding match, so it's going to be a big deal. Like making sure that you have the higher seed, making sure you are secured. There's a lot at stake in this tournament, and so having that position is going to be huge. But it's going to be also a good chance for these two teams to face off, because I don't think they faced off that often before. I can't recall seeing Nubris play against Rogue, so it's going to be a big chance for them to see each other play.
Well, the reason why you haven't seen that whole lot is that, generally speaking, Rogue has kept to more EU tournaments. They haven't done a whole bunch of cross-region stuff yet. And Nubris is still a newer team, so you put those two facts together, I don't think they've seen each other very much at all. I'm not sure if this is their first meeting, but I think it could be. And I'm not sure they're teams that would generally scrim with each other a whole lot either. Nubris oftentimes doing a lot of scrims against C9, against Envy, and those sorts of teams. So I'm not sure if they even get the chance to scrim Rogue all that much either.
Exactly. So it's going to be a really interesting match. It's going to be very, very curious to see how both of these teams play out against one another. I'm going to be curious to see if Tavik brings out the Hanzo even more. I was super, super surprised to see him win a 1-versus-1 duel, or basically like a 4-versus-1 duel at the time. Hanzo versus McCree. Not often you see the Hanzo come out on top in that battle. So Tavik's Hanzo looking on fire, and definitely looked like a surprise tool that most teams just don't seem to be expecting.
Well, no, if you looked at when Tavik went in just on the attack there, the defense was already turning themselves, trying to go into the courtyard, and Tavik caught them unawares, just going off the Lucio speed boost, climbing up the wall, and landing shots. They weren't expecting it. And it worked out pretty well. And even though they took out the defensive Widow right away, in times where you don't take out the defensive Widow right away, when you have both Widow and Hanzo, it's a double threat to that Widow, because instead of just saying to worry about the other Widow, she has to worry about the Hanzo as well. So it's something that we haven't seen a whole lot in the comp scene just yet, but Tavik definitely making a case for mixing Hanzo in a little bit more often.
Yeah, and especially because, I hear coming out of scrims and that kind of thing that with one hero limit, taking high ground is a little bit difficult. Well, Hanzo can take high ground. Like, that's another tool in your box that most people just don't seem to have considered. And so having that available and just coming in on that flank and suddenly having an arrow lodged in the back of your head is kind of a big deal. Like, Hanzo can set up plays. He can do things that are very interesting. He's very interesting in zoning. We did see them try and set up that on King's Row, for example, using the Dragon and the Riptire at the same time to sort of force people to move around in certain areas of space. Didn't quite pay off, but I like the theory and I like the idea behind it. I like the fact that they're experimenting and using these tools in such interesting ways.
Well, the funny thing about the Dragon Strike Riptire combo is that you wouldn't really normally think of it in this way, but the Dragon is incredibly obnoxious in terms of all the visual sight it blocks. So the Tire was trying to take refuge in the Dragon to make it a little bit more likely that it survives longer. It almost worked. It didn't quite work, but I do like the concept behind it, if nothing else.
Yeah, I have actually seen before. I've experienced this, and it's a nightmare. I've seen a dragon come at me, and a Genji use it to dash through the middle of it and basically use it as cover, because the dragon is so huge and bright that you just can't see anything coming through the middle of it. So it's definitely one of those ultimates where it's, similar to my mind to D.Va ultimate. You don't use it to necessarily get kills. You use it to force the enemy team into a position where you can actually make things happen. And forcing them back on King's Row, especially when they start wrapping around the back of that hotel area, that can be huge, because it lets you move on to the point, lets you take control of the choke point a little bit more, lets you perhaps take control of some of the high ground as well, and it forces them away from your Widowmaker, which is absolutely vital in this meta, because Widowmaker is so strong at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, Widow right now, there's so many teams right now that I think would be a higher tier of team if they just had better Widowmaker, because there's a lot of teams right now when they go up against, say, a C9, an Envy, some of your absolutely premier teams, they don't have a Widow that can deal with your Taimus of the world. They don't have a Widow that can deal with anyone that's at that level. And as a result, it can be very, very rough. I mean, if you try and go against Reaver with a Widow that isn't on his level, he's just going to win that matchup most of the time. You're going to be down a player. You're going to be trying to fight 6 or 5v6. But if you don't run a Widow, then you're giving the Widow free reign and you're going to lose anyway. So the Widow v Widow matchup can be a huge pain to teams if they don't have someone that can step up in that role.
Absolutely. It's just one of those things where if you don't have the Widowmaker available and the other Widowmaker starts winning, you really have to change how you're going to be playing the match. You've got to sort of figure out, okay, well, now we need to position around the Widowmaker. Maybe we just run a Winston into it, but if they start protecting it, then you've got problems. And good enough Widowmakers can honestly start to shut down that Gorilla and make sure that he can't get into position easily. So it's not an easy thing to solve, especially with one hero limit. You can't just sort of rush her and overwhelm her. You're relying on your team basically playing well around it, not getting picked off at silly times, and not creating those openings for the enemy team. And well, in this matchup, we've got, some really good snipers basically available. Toxican's definitely proven himself. Tavik is definitely no slouch in Widowmaker as well, should the need provide it. But Buds has been playing on fire today, and he does have the slight advantage due to latency, so he could have an edge here in that sniper duel.
No, definitely. And we've seen it before where ping advantage can be a big deal in Widow v Widow. And Buds is no slouch. I mean, Buds, you look at his pedigree game-wise, he comes from a lot of games where hit scan aim was absolutely required. Most notable, I think, was that he was playing with Tailspin for a very long time in Tubemania. He was part of their team, which I don't think they won too much in the tournaments, but they were always in the thick of things. So, and Tubemania, of course, was a game where you had to have very strong mechanical chops to compete. I mean, one of the big complaints about the game is that it was so based around mechanics without any extra frills that pretty much the main player base of the game was competitive players. You didn't have any casual base whatsoever. But Bud's had success in that game, and it sort of carries over here into Overwatch, where he has very strong McCree play, very strong Widow play, and Buds can bloody any other Widow in the game, including your Taimus, including your Reavers.
Exactly. I mean, having that depth is so vital. We've said it before, we'll say it again, no doubt, that having players able to play a wide variety, including, hit scan heroes, playing projectile-based heroes. So we've seen Tavik bring out Pharah today as well, for example, and his Pharah looked incredibly strong. And it looks like the teams are ready, so I'm just going to let them know we are ready here. And it looks like the first match will be on Watchpoint Gibraltar, so we are probably going to see some Widow versus Widow action.
Yeah, this is a great map for Widow v Widow. You'll see it especially in the front part of Gibraltar, the very first area, and you'll see it a lot towards the back. And every now and then, you'll even still see it in the hangar phase, even though the hangar phase has sight lines that are a little bit less accommodating. But that's the thing about Widow. Even at times where she's disadvantaged, oftentimes teams do like running her.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see Rogue commenting about the time. It's apparently 6:14 a.m. It is 5:14 a.m. where I am. So if I look a little bit tired, that might be why. But I would rather not be anywhere else on this earth right now than talking about Overwatch, watching these two incredible teams play against each other and setting up for a tournament that's staked to be one of the best. We're going to see some of the top teams playing against each other, and these two teams are going to be a big part of that as well.
I mean, for those who are tuning in right now, don't forget that this is effectively the appetizer. This is simply a qualifier to fill some of the open slots. We have some of the best teams in the game already invited. And if this has been exciting, I mean, just wait until the weekend, wait until games later on the month. Is going to be an absolutely great month for Overwatch. So many good things happening, and a lot of these great games are going to be happening right here on this channel. So definitely join us more as the month carries on. But taking a look here at the defense coming out from the side of Rogue, it's going to be Toxican on the Winston, Tavik on the Soldier 76, wins on Lucio, Reinforce on Reinhardt, Unco on Mercy, and AKM get around things out here on the McCree.
And meanwhile, we do see Nubris bring up Minstrel once again on Lucio, Custer back on Mercy, ID on Winston, Stoop on Reinhardt, sorry, that's the early morning talking. Buzz back on Widowmaker, and Cool Matt on that devastating McCree of his. But look at this, Rogue is set up in that high ground, just waiting to drop down. Very aggressive right now, it's going right out the gate.
Yeah, you don't see this all the time, but can catch teams off guard. Tavik gonna take out ID right away. Matt and Stu fighting right back as Cool Matt picks up the double kill, takes up both AKM and wins with authority. Gonna finish off the Winston as well, so Matt not having any of that. And this might cost Rogue very heavily. It's gonna take them a while to come back in. It's not so much that they give up the first checkpoint, it's that they're going to have a bad look for defending the second checkpoint right before the hangar. And we'll see now if Nubris can capitalize.
If they're really not careful, they can get sort of pushed in against the hangar. Widowmaker's already in position to sort of try and get a few pot shots, but Reinforce dropping down, making sure that the team is nice and protected. They are back in time just to be able to defend it, but Bud, he's getting chased back by Tavik actually, so not quite in position, but it looks like Battle's ready to go.
Yeah, Cool was able to come in off the flank, effectively gets 2 kills. Minster with a little bit of follow-up, and now this is very, very ugly here for Rogue. Tavik, one of the last hopes, in over the top as 76. We've seen him do a lot there, but he did not realize it's high noon. Matt is going to take him out, and Nubris is setting an absolutely breakneck time here. But Rogue kind of did this to themselves by being so aggressive in the very beginning. They went for that high-risk defense, and it blew up in their face.
Yeah, now this is where I get really curious because Rogue are notorious for basically taking over the top of the shuttle, making sure that, the other team can't push in here. But Nubra's giving them a taste of their own medicine. They're already set up there. Buzz is sniping down, making sure that they can't just run in. There's a Winston up there already. Cool Matt's gone up to join them, so this Winston could get really badly punished if he's not careful. Toxican has to back off, just taking the time there. But meanwhile, on the payload, it looks like they're ready, just setting up for a fight here.
Yeah, the defense right now is trying to pin it over the top. They're trying to put this in their favor, but Budge took out uNKOE to start out this fight. No defensive resurrection is going to be available, and if Kusa is able to stay alive and build a res of his own, that is going to be it. Matt taking out Reinforce. No tank for the defense right now as soon as he goes down. Toxican on Winston trying to back up. He is in a little bit of trouble, surrounded by people on all sides. As the offense now picking up kill after kill. Offensive sound barrier coming down, and Nubris keeping momentum in their favor right now.
Yeah, uNKOE coming in with a clutch res there. Managed to pick most people up on the point, but AKM tries to say it's high noon, but no, Bud says no, shuts it down with the Widowmaker. Snipes out immediately, and this is actually looking really good for Nubris right now as they are just set up, pushing the payload forward, getting the better of that fight, as now it's just Reinforced stuck on his own, on the point, forced back now. There we go, taken down, and this is looking like a really good time for the hangar phase. Not really stalled out for very long there at all, and so they're going to have a really clean push going into the next area, and Buds has Infrasight up and running. We also have ID ready to go with that going A as well, so they should be able to buy this in space and time. Meanwhile, it's just Reinforced on the defensive team with the Shadow good to go.
Yeah, no, this has been an absolutely phenomenal time being set here by Nubris. They've been keeping Rogue effectively on their heels the entire time, and really, again, I think it just comes down to the fact that Rogue has never been able to restabilize after that early defense where they tried to be a little bit aggressive. They've been paying for it this entire time. Toxican leaping in trouble, has to run to the back. Here comes the defensive sound barrier, though. Rogue trying to reestablish priority. They're moving in. Stoop though, the character charge, gonna bring Reinforce for a ride. He will die, but so will Reinforce. Both teams flooding each other here. Now down to 3v3.
Yeah, Tavik has actually managed to set up very nicely on this high ground, so it's going to be difficult to deal with it, though. ID goes up to challenge him, but he's going to struggle to get through that. Oh, man, the healing and uNKOE there, providing that extra bit of support as well. Tavik's going to just have easy time to clean that Winston out, but Winston goes full Primal Monkey and just batters him away, but they're struggling to get any ground on the point area. It's giving Rogue enough time to set back up on the point, and it looks like we're just going to have a full battle off the back of it. So Minstrel is ready with the sound barrier, so it's looking good right now for Nubris.
But look at Tavik just gutting Matt down. Absolutely perfect aim on 76. The defense now in a big advantage as they're moving forward. Reinforced capitalizing, getting 4 kills. Absolutely relentless after that pick on the cool Matt, and that was set up by Tavik over the top. Just nothing short of exceptional 76 aim. And Rogue now finally taking a little bit of control out of this match where they were really just absolutely shell-shocked since the beginning.
Yeah, now they have a little bit of breathing room. They can buy a little bit of time. Tavik's also got the visor ready to go. And it's so difficult to shift Soldier 76 out there, especially with uNKOE there in position and Toxican. But instead, they're just going to go right back into it. They've got to deal with this somehow. And they're sending the Winston up. And here we go. Tavik with the tactical visor, trying to find what kill he can.
And there might not be many left here. There's 4 quick kills here for the defense. They're swarming, and Stoop swing the hammer for his life. He's going to go down in a moment. And there's really not too much to say about that. The defense had a very good engage, and it was over before it even began.
Yeah, and Bud's now swapping to the Reaper. So he's going to be looking for a few quick kills, maybe try and get the ultimate set up and ready to go and just clear them out as fast as possible. But that still doesn't answer this threat of Tavik and Toxican and uNKOE staying on that high ground, making sure that Tavik is in position to just pick off whatever he can, lay down what damage he can. And if Soldier 76 is just allowed to tunnel damage into people, it's so difficult.
No, Tavik has absolutely been playing the team on his back up here. ID tried to leap on him, doesn't quite do it. Sound Bear is out here for the offense. They're moving in, but a big Earth Shard coming down from Reinforced. Knocks down 3. Might not be enough, though. Cool Mac absolutely exploding with a triple kill.
Cool Matt has just been on fire today. He's always in the right place, always finds the right picks as well, especially in that first push. We saw him just catch the other team off guard, basically stop any nonsense they were trying to pull off very early on with that flashbang, get some quick kills. But it looks like Rogue are going to contest this point. They're going to explode out. Reinforced going right into the backline there. Sort of going out on his own here as he lands the damage. And Buds is also finding 2 kills in the background. He almost has the Death Blossom ready to go, and that could be huge here for just securing this final point.
Resurrection is up. This is the last gasp here for Rogue as they try to avoid the death spiral. They do get 2 kills off it. They're still alive. They will get knocked down by the Earthshaker coming up from Stu. Matt absolutely ripping it, getting the double kill to be one of the last people alive here for the defense. Wolf attack visor up in a second. He might have everything in his sights, but he didn't have the hammer in his sights as it knocks him down. And now Hubris moving forward. They will not be stopped. And they set a pretty good time on Gibraltar, but not quite the crazy time that they're on pace to set. Good on Rogue for finding their footing and delaying Nubris for a while there.
Exactly, it's a big ask to stabilize after that massive push that Nubris were performing on them. Just didn't let them have any control in the first two phases of Devolta. But here we see Reinforce coming in. There's the flashbang, Earthshatter combo, and just into a tiny room. He just has to swing that hammer around and clean up everything in there. That's so satisfying when you land that. Oh my lord, the damage. Continuing the theme of Reinhardt's playing out of their mind today, and it's beautiful to see, as Reinforce says in chat, Reinforce uses Whirlwind, and it is super effective.
No, that was great. And I'm just going to note there, big shouts to Devik for helping make that happen. He took out Matt right before the charge in, which stopped Matt from countering that Reinhardt charge with a flashbang. Once Matt was down, Reinforce was free to go in and absolutely destroy the Nubris team there.
Yeah, just the team working as a functioning unit. And they've really got to shut down Cool Matt, because Matt has been just in every single match we've seen Nubris play today, Matt has been one of the linchpin key points in finding those openings or punishing any mistakes. And I think that's where Matt stands out to my mind more than any other player. He's so good at finding those openings, finding those mistakes, and making sure that you pay so dearly for them. And if you try to take any liberties, like basically Rogue did at the start, they tried to go very aggressive, tried to catch Nubris off guard a little bit, but they just got instantly punished for it, and they were really hurting for it basically throughout the rest of the game. That just goes to show you that one mistake in Overwatch, one little trip up in the decision making can cost you very, very dearly.
You know, it's pretty cliche, but Widow has the entire, phrase of a single death can change everything. But it is absolutely true. If you get an early pickoff and you have the other team in a 6v5 and they're missing some key part of their team fight, in that case, Matt going down, not having the flashbang, it opens you up in a way that few things do. So getting that first pick, incredibly important.
Absolutely, and I've got to love you for quoting Widowmaker here. Widowmaker is, she is my favorite hero for various reasons, but mostly just thematics. I do love it, a good villain, and she just speaks to my heart in that way. But very interesting to see what the defense comes out with. We do have Minstrel on the Symmetra, Matt back on, of course, the McCree, Custer on Mercy, Buzz on Widowmaker once more, Stoop on Reinhardt, and ID on the Junkrat.
Meanwhile, looking at Rogue looking to set an even quicker time. It's going to be Toxicin on the Widow, AKM on the McCree, Tavik on the Hanzo, Wins on Junkrat, Unco on the Mercy, Reinforce on the Reinhardt, and again, Tavik showing Hanzo. And we'll see how Buds deals with it. This is going to put Buds under a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I absolutely love this pick here as well, especially if they're going to stay in the server room. That means Tavik can have a very easy time with basically landing that scat arrow. He can also just check the high ground, make sure that no one is perhaps up there if he wants to throw the sonic arrow there, or he's just going to take his time with it, make sure it's set up nice and easy for the push going forward. And yeah, I think he spotted Stoop back there, so they know exactly where it is. So they're just going to take the time with this push and maybe try and get one or two picks here, because they do have two snipers to basically open things up with. And if Tavik can land that scat arrow in the right place, it can be huge.
Oh my god, Toxicin got the very first pick on the Cool Matt. He had only a split second to get it, but he did get it. And now it's 5v5 with Matt being down. And Matt being down is huge because he's such a linchpin of the Nubris defense. And we'll see if Rogue can capitalize right here.
And you can see Rogue wrapping around into the main area of this second checkpoint, and that's going to make it very, very difficult for Cool Matt to get back if he's not careful. He's got to be a little bit cautious running back. He is on the high ground though, does gun down, reinforcing back here as the fight begins.
The defense is trying to reestablish here. Cool Matt and Buds both getting a kill, but Toxicin takes out ID. ID's Junkrat has been absolutely lethal at this point in Gibraltar. Both teams getting into it, both getting the licks in. Minstrel will go down. He will have a teleporter when he gets back up. So now, here's the thing for Rogue. If they get pushed out here, which is looking likely as Reinforces in the middle of nowhere right now, they're going to get a teleporter up on the Nubris side. It's going to be much harder to get forward here.
Exactly, and they do have to be careful here. They are sort of racing against the clock. Tavik going up, and Toxicin finding a pick as well. So Tavik basically distracted, and Toxicin finished off and punished for it. And this is actually looking really good right now. So Toxicin is finding kill after kill after kill, and no one's doing it. Unco picks everyone back up. They are now on the payload and ready to go. The Custer's coming in, keeping the Stoop up and running for a little bit longer. But this is actually looking kind of dangerous for Nubris. They have to be a little bit careful here.
This has been one of the most crazy team fights I think I've seen in a while. It's very spread out. Fights are going on in the server room. They're going on in the payload. They're going on the high ground. Both teams losing people, but in the end, the defense was able to stabilize a bit here, and I'm going to note, Minstrel was able to get the teleporter up as well. So even though there's a point where that was looking really, really good for Rogue, they weren't able to capitalize, and now Nubris is back up to full defensive strength.
Yeah, and I've just checked, so there are 3 charges left on that teleporter, so they will be able to bring 3 reinforcements back. That's it, the Dragon's coming in, it's going right across the server room. They don't actually manage to catch anyone with that. They're going to use that to jockey the position on the point, and Toxicin finds Buzz. So now they have control of the courtyard area, and let's see what they can do with it.
Yep, they're moving in. Cool Man takes out Unko. There will be no offensive resurrection. That's a huge deal here for the defense, but the defense still getting picked off. They need to get on top of the payload. The resurrection is going to come up. AKM absolutely going off with the double kill. And this is going to be rough now for the defense. They do have the resurrection, but it might not be enough. We have Buds, one of the last people remaining on the point. That's not going to work, and Rogue will claw it out and get to the checkpoint. Nubris not making it easy on them. Nubris definitely still ahead time-wise. That was just an interesting sequence of fights in general, just with how spread out it was.
Exactly, but Rogue keeping the payload in mind, keeping objective focus, got onto the payload, and basically Nubris was just out of position, couldn't counter it, and now it looks like Toxican is just going to take control of the high ground, finds Pasta immediately, and this is going to just give them a huge advantage in the next coming fight, because there's not going to be a resurrection available for us. So the one reinforced in the shuttle, swinging away, forced back, and it looks like they're ready to go.
Right now, Rogue and a big advantage player-wise. Toxican has been absolutely lethal, getting pick after pick, going to take out Buds there. And Toxican is just coming alive here in this round, and that's exactly what needs to happen, because you look at the time, Rogue has a little under 3 minutes left to get through. Here's Kusta going to get taken out by a headshot by Toxican. That is absolutely huge. He's keeping the momentum going forward.
No one can hide.
And what can you say, but Toxican is just playing out of his mind right now.
Toxican's playing incredibly well, and Rogue are just keeping Nubris scattered. They can't group up, they can't seem to find themselves, and they just keep coming in and keep getting picked off by this combination of Tavik, who just got 3 kills. 4 kills now with Custer going down as well. Oh, poor Custer is just getting picked again and again and again by this combination of 2 snipers working really well. AKM, sneakily waiting for the spawn, running in, getting 1 kill, picking off Coolmat as well. So that's actually a really big pick here, and he's forced back. He will get taken out, but that's bought even more space. And it's looking really good for Rogue right now.
Space was crib, but here comes Buds. Buds might be mad, gets a double kill, but gets taken out by Tavik. Did not watch his head from that Hanzo arrow, and now, time-wise, there's still 2 minutes left here for Rogue to bring this to the end. They have 2 to 3 very good pushes left. Here comes the defense from the side of Nubris. They are rushing in off the speed boost. They have not gotten a single kill here yet, though, and Earth Shatter Dragon Strike making its presence known. Cool Mac getting taken as a result. 2 kills here for the offense. Buds striking back. Buds on the double kill. One of the only things keeping the defense in it. Making a triple kill as AKM going to go down. And Buds saving Nubris from what could have been an absolutely scary situation.
No one can
Yeah,
hide.
Buds absolutely putting the team on his back there, making sure that basically the picks were found. People weren't quite prepared for that sniper, and Toxican wasn't in position to deal with it. Wasn't able to sort of get the counter step. Tavik was also wrapped up trying to find what kills he could off the back of the Earth Shadow, using that Dragon Strike very effectively, pushing them back, making sure that they were laid up nicely. But it is looking really good right now for Rogue. They do have several options ready to go win especially, but it looks like Nubris are counter engaged.
Beautiful Earthsharer knocks down the entirety of the Rogue team, sets up Nubris for 3 kills. AKM trying to hang in there, will take out Matt before dying. But overall, a very one-sided fight in favor of Nubris. Stoop threading the needle and setting up Nubris for glory. And looking at the time that's left, only a minute is left now. Nubris, even if they don't win the next team fight on, they can just stall on it for a while and maybe win that fight.
Yeah, exactly. Time is everything at this point. Tavik swapping onto the Genji, looking probably for a few more kills. Probably trying to press in the Widowmaker and Mercy as well. Here comes the Sound Barriers, and it looks like they're ready to go.
AKM with the quad Deadeye, taking out the entirety of the defense with the exception of Mercy, and that could be a flaw as Mercy going to get big res, but in comes Reinforce. The follow-up from the Earth Shatter, absolutely wreaking havoc on Nubris, and time-wise, there's still about 25 seconds left. Rogue could have this at the last moment off of a huge play from AKM.
So here comes Tracer, here comes Diva, here comes May, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and oh my lord, that was insanely strong.
Rogue has done it. Hardly any time remaining, but it doesn't matter. AKM and Reinforce being absolutely huge there. No shame on Kusta. He got the big res, but the follow-up was there. And we're going to get an instant replay of AKM shenanigans there.
Yeah, absolutely, my lord. Normally what you expect is Earth Shadow to initiate, maybe High Noon coming off the back of it, but here it just went to the complete opposite order. 4 kills off the back of it. Reinforce still has the Earth Shadow ready, so the res comes up, and then Reinforce just drops that hammer, finds what kills he can, sets the team up for an excellent push towards the end, and manages to cinch their space as the higher seed in the coming group stages. Really well played by Rogue, kept their composure, kept breaking Nubris over and over and over again, and just played out of their minds. And that was an amazing series between both teams. I can't wait to see them play again in the coming weeks.
No, that was great. You look at the time there, it was 6:07 to 5:59 time-wise. It was within 10 seconds. That was incredibly close. Like, that was great. And that, I was going to say, that was only map number 1, so we still have one more map left. So Rogue has not quite secured it.
Oh my lord! See, this is what happens when it's 5:30 a.m. and I get too excited. But yeah, that was just map 1. So we're going to see map 2. It is going to be Nubrus's pick as well. So they will try and play to their advantage. They do go to Route 66. That's not too surprising. We've been watching Nubrus a lot today. If you have just joined us, and they've been looking really solid on this map. They have great control of that high ground. They've been managing to sort of control that very well. But I think against a team of Rose Caliber, who I also rate as being one of the teams that can really, really put their stamp and take control of things, I think they're going to have a hard time here. Like, Rogue look really, really good. And I don't think anyone still has an answer to this Hanzo play that's come out of nowhere from Tavik. The offensive Hanzo is just dominating these teams.
No, the offensive Hanzo is doing really good. And like I said before, I think the biggest advantage to it is that it really puts a lot of pressure on the defensive Widow because you have to worry about 2 threats. Normally, you don't have to worry about people in your face and the other Widow, and you kill the other Widow, it's free reign. Right now, when you have Tavik on Hanzo, if you kill Toxikin, your threat is not over. You can still take an arrow to the dome.
Exactly, and Tavik's so good as well as finding those positions, just sneaking around while the rest of the team is distracted, getting into place with Hanzo, which is so important. It's so underrated that the positioning is what really, really matters with him, because you can't dodge an arrow that you're not expecting. So if he can get a flank on, or if he can just find the right place to put himself, he can deal so much damage. But here we are, Route 66 is the map chosen, and it looks like the teams are ready to have picked their heroes out. So on Rogue, we do have Tavik on the Soldier 76, wins on Lucio, AKM on McCree, Unco back on Mercy, Toxikin once again on the Widowmaker, and Reinforce ever on that Reinhardt.
Stop the payload.
Yep, Reinforce. When you see Reinforce, you can usually find him on Reinhardt. Every now and then you'll see him on everyone's favorite scientist, Winston, but usually Reinhardt players are Reinhardt players through and through under most circumstances, particularly one hero limit where you see double Winston, never. So taking a look here at the offense coming out from the side of Nubrus is going to be Stoop on the Zarya, Cool Matt on the Tracer, Minstrel on Winston, Kusta on Mercy, ID on the Genji, and Bud's going to round things out here on the Widowmaker. Again, I like seeing ID on the Genji. He's gotten a lot of good value for it. And in fact, we're seeing the Tracer as well, so a little bit of throwback to the good old days. We used to see Tracer Genji all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a combination they ran earlier today as well. So they try and set up pressure, basically using the Tracer and the Genji, create a lot of aggro around, make sure that, Toxikin, for example, can't, be focusing on the opponent or can't be focusing on Buds, and then Buds can try and get a few quick picks off the back of that. So it's trying to create space and try and create an opening, basically, to get a couple of quick picks, set the team up, get them ready to go, and then you have, of course, the combo between Stoop and ID, which earlier today proved absolutely pivotal and absolutely insanely powerful. So I'm curious to see if they can bring some of that magic back.
I'm taking a look at Toxikin right now. Toxikin has been on fire over the last map or so. We'll see if he can continue it here. He's looking for the first pickoff. Did have a shot, Buds. Doesn't land it. So this goes now. Nubrus being very tentative as they move forward. They know the threat of a defense being able to just rush off that high ground.
And
that
Toxikin
right now
already pushed back a little bit, and they don't have a Reinhardt to sort of cower behind, so they have to be a little bit careful. Now, here's where we're about to expect the road to go down. It looks like they're ready to drop on the other team.
Oh my god! That shot on the Buds. Toxikin with the beautiful double kill. Got the grapple headshot. And Toxikin already going off in a hurry here in this game. 2 people down. Nubrus is going to find it very hard to continue pushing here as Tavik takes out Minstrel.
And absolutely love the patience out of Rogue here. Like, they just took their time. They didn't rush into it. We saw earlier that teams were basically just dropping down once they reached this sort of area with the payload. But instead, Rogue just bide their time, set Tavik up, set Toxikin up, make sure they can land the kills, and just let them work. And when you've got 2 players of these caliber, like Toxikin, we were questioning maybe because he has a sub coming into it, but Tavik and Toxikin definitely playing very, very well together, and definitely sort of basically playing out of their minds right now. And Toxikin finding Cool Matt as well, taking out the Tracer with a single shot.
Yeah, now again, Nubrus is going to be down a player as they try and move forward. Moving in without Matt would be difficult. We see Minstrel right now a little bit far in front, takes a lot of poke that he doesn't want to take. And Nubrus here, they're going to wait for Matt, and here's their next play. They're going to see if Matt can get a pulse bomb stick in the back. If Matt can get picked off, it's huge. In fact, Matt will be in this fight a little bit late. They're going in right now. Minstrel, though, under a lot of fire, going to get taken out immediately. Matt, though, is in the fight, takes out AKM. Both teams down 2 players. The resurrections are coming in. Turns to a brawl in the cart as Tavik getting a whole ton of damage, and over the top has the attack visor out. And he's going to get taken out by Buds, so both teams getting their licks in here. We'll see if Buds can continue the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so close on the point here. Reinforce does actually manage to find the Earthheader, though. Does take Buds out, so we'll stop that reign of terror. Though Minstrel now isolated on the point, will jump away. Actually, no, re-engaging, trying to hunt down Wins. Maybe try and get a kill off the back of that. Both teams about equal distance from spawns here. I'd say that Nubrus do have a slight advantage with the spawns because they are going to shortcut through the tunnel, so they will come out very quickly. Toxikin now pressured, forced back a little bit as he's looking to re-engage, and we have a very, very scattered fight here, ZP.
It is very scouts all over the place. ID with the deflect onto the high noon. And now look at him. He has Dragon Blade about to be ready. We'll see if we can make something of this. Both teams suffering casualties everywhere as Minstrel takes out Toxicity, getting rid of the problem. ID gonna slice down AKM in his prime. And Nubris with the big advantage here, perhaps for the first time in this game. Are you still there? Uh-oh.
Oh, hello.
You're muted.
I'm here. Hello. Oh my god, there's a
All right, we're back. The Graviton is out. The Graviton going to pull to them in. The Pulse Bomb is out, takes out Wins. That's going to be a double kill for Matt as he gets the Mercy as well, and they're going to move right on to the next checkpoint.
Oh my lord, you lost me for a moment there. Sorry, I was too excited. I was talking about, actually literally about Zarya and Stu being ready with that and the bomb being ready. Oh, Buds in the meantime finding 2 kills. So they're going to open up a lot of space here. If ID and Cool Matt can get into position, try and basically keep them pushed back towards the spawn. This is very difficult to break out of if they have enough pressure on it. Toxic can sort of point out on his own. And oh, Buds finds the snipe. ID playing distraction there, sets Buds up for a nice little snipe. They're picking that up, leaving it open as the payload rolls forward very steadily. And they're setting a pretty good time here after getting through that burst point.
Yeah, Buds is absolutely come alive. Toxicant was doing all sorts of damage in the beginning, but Buds now giving him some of his own medicine. But look at the defense now. They're sped up. They're over the top. They're trying to rush in. But Minstrel is going to take out Unco. Buds takes out Tavik. And Buds, his Reign of Terror finally going to be stopped by Toxicant. Fight getting pretty dirty here on top of the payload. Kusta going to get the res, and Nubris still with a lot of momentum right now.
Nubris looking really good. It's just Toxic left, and he will be chased down by the Winston. Although does jump in the air, but oh, Buds just picks him out the sky. Just says pull on that play pigeon shoot and picks him right out of the air. And that's actually, I like those shots. I find them pretty impressive myself. I don't know about you, ZP, but I do love a good air shot. And yeah, this is where it starts to get really difficult because you're trying to push out this tiny little choke point, and there's a very angry gorilla as well buying time in there, and Buds just on.
Buds landing headshot after headshot, putting the team on his back. ID takes out Wins in the back line. And here comes the Dragon Blade from ID. ID looking for value, not going to find it. Gets taken out immediately by Tavik. Tavik with the attack visor picks up a double kill of his own. Now trying to take out Matt. Matt and Tavik in a vicious duel. Tavik is going to win, landing headshot tracking beyond belief. Kusubo going to bring up to the fall. We'll see if Nubris can keep up the momentum, but Tavik is making it very difficult.
And Matt does find the pick on Tavik. Might trade opening here. It's reinforcement wins step on the point, but reinforcements will come out very, very quickly here. Goes in now, jumping down, has swapped to the. Oh my god, reinforce finds the Earth Shatter, does take out Bud, and will clean up on Minstrel as well. Although we do see ID swapping onto the Reaper as well. This is actually bad news, because reinforce is now stopping out on his own. There's just a Mercy left as well. They will get hunted down very quickly, but Tavik's back out in position, trying to rain down damage from above, but the payload will just keep rolling forward, and I think they've made this checkpoint.
They're about to hit that checkpoint, and there it is. They do hit that checkpoint. A very back and forth battle the entire time. No team really getting a fully clean team wipe, but Nubris slowly out-muscling Rogue. They have 3.5 minutes left here to bring this to the end. This has been a pretty good defense coming out from Rogue, but also a respectable offense on the way from Nubris. Both teams very evenly matched. And I gotta tell you, for coming attraction, Stoop right now has Graviton Surge at the ready.
Absolutely, and this could be devastating if he finds the right place for it. Although Tavik instantly getting a kill, does pick up the Bards as well. It looks like Rogue are going to go on the counter engage.
They are going to counter engage. Stoop is going to hold that Graviton for now as Matt gets 2 kills in there, and Stoop did not have to use the Graviton. He had 3 kills here, and there's the Graviton going to be used after the resurrection. 3 people are pulled in, and they are going to live, at least for now. It looks pretty grim. Defensive sound barrier on the way as Rogue turning the tables in a situation that was looking pretty good for Nubris. Resurrection coming out though, so this fight is not over yet.
Yeah, super aggressive Resurrect there, considering the spawn isn't very far away, so they're hoping to turn the tide here very quickly. Otherwise, they're going to get fairly low value on that Resurrect. It looks like they're just stalling out right here. They're not finding the kills they need. Matt finds another kill, taking out Toxic on the Genji. The Genji's almost ready to go with the Dragon Blade, so something to keep an eye out for in the coming fight here as the tactical fighting comes out from Tavik. Can he find the kills he needs? And ID goes in with a Death Blossom and finds 2 kills, cleans up the rest of the team, and they just basically created a ton of space for themselves. They're going to get this payload right near the end before Rogue can basically respond to that.
Anytime you hear that team kill horn, it is a big deal. The defense will have time to get back out before all is lost. Nubris needs to win at least one more fight to win this matchup, but they have very good positioning. Bud's looking for a pick early on. Will pop the recon site. And Unco going to go down right away. This is huge. There's no res up for the defense. Toxicant is going to have to thread the needle with the Dragon Blade. Not going to happen as Poolmat explodes for the double kill. And this is going to be it. Nubris with authority going to cap this out. Staying a pretty good time here in Rogue. Will be under pressure to beat this time in just a moment.
8 minutes 30 seconds ish in my head. We'll see in a moment, but definitely Cool Matt getting into position there, being basically uncontested as he fires off the high noon, finding the picks that he needs, getting a bunch of clean kills and setting everything up. But it looks like it's going to be Cool Matt on Tracer for the play of the game.
Good to see that again. It's been too long since Tracer's really been out of the meta, and finally seeing her again is pretty nice. And this is where Graviton into Pulse Bomb, getting work done as Matt just mows down the Mercy on the side.
I do love a good wombo combo. Like, to me, that's, you know, part of the joy of seeing Zarya in any of these maps, and it's part of why I love seeing Zarya so much on payload. She, as I've said before, she will just get you to the end of the map. As long as you coordinate those Graviton surges, as long as you set them up properly, it's very easy to get a team wipe or just a very substantial victory of 1 or 2 ultimates, and you will swing an entire battle very quickly. It's just a matter of getting those up quickly and making sure that the Zarya is having enough impact to warrant that space, and making sure that you're constantly rolling forward to set a fast time. Otherwise, it can end up a little bit slow. But it's going to be curious to see if Rogue can respond in kind, how they can set this up, because Nubris play a very aggressive style. It didn't quite pay off there, didn't quite set as fast a time, I think, as they were hoping with the Genji and Tracer. But it's going to be curious to see if Rogue can do any better.
And for Rogue, I mean, this is a beatable time. This is also a defendable time. I'd actually say it's more beatable than defendable overall, but I would not write out Nubris here yet, especially when you consider the fact that a lot of teams are able to hold just on this very first point. Getting through this first point is arguably some of the biggest challenge in the entire map. And we've seen Nubris hold on point A time and time again. So we'll see if they can pull that out right here, right now.
Yeah, an idea again. Like, I see this pick immediately, and I just want to jump on it. So let's go through it properly. So Nubris with Bards back on Widowmaker, Custer on the Mercy, Minstrel on Lucio, Cool Matt on McCree, and Stoop on Reinhardt. Nothing too untoward there, but we do have ID on the Mei once again. We've seen him do this time and time again on defense here, and it's been devastating. It's just one of those things that is a constant threat, and it's Mei, or ID's Mei, is so strong in just separating the team. He's very good at finding the right place for the wall, making sure that your offensives are basically broken up and split up in a way that you can't properly do what you want to do, and that's really what you want out of a Mei.
You know, if you want to be concise in saying what a Mei does here in defense, it punishes you for taking the tunnels. If your team goes to the tunnel as a group, you will be cut off. Half of your team will be behind the wall, half will be in front, and you're going to lose the fight. That's the power of Mei here on this map, given the size of those tunnels. But looking here at the offense as they set up for Rogue, it's going to be reinforced on the Winston, Unco on Mercy, to Veek on the Genji, Wins on Lucio, Toxican on Widowmaker, and AKM going to be the final piece on Pharah. Pharah getting some play here again here today. We'll see what AKM has up his sleeve.
It's very interesting to see that Pharah pick come out. Buds is going to have to be an Eagle Eye sharpshooter, but there's a huge amount of open airspace here, so it shouldn't be too hard for Buds to pick that Pharah out of the air. It's going to be very curious to see if Toxican can basically create enough pressure and make sure that Buds can't find those easy snipes as the team does go around the corner. Davik going in with a reflect, trying to basically pick someone off quickly, but no, the Reinhardt barrier is there, of course, keeping everything nice and protected as the team goes around this corner very slowly, and basically this is what we're expecting. Oh, Buds immediately.
Buds continuing his dominance, taking out wins. Buds really came alive towards the second part of the last map, and he has not stopped yet, getting that first pick off, and that is going to delay the offense even more. And here's the scary part of the offense: they can't get tempted to taking the tunnels because they will get ice walled out.
Exactly, they have to be so careful now in how they approach this, and they don't have a Reinhardt to sort of stay behind, so that threat of Buds is going to be ever present. Looks like they're going in right now, they're reinforced jumping up on top.
He tried to jump in, Buds took him out, and AKM now, as the Pharah got over the top, gets the double kill. Kusta is down, there will be no res. And what is coming out here is a pretty good offense from Rogue after a rough start. And AKM not stopping, takes out Cool Matt, gets the quad kill on this engagement. Everything going well for AKM here.
Yeah,
That's
AKM
what Rogue needed.
finding kill after kill after kill. This Pharah dealing so much damage. So while the Winston got taken out, well, it was a distraction scientist, basically. He jumps in, takes up all the space for Buds. Buds can't pick out the Pharah, and Pharah just comes in, overkills Buds, kills off Custer on the Mercy as well, and takes out those 2 linchpin pieces, and makes sure that the team can't defend. They set a really good time going through this first point.
Anytime you can kill a Mercy early, it's good. Anytime you can kill a Widow early, it's good. AKM did both in the same swoop, and that's why that was so big. Cool Matt, though, on the defense, able to take out Toxican, and the defense looks pretty poised right now.
Yeah, Toxican caught out a little bit there by Cool Matt, making sure that, you know, isn't going to be able to get any of those quick picks, but that said, it's not too big a deal. The respawn is very nearby, so they will be back in good time. They've got to be careful here, though, because, again, they don't have a Reinhardt to sort of cower behind, so Buds trying to find what he can, and here comes Reinforce.
The offense getting right into there. AKM looking for the Bras, going to get taken out by Matt, but look at Veek. Veek getting in there with the Dragon Blade, gets the double kill. And even with the quick kill of AKM to Veek, picking up where AKM left off, makes it a triple as Minstrel now, or ID one last people left, going to get taken out to Veek having himself a fight.
and AKM definitely coming to life here, and now it's just creating a huge problem because Rogue basically have 3 enormous threats that Nubris are really struggling to deal with. They have to deal with Toxic, they have to deal with AKM, and they have to deal with Tavik all at the same time. And Paul Buds can't handle that, and Cool Matt is struggling to basically keep up with all 3 threats at once. He's trying to deal with one, but oh my lord, here we go. A tight little fight.
Heroes never die.
Matt coming with the Deadeye takes out Tavik immediately. Earth Shatter coming down, and the defense swarming all over this. Cool Matt the double kill. He's gonna get taken out by Reinforce in the end. Tavik trying to make things happen in the back. Does have Dragon Blade up already. Gets a double kill in the offense. Not quite out of it, but with this res coming up for Kusa, that might be it, at least for this fight.
And Bud's deciding that the Widowmaker isn't quite cutting it anymore, swapping onto the Street Pig, the Roadhog himself. Going to be looking for a few quick picks there, perhaps just trying to explode Reinforce as well, as he is the linchpin of their engagement. So Reinforce jumps in, it's just going to get exploded. But no, Reinforce actually deciding to swap off onto the Reinhardt, so going back to his more standard comfort pick. Tavik also ready to go with another Dragon Blade, so that's going to be huge if you can find those kills, if they can create an opening very quickly with the back of that.
Tavik moving in, not trying the Dragon Blade yet, but getting tons of damage in on the Reinhardt. Has Mercy in his sights. Mercy has to run for her life. Soundbarrier going to protect that life as Tavik gets punished severely by the defense that's backed out. They read him like a book, and now Nubris can move forward and take advantage as Matt takes out Reinforce. 3 kills for the defense. What a beautiful response by Nubris.
Yeah, absolutely pivotal there. It's so frustrating as someone who plays Genji fairly regularly. You draw that blade and then you just hear let's break it down and you can't do anything. It's so hard to confirm those kills. They just pull back, let Rogue come into there and just dealt so much damage so quickly. I mean, they have so much threat here, especially with the Roadhog now ready to go. They could just basically play this game as long as they like. They're just going to sort of stay on this high ground, bait the enemy team into coming into them, and then get a few quick kills and just go off the back of that.
AKM and Toxican probably something to say about that. AKM has Barrage ready. Toxican looking for the Death Blossom. Both are huge threats here as Toxican gets behind Matt, takes him out, and now Toxican's going to be coming in towards the backline. He's got to be thinking he's looking for his Death Blossom. Could drop it at a moment's notice. Reinhardt is down, the shield is down, and here comes the Death Blossom. AKM over the top. And a pretty big team fight here from Rogue. The Resurrection will come up with the defense, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Yeah, that was really well fought there by Rogue. It looks like they're just going to clean up the rest of it as ID just gorillas about, but he's going to get picked up fairly quickly. Cool Matt, meanwhile, come back on the high ground, but it's sort of stuck on his own, and there's also a res just to clinch it, and they will push all the way to the end here of, well, at least of this checkpoint. I thought that they were in trouble because they had Death Blossom and Barrage at the same time. It was a little bit overkill, but they just had enough fight left in them, basically, to just clean up without the power of those really strong sweeper ultimates. And so they were ready to go and just cleaned up, even though there was an excellent res coming up by Cuss that picked up most of the team. And so they just managed to cinch it, basically. Excellent play by Rogue.
Time-wise, this is coming down to wire. There's about 2 minutes left here. Tavik, though, does have Dragon Blade getting into the back line. Gonna drop that Dragon Blade. Now moving forward, Mercy, though, able to get away, and he's gonna go down the Cool Matt. Tavik, again, not getting a whole lot of luck with Dragon Blades. 2 in a row, as the defense now, knowing that they have an advantage, going in, but Buzz perhaps going too far in, as both tanks for Nubris going down. AKM turning the tide, as Toxic and AKM rushing in, and Rogue with a beautiful counterattack here as Minstrel, the last one alive. And now take a look here. Rogue is very close to winning our finals outright.
Yeah, Rogue are just in position. They have tons of time to move forward. They just have to roll it forward. They just have to stall out the other team. ID now coming out with the Soul 76 trying to stall as long as they can. Buzz also going here. But AKM is ready with the barrage. Does manage to get one kill. Picks up Stu, but does get taken out the air. But Tavik is also ready. They just can't deal with these 3 threats coming out of Rogue right now. There's just too much damage for them to handle.
Sound Barrier is out, but they have so few people alive to take advantage of that. And here's the offensive Sound Barrier. This could be the dagger in the heart. Everyone is shielded. Most everyone's alive in the offense. Stoop gets a huge Earth Shatter. Unfortunately, one Reinhardt is not enough for the follow-up. ID getting back into the fight. And Nubris is fighting. They are fighting so hard right now, but they are in a death spiral chain. The question is, how long can they delay? They still need a delay for over a minute. Buzz is on the cart with Primal Rage. Is going to go down here in a moment, and it's not going to be enough. Rogue will take map number 2. They will take this in the finals. They will secure better seeding, but both of these great teams will be making an appearance later on the month as we get to the group stages in the tournament.
Exactly. In the coming days, we will definitely see, I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams play. Rogue especially really impressed me coming out of the takeover tournament, the LAN event that they attended. I had them pinned to sort of take second place maybe, but they went and took first in amazing style, and they're showing that strength here as well, looking really sharp, even though it is sort of nearly 7 a.m. here in Europe. They are playing like, well, it's just a normal game for them, and they are doing it really well. And just these three threats, if they stick with Toxican, that's actually a really, really potent lineup they've got there, and they are looking real strong.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's sort of the disclaimer coming in from Rogue saying, hey, just so you know, Toxican's a sub. You know, he's probably not our permanent member. Toxican had some huge carry moments in everything we saw him in today, parts where he would take a point by himself, particularly on Widow. So, you know, if they're not considering Toxican as a permanent member, maybe they should, because he had a pretty good day, and he was a big part of how Rogue was able to win here against Nubris.
Of course, there's definitely no slouches on Nubris as well. Matt looking incredibly strong on that McCree. Just, again, punishing mistake after mistake after mistake. Buzz looking really good on the Widowmaker. And ID as well, looking very flexible, had a very deep hero pool, can catch people off guard a little bit with Mei. And I really like seeing the Mei on Numbani as well. It was incredibly strong, just splitting teams in half, making sure that they can do exactly what they wanted, slowing them down. And yeah, it's looking good for both of these teams. I can't wait to see them go up against the full roster we have in the group stages. There are still 2 more slots available to take, and we will be figuring out who takes those on Friday. So all the teams that took part today can also take part on Friday. We could also see a few more teams filling in a couple more extra slots, and it'll be curious to see who fills up those, well, the remaining 2 spaces.
No, absolutely. Of course, 2 teams we won't be seeing on Friday will be Nubris and, of course, Rogue Esports. They have both qualified, but still a lot of hungry teams out there. We will probably see the return of NG Red. We will see the return of No Fast Guns. And who knows who else might sign up. It could be you if you're watching. I think signups are still open, so definitely check it out. But as we wind things down and head to the end of our cast here, do you have any final words, shout-outs, anything you'd like to get props to before we head out here for the night?
I want to just give a massive shout out to you because you've been an excellent host so far. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you. I can't wait to sort of rejoin with you on Friday and continue picking up where we left off here. If you want to find out who I am one amongst many. You can find me on YouTube. I make all sorts of content there, but that's just me. And I hope you guys enjoyed the cast. But ZB, if you want to take it away and wrap it up, I would absolutely be a joy to hear that.
Yep, for me, of course, a big shout out to you. It was a pleasure co-casting with you. This is the first time we've casted together, but I think it went pretty well. Shout outs, of course, to all our viewers watching us here tonight. Shout outs to the teams for giving us some entertaining matches. And of course, shout outs to our sponsors helping make this possible. Video Game Voters Network. Check out everything they've written about players and their visas. Help make it easier for esports to be cross-continental. Big shout-outs, of course, to Razer. They make great products for the PC. Mice, mouse pads, headsets, you name it, they probably make it. And, of course, shout out to MasterOverwatch.com, where if you're curious about your stats, definitely check them out. You can check out your stats. You can compare it to the pros, get a better understanding of your Overwatch game. And, of course, last but not least, shout out to One Nation of Gamers for organizing this great tournament and making things happen here tonight. And for me, you can follow me at Twitter at TempoZP. That's about it. And I think we're going to sign off with that. So thank you, guys, and we will see you Friday. Have a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with the sort of the rise of one hero limit, you've really got to sort of adapt how you play. And to me, one of the most interesting parts of Hollywood is that transition from the first point moving to the second point, moving into that streets phase, how the team swaps up their lineup to deal with that more high ground oriented space rather than dealing with the choke point of the first area. So you've got to be very clever in how you say, you know, move onto the Pharah or move onto Genji, for example, if you want to move up there, and also how you move your Widowmaker into position to try and take over that high ground and make sure that, you know, you can actually take it as quickly as possible, assert your dominance, and maybe push the enemy team back towards their spawn a little bit. Because if you can't, and if they can just root onto the high ground, it becomes very difficult to push through that phase.
No, absolutely. And you know, this is a great part about Hollywood is that there's so many ways of playing it. The phases differ from side to side. How you play the very first control point, it differs from how you play the streets, which differs from how you play the end point. So do get a lot of variety, but we are now getting into the game. The Hollywood music has been playing on the defense first. It is going to be the side of assertion failed. We'll have that full roster for you guys in just a second. But it is looking like they're bringing us a blast from the past. Something that C9, I think, actually still runs to this day, but a lot of teams have abandoned. We are going to see double builder defense coming up. For those who don't know what that is, that means that you have both a Symmetra and a Torbjorn. Both are building classes, both put up turrets. You get the teleporter from the Symmetra. And the Torbjorn has a lot of sneaky places to put a turret here on this part of Hollywood. Torbjorn, of course, is the one that's really fallen out of favor more in recent times, but has been effective, especially for teams like C9. So sort of happy to see the variety here and see Torbjorn have more than a 0% pick rate.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, on the offensive team, it looks like they're going to be running a fairly standard lineup. So we have Casper on Lucio, Foe on McCree, Frisco on the Pharah, AGM on Mercy, and the Jeffrey back on Reinhardt, and V on that Zarya pick, just to try and probably dam break a little bit. It's a really solid pick here. I really like the Zarya. It's become pretty much standard, but I do love Torbjorn as well. Like, Torbjorn to me is a super fascinating pick because, like Symmetra, if you hold that first point, you can collect, for just a little while, you can collect so much scrap and give your team so much extra effective hit points that it then becomes really difficult to push through. And Molten Core just stops the push dead, so you can buy yourself so much space and time here as the teams do start leaving the gate.
One of the players here to watch, of course, will be Frisco as he moves on the Pharah. Pharah attacking on Hollywood is one of the more dynamic engagements you can watch in the game. Oftentimes it has really big fireworks, although sometimes the Pharah will just get destroyed by a Widowmaker. And one thing that Frisco is going to have to give a lot of respect to right now is Dot. If Dot is able to shut down Frisco heavily here, we might see Frisco just swap to a Widowmaker of his own. That is going to be the real test here. But here we go. The offense of No Fast Guns not wasting any time. The Torbjorn turret dying immediately. As really interesting approach here coming up from the offense. They're not going right on the point, they're just going off the flank. And doing so, they kill the Torbjorn turret for free. We'll see if it pays off.
I mean, they lost their Reinhardt there as well, which could be huge. Now they have to wait for him to come back, and he's going to have a hard time rejoining with the rest of the team. So they are a little bit split right now, and they're looking a little bit indecisive what to do. I did like the engagement, did like moving straight to get rid of that turret as fast as possible, just so that threat is completely gone. It's very easy to take it out, because it's not going to dodge you. It's a turret, it doesn't move. But now they're sort of stuck, although V comes back, does pick up the Reinhardt, looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're moving him right now. The Reinhardt is back in. Both Reinhardts trying to charge each other and miss as Frisco takes out Torbjorn. V onto the turret. Both sides down some players there. As Dot and Mini absolutely cleaning up. No answer for Dot over the top. Dot has a triple kill here in this fight. And again, this is sort of the pain on Hollywood, is that if you don't have an answer for Widow, it can be rough. Normally, I would expect Frisco to go Widow here. The only reason why he's not switching just yet is that he does have a barrage. A lot of ultimates are up for the offense, despite getting wiped out here. So if they move quickly, they could have some real opportunity here.
And Frisco, just eats a big chunk of damage. But does manage to land in time, won't get quite killed by it yet. But they have to be so careful not to lose far early, because if they do, they will have nothing to answer the job. But it looks like they're ready to go on the point.
Yeah, Pharah's going in. He's going to knock the Widow off. Landing rocket after rocket, but it doesn't matter. As Yumasui getting the double kill. Frisco not having good opportunity to use barrage just yet. Going to go down way before he gets a good opportunity. The offense was more on that point, but Yumasui absolutely coming in on a triple kill right now on this fight. But let's take a look at Foe. Foe coming right back in turn, gets a double kill for himself, but defense vastly outnumbering the offense as this fight cleans up.
Yeah, absolutely. Dot managed to sort of juke away from that Pharah, bought themselves a little bit of space, and did manage to sort of pick a couple of things off there. So Dot playing very well at the moment, staying alive despite this pressure. But I see V is almost ready to go with the Graviton Surge. Can they make something happen off the big wombo combo that they're looking for? But also Horrific on the Torbjorn does have that Molten Core ready. And that's going to really actually stall out the push, because Molten Core hits like a truck. Looks like they're ready to go.
The offense sound barrier coming in, not wasting much time. Down comes the Earth Shatter Technicide, going to feel the brunt of it. Symmetra going to go down. 2 quick kills here for the offense. And Dot goes down. That's huge. Foe takes out the Widowmaker threat. The Resurrection from Dahun, though, going to bring it back up. The Graviton coming in. Frisco was not able to get a wombo onto that. He died earlier in the fight. And the defense now, even though they got hit by that Graviton, they're starting to restabilize, and they're going to hold.
Yeah, a little bit of panic coming out from V there. The Graviton dropped there, but no one could capitalize on it. Didn't quite realize how many of his team had died, perhaps, so wasn't quite prepared to basically just not, well, no damage followed it up there, and Graviton Surge on its own isn't going to kill everyone. And meanwhile, that turret as well just sort of stood in the background, just did so much damage throughout that fight as well. You definitely can't discount the ultimate turret there. And meanwhile, Mini is actually looking really good right now. He's ready to go with Earth Shatter. So they might try and stall out this push a little bit, try and break the barrier down as best they can, and then just drop that Earthshatter, stall any aggression. And there's only 1 minute 30 left, so there's only about 3 pushes left to go, but it looks like they're ready to start this one.
Yeah, they're moving in. They're taking the long way around. Torbjorn will pay the penalty. They get the Torbjorn turret truly for free this time. No one dies in the process. And the teleporter goes down as well. So they're getting everything down in the back line. We do see the defensive Reinhardt coming in, drop the hammer, got a lot of value. 3 quick kills here for the defense. And Yumasui not really going down at all in all these fights. Able to pick off the other team to his leisure. The Jeffrey now almost going down, has nothing left. Flashbang not going to kill him just yet. Still somehow staying alive against the assault from US2E. Will go down. Foe, though, with the Deadeye for the offense, picks up the double kill. Won't be enough. Has Technicide on the ropes. Going to get taken out, though, as the defense coming back into the fight. The teleporter is down. They're going to hold this. And I gotta say, if there's one mistake I think the offense has done here, I think they stuck with the fair way too long. I would have loved to have seen Frisco and Widowmaker much earlier, just to put more pressure onto Dot and some of the backline of Assertion Failed.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think Dot's just being a little bit too free at the moment, and it's just making their life hell. I did like that. Oh no, Frisco's gone down immediately just for the type of disengagement as well. We're gonna have a really hard time here, I think, CP.
You know, they are. Frisco isn't going to be in there at all. They just went in 5v6. Yumasui with the cleanup takes out the Jeffrey as he finishes up a double kill. Horrific even killing the McCree. That was just scattered. The offense sort of went as like, wait, Frisco's dead. There was no barrage follow-up, and now with only 7-6 remaining, we might not even get an overtime here.
Absolutely, yeah, it looks like they're just moving out. They just stall it out. They won't be able to get to the point in time, and that is it. A full hold from Assertion Gaming, looking really solid there. And I've got to give a shout out to also Techicide, just managing to drop a teleporter in mid-fight and get a Reinhardt out through it. That's value. Like instantly, that's a 500 hit point tank on the point immediately with a 2,000 hit point shield. So I did like that panic teleporter coming out as well. It's just good presence of mind. But here we see AGM coming in probably with a pivotal res on the point, as we expect out of the professional level Mercies. Then we go straight onto the point. 3 people take it right back up, and the fight is resumed once more. Looking really solid for Assertion Gaming.
No, Assertion Failed definitely looked pretty good. And I mean, really the 2 big takeaways that happened there is that A, Yumasui was a rock. He was getting everything done. I don't think he was really focused too much because they're focusing a lot on Dot. When you don't have a Widow to counter another Widow, the other Widow eats a lot of your focus. And in the end, the Pharah did not work out well. And one thing I've noticed a lot in a lot of these games where there's clearly a better hero switch up to be had, but you already have ultimate on the suboptimal hero, teams will stick on the suboptimal hero going, well, I might as well use the ult. But then if you don't get an opportunity to use the ult because your engage is terrible because you can't counter-snipe the Widow in this case, you can run like 3 pushes with a barrage that just does absolutely nothing because you never have a good opportunity to use it. I feel like there's a point in games where it's just worth giving up the ult, going to the better composition and trying to win on that rather than, you know, hoping for a miracle engage.
Absolutely. It's the decision-making side of Overwatch that I absolutely adore. Just the hero pick decisions that go into it and what drives the offenses, what the win conditions are for the team. So, for example, they wanted to try and push the Zarya and Pharah win combo, basically try and grab the enemy team and barrage it to death. But just not being able to tame that Widowmaker meant that even if they got the barrage off, it would just get shot out of the sky immediately. And that meant that, well, Frisco had to go and jump on Dot, couldn't quite confirm the kill on Dot, and therefore they could never get the combo to work. And so it's that decision-making side, the win conditions being set up and then not reached, prevented by the other team. They knew that, hey, we have to keep Dot alive. We have to keep that pressure of the Widowmaker shot going onto the Pharah, denying that combo is so important. But meanwhile, it looks like we're ready to go here. So on No Fast Guns on the defense, we do have AGM back on the Mercy, the Jeffrey once more on Reinhardt, Casper going for the Symmetra, Foe onto McCree, V on Junkrat, and Frisco on Widowmaker. A very standard lineup coming out from them.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Frisco back in the Widowmaker. I mean, it's one of those things where I really was hoping that he would be on Widow for the offense, at least a little bit earlier in the last round. It didn't happen. We'll see now if with Frisco on the defensive Widow, if they can hold out just the same that Assertion Failed held out against them. But it looks like we are going to be going back to the lobby here. There is a some sort of technical difficulty going on the Assertion Failed side, and that is okay. That actually gives us some time to talk about our great sponsors that are sponsoring this event. And tell us a little bit about the Video Game Voters Network. You've done it way better than I have. Let us know who they are and why does it matter.
So the Video Game Voters Network are an excellent little group that I've been following for a little while. I've seen their work before with like internet bills like SOPA, for example. Whenever that kind of thing comes up, Video Game Voters Network pops up and basically says, hey guys, pay attention to this because this is going to affect you. And this time they're talking about visas, specifically player visas in esports. Basically, what they want is people to be able to get access to athletic visas, these P1 visas. So when you're traveling to America, you apply for one of those. It fast tracks you through the visa system. Make sure you can go to America, compete for money, play the game at international LAN events, and have a good time. There's been some high-profile cases, for example, a very recent one in Counter-Strike Go, where a team captain couldn't attend a tournament because he traveled to, I think it was either Iran or Syria within the last 5 years, and so had his visa application refused. And it's all these technical details that goes into traveling to America. It's absolutely an issue that could affect Overwatch as a team game, where you want to have everyone there and everyone available to play and move around nice and freely. So that's what the Video Game Voters Network are trying to highlight and trying to draw attention to. There's been a link regularly posted in the stream chat. I recommend going and checking that out, just spending 1 or 2 minutes reading what they have to say and signing the petition just to raise awareness for this issue, because if it's not raised awareness, it will bite us in the ass in the future when we're going to have a tournament and someone can't turn up and it casts everything in doubt. And it makes me so sad when that happens.
Absolutely. And what it comes down to is sort of equal rights. The governments of the world got together a long time ago, decided that for more traditional, old school sports, we're going to afford you rights in terms of traveling from country to country for competitions. And esports, same level of competition, should get the same equality and rights. Either way, though, we are moving into the next map. Both teams seem to have settled their technical issues. Quick shouts out to our other sponsors, Razer, of course, for making great gear for your PC, mice, mouse pads, keyboards, headsets, all that sort of good stuff. Check them out, Razer.com. And Master Overwatch. If you're curious about your statistical performance in Overwatch, want to compare yourself to the pros or otherwise, give them a shot, masteroverwatch.com.
Absolutely. Somewhere, ZP, I like to think Hexagrams is smiling at both of us. We're doing such a good job trying to do vlogs here, trying to hold it up as best as possible. I don't think we're still not on his level, not on his gift, but we're getting there, I think. It looks like we're ready.
I mean, for us, we're trying to be trained to be sellouts, but he was born a sellout. So at some point, you just got to deal with what you're given with. But take a look here at the defense coming out from the side of No Fast Guns. It's going to be the Jeffrey on Reinhardt. Not Jeffrey, but the Jeffrey. Frisco on Widowmaker. V on the Junkrat. Casper on Symmetra. AGM on the Mercy. Info. Going to round things out here on the McCree.
Meanwhile, on offense, it looks like they settled on their lineups. And Mini running the Reinhardt. You Must Hui. That's one hell of a name on the McCree. Tech aside on the Lucio Dot back on Widowmaker. Horrific on Zarya and Dahun. Or, yeah, I think that's how you say that name. On the Mercy. And looking pretty standard all round, I'd say. Nothing too sort of unusual coming out here. The probably going to set up and spam away nice and merrily. I'm very curious to see, though, You Must Hui on the Mercy, well, not the Mercy, on the McCree, sorry. Words, English, I speak it, I swear. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with Frisco's Widowmaker. They're relying a lot on Dot here, but it looks like they're just going to go straight in. Many wrap around the back of the building. Standard engagement path do just blow straight through those Symmetra turrets. So not too big of an issue here. And if they're going to make something happen quick, although Yubasui's going to be a little bit careful there, did eat a bullet, but will get healed up nice and fast. They have to be a little bit careful because V's on the high ground. He's going to wait to sort of rain grenades down on the team. They are sort of clumped up, being very careful at the moment as they try and find what angle they want to take. Just deciding now to go around the front and looks like they're ready to go.
Yep, they're about to be rushing here. The offense charging in. Mini leading the way. Casper, though, immediately taking up to him. There will be no resurrection coming out here from the side of the offense as the defense just absolutely smothering. Frisco getting the double kill as they rolled in. Dot was not able to get in on the Frisco. And this is the power of an uncontested defensive Widowmaker. If she does take out the other Widow, she is free to feast. And really just well played by the defense all around there. Everyone getting their licks in. And most importantly, Casper a mere 20% away from getting his teleporter up.
Yeah, Casper jumping in, very aggressively going for targets, building up that charge as fast as possible, and now the teleport's probably going to be ready by the time the next push goes in. If one of those orbs just clips someone that he's spamming through, it's going to be very difficult. It looks like they're just ready to engage again, perhaps trying to deny that teleporter.
Yeah, they don't want to have the teleporter come up. 2 quick kills here from the offense as they move in. Earthshatter coming down from Mini, trying to solidify this fight, swinging the hammer inside the building. 4 kills for the offense as Dot was able to take out Frisco. That sniper threat is down. The offensive Widow doing its duty. Dahun going the rest of the Fallen, and this is looking phenomenal for the side of Assertion Failed. Their offense right now is doing what No Fast Guns cannot.
Yeah, Casper managed to break away during the fight, did get the teleport up, so it has Bolt and the lifeline to stay in this fight as they come out of the defense. But Jeffrey lands an action that does claim many people with it, but no follow-up there. V's just forced to sort of dance around, trying to avoid damage, and there's no follow-up on the back of that, so they just managed to claim the point, and that's it, straight away. Assertion Failed. Winning with style, winning looking really good doing it.
Yeah, and I think what really helped them out there, of course, you had a multiple team effort there. You must Tui went off. It was a pretty good engage coming out from Mini, but Dot was able to take out Frisco in the Widow v Widow battle, and that was something that Dot never had to worry about on his defense on Hollywood. I think you really go back and look at how No Fast Guns went in on things for their attack run. I think if they had put Frisco on Widow earlier, it would have went better. And by the way, no rest for the weary. We are getting right into Kings Row, map number 2. No Fast Guns versus Assertion Failed. Assertion Failed up 1-0.
Yeah, no fast guns, but lots and lots of fast games. Just playing straight away, going right into it, hoping to set up as soon as possible. Back on Kings Row, back in wonderful London town. And I'm super curious to see how they're going to handle this. Are they, who's going to come out on top on this sniper battle? Because that's determined a huge amount of these games. Frisco versus Dot. And if they can create that opening, if one of them gets a slight advantage, it wouldn't surprise me to see the entire game sort of pivot around that point. That said, Foe's definitely been no slouch today. He's been finding flashbangs, been finding kills again and again and again, getting into those brawls. And once the team fight starts to break up and fragment, Foe's been the one that's generally sort of brought it to No Fast Gun's side. He's been looking really solid here, but it looks like there's some interesting picks right now. But meanwhile, just as they run out, just because it's way more stable, I'm looking at the defensive team. You've got the Jeffrey. I'm so curious to see if someone else ever picks the name Jeffrey, what he will do. But it's the Jeffrey on Reinhardt, Casper on the Lucio, Foe on McCree, AGM on Mercy, Frisco on Widowmaker, V on the Junkrat. So no Symmetra coming out here for the defending team.
Yeah, and the no Symmetra, again, is a little bit surprising given how much we've seen her on defense. And given you look at, for example, on Hollywood just a map ago where you saw the double builder defense coming out from the side of Assertion Failed, I'd imagine the Assertion Failed at the very least would be running a Widowmaker, if not more. Junkrat, of course, pretty standard. And again, we are going to have the Widow duel on the way. Frisco versus Dot to start things out. This point, though, a little bit more favorable to defensive Widow just because it is hard for the offensive Widow to get the sightline she needs. But if the offense is able to get a kill or two, that can really open your offensive Widow to clean up the rest of the team.
Absolutely. Once the offensive Widow gets onto the sort of the ground behind, if you can get into that position and be uncontested, it becomes virtually impossible to hold the point without putting a huge amount of pressure on that. So it's going to be super curious to see what comes out here. Meanwhile, Horrific actually going back on the Roadhog picks. We've seen Roadhog come out here quite a lot as the team sort of goes around. We do see Junkrat in his traditional spot, camping out in the hotel, spamming away, trying to buy space for his team. But Dot looking for the pick. Can he quite find it, though, is the question, as he's just dancing around the hotel. But meanwhile, this Junkrat's just laying damage after damage after damage, and he's having a good old time in there. Meanwhile, actually, Hui's actually wrapped around on the Soldier 76, sprinted over, and taken the high ground for himself, so they're pushed back behind the hotel, and this is looking really good for Assertion Failed.
Yeah, the Assertion Failed offense game there. Down goes Lucio. We have Hui with a pretty good advantage in terms of positioning. Technicide takes out V. The hotel was cleared out. Both sides getting into the resurrections are in play as Dot able to take out V again. And Dot now in a really good position to start laying down the Widow Fire. He's going to back up a bit, not being too aggro here.
Yeah,
but we'll see how things go. The offense decided... Yeah, the offense is being a little bit cautious here. They don't want to give too much in the way of ults here, but Dot able to take out Foe, and the offense getting into him right again, taking advantage of that pick. Jeffrey going to take out Dot with the charge, but Resurrection of the offense coming right up, and the offense wants to make something of this right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to do something about the Frisco, however. Dot's engaging the door right now, but He goes from the side, drops a rocket on him, and sets him up for Dot just to get a very quick pick there. So this is really solid right now. Mini still on the point, holding it nice and tight, but Dot in position, uncontested at the moment, trying to land those snipes. V does actually shift Mini off the point, however, and does land a brilliant shot onto Dot. So will actually buy his team a lot of space there, and actually might have just saved it for him. Staying alive, landing the shots that he needs to, good target priority, and taking everything out one by one, being the stalwart force that Zarya is. Love it.
Well, that was the case where we've seen a lot from very good teams when they defend here on Kings Row. They bended on the defense, but they did not break. They were able to get back into the fight. No teleport required. Both teams, though, pretty much load for bear ult-wise. Both have 3 ults. As Horrific gonna take out the Jeffrey. Gets 2 quick kills on the Roadhog. Take the side now, flanking around the side. Will drop the barrage. Gets 1 kill, looking for more. Is going to stay on the McCree for the double. Gets taken out, but might not matter. The offense now in an absolutely dominant spot. 5 people on the point, and the payload should be moving in just a moment.
Holy moly, that engage was something really impressive. So normally most engages rely on a McCree to basically jump forward, throw a flashbang over the enemy right hut shield, and then you shadow off the back of that. You use that opening to sort of cause something to happen. But Horrific came in, dropped the whole hog, and the whole hog, of course, just tears apart Reinhardt barrier. So opened that up for his team, made sure that he could find engagement there. And he's Horrific's got forward, bound forward, but had to reload. Didn't have anything left in his pip, so couldn't land the kill there. Now he's stuck out on his own, and this is really dangerous for him.
Yeah, the defense wasn't done yet. The defense was looking like they're going to charge in, but this is where the defense needs to be careful. You don't want to go over aggro here. We've seen teams even as great as C9 fall victim to this idea that they have an advantage on defense, they move forward, but you go too far forward, you can chain deaths and give up a huge portion of that for free. So good on the side of Assertion Failed right now, or sorry, on the side of No Fast Guns to back up a bit, give up some positioning. But here we go, the offense now moving forward, land the flashbang over the top. The defense, though, sees an opportunity, moving in. Graviton in this hotel room here right now. We'll see if it's enough. 2 quick kills coming out from Frisco and Foe. The offense not out of it yet. The Resurrection coming in. Resurrections everywhere as both teams string into quite a brawl on top of this payload.
Yeah, so the res are so huge. The Horrific finds a double kill, manages to use that whole hog fish to clean, just to put damage out. Mini lands a perfect to fix up the rest of the team and might actually buy enough space for the rest of the team. And because they were so far forward, I'm not sure they're going to have to be back in time to hold this next point on the street space. So they might go all the way to the foundry here, especially if Dot ranges a little bit forward, tries to find what pigs he can, make it very difficult for the enemy team just to get in the position they need, force them to group up, get behind a Reinhardt barrier, because if they don't, they could stand to lose 1 or 2 more people, and this is looking really, really good for Assertion Failed at the moment.
It was looking like the defense and No Fast Guns was going to be able to back up, but hang on, here we go. They're coming right in. Jeffrey charging in, gets immediately taken out. Dot takes out Frisco. Widow v. Widow. The offense being unrelenting, moving forward off that Lucio sound barrier. Gets the hook on the V. V going to get hammered down. The defense in shambles right now. Bad engage after bad engage is giving Assertion Failed all the opportunity in the world. And just a note on that past Streets fight there. Really, No Fast Guns could have gotten out, but they just stayed a little bit too long. But hang on, the offense not wasting any time there, or the defense pushing forward, going to push the offense back, and the defense just being very hyper-aggressive right now. Sometimes they're a detriment on.
Yeah, I mean, the attacker keeps it back up, they're sort of falling back in. It looks like they're ready to go once again. There's the sound barrier coming out, Mini charging through. But meanwhile, Yumasui finds a double kill with that Deadeye. Again, forced back into the fight, does pick everyone back up. That does give the Resurrect advantage to the attacking team right now as the Horrific lays down the whole hog, pushing Casper's back, and they're going to struggle to stop this payload. That's the objective here, and they're going to get it really far towards the end, but there's the Graviton surge.
Graviton surge coming in. I'm not sure they have follow-up they need. V is really charged up. Sometimes there can be her own follow-up, but not right there. Graviton not connecting. Mini swinging the hammer, trying to take control of this payload. The defense swarming back in. That might not be enough. We could be in death chain territory. Mini going to drop the hammer in more ways than one. And now Frisco, one last people remaining. He's going to go down. Reinhardt having the time of his life, like a... I don't even know, but they are able to get to the final point there. And that pretty good run from Assertion Failed, although I feel like there was a lot of unforced errors from No Fast Guns. They kept sort of running into them at times, so they could have just backed out a bit.
Exactly. It just felt like, you know, with that, especially pushing the street phase, they just never really recovered from that. They never found their balance again. Here's the engagement coming up from Horrific, by the way. They just blew down the Reinhardt barrier and engaged at the back of that. I really do love that kind of play where you just force that opening and then just engage as hard as you can on it. I also think that Frisco played a very careful game with his Widowmaker in that first point, just holding back, taking that sort of safe window by the hotel rather than the more aggressive one. So couldn't put a stop on Dot, who was just free to snipe as he pleased as well, and got a lot of kills off the back of that. Just very interesting fights overall, a little bit over-aggressive at a No Fast Guns, punished for it repeatedly, gave themselves so much space, and so a time of 5 minutes, 23 seconds set overall. Not impossible to beat. Kings Row can be a very quick map, but definitely going to be tricky.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I mean, that time to beat is a pretty harsh time to beat. We have seen quicker times in Kings Row, as mentioned, but I don't know. I mean, the way things are going right now, it does seem like Assertion Failed. They have been together longer as a team, No Fast Guns, and they're sort of outplaying them on multiple levels right now. And I feel like No Fast Guns, they suffered from the most. Not so much mechanical play, but, you know, sort of getting back to what we were talking about before, it was just sort of bad decision making. I mean, again, I'm going to point to the Streets phase where I feel like that was a turning point. That Streets fight where they went into the hotel room over aggressively and got punished. They could have backed out completely there and waited for another point, and that looked like what they were doing, but they sort of stayed in the fight. They gave up 4 kills, and after that, all the momentum went in favor of Assertion Failed. So No Fast Guns, hopefully they show a little bit better judgment here on their attack. But the problem is that now at the time of 5:23 to beat, they have to be very aggressive as a general rule and just hope that things work out.
Yeah, I think No Fast Guns sort of underestimated the power of the Mercy res there. The street space, especially on Kings Row as a whole, there's so many corners and sort of turns and sharp twists that Mercy res has a surprising amount of power. It's very easy for her to get in range of the enemy team, well, not the enemy team, of your team, but be in a completely safe place, completely out of sight. There's so many little hidey holes for her that she can just pick the team right back up, and that's exactly what happened. They looked like they were going to get a bunch of good kills. Mercy picked everyone back up. The re-engage happened, and it just went completely wrong. Shadow coming through, taking the team apart. But meanwhile, looks like the defending team has set up. So we will see a Surging Fail running Mini back on the Reinhardt. We do have Horrific on the Roadhog. Yumastui on McCree. Dot once more on Widowmaker. Tekisai on Lucio, and Dahun on the Mercy. So no Symmetra once more.
And take a look here from the offense coming out from the side of No Fast Guns, a team that has to go fast indeed. It's going to be the Jeffrey on the Reinhardt, V on Pharah, AGM on Mercy, Foe on McCree, Casper on the Lucio, and Frisco going to be on Widowmaker here. So they are going to be running Pharah and a Widowmaker, something I think they should have done back in Hollywood. We'll see if that has more use here, as we'll see if Frisco can take out Dot.
Yeah, no defensive Junkrat here, so they can sort of afford to take a little bit of time in pushing in, being a little bit careful. They do go right for the Roadhog, charging in for him, take him out with Foe, finding the kills, and now Pharah is actually going in the back, just hunting down Dot as well. So excellent kills there, and they look set up on the point right now, ZP.
V was able to take out Dot in the back. It was a tremendous kill. Landed both rockets right where he needed to. Now chasing the Mercy in the back line. Mercy running for her life. Dahun going to go down. V coming alive here for the offense. This is exactly what No Fast Guns needed. They have momentum in their favor as V, 3 kills so far on this push. They are muscling out the defense of Assertion Failed, and they're going to get this point in a record time.
Like you said, this is absolutely what they needed. Buying themselves as much time as possible for pushing forward. Didn't also have to use any ultimates there. Now they're going very aggressively, trying to hunt down the other team, trying to make sure they don't get set up. But Dot does find a pick there on Foe. Might slow them down a little bit. Now Horrific, oh, that's the hook onto V. Cleans him up nice and quickly. That's what you want out of Roadhog. Those quick, decisive picks, just making sure your team stays back into it. But they're pushing forward now. They're holding, again, quite far forward on this street phase.
They are holding far forward, and this is, you see this more and more often. Teams don't like giving up this part of the streets phase, because if you get wiped here, usually you can get back by the end, so you sort of have 2 tries on the defense. But the offense right now, they're not going to be showing any mercy. They need to get in right away. V does have Barrage at the ready. We should be seeing Justice Rain from above very shortly. Doesn't have anything to really set him up, but he really needs it if you just set up properly. Here we go. He's coming in over the top. A beautiful approach coming in. Might see the Barrage at the Mercy in a moment. Not running it just yet. Fearful of the Roadhog hook. And in fact, will take out Dahun without the Barrage anyways. Both teams down 2 players, but the defense down their Mercy. We'll see if the offense can capitalize on this opportunity, but looking like Roadhog, Whole Hog pushing everyone back.
Yeah, the street pick just making himself shown, but Frisco takes him out with a counter shot. Now it's just Frisco and AGM on the point, but that could be enough just to gain a little bit more ground, buy a little more precious time, because again, they don't have too much of it left, so they have to be a little bit careful not to sort of stall out too much. But 2 people pushing it forward, but this is where it really starts to get difficult to push through. This is where the spawn distances start to favor the defending team, so they have to be a little bit careful. But Jeffrey looks for something, but you must be stopping him.
Well, time-wise, have about under 3 minutes left. Mini moving forward off of that defensive sound barrier. The defense trying to be aggressive, buy time for at least 1 push. As Dot takes out Frisco. And now this is rough. 2 people down for the attackers. They're not in a good position. Mercy Resident V gonna get picked off by Horrific. 3 kills for the defense, and that bought them about a full minute by the time the offense is reset here. 2 minutes, 35 seconds or thereabouts left here, and this is looking very, very good for the defense of Assertion Failed.
Yeah, No Fast Guns still pushing quite far forward. They don't have that far back yet, so she will be a little distance away. That said, looks like a Surging Fail just wrapping around. They might be trying to catch someone off guard, but they got to be careful that the payload doesn't get pushed sort of without their notice. Frisco swapping away onto the kitchen. Well, there's the Barrage coming in.
The Barrage coming in, but not getting a whole lot done. Dot was able to take out the Jeffrey. Dot on a triple kill here. Takes out Casper. Dot unaccounted for, looking for V again. V coming off the res. We're able to get V under assault. Has to run away. The offense still with a lot of pressure here, but AGM going down the Dot. Let's talk about Dot right now. This pushes. Dot has been absolutely unaccounted for, getting shot after shot, takes out the Reinhardt. V finally takes him out, but a lot of damage has been done. The offense, though, not doing the worst job in the end. Even though Dot was doing all that work, the defense did lose people in the back. Mini, one of the last people remaining. And this is going to be close. Time-wise, only about 1:30 remaining, so still a little bit of hope left for the offense.
Yeah, Frisco now does go around Mini, trying to find what damage he can. Does eventually take out that Reinhardt. It's not really good fight for Reinhardt. And 1 person res there, of course, and Mini just picks right back up. Mini's isolated. Look at taken out right away as well. So it looks like the payload is going to sail all the way to the end here.
No, they didn't get the checkpoint. Or did they
just got it.
They did.
Just got it. Tekisai tried to run forward, tried to stop it. Does pay for that with his life as well, but they managed to take it, so they will respawn nearer now, and this is looking really good for No Fast Guns. If they can keep it moving, if they can get 1 or 2 more ultimates up and running, and they do look in a good position as well to set it up. They have swapped off the Genji, however, so Frisco going back onto that Widowmaker. And 1 minute left on the clock as Bo sets stuff up with a Deadeye, rolling forward very steadily.
Deadeye is up. They have to be worried here on the defensive end. If the offense wins this next team fight, they have a real chance of taking this. But a big Earth Shatter comes down. Mini rushing in, knocks down 3 people, takes out the offensive Reinhardt. That is exactly what the defense needed there. But the offense, they're going to res up. They still have a chance here. Jeffrey still has Earth Shatter. V still has Barrage. Jeffrey moving in, going to drop a hammer of his own. 3 people hitting the deck. And here comes the offense. 2 kills off that. Jeffrey going in hard. The defense, though, coming right back. This is extremely close between both teams. It's Frisco able to take out Dot. Now Frisco as the Widow in the back, unaccounted for. Hui going to take him out. The Lucio speed boost and Sound Bearer on the way from the defense. This is super back and forth. We're on our second res here for the offense as Jeffrey going to drop the hammer again. Or Mini dropping the hammer again, picking the double kill up. And that might be it. Time-wise, there's not enough time. They're not able to get to the end, and that is going to be GG for Assertion Failed. They are moving on.
Yeah, well played by Assertion Failed there. I thought they were losing control of that there for a moment, but they just swung it right back. One of the few times I've seen 2 reses in one fight, so that Mercy did an excellent job staying alive, finding targets to heal, picking people back up when needed. Really well played there. No slouches on No Fast Guns. They played well, but just not quite well enough. And Dot, I think, definitely MVP there, just finding pick after pick after pick, definitely taking over the map whenever the chance arose. Excellent play out of Assertion Failed. Very curious to see how far they can go in this tournament. Not quite sure who the next opponent is, so it will be interesting to see who that is. I'm going to take a quick peek at the brackets while we set up for the next match in the round of 32.
Yep, we are moving on. We've been casting now, I think, for close to 3 hours today, and we still have so much left to go. Round of 32, round of 16, round of 8, round of 4, and of course the finals, and a 3rd place match to boot. So stay tuned, buckle your seatbelts, get some coffee. We are going pretty much all night long here as we finish out this qualifier.
Yep, and just taking a quick peek at the brackets, it looks like Assertion Failed we're going up between Orgless, which is a team which I imagine is without an org, and Team Genocide. Neither are teams I'm particularly familiar with myself. Will be interesting to see how they are going. Meanwhile, Northern Gaming Blue seem to be steaming through the brackets as well, going up against Lux Esports Overwatch at the moment. Northern Gaming Blue, one of the favorites coming into this from Europe at the moment. I'm also curious to see how Northern Gaming Red are going. They are currently up against Animosity, again, a team I'm not personally over that familiar with. So interesting to see how far they can go. No great surprises looking through the brackets right now as we do advance in this tournament steadily to see who gets one of those 3 group stage spots in the upcoming, group stages.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of the bracket here, looking for notable shout-outs and all the rest. Blams Boys and Sakari, a team formerly known as Zensity, and for the most part, is getting through the bracket relatively easily here thus far. 2 victories, way ahead of the rest of it. So they're a team to watch as we move forward. Also, taking a look here, of course, Assertion Failed, just getting over No Fast Guns. They potentially are on a crash course to compete with Team One Shot, another team that's been somewhat of a dark horse in recent times. Most notable, I think, the last time I cast them, we saw some absolutely epic Reinhardt play coming out of Chronic that gave Team Liquid a run for their money. So if we end up with Assertion Failed versus One Shot, that would be a cool game to watch as well. Lots of cool games shaping up here as the bracket develops and we go through the night.
Absolutely. So we will try and get that next game to you as soon as possible. But meanwhile, this is Operation Breakout, brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers, sponsored by the Video Game Voters Network, Razer, and MasterOverwatch.com. Do go give shout outs to those guys for bringing this forward. $15,000 on the line and a group stage up and coming. Lots of Overwatch coming to you in the month of June. So do stick around. Do come back tomorrow as well, where we will get that group stage underway. I'm really looking forward to see some of these top teams go up against each other as we do basically pit them against each other as much as we possibly can, because group stages haven't happened that often in Overwatch. And I love to see teams play against teams as much as you can, just to have, the most, compelling and what I call verified, or I've forgotten my term, but the most consistent gameplay out of them, and who's basically dominating at the time, who's looking really good. And I'm curious to see if anyone can topple the giants that are Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, no, C9, they're definitely the team to beat. They're the team that has the biggest target of their back as we head on later into the month, as we get past the qualifiers tonight, move into our group stages. C9 is a team to watch. Of course, C9 will be getting their group stage play done this weekend. We're going through their group, which of course will involve C9, LG, Rogue, and 2 teams from here tonight. So they'll be seeing sort of coming attractions on who will be trying to challenge C9 into the future. And the other bracket, of course, filled with really good teams as well. We'll be seeing newcomers like Nubris, teams like Envy for the week after that. So really good group stages planned. And the weekend after that, of course, will be the finals, which will be Double Limb, and just lots of good Overwatch set for this month.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to look forward to, so much coming up. I can't wait. We might be taking a short break just to figure out who we're going to get to. We'll come back as soon as we can once we know what match we're going to find. I'm going to probably get some more water. My name's one amongst many. That guy is ZP. This is Operation Breakout. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. I can't wait for more. We'll be back as soon as possible. I swear, I hate long breaks as much as you guys. So yeah, see you very soon.
In just a moment. Alrighty then, we are back with more of Operation Breakout Qualifier number 2. I am ZP, that is one amongst many, and we are getting right into it. Round of 32 coming at you. This is going to be Northern Gaming Red versus Team Animosity. The maps have already been drafted, and surprise, surprise, it will be Kings Row. But we are moving along, and we're going to see if this new Team Animosity has what it takes to rattle NG Red a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm going to be really looking forward to. Northern Gaming Red, of course, the favorites going into this. They're just a proven, tried and tested team. But can Animosity just ruffle their feathers a bit, cause a couple of problems, and maybe take a map or two? That's what I really want to see out of them. Those are the kind of expectations I'm going into it, but I'm very ready and willing to be surprised. I'm just going to let the teams know that we are ready to go here as we launch into the first game. So ready. And hopefully, well, we can get this started very soon. It's going to be curious to see if they can put Bird, put Bird away, basically, because Bird was looking really good in the games we saw earlier out of him, just playing above and beyond. This is, the same thing happened on Monday. A ringer comes in for a team and just really outplays what you'd expect from a substitute. So Bird definitely playing like he has something to prove and looking really good. Hopefully we can see more of that action. That said, I think Wolf might be taking back that Widowmaker throne once more. So 2 really solid snipers. Can they put those to bed? Widowmaker definitely sort of stamping her presence on these maps as we play out throughout the day.
Oh, definitely. And Bird, of course, for those who weren't watching earlier in the series, when we were talking about NG Red. NG Red is playing a sub. Mangachu, one of the more standout players in NG Red, is not here today. But Bird has been subbing in and doing an exemplary job. In fact, had some of the finest Widow play that we've seen all day. Bird, a player that is somewhat of a hit scan specialist. Definitely had some very good showings in recent memory, both here today and in recent open tournaments on a whole bunch of different teams. But taking a look here at the defense for NG Red, as they fully set up, it's going to be Chance on the Reinhardt, Bird on McCree, Bread Expert on Lucio, Wolf on Widowmaker, Naptime on Mercy, and Exion probably not on Hanzo. No, he's going to go Junkrat. Would have been cool to see the Widow Hanzo sort of shades of what we saw from Rogue before, but not going to happen. Junkrat, just way too good not to run in the hotel here on defense.
Absolutely. I was so excited for a moment, but it's just not going to happen. Meanwhile, coming out of Animosity, we have Random on Genji, Smebs, I think that's how you say his name, on Widowmaker, Zoid on Reinhardt, Initiative on Hanzo, but I imagine that's going to swap off immediately. Yes, there it is, goes to the Mercy, although it doesn't actually go for the Sonic Arrow or Scatter. Mike, I'm just going to call him Mike on Lucio, and Reptile on the Pharah as the gates open. Battle joined, and Axion starting immediately with spam straight into the spawn, just forcing everyone to take a slightly different route just to get around that corner as they start to try and establish around the statue area. Random jumping up and over though on this Genji, going to be looking to get a quick pick, maybe just to, find what damage you can around the corner. Smez also having to be a little bit careful, taking a little bit of damage very early on. Smez goes for the airshot, but pick out on the Skyboat.
Yeah, Wolf able to get that very vital Widow v Widow pick. Stops Smez from doing really what he wants to do here. And now Wolf can go to the back, realizes he won't be getting counter-sniped anytime soon, and now looking for Genji. Genji got below the deflect early, but now he has no protection from the Widow for a while. Has to be careful about going in as the rest of the defense now moving forward, trying to get on the stragglers. Bird and Chance getting in, take out Lucio and Reinhardt respectively. And the defense absolutely punishing the offense for trying to come in one by one.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like they just sort of got a bit split up. Genji and Reptile, Pharah, split up a little bit and just sort of, left the rest of the team stuck in the middle of nowhere, and Northern Gaming Red capitalized, went in on them, engaged as hard as they could, cleaned up the split up team, and had a nice and easy victory. And now they're definitely going to be looking at having ultimate advantage going into this, especially Chance, sitting on 80% right now, going to have that Earthshadow nice and ready for the next engagement, I imagine. And can they get anything off the back of that as the team does wrap around and go for a point?
Team is getting on the point right now. The offense getting on top of it. A much better engagement. Smevs able to take out Wolf. Reptile getting the double kill as Farah over the top. Almost has Barrage up. Justice could be raining to finish out this fight. He's so close. He only needs 1%. He's trying to go for it. Finally, he has the Barrage up here. The offense getting in. And Justice reigns from point blank. As Reptile again take out Chance right there. 3 extra kills here for the offense. Junkrat one of the last people remaining. And I'm not sure he's going to be enough to defend this here.
Yeah, it's looking really solid right now. And Reptile just not even risking Mercy getting anything off, firing off that Justice point blank, and that's well worth it. Removing Mercy, who still has a resurrect up, basically denies the enemy team 3, 4, 5 people possibly. So that's a huge turn there. Naptime just holding on to it a little bit too long, maybe trying to dance around a little bit too much. Meanwhile, Wolf sort of locked into a duel right now with Smez, as both of them sort of trying to occupy this high ground. Who will get the better of it though? Really, really difficult to say at the moment. Wolf looking slightly stronger right now, does force Smez back, did land the first hit, will cause him to reposition and get healed up here as the team start wrapping around in the streets.
They're up around, but Wolf shoots Reptile out of the sky. A quick advantage coming out here from the defense. The defense, they know it. They're moving forward. The Lucio speed boost is out. The offense running for their life. They're getting back. Bird was able to take out Mercy. Mercy not able to back out quite in time as Wolf taking out Smev just to chain the deaths a little bit longer. And there it is. I mean, that's sort of the downside of Pharah from time to time. If you go in over the top as Pharah and get headshot, your offense is going to be struggling for the next bit.
And meanwhile, I see Bird sneaking away on the high ground. He's going to try and set up that Deadeye from behind, and that's so dangerous. He's also got Lucio there just for a little bit of extra support. But if this Deadeye comes out, there it is. Can he get any kills off the back of it?
No, he's not. Smev says, here's the hook. Get down here. Destroys Bird in the attempt. Wolf, though, in the back, punishes Reptile yet again. Both teams down 2 players as Smev, trying to put the team on his back, will take out the Reinhardt. 2 kills for Smev here moving forward. Interesting that they're abandoning the Widow here, but for the Streets phase, the Widow is not quite as important as first and third.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the meantime, Random tried to get in there in the back, tried to save his team a little bit with the Dragonblade, couldn't quite find any kills, so just picked off there and couldn't get anything off the back of that. So that's a Dragonblade not really utilized to its maximum potential. Now, massive shout out to Smev, stopping that McCree ultimate coming through, making sure that he can land any damage out of it. Good quick thinking, good reacting coming out of him. Now it's now we're looking at Zoid trying to get this Urshitter down. Can he land something pivotal? But if they can't push this high ground, if they can't force him off it, it's going to be so difficult.
They weren't able to stay behind the Reinhardt entirely. Wolf takes out Random. Reptile has to be careful of his approacher. He is also going to fall prey to the Widowmaker. Exion with the defensive tire takes out Reptile, and the defense now moving forward. They have the advantage yet again. Exion going to get that final kill. The offense, they are coming back. They do have the sound barrier up. Zoid swinging the hammer, trying to take out Chance. It's Reinhardt hammer action right now, but in the end, Wolf takes out Random, and the defense just going to swarm into it again. And the thing here is that even though Wolf is getting a lot of value off the Widowmaker, the offense is kind of allowing it here. There are ways you can position not to get dunked as hard by Widow moving into this next area. I think, A, you have to stay behind the Reinhardt a little bit more intensively, and B, maybe don't run the Pharah against the running hero. Something like a Reaper would be plenty good in this situation as well.
Yeah, so they keep coming down this middle pathway into this high ground area where it looks like Northern Gaming Red have just decided to set up, make sure they can spam all that damage through. And also, ZP, it's not every day that you see a Pharah go down to a Junkrat's side. That was also nice to see, but it looks like they're just going for a counter engagement now, and it's looking really decisive.
Oh my goodness, they got the quick pick. Bird came in with the Deadeye, aided by the Sound Bear, got the double kill as Wolf is feasting, takes out both Pharah and the Mercy. And again, this is a little bit rough here for the offense. I mean, on one hand, I would like to see them just go to something that's a little bit less susceptible to Widow, since you can sort of do this for the Streets phase. Or worst case scenario, run a counter Widow to deal with Wolf. I mean, Smevs wasn't doing that bad in the beginning of the game. Either way, I feel like they need to change something up here. Certainly, I think the Pharah could stand a little bit of a change up, because Reptile has gotten absolutely nothing done in the last few minutes of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and now will be the turn to swap, but they have decided to go for a separate path, but they've got to be so careful here as well, because they're going to just get filtered into this tight little spot, and Junkrat's going to find so much damage as the fight begins, and there goes a tire as well.
Oh no, the tire over the top gets a double kill. They tried to pull a fast one. Resurrection going to undo some of that damage. The defense moving forward. Smevs able to take out Bird. Smevs on the double kill now, so the offense recovering pretty nicely after the tire doing just terrible, terrible damage. The quote Dustin Browder, and the offense now with a real opportunity.
Oh, terrible, terrible damage. You just brought me back about, I don't know, 5-6 years listening to Dustin Browder's old cast. So that fight really got scattered, really sort of started spreading up. Reptile managed to find the damage that he's been looking for all game long. They just didn't sort of keep their eye on the birdie there, on the Pharah. And she just got, well, all the hits that she was looking for. Now it's looking really good as they do push straight into the boundary phase. I said Reptile has to be a little bit careful here not to get picked. Wolf is back out looking for those snipes. And Reptile's just sort of caught on their own on the high ground, looking for what they can find as they do start setting up and rolling forward.
Yeah, Reptile right now, he is looking for the poke on Mercy. Not able to land any rockets just yet. Does have Barrage at the ready. Has to give Wolf all the respect in the world, given what he's done here so far. As Wolf gonna land that body shot. Reptile down to 50 HP. Not much left. Meanwhile, on the point, Smevs coming in with the whole hog. Gets one kill. Zoid and Reptile regulating. It was Zoid that came with the Earth Shatter, setting a lot of that up as Smevs completes the triple kill. And the defense of NG Red, a little bit shattered right now. Sort of just making basic mistakes, and now they're getting punished very heavily as the offense moves forward.
Yeah, and that time again, came in a little bit late and came in a little bit greedy as well on that Mercy. Tried to get too much with one Resurrect. Now the Deadeye comes out, trying to find some space, trying to get this point as far as possible. There's the hook though, and here comes the engagement.
Yeah, the offensive sound bearer is out. The offense wanting to end this right here, right now. Zoid able to land a beautiful charge onto the Lucio. The offense with good positioning, but here comes Chance, knocking down two is Reinhardt. Will there be the fall-off? Mercy going to eat that hammer, and she is down. No resurrection coming out here for the offense, and the defense going to live at least a little bit longer. There will be no resurrection, so they should be able to clean this up.
Yeah, they've just managed to survive all that space, clear up the Mercy, make sure that they can't re-engage, and just cleaned up as well. Wolf was in the back there, nice and safe, tucked away, finding snipe after snipe after snipe, and Axion catching fire out the sky as well, cleaning that up nice and quick. What you want out of a Roadhog. Now Axion is actually ready with the whole hog, so he could just break down his Reinhardt barrier very, very quickly. They just need a chance ready, waiting to go with a stun there, and the Deadeye also coming out. Oh no, Roadhog falling down the pit as well. Oh dear, Snevs.
Yeah, that is one thing that Mercy cannot undo. Mercy can res a lot of things, but if you fall into the pit, you are not coming back. And here we go, the hook coming up from Exion, gonna take out Random in the offense. This is mission failed. They need to back out, regroup. Nothing good is going to happen if they stay in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is buying more and more time for the defensive team to get that pivotal ultimate up on chance, get that Earthshatter down, because they have so many ways of making that work, of opening up the attacking team right now. Getting rid of Zoid's barrier is going to be so important. Making sure that stays up and making sure they engage that quickly. What they're doing now.
The offensive set, their Earthshatter came in and it got absolutely nothing done, but Random, after the shield is broken, gets the quad Deadeye. Didn't even matter that didn't do much, but look at this. The resurrection coming in from Naptime, stopping Naptime for the rest of his team. But Reptile, Justice raiding from above. The barrage on those freshly resurrected players. The offense still trying to make something of this, despite that amazing Mercy res. We'll see if they can do that. Reptile still fighting, but Wolf is in the back, looking for the pickoffs, is going to take out Reptile. Resurrection coming out for the offense. The offense definitely losing a little bit of momentum. Reptile challenging Wolf, going to get taken out of the sky again. And this is quite the fight right now,
Yeah, it's really going both ways. Chance managed to get most of the team with an Earthshatter there, and Exion now cleaning up with that whole hog. Will finish up the rest of the fight as they just stabilize. Naptime managed to get the resurrect. He's been looking for all game long. Wolf also establishing himself on the higher ground, finding snipe after snipe after snipe, just turning that fight right around in the second half. That could have gone either way. Only 30 seconds left really on the timer, so one more good push left, and they have to make something happen right away. ZP, and it looks like they're about to go.
Yeah, they're going to go in right now. Sound Bearer is going to be dropped here by the offense. They're going to be all in. And they just have to take out Naptime early, because what really ruined that last fight is that Naptime came in with a beautiful game-saving resurrection. Here we go, though. They're speeding in. Soundbearer might be down to Moan and Bird, but the Deadeye sort of sneaking around for the sneaky flank here, going to get a kill on the Zoid while doing a ton of damage to the enemy team. 2 kills here for the defense, but the defense, they're lacking Naptime. The offense is able to take him out immediately, so this is a little bit dangerous. The defense does not clean up, but they will clean up as Bird on a triple kill here in this fight. The offense, though, getting the res. This is their last gasp here, no matter what, but the defense absolutely swarming.
Yeah, absolutely. And during all that fight, Reptile manages to swap onto the Reaper and teleport on the high ground, found Naptime, but didn't have anything, well, killed the Mercy, but they just didn't manage to find the kills fast enough, and it just let the defensive team hold on just as long as they needed. Even with that pivotal pick on the Mercy, they couldn't quite turn it around. That said, well, actually, no, the time through the streets was pretty good, but it's going to be up to Northern Gaming Red to push all the way, or just have a really good time going through the street phase.
It's going to play the game the Random here, but really the play of the game here was actually Naptime. Random got this huge Deadeye, and it was amazing, but just a moment from now, Naptime runs in and reses everyone that Random killed, so it was a great play by Random, totally undone by Naptime there. Naptime even getting into it in chat saying, sad face, didn't show my res. We noticed the res Naptime, and it was a good one.
Yeah, all the kudos to that play. That just turned the game around, saved it for them, made sure that they couldn't push all the way to the end. Imagine if Naptime went down to that Deadeye, it would have just been completely different. But, well, Northern Gaming Red have to set a reasonably good time going through the streets phase. They did actually manage to hold out for quite a while, though, in sort of the middle of that. So a lot of space to work with here. They just got to sort of find an opening, create it, and push through, hopefully punish a couple of mistakes coming out here from Animosity. But Animosity looking good. Like, this is a team that both me and you are a little bit unfamiliar with, and they looked really, really solid there. They looked above and beyond what you're expecting out of a team that's full of relative unknowns.
Yeah, no, Animosity, I mean, it was a good showing. They definitely had moments where they gave it back to NG Red. I think the one thing, realistically, I think their last part was pretty okay in general. They had really good looks towards the third phase of King's Row. They got the first point pretty quickly. The part where they failed was the streets phase, where I really think, even though it worked out towards the very end, I think they might have done better dropping the fair a little bit earlier, just given the compositions at play there. I think that they gave a little bit too much power to Wolf on the defense. And even though Wolf is a great Widowmaker, it was landing a lot of shots. I feel like just strategically, the offense could have switched that up a bit to limit his effectiveness, even without resorting to a counter Widow.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with the way that Northern Gaming Red were positioning, just the way they were sort of all clumped up in the same spot. There's just plenty of other options just to try and pull them apart, just to make Wolf a little bit uncomfortable on that Widowmaker, rather than just trying to barrel down with the bar. It's just a very aggressive way of playing and a very sort of direct way of playing, a little bit oversimple, if you will. Especially when they're on that high ground, it becomes very difficult to shove through them. But meanwhile, we do see Animosity setting up on the defensive team. Smevs on the Widowmaker, Zoid on Reinhardt, Reptile on McCree, Mike on the Symmetra, which is, we haven't seen Symmetra for a little while, so it's good to see her back. Random on the Junkrat, and Initiative on Mercy.
Initiative will be on the Mercy here for the defense coming out from Animosity. Meanwhile, looking at the offense coming out from NG Red, it's going to be Wolf on that Widowmaker, Naptime on the Junkrat, Bread Expert on Mercy, Bird on the McCree, Chance on Reinhardt, and Exion gonna round things out here. Offensive Roadhog making his appearance. We'll see just how aggressive NG Red is here as they try and take this first point.
Yep, just going to inch around the statue, perfectly normal for King's Row offensive. It just depends on if they're going to go straight through and push the enemy team right around the back of the hotel. Again, this is the standard sort of bend with a great layout. I love the way you put that earlier, so I'm just going to steal that forever. But meanwhile, we actually have the Widowmaker battle sort of going full fold here. But Zoid managing to find 2 kills immediately as they start pushing on.
Did get a triple. Zoid getting all the value in the world, but a big resurrection. Once again, the res coming out here for the offense. We'll see if it's enough. Bread Expert, the one getting that big res, and Naptime and Exion capitalizing right after the res, picking up 2 kills. Here comes the tire from Random. Wolf shooting it right before it lands and does terrible destruction. And now the offense of NG Red really moving forward here, slowly grinding down the defense. The defense is not able to remove them as Bird coming at the double kill. But here comes Initiative, resurrection of his own. Turned to a brawl on the point. The defense cannot get off for any reason, or the payload will begin moving. And there it is. The defense is going to have to back up in a hurry, lest they lose positioning here on the streets phase.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to be so careful right now not to just get picked off as well, because every single time someone dies, you'll give them more and more ultimate to the other team, and they didn't have to use anything to take that point as well, so they're going to be nice and prepared for the next area as Bird sort of chasing everything down. And Bird there in that fight was really sort of left on his own, especially when the Resurrect came in. There was just nothing there to deal with him, deal with the damage coming out of that McCree, so really pivoted around Bird's placement there as Wolf finds a pick on Random as well, so opening up the team even further as Wolf, the further setting that Widowmaker dominance because of respect.
Oh my goodness, talk about an advantage to the offense right now. The offense has every offensive ultimate at their disposal. Recon set is currently in progress, and the tire from Naptime looking to just add on here. A little bit aggressive here, gonna go over the top. Will it connect? It's moving forward, it's bouncing, and it takes out Zoid. I can't believe that tire got to the back, but now the defense is left without a tank. Bird and Exion capitalizing on that, getting a kill each, and this is absolutely terrible for the defense of Animosity right now. NG Red having everything go their way.
And if Animosity don't stop this right now, then they have lost this map. Like, that is going to be it, according to the rules of Stopwatch. And boom, there it is, GG. So basically Northern Gaming Red establishing themselves really strong there. That was really dominant. It's also interesting to see that Naptime is the one playing the Junkrat. He's moved off that Mercy play, deciding to sort of change it up a little bit, experiment a little bit perhaps. But that tire was hilarious. You could have played Yakety Sax behind that as it chased down Zoid, hunted him down and cleaned him up, finished him off.
Normally you would expect a tire to die way before then. There's a lot of things that can kill a tire, but somehow it was the tire that could. It made it to the back. And that was just absolutely nutty. Now, I think we know it's GG. I'm not sure the teams know it's GG right now, but it might not matter as Bird with the Deadeye picking up the double kill. And this is the offensive NG Red definitely came out with renewed vim and vigor here.
Yeah, Northern Gaming Red, I think, just playing it out all the way to the end. I mean, this is good practice for both teams. We should probably tell them, though, that the game is over. Just let them push all the way to the end so we get to play the game. Nobody won't be in those last moments either, but definitely a strong showing out of Northern Gaming Red. Just played really well. The defense looked a little bit shaky at times, just, a little bit had to be a little bit careful. Animosity definitely with a good showing here on this first map between the two. So we will be going to a different map, and there is a King of the Hill in the pool, and it will be Animosity's pick, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them forced into that. Meanwhile, oh, here we go.
They're still moving forward. The tire is going to move in. Doesn't kill as many as you'd expect there because of what was going on, or because of the sound barrier. But both teams still fighting it out. We did mention them that it's been GG. They're still fighting regardless. Bird getting the double kill there on the Deadeye as NG Red moving with momentum here.
There we go. It looks like they're backing off, just letting the push all the way to the end.
Okay, they are backing. Okay.
we will see the play of the game.
The truck of victory, not the truck of triumph, as opposed to the truck of tears.
I do like that.
So we'll get to see a play of the game.
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see who this is going to go to. I'm trying to think of like what play of the game moves. It's probably going to be Bird if I had to guess. No, it's going to be Bird Expert, probably one of these pivotal reses that were becoming very, very commonplace with Mercy. Not to diminish it anyway, but, well, actually that's a really solid res. And, gets picked up as well. Good shot by Smez there. Really, really nice to see. I love seeing Mercies get sniped out of the sky when they do that Guardian Angel. It's just a nice little skill to learn.
Definitely. So, quick time being set there by the side of NG Red. They will be taking Kings Row, and we'll just have to see what the next map will be coming out from the side of Animosity, but not a bad showing nonetheless. Still NG Red. They came out in force on Kings Row in a way that we haven't seen them come out really all night. I mean, for a team like NG Red, I sort of expect them to have very big, dominating victories. And while they've been winning most of their games, they haven't been crushing, but that Kings Row was quite the match to behold with how quickly they got to that second point.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they sort of broke them at first, they never managed to get set up again. But it looks like we're going to Lijiang Tower, which is going to be really... Actually, no. No, they don't quite understand. Okay, so they're just figuring out how the system works. But basically, the losing team has map pick, and the two maps left in the pool are going to be Lijiang and Hollywood. I would not be surprised, though, to see us go to Lijiang, just because King of the Hill, a little bit more volatile, a little bit easier to sort of cause an upset. And Animosity, certainly the underdogs here, but looked pretty solid. Like, didn't look as, like they are an inexperienced team or a clearly inexperienced team. There's Lijiang Tower coming out from random. So here we go. Back on Lijiang. We've been here once before. And I really like watching King of the Hill. To me, it's one of the most tense map modes to watch in Overwatch.
No, definitely. King of the Hill has provided us with some great moments. Everything from just tense moments going up to the very end to just switch ups that you don't expect. It's been a map that's been known for, or a mode known for Bastion shenanigans, where Bastion, sometimes known as El Presidente, coming out of nowhere to secure a deal. And I'm actually surprised you don't see as much Bastion in single hero limit as you might think. It's a hero that we saw definitely used for change-ups from time to time in normal mode. Maybe it's just because people liked Bastion more for dealing with double Winston and don't like him as much when you're not seeing everyone's favorite scientist, but still, wouldn't be surprised if we saw Bastion come up every now and then here, just as sort of a surprise.
Yeah, especially, like, I did see him come out by Northern Gaming, not Northern Gaming, but by Gale Force Esports against Luminosity Gaming. They did sort of pick him every now and then, so that was kind of interesting to see him come out, especially as like a Widowmaker replacement. It was a very interesting idea that they had. I think it's just to try and force down Reinhardt barriers. And I will also add a caveat to what I said. I love watching King of the Hill, but especially on one hero limit. On no hero limit, it can get a little bit crazy with the overtime, and I think as casters, we can both sort of nod to that. It looks like teams are about ready to set up here. So, on Northern Gaming Red, we do have Bread Expert on the Lucio, Wolf on McCree, Exion on Zarya, Bird on Soldier 76, not a pick we see too often, Chance on the Gorilla on Winston, and Naptime on Mercy.
Indeed, and take a look here at the defense, or not the defense, both teams are attacking over the point. Coming up from the side, Animosity. It is going to be Reptile on the Reaper, Smevs on the Tracer, Mike on the Lucio, Initiative on Mercy, Zoid on Zarya, and Random on the McCree. I've been trying not to say that all cast lock, I can't help it. Either way.
Actually,
here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, the fight instantly begins on the point, and there's fighting everywhere as both teams sort of wrap around each other. But it does look like Animosity have actually got control of the point right now, but that's not what matters. What matters is who gets it at the end, and it's just fighting everywhere, CP.
Yeah, and Random getting a double kill here to start things out, somehow living as McCree, eventually going to go out with Winston, but Reptile picking up the slack, takes out the Zarya, and Animosity making a good showing here in Lijiang. They're going to get first control of this point, and we'll see how NG Red decides to deal with the situation.
Yeah, Reptile going off in a really big way. He already has Death Blossom ready, and that's a really, really fast Death Blossom going to come out of him. They have to be so careful not to clump right now, because if they do, they can get punished hard for it. And this is one of the things with King of the Hill. When you start losing that first point, when you lose that first battle, you just give away so much ultimate advantage as the point.
Look at Reptile right now. Reptile with the Death Blossom. He's going to be dropping down here. He's just going to pop it right away, saying die, die, die. Picks up the double kill, including the Mercy. Reptile going to carry that fight in on his own. Death Blossom coming in the clutch for the triple kill. And that's going to be that.
Yeah, Reptile waiting for the flashbang to go off, making sure that he can't get cancelled out of that ultimate, then dropping in and just killing absolutely everything. You've got to be so careful with Reaper. You have to keep an eye on him, and he's so powerful on these King of the Hill maps. It's definitely one of my favorite picks, and definitely sort of becoming more and more popular due to that one hero limit. Now Zoid about almost ready 70% as both teams, well, look pace to fight over the point once more.
And the fight is being engaged here. Brett Expert able to take out Mercy in the beginning. There will be no resurrection coming out from the side of Animosity. Random, though, again, making his presence known. Able to take out Wolf. Takes out Bird for the double kill. Random having himself a game. Gets the triple. And Random really playing McCree to his maximum strength right now. And we'll see if the offense NG Red is able to do anything off this, as Wolf coming up the Deadeye does take out Reptile. The Graviton Surge is out for NG Red. 4 quick kills coming in there as Bird with the follow-up.
Yeah, Bird picking everyone back up. There's the counter Graviton Surge as well. Can they get the damage into it though? Wolf now just needs to clean up. There he goes. Meanwhile, they're just fighting absolutely everywhere. There's some on the point, some more back towards the spawn, but this is looking really good for Northern Gaming Red right now as they do start to clean up the rest of the fight. There goes Winston, just going to finish off this Zarya, who's glowing like a supernova at the moment. She's on high TI, but down she goes, picked off, finished by Brett Expert. That was back and forth. Good lord, that was a long fight, a lot to digest there. As both Mercies basically biding the time, waiting for the res. Now time's already good to go for the next fight, however, and Initiative sitting on 20%, so they definitely have an advantage here as they hold out. But they've got a long time to hold. At 87% here on Animosity, so there's definitely a lot of room for them to just swing back in. If they get on the point once, they're probably just going to hold it for the rest of the game.
No, very likely, but it is hard to retake this point. We'll see if NG Red is able to hold on here. We do see Bird over the top. Will drop down with the Sound Bearer. The Sound Bearer enabling NG Red to get really deep in. They get 2 kills here to start things out. Make it 3. Brett Expert, the double Lucio kill. Bird with the follow-up, able to take out the Mercy. And again, Sound Bearer just providing for a very strong initiation there. Bird was looking for poke over the top and just realized, hey, we're dropping Sound Bearer. Just rush in on this. Shot calling being pretty effective here for NG Red.
Yeah, Wolf also catching Random off guard just with a flashbang, denying that pivotal Deadeye coming out. Meanwhile, Reptile sort of being very patient, although he's getting snuck up on, does actually spot Wolf. Crouch walking towards it to nullify those footsteps, but gets picked up, and a Gorilla jumps in behind him as well, just to get that little bit of extra damage. And now he's down. I'm not surprised to see an engagement coming out here from Northern Gaming Red as Wolf picks up 3 with a Deadeye.
Yeah, we saw there coming up from the side of Animosity. There again, dropped the Sound Barrier, trying to stay in there, but Lucio died while in the progress. He has to hit the ground to apply the Sound Barrier. He went down very early, and as a result, everything just did not go the way of Animosity. Now Animosity in some real trouble here. They have to get in the next 25%. In fact, this is probably their last big chance. Reptile won the watch here. I think it's going to be down to Reptile to get a good Death Blossom.
Yeah, they might try and stall it out, maybe try and get Zoid's Graviton Surge ready to go, but it looks like they're just ready to go. Reptile jumps in and doesn't find anything there, ZP. Nothing goes down.
He got Bird at the very end. We'll see if that is enough. He's moving forward. 1 kill up right now for the side of Animosity. They're moving in around Exion, though, going to even the tides. Takes out Random. Graviton Surge is out for NG Red. Doesn't quite get as much as it wanted. The counter Graviton coming out for the side of Animosity. Going to break through that Winston shield. Resurrection, though, on the way up. And NG Red now turning it in their favor as Bird picking up the triple kill, mowing people down with that pulse rifle.
Absolutely, and the big change there. I mean, both teams got the Graviton Surges out, but one of them ended up killing Mercy, and so Mercy dies with the res in hand. Initiative not finding that, not getting that off, not picking that back up on the team, and so, well, they lose the point because, hey, they can't pick everyone back up and re-engage the fight. Really, really good to see, like, close to see, though. Animosity looking good, Reptile finding some good kills, but Wolf just went on the prowl that game as well, started hunting people down, started ranging around. It's one thing that I like to see on King of the Hill, is teams being a little bit proactive on their defense, finding interesting ways to position, finding ways to hunt down the enemy team, and stop them really doing what they want and set up for the perfect engage that they're looking for.
No, definitely. And one thing of note here, this... it's not quite as big as the Garden Stage, but this is a part where Roadhog can really get good hooks. Moving forward, Roadhog is able to hook people into sort of the gaps around the outskirts. He can kill people outright without any follow-up whatsoever. So I kind of like the Roadhog pick coming out from the side of Animosity here. Both teams trading off poke here, seeing what they're going to need to get in. Smebs will go down first to that Lucio spam. And now with a 65 advantage, here comes NG Red getting on top of the point. And this is dangerous now for the side of Animosity.
Absolutely, it's fighting engages all over the place. Wolf finds Lucio, does take him out nice and quickly, and Wolf is now just in control of the point, can just stay on it nice and safely, hunting down the Genji and finishing everything off. There's an interesting decision made by Animosity there. Pharah went round at the start, went straight for the point, trying to hold on to it, trying to find a quick concussive blast maybe, but that left the rest of the team engaged in a 5 versus 6, and Northern Gaming Red just capitalized, went in hard, went through the front door instead, found a couple of quick picks and went off there. Now Bird's back on the Widowmaker, looking for those quick picks, looking to sort of deny coming out of the spawn here, and that's actually really dangerous when the enemy team can push up and hold this front door. It gets really difficult to come out, ZP.
Yeah, doing the Widow on this stage in particular can be difficult. Widow is very good here on the Night Market stage. She's also very good in the Garden stage. And right now, Bird not under contention at all, able to get shot after shot in right now. Not getting a pick off just yet, but still, this is a huge threat as Wolf going to take out the Zarya. The Widow pick not even needed. 2 quick kills here for the side of NG Red. They are moving in, make it 3 kills. And the offensive Animosity trying to hang in there. They do have the barrage coming in. Reptile will get 1 pick off, but given that they're down so many people already, this is a very difficult fight to win. But here comes Dragonblade from Random. Random throwing up the deflect, not gonna get anything done. Dragonblade totally wasted as Wolf gonna finish things out with the double.
Yeah, Wolf just says no to that Dragonblade, just shuts it down immediately, and instantly Bird comes back, tries to set up position. There we go, Bird takes out the Reptile. Not something you quite often see from a Bird, although, well, certain species of Eagle, I guess. That's me being a massive nerd for you. Axion just, again, holding the front line, making it difficult for the enemy team to even get position on the point. Animosity have been repeatedly sort of pushing straight through, going right for the point immediately, trying to establish a presence on it. But Northern Gaming Red just set up perfectly, just move in as a unit and clean up, and now they have Zarya ult ready to go as well, so they're ready for the next pushes. Reptile looks for the barrage, doesn't get anything unfortunately on the back of that.
Yeah, the barrage is totally wasted. Now they're setting themselves up for the Zarya ult. 3 people getting get sucked in by that Graviton. They're getting melted. The sound barrier only helping them so much. 2 people still going to go down. The Resurrection again come out from NG Red, bring up those Fallen Heroes. Resurrection coming out from the side of Animosity as well, but it's not enough. The positioning, NG Red just too strong as they are picking them apart piece by piece. Exion just melting people with that Zarya beam.
And Bread Expert throughout that entire fight, basically saying, not even worried, man. I've got it all covered, because he still has a sound barrier all the way through that. Really dominant coming out of Northern Gaming Red, looking really solid right now, just very crisp, tight engages. Using resources well, I would have been tempted if I was Bread Expert to fire off that sound barrier immediately once the fight was joined, but he said, no, I'll hold on to it just in case we need it. Maybe see Initiative coming in with a pivotal resurrect. I think this is actually one where he then gets grabbed on stage and takes... Nope, this is earlier in the fight, much earlier in the fight, actually, looking at the timer. But good lord. Animosity, though, showing themselves well. Like, Northern Gaming Red are not an easy team to beat, especially for a team that is somewhat inexperienced. Animosity looked pretty good, and they made them pause for a moment, and that's, like I said, when we started, that's what I'm looking for, that's what I'm hoping to see, especially out of these newer teams. Do they have those flashes of, or moments of greatness that say, hey, yeah, we kind of get how to play this game, we know how to set ourselves up, just need to tighten it up a little bit more and practice a little bit more.
Definitely. Well, coming attractions here potentially for the next round. We are waiting for the winner of Still Here versus I'm Your Huckleberry. And Still Here has a lot of very notable names in the FPS scene on it, particularly if you're a fan of Quake. Clock and Rafa, perhaps some of the most notable among them. Carnage is also on their team, so a lot of FPS talent coming out for the side of Still Here. And we'll see how they do against the side of Assertion, or not Assertion Field, but NG Red, if they're able to get through to the next round.
And I'm just looking ahead in the brackets, and I can see that if NG Red, well, if depending on if they go up against Still Here or I'm Your Huckleberry, if they beat that team and if Northern Gaming Blue win their game, then we'll see Northern Gaming Blue versus Northern Gaming Red, but it will be in the semi-finals, so they both still have an opportunity to take one of the 3 slots available for the main section of Operation Breakout. That's right, we're playing all this Overwatch right now, but that's not even the main section. That's the tournament for the tournament. That's the tournament just to take part in the main section and go up against all these big pro teams. But it looks like we will sort of try and get the next game set up, waiting for the other team to finish. And I think we might stick with Northern Gaming Red just for now, just to see how that turns out and see if we can get them going against either Still Here or I'm Your Huckleberry. And I think, yeah, well, we're just going to go ahead.
I was just going to say, if it's NG Red versus Still Here, that is a game I absolutely want to watch, just given the degree of pedigree on Still Here. Now, it is an interesting note at the Overwatch scene that these sort of Quake legends aren't particularly new to the Overwatch scene. They've been on a whole bunch of different teams. Notable teams, of course, would be teams like Quake Fortress, and they have not had the success that people thought they would have going into it. But there's still a lot of talent just looking for that right combination. So they're not something that you can sleep on. It's just a matter of time until they go from not doing anything to suddenly dominating tournaments. I think that they have that potential. So that's why it's always interesting to watch these sort of teams with these great legacy players, because they do have that potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've just seen in chat as well, RIP Team Animorphs. Oh, poor Team Animorphs. But they did put up a good attempt. But yeah, we will be going on a quick 5-minute break. This is Operation Breakout. I am one amongst many. That's ZP. Hope you guys are as excited as I am for the coming matches. We'll see you very soon.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Alrighty, we are back here with the Operation Breakout qualifiers, getting right into it. Now moving into this matchup that we thought was already underway. We're going to get to go back in time a little bit to see Still Here versus I'm Your Huckleberry. The winner of this will be moving on to fight Northern Gaming Red. Still Here, of course, a team that we were just talking about before the break with a whole ton of FPS talent. Clock, Rafa, Carnage, players that you've known from other games are on it. Also on Team 2, Mala, a player with a big TF2 background, is also going to be represented. So sort of a legacy match going on here, and we're not going to waste any time. We're going to go right into it. And surprise, surprise, the first map on is King's Row.
Oh, King's Row? What? Really? That's such a shock. No, going back to London, okay. It might be just because I'm involved on the casting. We were just going to be, going to Britain over and over and over again. But like you said, a lot of FPS veterans. And like you said before, Quake pros especially seem to be struggling ever so slightly in basically recent times in Europe as well. We have, these great players like Shadowburn, for example, an amazing talent, just seem to sort of struggle to find his footing here. But I'm very curious to see what Clock and Rafa especially can bring out, and Carnage as well, how they can manage to play out in these games. But like you said, Marla, another recognizable name from Team Fortress 2. So a lot of veterans coming out. This should be a really tight match. Of course, whoever wins this will go on to face Northern Gaming Red in the next round, and we'll be jumping straight into that match as well. So huge amounts of Overwatch still to come here in the Operation Breakout. And I do also urge you all, just while we have a couple of free seconds, go and look at the petition site, so vgvn.onog.com. Go and take a look at that very quickly in another tab while you have this one open. Listen to me and ZP cast this upcoming match as the defense does start to get set up here.
And defense is ganks up. And just as a note here as well on I'm Your Huckleberry, I'm being told that most of their team does consist of top-tier invite-level TF2 players. Pharaoh and Piehole also having some degree of pedigree in TF2. So sort of TF2 pedigree versus Quake pedigree here to some extent. Take a look here at the defense as it sets up, though, for the side of Still Here. It is going to be Clock on the Mercy, Carnage on Junkrat, Rafa on the defensive Winston, Metaphor on McCree, 0-4 on Reinhardt, and All Mental going to round things out here on the Symmetra. So defensive Symmetra will be in play for the side of Still Here.
And meanwhile, on attack on I'm Your Huckleberry, Pharaoh, English words, I can speak them, on the McCree, Nursey on the Reinhardt, Mela on the Farah, Avast on Lucio, Doom on Mercy, and Pyro back on Widowmaker. Interesting to see no Farah coming out for the Quake pros. I do love seeing Quake pros play Farah, but alas, not today, and not common on, of course, defensive King Bro. So Mala just laying down siege, while meanwhile everyone wraps around into this alleyway, but they've got to be careful. Symmetra and Junkrat spam going to come in, lay down a lot of damage. There's no room in there to dodge these Symmetra orbs, so if they start landing, that's going to cause problems here, as the barrier does break. It looks like they're going to have to make something happen right now.
Yeah, the barrier breaks. That's a peel of Junkrat there. Junkrat able to break the Reinhardt shield relatively safely from the back, allows the defense to throw in a lot more poke. Both sides still full strength by now. Rafa a little bit far up, waiting for his opportunity to go in. Has to be careful not to eat too much poke before things go bad, but Rafa doing a good job of managing that right now. Rafa in the back getting on top of Mala's. Pyhero able to take out Rafa. Pharaoh getting right in on the 0-4. 2 quick kills here for the side of I'm Your Huckleberry as Pyhero now getting to work. Makes it a double kill. Metaphor, though, for the defense. Still hanging in there, being the good defensive McCree. This is not one yet here from your Huckleberry, but they're slowly dissecting the Still Here defense.
So might be swinging back here. Rafa's coming out, fighting damage on Doom, so will sort of push that Mercy back. There's the Resurrect coming out, however. It looks like it might go either way as Pyro tries to get set up once more in that high ground. They don't want damage to cannon. Vast on the point now, laying into damage. But Mala coming round, trying to find Mercy. No, to back off now. Might go back for seconds. There he goes. Can he get blocked? Can he pick the Mercy up? Shoots her out the sky. Down she goes as well. Everything goes back to the point. It looks like they might just reset it. It's very close to cool. This is one of the longest fights we've seen in a while on Kings Row.
Now the offense, and Mala does have the barrage at the ready, but is really low HP. Lucio Soundbear going to take care of that, though, as Pyro taking out Metaphor in the back. 2 extra kills here for the offense of I'm Your Huckleberry. Pharaoh going to take out Carnage, and this should be all they need to get the payload moving. It was a long attack, but a pretty good one here coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. The Resurrection coming out way too late. In fact, all this is going to do is chain deaths here for the defense. Junkrat's oh no, Junkrat's not going to be down. Mala messed up a little bit. Junkrat will go down in the end. Wasn't quite as clean as would have hoped, but the offense has an opportunity.
Yeah, they can definitely get a lot of space on this street phase, and getting through here swiftly and cleanly is so important, especially around the T-junction. If you can set up there before the defensive team can get there, then you can basically buy yourself a lot of space and a lot of time. They are going 5 people in here, so only 1 person on the payload. That's going to move very, very slowly. It's just for Lucio to bet there, so they won't have the Soundwave or anything ready to go, though he's way far away from that ultimate. But Nursey, ready with the Earthshatter, could try and buy him some time, but meanwhile, it looks like Still Here just slowly advancing forward, and now they'll engage.
Yeah, Still Here is coming back in. They don't want to let the offense do everything they want to do here. Rafa moving forward, melting as Zarya. Mala, though, able to take out the Lucio. 5v5. The fight really getting split up. Some to the alley, some to the right, as the defense now looking for the proper engage. Note that 0-4 does not have an Earthshare up anymore. He used that earlier on the fight. He has to be careful. Can't be that aggressive as he moves forward. And Pyhero going to take Carnage out of the sky. The offense still piling on here from your Huckleberry. 2 extra kills to them. Clock going to use the defensive resurrection, bring up the Fallen Heroes. The defense not wanting to give this up. But in the end, Still Here is not getting kills they need. They're slowly getting out-positioned as Pyhero going to take out Clock. And there's nothing flashy going on here, just more solid mechanical play coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. 4 extra kills to the kill feed, and Mala now going in deep. Going to clean up the rest of it.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Pyhero there, just finding the kills that they really needed to start swinging that battle, because it was started, again, it was going on and on and on. They just couldn't seem to finish anything off until Pyhero landed a couple of good shots. Now they're really well set up for this next fight as well. Pharaoh's ready to go with the Deadeye, but more importantly, Mala is ready to go with Barrage, and Nursey with an Earthshatter. That's at 0-4. It's also back of the life buff. He's good for Pharaoh gets counter flashbang, will get picked off there, so they won't have that resource going into the next fight. They're just going to back up a little bit, perhaps wait for him to come back. The spawn distance is not that far away as they get set up for this next battle, but can Still Here just force something to happen right now. They do have an opening, and it'll be interesting to see if they exploit it or not.
Yeah, they do have the defensive Earth Shadow. They're going to need to get maximum value off it. Metaphor, of course, has the Deadeye at his command. Pyhero, though, able to take out 0-4 immediately. There will be no Earth Shatter, but Mala going to get poked out of the air by Carnage. Carnage now patrolling the skies with Widowmaker, going to give Mala a whole lot of trouble here. In fact, this is where... I mean, you can stick unfair here, but I'd almost like to see something change. But Pyhero with the counter snipe. That is one way of playing the skies for your Pharah. And the offense moving in. The Earth Shatter coming down from Nursery, just blowing it on the Mercy for good reason. And the offense out the whole momentum as Pharah comes in with the double kill. This is huge.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. We do see an emergency Bastion come down, but I do not think they're going to have time to get that out here. There is a Resurrect that might just buy them a little bit of space, and Bastion does pick it up, does put the damage into Mala as well. Will take him out immediately, and this Bastion could swing it very, very carefully. There's the Gravitational Surge. We'll just deliver it to the point, but no one's contesting it. Rafa's finding it on the point now, starting to find the time. But again, no one's there to contest it, so it will move straight to the end. That was intense right at the final moment. What really, really set them ahead was Pyhero managed to get the visor up. So Tactical Visor was up, and then they spot out, hey, there's a Mercy and a McCree sort of tucked around a corner. Let's just sprint round there, drop a stun on them, and then just break them apart entirely. So you can see them right there. There's the flashback. Actually, I'm just going to follow it and just clean them up.
I just want to note that the Reinhardt had zero hesitation there, even though it was just a Mercy in the back, given the effect of Mercy in this meta, because I think the other person there was shielded by the Zarya shield. That didn't even deter him. He just said, look, I don't even care if all I get is the Mercy with this Earth Shatter. That is worthwhile because they will not get a resurrection. And it worked out. It let them get a ton of momentum going forward, and the defense was not able to recover. So, you know, if you're a Reinhardt, you just see a Mercy out in the middle of nowhere, kill her. It worked out pretty well just there.
Yeah, especially, I mean, the way that I value it mentally is you just killed 3 or 4 people, because that's 3 or 4 people not coming back into the fight at a later date. That's, you know, 3 or 4 people's value in getting those kills. So that was really well set up. Like you said, zero hesitation. They saw that they were there, ran in, flashbang, Earth Shatter, clear it out nice and quickly, make sure they get those kills nice and efficiently. Really, really solid play out there. Let them push all the way to the end. Really nice to see. But can I'm Your Huckleberry basically hold out now? That's the question.
I mean, right now, of the two teams, I'm Your Huckleberry definitely looked a bit stronger. Thus far, the trend in Overwatch has been for TF2 players to have a bit of an edge over Quake players, and that might be the case here too. I don't want to like generally distill it into that versus that, since it is a little bit more complicated. But everything I know here, of course, Still Here has a much greater Quake pedigree, whereas I'm Your Huckleberry has a much greater TF2 pedigree. So you do sort of have that theme going in the back. And just a note on the previous point, you know, if you watch fighting games or all the rest, or in particular you watch Marvel vs. Capcom 3, there's sort of this idea of getting rid of the problem, just burning extensive resources to get rid of one problem character. You saw it a lot with the X Factor mechanic. Well, when it comes to Earth Shatter and Reinhardt, blowing an Earth Shatter to get rid of the problem, in this case the Mercy, pretty worthwhile in a lot of cases. It was just there. So take a look here at the defense as they roll out here. For the I'm Your Huckleberry side, it is going to be Doom on the Mercy, Pyhero on Widowmaker, Mala on the Pharah, Vast on Symmetra, Pharaoh on McCree, and Nursi on Reinhardt. And I'm just thanking God that Pharaoh is not playing Pharah, because that would get confusing.
Oh yeah, that will get really confusing. But meanwhile, on attack for Still Here, we have 0-4 on Reinhardt, Rafa on Junkrat, All Mental on the Lucio, Carnage on Widowmaker, Metaphor on McCree, and Clock on Winston. And I'm noticing something here that's interesting, and I imagine they might swap off very soon, but there's no Mercy there, CP. They're not running a Mercy lineup, so if they do get broken here, they could, well, if they don't win quickly, they're going to lose out really badly. They have to be so careful here. Carnage might try and get a quick pick maybe and swap off. He was playing Mercy last time, but no, it looks like they're just going to stick with it. They're going to have to win super aggressively.
They just want to sack offense here on this first point. They know that the Mercy takes a little bit to get the res, and they know if they can pick off the enemy Mercy, it won't matter. So there gives them an extra DPS, or in this case, an extra initiate in regards to Winston. They are going all the way around, applying a little bit of razzle dazzle here, but if they don't take out the Mercy and negate the res advantage, this is going to be all for naught. Because you see Rafa going to the back, has Doom in his sights. Doom, the Mercy has to run away, is going to go down immediately. A quick assault coming out from Still Here as Clock and Rafa going off. It worked absolutely perfectly. Not running that Mercy, they picked the enemy Mercy. As a result, they might be getting point A even quicker than I'm Your Huckleberry did.
Yeah, that was insane. Like, that was a gamble that just completely paid off. Like you said, Clock and Rapid just isolated that Mercy target, took it out immediately. Clock, meanwhile, going on a rampage, hunting down Pi Hero there, as Winston just wants to do. He's just going to jump away. Can he get away safely is the question. No, he will get picked off there by Mala. Will land the rocket and take them out. But like you said, just Clock found the kill there. Just leapt straight on that Mercy, made sure that she can get that Resurrect up and cleaned up nice and quickly. Now we see Clock swapping off the Winston, going for the Mercy, the much stabler pick. That's no big surprise there. But definitely a really novel approach coming out of Still Here. Like, I haven't seen teams take a gamble like that before, but it's good to see it paying off. It just shows that there's a lot of strategic depth still in Overwatch that I think is still yet to be plumbed.
No, absolutely, and we're going to see more and more of that as time goes on, as we get more heroes, more maps, all the rest. Meanwhile, though, we're in the street space here in Kings Row, and Still Here absolutely has to move. They're moving forward. The Reinhardt shield under assault is going to break. And ult-wise, neither team with a huge advantage here. We do have the Mercy Res here for the defense. The Mercy Res should be up for the offense here in a moment. And this is where the offense doesn't feel too great moving in, but they're going to speed up anyways. They're going in as Metaphor, able to get the double kill. No Deadeye required, has a Deadeye at the ready. Metaphor at the big plays here, now moving to the back, able to take out Fair with those left clicks, and still has Deadeye in reserve. So Still Here coming out much, much stronger on the attack.
Yeah, Metaphor just went off there in a big way, and especially with the Zarya to protect him as well. The Pi Hero doesn't need to get a pick on Carnage, so it does sneak around the back. They do have to sort of be cautious of that, because Widowmaker is so pivotal, can be so quick. She does have vision at the moment. I do believe that was hers. Yes, it was, but she will get taken out by Clock. The Mercy landing the finishing blow there, picking up a kill for herself. Absolutely lovely to see. But yeah, Metaphor... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, time-wise, there's about 2.5 minutes left, so not only does Still Here have time, they have a lot of time. They have enough for about 3 very good pushes. They do have arguably a time of an ultimate advantage here if they stay aware of the barrage. So this is a very, very good look right now for the side of Still Here.
Yeah, and Rafa needs to sort of build up that global scheme very soon, but it looks like the engagement's gone, and they managed to catch the Reinhardt out. Can they get anything more?
They moved in with the Sound Bear looking for it, but no, the barrage coming back in from Mala with the backup from Pharaoh Pyro. 3 quick kills for the defense, and perhaps Still Here getting a little bit over eager as I'm Your Huckleberry finally finding him up to stabilize. The offensive rush in there just not quite what Still Here was looking for, and again, they can't get too arrogant with the time that they have left remaining here, in that now they have only about 1:45 left in around that time, so that's only good for really 1 super good push or maybe 2 half-hearted pushes, and they definitely need something good coming up.
Yeah, and absolutely. Like you said earlier, they needed to be aware of the barrage coming out. They weren't quite aware of that, and they didn't play it the proper respect and paid the price for it. 3 kills coming in very quickly. It looks like they're just going to go right for it. The barrier goes in. 0-4 just backs up a little bit, but here comes the fight.
Yeah, the defensive Sound Bears out here. The defense wanted to be aggressive, using that Luciel to their advantage. 0-4 took out Pi Hero with the Fire Strike early in the fight. Pharaoh and Avaso coming right back. Defense with a little bit of advantage. The offense, though, going to res up those heroes there. Back to full strength as Pharaoh still landing shot after shot, being the impediment here to Still Here, putting the team on his back up to full HP, moving forward. Might even pop a Deadeye in a moment as he is chasing the offense back with the rest of his team. And a little bit of a half-hearted approach there, but here's the real problem here for Still Here. They have less than a minute now. And is their savior Bastion? Is this happening now,
That's a big question. I mean, when time is running out, I don't think, hey, let's pick Bastion for a fast assault, but this could be enough to catch himself. There's a double steam, but oh god, the Urchin has come out just by this time. Can Metaphor set up, though, is the big question. No, he can't. He just gets exploded. Oh dear.
No,
that poor Bastion.
He got knocked down with the rest of them there. The Bastion, it was a good look, but did not quite work out the way he was looking. Nursey with the big Earth Shatter on the defense side, and now with a mere 25 seconds remaining, even if Still Here is able to win this next fight, I believe their window of opportunity has closed shut. It will be I'm Your Huckleberry's game. It was a close one, but I'm Your Huckleberry going to win Kings Row 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played by them. Absolutely solid play coming out of Pharaoh and Mala, especially just putting the team on the back, just dealing all the damage that they need. Mala especially just being such a constant threat on that Pharah, finding so much damage. Even though there wasn't Widowmaker on the field, Pharah was still always present, always hunting people down, and always getting kill after kill after kill, and they're still just finishing it off here. We should probably let teams know it's GG, let them push all the way to the end, just for the play of the game, or we can just go straight back to lobby. I'd kind of like to see a play of the game, but I imagine it's probably going to be one of Mala's ultimates, or it's, yeah, probably just going to be that barrage, and Mala's just going in as well, just getting a few extra kills.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good game. They're saying finish for play of the game. We're saying in the production. Why not? We'll finish for play of the game. And yeah, overall, pretty good showing from Still Here. It definitely made up for what seemed to be a pretty anemic defense coming out from them. They showed a lot more chops on the offense. And it makes you wonder if they just could have had a little bit more oomph on their defensive end. This could have been a closer game, or a game that they could have taken, given how quickly they went through. So good flashes of brilliance from Still Here, but I'm your Huckleberry able to hold it together and take King's Row.
Yeah, and people in chat calling Nussy, calling BM as he just stands and blocks the truck of tears. But here we go as we roll in for the play of the game. And yeah, like, I'm still blown away that Marlon managed to get away with so much in that Pharah. We're so used to especially seeing, you know, against a good Widowmaker, Pharah's just getting shut down over and over and over, having to be so aware of that. But here he just looked like he had free reign as Vast comes in with a play of the game on Lucio. I think I might know what this is, because I think he does knock Rafa off this side of the map. Rafa tries to commit suicide and does get picked off and might actually pick up this Reinhardt in the process.
Always love when people get pushed into the pit. Just one of those fun, happy things in Overwatch. But
yeah.
So there you have it. I'm your Huckleberry, going to go up 1-0 here in the series, and we'll see if Still Here has an answer, as they will be able to choose next map. We didn't see the map pool as it was drafted, but there's a King of the Hill map in the map pool. I think they would be pretty comfortable going there just because it is a little bit more pure in terms of deathmatch. In fact, I'm going to go take a peek here. It did not get in the pool. The other two pool maps remaining are Hollywood and Dorado. So no King of the Hill is going to be coming out that door here for Still Here. And in fact, Still Here banned out both Illis and Lijiang, so they weren't necessarily eager to go on King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. And I do actually want to explain a little bit about what that Zarya was trying to do. So I think what the intention was basically she wanted to jump down into the pit to deny the enemy team any ultimate charge they could have gotten from killing her. The idea is you sacrifice yourself and you try and sort of get rid of it that way. But what happens when Lucio pushes you off is the game will count that as Lucio's kill and basically give Lucio all the ultimate charge as if he did all the damage that your hit points were at the time. So Lucio basically did, a good 400 damage in a single attack there, denying that sort of denial of ultimate charge and denying the reset easy there for Rafa. It's just very, very pivotal. Just a little clutch play as well, because it's got to buy you a lot of ultimate charge on that Lucio. But we are, I think, ready to go on Dorado. I'm just going to let the teams know that we are ready.
Yeah, we are ready, and this is an interesting pick coming up from Still Here, because if you look at what just happened in King's Row, Still Here didn't really seem like their strength was defense, and Dorado is all about defense. So I don't know. I mean, offensively, maybe they can get through the point A really quickly and it won't matter, but I'm not sure I like this map pick. I mean, it's in the map pool anyway, so they're going to have to win it no matter what, but it's a little weird for Still Here given how their defense went King's Row. Maybe it's just an aberration. We'll have to see. Maybe they do have something planned on their defense here. But either way, it looks like they're going to be Go ahead.
I have no idea what their practice regime was. I don't know. Maybe they're very good at Dorado. Who knows? Teams definitely set up pocket picks for themselves. So, try and practice as many maps as they can. So I'm guessing they're relying on some sort of knowledge that, hey, we are very, very good on Dorado. So let's go with that. We feel stronger on there. We feel more comfortable on there, perhaps. And that's what's sort of led to this choice. I mean, they are Quake pros, so I'd expect them to be good at controlling space, good at controlling high ground, and I'm still hoping to see a Pharah come out of these and sort of take over, because that's what Quake is famous for, of course, is rocket play. And I'm always sad when I don't see that from a Quake pro.
Actually, one of the first memories I have of watching Pharah in Overwatch was watching Rafa in Overwatch, rather, was watching him come out as Pharah here on Dorado, and he had a great Pharah game on Dorado, so it'll be cool to see if Rafa comes out of it, but it seems like Rafa is more selling some more the off-tank role. We saw him, of course, on Winston a lot. We'll see what ends up going here, but if he goes Pharah, that would absolutely be a delight.
Yeah, and he did pick the Zarya as well. Zarya does sort of have a little bit of link in with the lightning gun, another famous weapon from Quake. So there is some overlap there, just in the sort of skill sets as well. But that said, they have a lot to play for here. They've got to be so careful that they don't give up too much space too quickly. Like you said, Dorado is a very defensive map, and if you start losing momentum, and especially if you lose momentum in the second area of the map, the second stage, the high ground, will basically turn against you and becomes very difficult to sort of take it back. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that, especially with Marla's threat playing very strong on the far end. Pyhero honestly looking really solid on the Widowmaker as well. So looking really good for I'm Your Huckleberry right here as the teams do start to coming out. So meanwhile, for Still Here on the defense, we do have 0-4 back on the Reinhardt, Carnage on Widowmaker, Clock on to Lucio. They might just be boosting the Symmetra there and going back and swapping to Mercy. There it is. All Mental on the Symmetra, Rafa on the Junkrat, and Metaphor on McCree.
Indeed, and take a look here at the offense coming out from the side of I'm Your Huckleberry. I'm Your Huckleberry looking to take this map, win this 2-0, and move on. It is going to be Pharaoh on the McCree, Pyhero on the Widowmaker, Nala on the Pharah, Doom on Mercy, Avast on Lucio, and Nursey on the Reinhardt. So Mala going to be giving the offensive Pharah a whirl, and we're going to see if Carnage has what it takes to shut that down.
Yeah, if they don't get control of that as well, this Pharah could have a lot of free reign. There's just a huge amount of high ground sort of presence, even on this first point, and a lot of ways for people to get around. We've seen it time and time again as well, where a Widowmaker, for example, will sneak around onto the flank and sneak into the back of the enemy team and find several shots. So definitely going to be difficult here for Still here. They just have to keep their wits about them. I'm trying to look, and yes, they did actually set up a Venom Mine on this backline, but Pyhero is going straight forward as well, I think. So he's going to look for that flank. No, he's going to decide to sort of come back around. As both teams set up fairly traditionally, Pyhero looking for a quick pick. Can he find anything? Not just yet. I think Marla's trying to pick off anything, sort of keeping an eye on that back passage as well. And I can actually see Carnage staring at it too, so they're very, very aware that that flank could happen.
Well, this is where team communications help. Even though he's not looking at the intro, his team can tell him, hey, look, shift to the middle. But until that point, Carnage can just watch that flank, because that is a very often taken route for teams as they initiate forward here. But the defense right now playing a little bit further back. The offense taking it easy, looking for their approach. This is one of the most methodical areas in Overwatch as people look to find a good way of going in. And the offense right now definitely going to take their time. But look at that. We have Pharah moving in, and Mala going to get taken out just as quickly as she moves in. And the Widow Mine is triggered in the back. Widow v Widow in the back. Pyhero looking for an opportunity. Carnage not having any of it. And Carnage effectively just won that push on his own.
Yeah, that was like Marla went in, and I'm not too sure what sort of the drive behind that decision. In that time, Nurse's barrier actually went down, so Nursey started backing out. Marla went in, and Marla got sniped out of the sky. Pyhero also just a little bit out of sync as well. If you send that Widowmaker in at the same time as the Pharah, you could look at getting a very quick pick, as Widowmaker suddenly has to deal with two threats at the same time. But just a little bit lacking coordination there. You just sort of tighten it up a bit, but they do have plenty of time to sort of just reunite, get together once more, and set up for the next push. As Pyhero looks for a pick here, hoping perhaps take out Carnage nice and early and set Marla up for something.
Yeah, and a lot is sort of on the shoulders of Pyhero. If Pyhero can take out Carnage, it really opens up the entirety of the offensive play here. And just getting a pick in general is a huge deal as you try and get through this very, very hard to attack Dorado first point. And Carnage going to take out Mala again. Metaphor at the follow-up. 3 people down for the offense, and they're just going to have to back up and regroup. And this is why this is one of the hardest places in the game to attack. If you lose one person early on, just dealing with the defense that's this entrenched is almost impossible.
And something very subtle there happened actually. Symmetra just fired an orb through, and it basically hit the entire team and just cut them all down basically in half. So they had to sort of, they looked ready to go, and then they sort of stopped and had to sort of say, hey, no, we've got to heal up now. We can't engage on the back of this. And that bought them enough time just to be spammed down even further. Rafa just landing a few good shots, hitting basically everything he needs, clearing them out. And yeah, just again, looking a little bit disorganized here coming out of I'm Your Huckleberry. They need to be careful that, you know, they're not, well, they have, actually, no, they're just going to push straight through the middle, and here we go.
Yeah, Mala was able to knock Carnage off of his perch there. He took out the teleport as well. So Mala now doing a lot of work. Got the Junkrat, got the teleporter. Mala being Secret Agent Pharah will go down the Carnage in the end. We'll see if it's enough as the rest of the offense now trying to move forward here. Kind of in the building. This is not where they want to be. Pharah will take out the Symmetra, but this is a very awkward fight here. Sound Barrier goes down in the end for the offense, but I feel like that was a panic Sound Barrier and a complete waste in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they did not need that there. Everyone was already dead, so why just use it on yourself? And so you're not going to have it for the next area. And, well, yeah, exactly. The defense looking really solid right now. Just sort of got caught into an interesting place there, but not enough coming out from I'm Your Huckleberry to clean it up, to finish it off, and make anything happen there. Marla managed to get the teleporter down though, so that will reset Symmetra. Actually, no, Symmetra's already gone, swapped off, teleported down, so let's just move on to something else. 1 minute 30 left as well, so they're going to make something happen very, very soon. And they have to be careful here, because Carnage is still open and free and trying to get Sniper Marla.
Yeah, Justice running for above right now. Mala, though, going to get taken out immediately. Carnage has been the MVP here. 4 still here, but the offense with their best look all day. Resurrection, though, coming out from the defense. Here comes 0-4, swinging the hammer. Metaphor and Rafa with the cleanup. And this is just knock on the way of I'm Your Huckleberry. They seem mystified here on Dorado. None of their approaches have worked. And again, a lot of that comes down to Carnage. Carnage has been an absolute shutdown Widow. He has been giving Mala the fight of his life. He has been giving Pyhero the fight of his life. And now with only a minute remaining, still, or I'm Your Huckleberry is effectively out of chances.
Yeah, they've swapped up now. They've moved off the Pharah, moving on to Genji instead. So perhaps trying to overwhelm this Widowmaker a little bit, trying to get rid of Carnage, because Carnage in that last fight was just left alone again. And so when Pharah fires up her ultimate, Widowmaker starts laughing and puts a bullet in her head. Surprise, surprise. But it looks like they're going to try and make something go now as Mullet dives in the back and gets instantly sniped.
Oh, wow, the Reinhardt charge was a little bit aggressive from the defense. It didn't matter when Metaphor had the flank. Metaphor going in deeper, getting the double kill. Rafa going to take out Mercy in the end. So now 23 seconds remaining, an absolutely decisive defensive fight. And the only thing that works in the offense's favor here is that the cart is so far back that they will be able to force overtime. But We'll see if it's actually effective, as now all finesse will be gone from this attack, and they need everything to go well.
Yeah, Marla's just going to try and jump on it, just get a tap on it and make sure that overtime will be triggered. But High Hero, for example, died sort of just before the entire team got there, so he's going to try sprinting in at Soldier 76. We're going to have a disorganized brawl here, trying to make sure that the payload moves forward. If they can get a quick wipe, then maybe something can happen, but all this time, Carnage is still free in the back, and it's just going to be cleaned up immediately.
Yeah, Rafa and Metaphor able to just explode there, getting 2 kills apiece, and there it is. A very good defense coming out from the side Still Here, and it's in stark contrast to what we saw in Kings Row, where they just got rolled over. So, in fact, Still Here did have a plan for Dorado. It is something they had practiced, and Carnage, again, getting play the game, and he deserves it. I would say if there was an MVP here in this game, it was Carnage just shutting things down from the back line, and he's a big reason as to why I'm Your Huckleberry could not get anything rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. He just wasn't ever really challenged by anything. He did sort of get a little bit of harassment at the start, but then it just felt like they didn't have any tools for handling him. And if you don't handle the Widowmaker, especially on Dorado, then you're going to just never be able to push through, because he's just going to find shot after shot after shot, especially once that Reinhardt barrier goes down. And when you're walking into a Junkrat and McCree, that barrier is going to go down. So basically, Still Here just has to push through the first point to make it through. This is a stopwatch rule set, so if they do go through that first point, well, then we're on 1-1, and we'll be going to Hollywood, was it? I believe is the last map in the pool.
I do believe Hollywood is the last map in the pool, yes, unless I am losing my mind. But Still Here, definitely in a great opportunity to go forward and actually move forward and force that third map. So Still Here, they came out a little bit weak, but they've been finishing strong. And in fact, even if you look back at their attack on Kings Row, they were able to bring it back. Even though they didn't quite finish out the map, it's still, they made it close. They had about 2.5 minutes on the last point, and that's more than you can ask for in a lot of cases.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely can't count a team out until the game is played. And again, like you said also all day, this is a defensive-oriented map. If you can't break it effectively, you will really struggle here. So it's all going to come down to how they handle Pi Hero, especially on the Widowmaker, and how they get rid of Marla as well, spamming through on the Junkrat. And it looks like the teams are ready to start coming out of the spawn. So on I'm Your Huckleberry, we have Nursey on Reinhardt. I'm so glad Nursey is not playing Mercy as well. That would be just confusing. Pharaoh on the Lucio, Marla on Junkrat, Avast on Symmetra, Pi Hero on Widowmaker, and Doom once more on that Mercy pick.
Indeed. Well, taking a look here, coming out from the offense of Still Here. An offense that only has to cap the first point in order to take Dorado outright. It's going to be Carnage on the offensive Widowmaker. All mental on the Lucio. Rafa on Genji. 0-4 on Reinhardt. Clock on the Mercy. And I'm a little bit sad here. I mean, Rafa on Genji, it is a projectile DPS still, but it's not fair. And I was getting a little bit of hope for Rafa being the fair. We'll see what he ends up going on. I don't think the Hanzo pick will last. Just have to see in just a moment.
We did see Tavik bring it out. Maybe Metaphor is a student of Tavik's, but yeah, I also agree. I think that's going to be swapped off fairly quickly. They might just fire a Sonic Arrow or something. No, Metaphor's just not even doing that and just swapping straight onto the Hog. So Street Pig once again joining us. But Rafa on the Genji, like, that's a fascinating pick to me. He's probably just going to go straight for the back line, try and shut Pi Hero down. And where is Pyro situated right now? He's just still on that high ground with the rest of the team, so nice and safe up there. This is sort of a very early style defense coming out. The clock takes the first shot, and both teams sort of just spamming into each other, trying to get that barrier down, trying to set up for the first fight. I would not be surprised to see the defending team just pull back a little bit now as the barrier starts to crack and set up around the choke point. There they go as they get ready for that. Pi Hero going to back up as well. Carnage meanwhile getting to the high ground, looking for what snipes he can find. Smile spamming through into that choke point, going to slow them down a bit, buy them a little bit of time, and just sort of force them to slow down. But Rafa, meanwhile, sneaking to the back, trying to hunt down Pi Hero, but Pharaoh's coming in to save him, and does land this flashback, doesn't actually manage to find the kill, does actually manage to clean him up, however, doesn't quite scrape over that.
Well, Rafa was trying to be a secret agent in the back, but look at this, the Junkrat tire already out, not going to get anything. He blew it up a little bit early, trying to get some semblance of value, and that was a case where I think the offense needed to move in a little bit sooner. Rafa was in the back playing secret agent for quite a while, didn't quite get what he was looking for, didn't quite get that much ult charge either. It's sort of not the greatest effect here from Rafa. But again, this is a case where time is certainly the friend of Still Here. They can set up, they can look for a good opportunity to move in. They have at least about 6 or 7 good attempts here remaining. And all they have to do is get to the first point to win. And it's Carnage taking out Doom. That will stop any resurrections from coming up. The teleporter's not up here for this Symmetra, and here they go. They are starting to move in much more aggressively. They know that Mercy is down, and this is a huge opportunity for the side of Still Here as they move forward. Metaphor able to take out Mala. This is absolutely huge, and they only need a little bit more push-wise to go in. They get the Widow, and here we go. 1 or 2 more kills, and Still Here might just have this.
Yeah, Carnage all the way in the back there does get picked off by Pharah, but he's just on his own now. He's going to have to find what kills he can. Doom does come in, does pick up the res, picks up 2 people there, so they will sort of continue it, but Rafa's just going to come in, shut that down with the Dragon Blade, and basically take this map in convincing fashion, so we will be going to map 3. But that was super interesting to see. Rafa managed to get onto the high ground, occupy all of Pi Hero's time, made sure that he couldn't basically focus on Carnage, and so Carnage found snipe after snipe, and I think he found an early pick on Doom there, for example, and Reinhardt also had to spend all his time covering Pi Hero's Widowmaker from the threat of the Genji. So just interesting positioning forced out there. The Genji played to maximum effect, just being a complete distraction. Didn't need to even get the Dragon Blade out and kill everyone. And really well played there from Still Here.
Yeah, Still Here. They were able to get in. They had a plan in mind, and they were able to execute it. In fact, you saw the Dragon Blade come out at the end, but the Dragon Blade wasn't even necessary just because they were getting the pickoffs. And again, MVP, both on the offense and defense, had to be Carnage. Carnage on the Widowmaker was able to go in and get all the picks that he needed to get. So we're going to be going to Hollywood. Hollywood will be the third and final map here. This is 1-1 right now between these two teams. Winner will go on to face Northern Gaming Red. Northern Gaming Red, of course, probably watching this as we speak. But this has been a pretty good series thus far, and I gotta say, I favor Still Here going into this next map just because they seem to have all the momentum on their side. They started out slow, but they've been gaining speed as the series has gone on, and they look like a totally different team when compared to round 1 on Kings Row.
Yeah, they really turned it around there on Dorado. And it just goes to show, you know, if they pick Dorado, then hey, who will be to question them, basically. They clearly had a plan. They knew what each of them were going to be doing. And they had a plan on attack as well. Like, they just knew how to isolate Pi Hero, make sure that he can be as effective as possible. And Carnage was going off in a big way. So why not just maximize Carnage's effectiveness there, remove the threat of the enemy Widowmaker, let Carnage do everything that he wants to. But we are loading into Hollywood right now. And I am so looking forward to seeing how they manage this, because Hollywood point 1 and Dorado point 1, honestly, there's a lot of overlap there. There is a lot more space to sort of try and push right through that initial choke point and then get around the enemy team, which is less so on Dorado. It's only really mobility capable heroes that can do that reliably, but it's still a lot of overlap. And Still Here's defense on Dorado showed that, hey, we're really good at holding choke points. Come fight us here. Let's see how you guys do this time.
Yeah, and I mean, Hollywood, does have a lot of very good choke points to defend that. Looking at the defense as Still Here sets up, it looks like they're going to be going with pretty much a tried and true. Not going double builder C9 style, but will be repping a Symmetra, will be repping the Junkrat, and of course, a defensive Widow. So looking at it in full, it's going to be Clock on the Lucio, 0-4 on the Reinhardt, Metaphor on the McCree, Rafa on Junkrat, All Mental on the Symmetra, and Carnage on the defensive Widow. And again, this is where we've seen it time and time again tonight. And just in general in Overwatch, a lot is going to be decided on the play of these Widowmakers. If Carnage is able to play the way he was playing on Dorado, I think things bode very, very well for Still Here. If Pi Hero is able to step it up, I think I'm Your Huckleberry has a chance. But I think a disproportionate amount of this game lies on the rifles of both Carnage and Pi Hero.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be so pivotal to this. And if Pi Hero does manage to sort of catch Carnage out, then it's going to be huge. But Widowmaker has such a strong defensive position here in Hollywood as well. So definitely advantage to Carnage. He just has to make sure that he doesn't get picked off and wins every single Widowmaker fight. No pressure there, Carnage. Don't worry about it. But meanwhile, on attack for I'm Your Huckleberry, Pi Hero is, of course, on the Widowmaker Avast, on Lucio Pharaoh, on the McCree, Doom once more on Mercy Nursey, on the Reinhardt and Mala. Back on that Pharah as well. So a lot of good play coming out of Mala so far on that Pharah. I'm curious to see what he can do here as teams do start rolling out. They are taking the very safe passageway. Going to try and go down these stairs, however, so there is a Widow Mine and a Symmetra Trap waiting for them, but it's not really going to do too much. And actually, interestingly, Pi Hero as well, just waiting near the spawn, waiting for where Carnage is, basically, I'm sure, just making sure that he's not overexposed, knowing that it's so important for him as the team does start to wrap around, does start to set up onto this point. So this is fairly standard movement so far coming out of I'm Your Huckleberry. What can they do at the back of this as they do start to wrap around, and Mala jumps in though?
Yeah, Mala's jumping in there, not wasting a whole lot of time. Mala already in the back. He's going to get taken out immediately. 3 quick kills over the defense, and again, it's Carnage with the double kill. Absolutely going off to start things out here, and Pyro is not able to get the counter snipe. I don't even think he had vision of Carnage really at any point. And Carnage has sort of been the raid boss now for I'm Your Huckleberry. He has been putting the team on his back, landing all the shots he needs to, and going to Dorado, and now he has been the thing that's really I'm Your Huckleberry needs to defeat.
Yeah, Carnage is... Oh, Carnage just went down the Pi Hero's knife as well, so that's going to be huge for this upcoming fight, because Mala now has to be so careful. Carnage is free to keep an eye out there, but I really like watching Carnage reposition as well. As the enemy team does start wrapping around, you'll see Carnage move and sort of go towards the corridor side of things, just to make sure it's nice and safe, although I think Kiri might stay nice and tough safe under Reinhardt, as they sort of starting to find the position. Mala does go in, but just gets stopped up by Metaphor. They're picked up immediately before anything can happen. Nursey now trying to make something happen on Reinhardt, but sort of isolated out on his own. We're going to clean up nice and quickly in Avast now, stuck in his own, Doom coming in, looking for a resurrect, does pick 2 people up as the fight really begins in force.
Yeah, right now the defense hanging on there, trying to get the picks they need. Metaphor coming out as McCree, gonna take out the other Reinhardt. Mala over the top, trying to get the pickoffs that he really needs to get here. The defense is reestablishing on the point. The res is gonna bring Metaphor up. Doom has to run for his life, going to eat the flashbang and go down. Avast jumping in over the top, doesn't have a whole lot of help here now. Lucio alone on the point is quickly a dead Lucio as Carnage gonna take him out, and this is rough now for the side of Amir Huckleberry. They've burned off 2 minutes, and right now, in general, Pi Hero's had a very difficult time dealing with Carnage. And if he can't turn this Widow v Widow, or these Widow v Widow fights more in his favor, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, and even worse for them, Symmetra has a teleporter set up. When you see teams run around sort of past where the point is, they're normally also just going fishing for the teleporter, making sure that they can take that out nice and quickly. But Elemental's decided instead to put it behind the point, tucked away nice and safely behind those bushes. It looks like they're ready to engage at the point, so I'm going to stop talking about Symmetra for a moment.
They are moving in right now, the offense making this happen. Mala with the barrage gets the double kill. Carnage, though, takes out the Mercy. There will be no offensive res here. They might need it, though, with that opening from Mala. Mala still going absolutely crazy, is able to take out Carnage. Pharah versus Widow, but heroes never die. Clock going to bring up the fallen heroes right away. Carnage was one of the few people remaining, and now he's looking for Mala over the top. Lands one shot, lands a second. Mala going to go down, and the resurrection coming out from the side of Clock, going to save this fight for Still here as Carnage mows down Pi Hero in the back.
Yeah, and Clock's reward for all that is to run forward and basically get caught by the enemy Mercy Doom and get taken out in a Mercy versus Mercy battle. So not something you see every day, but it's still pivotal. And Clock straight away, right back already, so in position. Only 35% on that ultimate, however. It looks like they're ready to go again, so everything to play for right here.
Yeah, the Reinhardt moving in is going to get the flashbang, is able to back out and reposition. A 0-4 and Elemental getting a kill each. Metaphor as McCree piling on, able to take out Mala. The resurrection, though, very big. Going to bring up all those offensive heroes. Pi Hero going off with the double kill and looking at Metaphor. Metaphor going to the back, has Deadeye at the ready. Not going to use it, just takes out Pi Hero the old-fashioned way. Good old flashbang right click, looking for more, moving in, needs to back out a bit. And the offense is really split, and this is nothing but good for the defense when the offense sort of gets, you know, to the left and to the right.
Yeah, meanwhile, the counterpart in Pharaoh decided to try and hunt down Carnage, but couldn't quite find it, couldn't quite finish off the kill. Metaphor actually makes it up Mala as well, so that might buy them even more time. 0-4 in a little bit of danger, but just managed to get the barrier up in time. And Carnage again finding kill after kill, and oh dear, Carnage picks up a triple kill, and Pi Hero goes down as well. Pi Hero swapping onto the Soldier 76, maybe for a little bit more on the point damage. But Carnage is not being dealt with, and Carnage is just, well, wreaking carnage at the moment, living up to his namesake in a big way.
Yeah, Carnage absolutely coming alive here in map number 2 and map number 3, and still here a mere 35 seconds away from holding here on this point. Their defense looks completely reinvigorated when compared to what they did on King's Row. And here comes the offense from Amir Huckleberry, perhaps the last good push they have left. Mala over the back, looking to take out Carnage right away. Carnage will go down, but not before also taking out Mala in turn. The offense, though, pretty good offense coming out from Nursey. Drops the Earth Shatter, sets up 2 kills. Pi Hero, note, he is no longer on the Widowmaker. He's on Winston in this fight. But the big resurrection going to come out here from the defense. The teleporter might be down, but the defense is back up. And this is looking very grim indeed for the offense of Amir Huckleberry.
Yeah, they just managed to clean up there. They had a little bit of a chance with Pi Hero, so we're going to that Winston does manage to find the teleports. They did take that out in good time. And only but more importantly, Carnage got through it. And so Carnage is back. Everyone else was resurrected on the point. They didn't even need the teleporter anymore. Everyone was already there in position. Excellent defense there by Still here. Looking, well, like they're still here, like they're still very present. And this is going to be really hard now for Amir Huckleberry. They have to make sure that, you know, everything goes correct here and they just hold just as well. Because if they don't, they are out and they will not be taking part in the upcoming tournament. This was a really cool ultimate, by the way. The Pharah just breaks down the Reinhardt barrier, sets up the Earth Shatter beautifully, but just not enough to capitalize off the back of it, finish up the point and take the point. Alas, they didn't manage to take it. So everything to play for in this next game.
No, absolutely. I think a few things there from the offense. I don't think they should have stuck with the Pharaoh as long as they were when they weren't getting the good counter widowing that they needed. I understand that you're in a bad situation no matter what when your Widow can't kill the other Widow effectively. Sure. But if that's the case, you don't throw good money after bad by also running a Pharah on top of it, because that's something that Carnage is going to be able to kill a lot. And Mala had huge issues going in because of Carnage. Not only was he more tentative on going in because he had to respect the Widow sight lines, but on top of all of it, he also, when he did go in, would usually end up dying to Carnage as well. So I think strategically, Amir Huckleberry could have stood to mix things up a little bit more once they realized that they were getting out-widowed that hard over the course of the matchup. But in general, that's something you just don't want to happen in Overwatch. Don't get out-widowed. Easier said than done, however.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with players of this caliber and this level of experience as well. Like these are some FES veterans going back years and years and years and years. So very, very difficult to sort of get past them, especially with something like Widowmaker that is a relatively simple hero in terms of how she functions compared to a lot of other snipers in games. So very easy to sort of pick up for some of these industry veterans. But like you said, maybe over-relying on that fire pick a little bit too much. That said, I do see on the attacking team, and I'm just going to jump straight to them, even though they can change a moment's notice. But Rafa has picked that fire, so we will get to see some Rocket Quake tier play coming out of here. Carnage back on the Widowmaker, of course. Metaphor on the McCree. All Mental on the Lucio. Clock back on Mercy, and 0-4 on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, meanwhile, looking at the defense coming out from the side of Amir Huckleberry, a defense now that has to hold on to point A the entire time and force a draw, or they will be out of this tournament and not be joining us in the main tournament. It is going to be Doom on the Mercy, Avast on the Symmetra, Nursey on Reinhardt, Pharaoh on McCree, Pi Hero on the Widowmaker, Mala on the Pharah. So Mala's staying on Pharah, whether it be offense or defense, rain, sleet, or shine. And we're going to have to just watch Pi Hero here. Pi Hero is going to have to step up his level of play, because if this opens up and Carnage just pops him right away, that is a very, very bad omen, because that's going to open Rafa up to do all sorts of damage.
Absolutely. He's got to be so careful right here. That said, the Widowmaker on defense does have a slight advantage, so it's sort of a little bit of an edge there. Pi Hero does get first sight on them as well, so they will start spamming through. Carnage trying to sort of move up and set up position, find Pi Hero, and everything's going to come down to these first snipes. If they can find that opening, if they can make space, then it's going to turn incredibly quickly here. But can they set up? Can they get wrapped around? The symmetrical going actually through. Doesn't give much fun with that. Carnage jumps up, and Pi Hero actually picks up Metaphor, so I was looking in completely the wrong place. Pi Hero getting a very early quick pick. This might buy them a little bit of time, but still here have all the time in the world. Time is definitely on their side, as tracers often want to say. And yeah, they can just take the time here, wait for everyone to get back into position, wait for everyone to get ready, and go in for a really solid, convincing engagement. Hopefully, hoping one of those picks comes through.
Here comes Carnage over the top. Carnage is looking for the pickoff. Didn't quite get it, but I like the attempt. We'll see how things go forward here. And yeah, I mean, anytime you lose a McCree early on in an offensive run, it sucks, because he is absolutely the engine of your offense. But look at that, the quick speed into the back. Everyone got into the back relatively easily, and now the offense has a great position. They're coming in through this diner. We will see if it pays off. Rafa ready to rain rocket after rocket. Meanwhile, taking a look at Carnage. Carnage does take out the Symmetra. Both teams down to player here. Metaphor going down relatively early. Rafa able to take out Mala. Really back and forth here. Both teams down a player each as the Resurrection comes in. And Pi Hero getting the very important pick on the Carnage. But this is not one yet. Very bloody. Red and blue just filling the kill feed right now. I gotta say, Pi Hero absolutely having a huge contribution, but it might not be enough as the rest of his team is dying around him.
Yeah, he's just last one on the point. He's just going to hold it out. He's going to finish it up there, but he is getting chased down by two supports. Clock and, well, Rafa actually comes in from behind, clears it all out. But that engagement was fascinating simply because five people on the team managed to wrap around, managed to get in that high ground. But meanwhile, Carnage was sort of isolated on his own, but did get a pick on the Symmetra as well. So the teleport is not down. They will not be able to reinforce quickly as Rafa just stays on the point, spams down. Everyone's still leaping out now onto it. Can they get anything on the back of this? I don't think so yet. Mercy, no, it's just Mercy left on her own now to catch when to resurrect. No, she will just get cleaned up, and there goes Symmetra as well. So that's it. That's convincing point hold, or point take was still here, and they will advance on to face Northern Gaming Red in the next round.
Yeah, still here, and that is a huge turnaround. I was not expecting as it went in. I was expecting the TF2 greater than Quake curse to continue on, and that is sort of how it's been in Overwatch for a long time, but still here was able to pull it together. And after that first round on King's Row where they sort of got beaten up on defense, they looked like a completely different team. Even though they didn't have faster attack time at King's Row, they looked very poised. They looked great overall. Their Dorado play was absolutely suffocating, and their play here on Hollywood was phenomenal as well. So it's sort of like they flipped a switch or something, but they were able to come in and really turn things to their favor in this match. And when it comes to them versus NG Red, I don't really know who to favor.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if Carnage remains on point. I do think that watching this match, I think Carnage might be able to outsnipe Wolf, for example, and take over that map slightly. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes of that as we do start to get set up for the next game. For those of you recently joining us, this is Operation Breaker, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers and the Video Games Voters Network. I do recommend going and checking out in this downtime, for example, the vgn.onog.com. Go check out the petition site. It is posted regularly in Twitch chat as well. So go have a look at that. They're championing a really good cause, and this is also, by the way, I'll be remiss not to mention, sponsored by Razer, maker of excellent peripherals. I am myself modeling a pair right now, so you can look just like me if you want. I don't particularly advise that. And also masteroverwatch.com just to get, all the stats information you want out of Overwatch. But yeah, we're going to see these guys go up against Northern Gaming Red. They are competing for one of 3 slots to go into the group phases that will begin tomorrow. And I can't wait to see who fills those slots, because it's looking really, really solid right now. Some of the competition coming out is looking pretty polished, and I think they might give some of these top tier teams a little bit of a run for their money.
No, absolutely. And looking here, so here's what's coming tractions for the bracket. Still here, we'll be going up against Northern Gaming Red, and that should be a good game. The winner of that will play the winner of Northern Gaming Blue versus Brother. And Brother was a team that actually, that was the team that took out SG1. I thought it was a different team, but no, it was Team Brother that took out SG1 in a recent tournament. They do have some really good players on there, a lot of beta veterans and all the rest. So Northern Gaming Blue actually has a tough goal in getting ahead of Team Brother, even if you do want to favor NG Blue. But so, and as I said that, just updated. So they did get past Brother, RIP Brother, bracket updating as we speak. So NG Blue will be facing the winner of this next round between NG Red and Still Here, which of course, if NG Red wins, then you have your all Northern Gaming bracket matchup, which should be pretty entertaining in its own right. But if you look at more towards the top of the bracket right now, Blams Boys and Sakari up against B-Fly, the European team we were talking about earlier. And in fact, Blams Boys and Sakari goes down. So that was a team that has been in the beta for a long time. B-Fly able to get past them. B-Fly having a little bit of an upset earlier in the day as well. Lots of good players on them. In fact, I think Outsider used to be with SG1 back in the past. But either way, B-Fly will be going up against the winner of One Shot versus Assertion Failed. One Shot and Assertion Failed, both sort of dark horses in the NA scene. Both teams looking to make a mark for themselves, oftentimes getting knocked down around like the round of 16 to round of 8 in normal weeklies, having more success, of course, in the open weeklies. So I don't know who to favor there. I think Assertion Failed has done some good things. One Shot has done some good things. We'll see what comes out, but bracket definitely shaping up and some good matches still remain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if we're going to get that Northern Gaming versus Northern Gaming little matchup. But just to remind people, it actually wouldn't be the end of the world if Northern Gaming did knock out, or Northern Gaming Red rather, did knock out Northern Gaming Blue, because we are competing for 3 slots. So whoever gets first, second, and third will slot into that group stage, coming up for $15,000 prize pool. Now we are just waiting to get set up for that next game. We shouldn't be too far away from it now. We've seen a lot of good matches here today so far. Definitely seen the Widowmaker players sort of really shine and really strut their stuff. Not too big a surprise right now. The meta is sort of favoring Widowmaker quite heavily, so wouldn't be surprised to see something change relatively soon with that in the coming future. I do know that Blizzard is certainly aware of her relative dominance, at least in the scene. And yeah, we're just seeing the teams start to filter in. So Northern Gaming Red just starting to filter in. We should get this underway fairly soon. We should have a draft coming up relatively soon as well. Can't wait for that. And also, I am keeping an eye outside as well, because I did notice that my face has started glowing because the sun is coming up here in Merry Old England.
You notice that Widow is that snipers are always an interesting thing to balance in video games, right? Is that because the skill curve theoretically for Widow is practically infinite because of the nature of hit scan, you can only nerf Widow so much, because Widow will always be in a case where she's either absolutely dominant or totally useless. I don't think there's a whole lot of in between for a sniper related class. It's just sort of how things go. Even if you give her very needed nerfs, like nerfing it so body shots do less, nerfing it so the ultimate charges up way less, or even is only applicable to her, you can nerf her in all sorts of ways, but in the end, she's always going to have this ability to take off 2-3 people in rapid succession, even if you do something like slow down her charge rate. And that's always going to be super valuable unless her one-shot ability gets reduced. And even as Widow nerfs come in, I don't think she's ever going to get nerfed to a point where she's not going to be able to one-shot a lot of the cast off a headshot. So it's sort of interesting. Even though Widow will get necessary nerfs, I think, I don't really expect her to disappear from comp unless something really major changes, or say a new hero a la Sombra or something somehow comes with abilities that nullify snipers on a more base level.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially even if she sort of gets a massive reduction in charge rate, that ability to pick off one person in particular just instantly and just snap them away from the map will never really go out of fashion, will never really be used. It's also why I think McCree, for example, is going to stick around for a while as well. Even if they do sort of nerf the damage of the fan, the hammer, that flashbang is so useful for setting things up and for getting things ready. But it looks like we might be ready to go here fairly soon as we still talk meta. And I'm curious to see where the game's going to go, especially like you said with new heroes coming in. Sombra, I've heard a lot of the rumors. Unfortunately, I don't put much stock in them. Blizzard are keeping their cards relatively close to the chest. Although Jeff Kaplan did say that there's still hints out there that are yet to be discovered. So I do urge everyone to keep looking and see what we can find with that. But, you know, I'm hearing the words like support sniper. I'm very curious to see how that will fit into the game. And I wouldn't mind seeing another sniper as well, just to sort of add some variance from Widowmaker's dominance and give them more competition, basically.
No, definitely. And, we'll have to see what Blizzard comes out with it. I definitely trust them. They've made very good changes, both in the past and certainly going forward. I expect that same standard. And in terms of balance issues, we're talking a lot of Widow. I think McCree is clearly the one that's going to get the nerf hammer first relative to everything else. I think just all the comments suggest that they already have stuff in the works for McCree. So we'll see how things work out there. And by the way, for fans of Creation Esports, so at BFly, things are a little bit more explained there. Even though Creation is not playing in this tournament, Arts here, one of the key DPS players for Creation Esports, is ringing for BFly. I mean, it's not really ringing in the sense that Creation isn't participating. Of course, he can play with BFly, but that is a huge player to have on your team. Definitely explains why BFly was able to get past Blam and Sakari and all the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a really strong pick for them. I didn't notice that they had that in their lineup. That's not quite listed here, I think. So that's really cool to see Artia joining us, because I was very sad to see Creation Esports not taking part. They're one of sort of the big European heavy hitters, generally finish normally about third or second in the tournament, so it always is a little bit disappointing. They sort of replaced Reunited as that consistent second place in European events. But like Creation, definitely they're able to take matches off some of the biggest teams in the world. And I think especially on that team, especially with Linkzr, if Linkzr is on form, like we talked about Widowmaker all day, and let's talk about Widowmaker some more just to really, I don't know, drive it home to the fans. But Linkzr's Widowmaker, when he goes off big, and he can get kill after kill after kill. So that's always exciting to see. And it looks like I think Exion has a draft ready, so we might be going to that very soon. Looks like we just bring it up, and we will get that started. And I'm very curious to see what they ban out here. I imagine it's going to be fairly typical. I think both teams measure up against each other fairly reasonably, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see the King of the Hill maps get taken out fairly quickly.
Yeah, King of the Hill maps, not really a favorite of players right now for a huge variety of reasons, although it's one of those things that are way more playable than 2CP ever was. It's just sort of one of the side effects of banning 2CP maps naturally. Teams don't have to waste bans on 2CP. Therefore, they go a little bit more methodical on their bans for payload, and it ends up resulting in King of the Hill not making it into the map pool as often as you'd like, though certainly way more often than 2CP did, even when 2CP is allowed. But look at the map bans as they come out here. Still here takes out Gibraltar, not wanting to go there. NG Red taking out Route 66 and Dorado, and taking out Dorado for NG Red, pretty smart given that we saw Still Here come out with a very strong Dorado game just a moment ago.
Yeah, and King's Row actually being taken out by Still Here as well. So we're not going to go to King's Row for a change, and there's still all three King of the Hill maps in. Ilios, of course, gets taken out. Ilios, the least popular of the King of the Hill maps. But yeah, it's looking like we're going to get one of them at least in the map pool. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another King of the Hill get taken out. However, there it goes, Lijiang Tower. So Hollywood, Numbani, and Nepal will be the maps in the pool. Numbani gets taken out first, so Hollywood or Nepal, it's up to Still Here.
I'm trying to really rack my brain here, but this might be the first set of the day where we're not seeing King's Row. So with all the London bias coming out from you, while I'm spending, finally we get a series without King's Row anywhere near the map pool. So that is at least going to thing. But when it comes to maps, Hollywood, we are not going to escape that. But at the very least, we're guaranteed to see a new map after Hollywood. We have not seen Numbani yet today. We have not seen Nepal. So variety will be the spice of life as NG Red takes on Still Here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really curious. I'm secretly now hoping that we do get to go to Numbani, because I think Still Here's defenses have looked so solid. And I think Still Here on Numbani would be really, really difficult to break. So I want to see how they set up on Numbani, how they sort of manage all that space, how well Carnage can do, for example, on that map. But we also just need to see how these teams measure up to each other. And basically, oh, yeah. And actually, that's a really good point, by the way. I think Imagine's just sort of prodded me to remind everyone that Still Here really got stomped out on King's Row. And so that's a really bad map set for them. So it's not too surprising actually to see it banned out. And that's actually really sensible by them. So, hey, we didn't do too well on it before. Northern Gaming Red are actually pretty solid on it. Let's get rid of that map.
Well, no, particularly. I mean, it seems like one of those things in King's Row where maybe they just came out a little bit soft. But, you know, regardless, if you know you're having issues on King's Row in general, why not, you know, go to a map that you think you're a little bit stronger on, that you're going to have a firmer defense on and all the rest. So it does make all the sense in the world, especially, and on the same note, it makes sense for NG Red, of course, to take out Dorado. So both teams playing the map draft phase pretty intelligently there, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said before, 2 control point maps have been removed, so there's no sort of tactical banning, forcing the enemy team into banning maps that no one really wants to play anyway. So that's one thing that the competitive community is starting to adopt, and I really do like to see it, because it just removes the chance of being forced to a map that might not give you the most robust competitive setting, instead favoring the maps that do give you the best matches possible. And it looks like someone is on a bathroom break, so we will be waiting for about 1 minute until that person gets back. But
you're confident in his ability to go to the bathroom quick. I mean, what if, saying go to the bathroom, there's so many different ways that can pan out. It might be longer than a minute. You never know. Usually it is 1 minute. Players, I'm not going to debate on whether or not they're washing their hands or anything like that, but somehow they do get back quickly. But just real quick, by the way, since we were bringing it up, people sometimes wonder that, well, why are 2CP maps banned? Why are players do not like to play it? It goes way back to the beginning of the game. But it's really a few things. On 2CP maps, players are not really a fan of the variance of them, and where you win one really good team fight decisively, and that can lead to winning both points right away, which is why we've had points where, say, the few times where Temple Anubis did get played in comp play, you'd see a team get it in, a minute 40 or something like that. There's just a lot of things where teams just don't really favor the gameplay. A lot of it does come down to the variance, but also just the maps themselves. People really don't care for how your Volskaya's, Hanamura's, and Anubis's play out. And what we saw from the tournament organizer end is that we saw those maps were banned out, and about, I think it was well over 95%. It was probably 97, 98% of matches did not involve 2CP. So we sort of hit a point where it said, okay, you know what? We're just going to ban 2CP ahead of time and let a more robust map ban meta develop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with 2CP, you basically win one fight and then you claim the point. With Payload, you have to win multiple fights to keep the payload moving forward. And with King of the Hill, again, you're constantly redefending the point, constantly having more and more battles. So it's not going to come down to 1 or 2 quick fights. It's going to come down to multiple different points. The only time that I really sort of get excited when 2 control point is picked is when Reunited are playing, because I've seen Reunited do full holds on Volskaya several times. So I think they're one of the few teams that actually does bother to practice those maps and really actually does shine when forced to play on them. It does sort of make them sort of step back and wait. But for those of you just joining us, as we do get set up for the next game, we're told 1 to 4 minutes. So you were right. This guy's going to take a little while in the bathroom, I think. He's going to take his time, wash his hands, be hygienic and proper. We are... oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I was just saying, no, I called it. That's all.
You did. You absolutely did. Oh, silly me. This is Operation Breakout, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers, sponsored by the Video Game Voters Network. If you have a chance, go check out the link brought up in the chat. And of course, also sponsored by Razer, maker of peripherals, one of which I am modeling right now, and MasterOverwatch.com, website that brings you all the stats you need for Overwatch. So you can go there, check it out, check out your stats compared to the pros as well. But it looks like we are loading on to Hollywood. And yep, looks like, well, sorry, ETA well off. So it's not going to take 1 to 4 minutes. Looks like it got back in relatively good time as we do start to get set up here.
All right, so we're loading in the Hollywood. Is going to be Still Here, a team chock full of FPS legends, many well-known names from Quake, taking on Northern Gaming Red, a team that has been up and coming here in the Overwatch scene, a team that, if you've really been paying attention, was formerly known as the Grouchy Desperados. They were picked up by the Northern Gaming Organization, which is sponsored by Soda Poppin'. And in fact, NG Red looking to try and move on here and maybe get a match against NG Blue in the ultimate NG Grudge match. But given what we saw in the last game, especially with the play powered by Carnage, Still Here definitely looked like a different team, and they could be giving NG Red all they can handle and more. Either way, I'm excited for the possibility of a great game here right now,
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be one of the closest ones we've had so far. Both of these teams looking really solid right now. Even though Still Here did have a bit of a stumble on Kings Row, they looked really super solid here on Hollywood, and they look very, very practiced on it, so I'm excited to see. So on Still Here, they bring out for the defense all mental on the Symmetra, Clock back on Mercy, Rafa once more on the Junkrat, 0-4 on Reinhardt, Carnage on that ever-present, ever-dominant Widowmaker, and Metaphor on the McCree.
And that will be the defense for Still Here. Keep an eye on Carnage. He had a great game last series. Meanwhile, though, taking a look here at the offense coming out from the side of NG Red, it is going to be Chance on the Reinhardt, Wolf on Widowmaker, Naptime on Mercy, Bird on the McCree, Exion on Zarya, and Brett Expert on Lucio. And this is interesting. Even though Wolf has definitely had very good Widow play, I actually thought Bird was a little bit more shut down. So we'll see if this pays off. Bird, of course, subbing in for Mangachu, but doing an absolutely great job here today for NG Red. Good showing for Bird, good adding to his credibility. And here we go. Both teams already on the way out as Wolf looking for pickoffs already.
Yeah, the Wolf does take a shot immediately, and actually several people taking a lot of damage here. I think they caught a Symmetra Orb or a grenade, so they have to be a little bit careful coming here. That said, they do have the Zarya, so she will be able to sort of feed off this, get to high energy, set themselves up for a good strong push. But meanwhile, they're just taking their time, taking it steady, waiting it out, perhaps trying to get Zarya on high strength, and then push in off the back of that. It looks like they might be trying to make something here. No, they just want to speed boost around, try and take the back passage, although they've left Wolf behind to try and get quick picks here, trying to find Carnage. But Carnage, meanwhile, has actually dropped down, he's watching the side alley, and it looks like they might try and force something off the back of that. They have to be careful, though. I think Wolf is a little out of position and has to try and find space as he goes through the security room.
Wolf able to take out Rafa. Somehow Threads and Needle gets in there. Bird take out Metaphor. 2 quick kills here for the side of NG Red. NG Red being absolutely merciless. Chance versus 0-4. 0-4 has to be careful. He is going to go down here potentially as he charges to his death. Bird again getting in there. Bird and Wolf, the animals are unleashed here for NG Red. They only need 1 or 2 more kills here to really make this their own as Wolf going off, able to take off Rafa.
Yeah,
there it is,
absolutely. During that point, there was a surreal situation of seeing Wolf and Carnage sort of side by side with a wall between them, just ignoring each other and just shooting onto the point. Widowmaker's sort of agreeing, hey, let's leave each other alone for a moment and just kill everyone. But Wolf now ranging forward, trying to set up, keep people pinned back at the spawn, trying to get a couple of quick picks here as they do start to come out. Metaphor saying no, does shut it down, especially as Rafa jumps on them. Rafa swapping onto the Winston, not too surprising to see here. The Exxon's already set up on the high ground as well, trying to just lay damage in there with this area, trying to keep the charge up and running. If you do lose that charge, it can be a massive pain to get back, especially on this high ground oriented area coming out to the street space. It's very difficult for Zarya to sort of reliably build up that charge as they do start to get set up here. Ultimate advantage, though, definitely in favor of the attacking team. They've got almost everything ready to go, and Exxon, especially, that Graviton Surge could just force them down, force them into a position they don't want to be in, and you could see a really quick sweep coming out here. There it goes.
And the Graviton coming out right now again to tie 3 people to the bridge. I'm not sure the offense had all the follow-up that they wanted there. Certainly getting some damage, but that might not be enough. The defense rotating around, but this is risky the way the defense is doing this. They're giving up a lot of space as Wolf able to punish Rafa. They're down to Winston, and now they're going to drop down 5v6. Will they be able to do it as they come in? 0-4 does have the Earth Shatter. Gonna knock down 2. We'll see if it's enough as Metaphor. Bit of a follow-up coming up here for the defense, and still here, taking this fight on their own terms. Even down Rafa early on, able to make things happen, but here comes nap time. A big impact res coming in. Chance dropping the Earth Shatter, going to get mitigated by 0-4. In fact, Chance very deep in right now. I'm not sure it's going to work out. Carnage getting the vital pick on nap time. In fact, look at Carnage here towards the back. Absolutely unmitigated, able to shoot whatever he wants. Wolf has no idea he's there. He's going to miss the first, won't miss the second. But might not be enough as overall the offense of NG Red making the most of that despite Carnage being in the back.
Yeah, they're just keeping the payload moving. I mean, I love this objective-oriented play. They just made sure that they're going to keep the payload rolling forward, and there to go to Carnage as well. Bird just going in and cleaning that up. And yeah, they're just finding space and playing the objective, because that's how you win the game. That's how you set a fast time, especially here on stopwatch. You do not want to stop that payload moving a little while. Looks like they might be slowed out a bit here. They are starting to get set up, but Rafa's going in. He's going for full scientist, and he's trying to buy time, and he's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, here we go. Metaphor, though, coming right back with the flashbang. Going to get knocked down by Chance. Chance with the exclamation point hammer, setting up his team. 4 extra kills here for the offense of NG Red. And still here, shades of what we saw from them on King's Row just a set ago. Their defense just getting melted repeatedly here. They're not able to get the traction they want. Carnage has not been able to have that great of a game relative to what we saw before. And Bird keeping them going here on his McCree.
Absolutely, and now they've just got to set up for this sort of long point. This is where Widowmaker can be so vital. This long sight line. Carnage gets the better of Wolf, does make the land the pit, but meanwhile Axion going up with Chance, trying to find pressure on the point, and no one's actually on the payload at the moment though, so all this space they're trying to buy is not actually getting them any space. They're just advancing forward but not getting anything off the back of it. They're trying to get a few quick picks, but if no one's moving that payload, it doesn't matter. And I can see actually something very interesting come out as well. Metaphor swapping off the McCree and moving on to the Maze, and might be trying to sort of buy themselves some space, trying to block some of those sight lines coming forward.
Yeah, 0-4 now going to have a great opportunity. Does have Earthshot at the ready. Chance not going to have it anytime soon. There is a Graviton Surge here for the offense, so they are not without ultimates. And the defense is giving up a lot of space in this payload. They're waiting all the way back. This might come to bite them here as the offense now looking for the proper way to engage. The defense looking for their chance to move in. Both teams measuring each other, looking for the opportunity. The offense, though, going to speed up. The Graviton is out, going to set them up. But the ice wall here from the defense, saving them for a bit of it. Might not save them for enough, though, as Bird gets in there on the double kill. The follow-up to the Zarya ultimate, absolutely real. Bird making a triple kill, and NG Red making this fight their own, and they're going to cap Hollywood out in a very quick time.
I don't know about you, but I thought that ice wall had done it. I thought they had bought all the space they needed to make sure they just didn't get wiped off by that Graviton Surge, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. They even stopped out Bird's Deadeye there from going through, but just didn't stop all the damage going around, killing everything off very nice and cleanly, very quickly, and setting a blistering time actually on Hollywood. That was fast. It's not common that you see times that quick come out, and still here, like, they were no slouches on defense, so this is looking really good for Northern Gaming Blue. Coming up in the next round, we do see Chance here, just leaving nothing to Chance, just swinging away, killing everything off, finishing off Carnage, and making sure the team gets a nice and clean time. 5 minutes, gonna be difficult to beat, I think.
Yeah, time of 5 minutes and 1 second. I mean, on Hollywood, that is We've seen quicker times, but it's very difficult to get beaten that quickly and then turn around and have an even faster time. We have seen in cases between very high-end teams, it's not impossible. Certainly think back to, of course, the C9 Envious matchup that we saw back near the start launch where both teams are just trading off lightning fast times. So it's not unprecedented, it's just very unlikely. But still, that is what Still Here is going to have to do as they move forward. They're going to need to beat that time of 5:01. And though difficult, it is not impossible. And we'll see just what they have up their sleeves as they take to the attack.
Yeah, and considering how good Still Here's defense looked in the previous round, that was actually very surprising to see how fast they broke, especially after that first phase. They just didn't seem to really they didn't seem to stall the payload enough, basically. The thing that Northern Gaming Red did that was so impressive was they just stayed on the payload. They always had about 2 people on it, keeping it rolling, except for that final moment right near the end where they all got a little bit overeager and sort of went, hey guys, no, let's push this thing as well. It's kind of important to winning the game. But during the Streets phase, they didn't manage to stop them rolling it through. And that's sort of the danger when you are playing this high ground oriented style. You can drop down on the enemy team as much as you like, but if you aren't denying that payload moving, then you aren't actually winning the game at that point. So you have to be so careful. But it looks like the teams are done picking. So on Northern Gaming Red coming up, we do have Chance once more on that Reinhardt Bird, once more on McCree, actually on the Junkrat, nap time on Mercy, Wolf on Widowmaker, Bread Expert, back on the Lucio. So no Symmetra, interesting.
Yeah, no Symmetra coming up, and this isn't too big of a surprise seeing what we've seen from NG Red previously in the night, although I'm not sure it's the greatest idea in Hollywood. We'll have to see if it pays dividends for them. Meanwhile, looking at the offense coming out from the side of Still Here, it is going to be 0-4 on the Reinhardt, Metaphor on the McCree, Clock on Mercy, Elemental on Lucio, Rafa on his namesake, on Pharah, something that he's done very well in the past, and Carnage on the offensive Widowmaker, where his prime nemesis will be Wolf on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it before where the Pharah pick doesn't pay off, so they've got to be a little bit careful here. Make sure that Wolf can't find those easy snipes, can't find those quick picks onto that Pharah. Keep the pressure up and make sure that, yeah, it just doesn't get taken out the sky, because it's so easy if that Widowmaker does get a little bit of opportunity. And defensive Widowmaker on Hollywood is so difficult to push through. Also, like you said, very interested about the lack of Symmetra pick. Not uncommon out of Northern Gaming Red. Maybe they just don't favor it, maybe they just don't like it. But I really like Symmetra on this map as well. There's lots of little tight alleyways. Those orbs can really shred and slow down pushes as well, and buy your Junkrat a little bit more time to wear down barriers. The teams do start to get set up here. They're going around looking for what they can find, and I'm curious to see how they're going to set up and approach this. Firestrike does come through, might buy them a little bit more time as well. They're slowly advancing forward, but all this time, Exion's finding all the spam he needs, finding all the damage he needs as well, and it's making a problem. That said, I do see Carnage in the back as well, just inching through the security room, looking for a couple of picks, maybe trying to find what he can there, but he has been noticed, and Wolf just instantly snipes him off.
Wolf able to take out Carnage, a very important pick, winning that all-important Widow v Widow battle. The offense now left 5v6. They're going to be moving in. Clock does have a chance to get the Resurrection up on the Fallen here. We'll see if he does that. Bird and Exion, though, for the defense, moving in, getting 2 kills. Wolf with the follow-up. Wolf making it a double kill as Bird getting in there on McCree. This is absolutely huge coming out from the defense. They were able to just let the offense move in, spread out, and punish them as they got on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Carnage went down nice and early in that fight as well. Just freed up Wolf just to hunt down Rafa on the Pharah. Had to instantly get picked up there as well. So the Resurrect used very, very early, a little bit earlier than perhaps they would have liked, and just left them open up. Well, left them open for the fight. Nap time just comes in, picks everyone back up again. They re-engage, clean up nice and easy on the point. And now they've got to be a little bit careful as well. Exion also with the tire, just waiting in the corner, and he's going to drop it right now.
Yeah, the Tyro's coming in. The Tyro will be taking out Metaphor in the back. That is a huge engine of DPS down for the offense. Once again, engines of offense. Rafa, as Pharah, able to take out Bird. The McCree is down. He's going on the top. Has Junkrat at his sights. Will take out the Junkrat. Barrage is ready. Has Mercy. Just going to burn it. Getting rid of the problem is Rafa. Rafa on a triple kill here so far. Keeping the hope alive for Still Here as they move on to this point. I'll see if it's enough. They still have a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining to complete the overall map. It's defensive sound barrier coming out here for the defensive NG Red. Even though Rafa has been doing heroics, it still might be not enough as he's trying to get on Chance. Still alive. Bird, though, getting back to the fight, going to get taken out. And this is just an absolute brawl between both teams right now.
Yeah, Chance buying even more time for his team. That's the really important thing here. If they don't clean this up quickly, that's just time burning away. Sometimes I would call it, oh my god, they've actually reclaimed it. Bird just comes back, smashes the flashbang out, finds kill after kill after kill, and Bird picks up a triple and just secures it for the rest of his team. That's insane that they managed to hold that, because time is ticking away, and all that stalling, all the sound barrier used by Bread Expert, Chance coming in, landing an Earthshatter, cleaning up even more, swinging away on the point, stalled them out long enough, and now they've only taken 1/3. So if you aren't aware, the point does sort of go in thirds, and if you don't take them, you lose the progress. And it looks like they're re-engaging once more. Rafa going back in, up and over.
Yeah, they're coming right in. The offense, they know they don't have any time to waste right now. They are stacked with Ultimate. 0-4 can drop an Earthshot at any point. Metaphor going to get first blood in this push, taking out Bird. Exion, though, ever the pest in the back as Junkrat does take out Carnage. Carnage is not going to be able to counter-snipe in any form of fashion here. Exion, in fact, going to look for a time to back out entire, but it's not going to happen. The Earth Shatter strikes directly. 2, 3 extra kills here for the offense, but here comes the defensive res, bringing those fallen heroes back up. Exion back into play as Wolf in the back, picking up the double kill as Widow. No one is on Wolf right now. Rafa is starting to get onto her. Very rough area for Rafa. Rafa gonna throw the barrage from the floor, will get taken out, and the defense just barely hanging on here. In fact, GG being called because time-wise, there is less than a minute and a half remaining, and you simply just can't push the cart that far that quickly. So GG's going out, NG Red taking Hollywood.
Absolutely, really well played there as well. Rafa, I think, got a little bit greedy with the final barrage. Just sort of locked himself in place there, and Wolf managed to land the final save. Otherwise, Wolf was being really pressured there by Rafa. Just Rafa went on the wall path, and Pharah versus Widowmaker normally is in favor of the Widowmaker until that Pharah starts getting in range where they can start landing blow after blow after blow, and make sure that, you know, you can't take your time, you can't aim those shots, and you've got to just hope that you can get the flick shot and pick that Pharah out the sky nice and quickly. So really well played there by Wolf, just keeping composure, keeping dodging those rockets for long enough to survive. Rafa perhaps getting a little bit over-aggressive, trying to kill everything off with a single barrage, but just sniped out the sky. As well, it looks like the team are going to play out this final minute, although Exion's cleaning up both teams' spirit, not really in it anymore. I think we might just wait for the play of the game at this point. Might just be a little bit easier. As well, I'm trying to think of
We will just wait for play of the game here. It is absolutely GG in favor of NG Red. And NG Red coming out strong, even though I thought still here, based on what we just saw a moment ago on Hollywood, would have a stronger performance. Certainly the overall fundamentals of NG Red much tougher than what we saw in the last matchup, and they're giving a really strong run for their money to Still Here, and we'll see if Still Here can sort of reverse course. Maybe they're a Rocky-esque team where they have to get bloodied in the first map as they come back in maps 2 and 3. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, just taking the punches, getting angry, and swinging it all the way around, just sticking in there with the full spirit. Wolf picking up play the game as Widowmaker doesn't find shot doesn't hit, well, clip. Rafa there, oh, misses the zip wire. That's a little bit embarrassing to see always, but lands the air shot, cleans up nice and easy, and then just waits for the Pharah to clean up. Wolf playing absolutely superbly, positioning excellently, dodging around Rafa's rockets as well, which can be no easy feat, I am sure. And yeah, looking really solid here. I'm very curious to see where they're going to go next. It's either going to be Numbani, or it's going to be, it was a King of the Hill map, wasn't it? It was Nepal.
It was Nepal. So either way, we are guaranteed a brand new map, a map that we have not seen before tonight. Numbani, home of the Golden Rhino, home of there was one point where Numbani was just as much picked as Hollywood is today, where teams really liked running fast offenses on it. Numbani, of course, falling a bit to the wayside. And Nepal at one point was the most popular King of the Hill map, although at times I feel like it's been supplanted by Lijiang. So sort of old favorites coming back into the fray here. And if we go to 3, we'll get to see both, so that is awesome. The map, though, changing Nepal, so we're going to see Nepal as the map of choice going forward.
Yeah, so and like you said, has fallen to the wayside slightly to Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower just a little bit more popular in the meta right now. Teams just seem to prefer it. But Nepal, interesting map, lots and lots of different ways to sort of approach it. Each point as well in Nepal is very different. So you have sort of the village, which is sort of more standard, I guess, out of King of the Hill, just with a sort of high ground that's a little bit away. But to me, the more interesting one is not the shrine, the middle one. It used to be map number 2, but it's very open, lots of very big sight lines. So we're definitely probably going to see Wolf maybe run the Widowmaker once more. It's definitely going to be a big part of it. It's going to let the teams know that we are ready here. And we should be jumping into this fairly soon. But King of the Hill definitely could go either way. It's going to come down to who takes it first and then who can hold on to it for longest. Because when you do take it first, of course, you do establish a slight advantage due to ultimates, and that's going to sort of help carry them forward. So first engagement's going to be everything here.
Well, absolutely. And the other thing, too, going off of the first engagement, but also just general death matching going forward, is that the Quake teams have historically been a little bit stronger on King of the Hill than they have on Payload, just because they do have that sort of background as more raw, pure death matchers, however you want to call it. But you look back at teams like Quake Fortress, they were at their strongest against teams like IDD, back in the day when they were going on King of the Hill. They were at their weakest on Payload. So this could be a strength going forward here for the side of Still Here. We will just have to see. But, you know, in terms of map selection, I definitely agree with the Nepal pick over the Numbani pick. Although if they do want to win the series, they're going to have to win both maps.
Exactly. It's definitely an uphill struggle going forward here. I would have liked to see them still on Numbani, so I'm secretly hoping we do go to a map 3 because I really want to see how they handle that defense. They looked really strong on Dorado, so that some of that should carry straight over to Numbani, and especially as, you know, we haven't seen Numbani yet, so it's nice to have the variety. It's also nice to go to Nepal as well with its nice blue skies, although I imagine it is a little bit nippy there as well, seeing as it is in the middle of the Himalayas. It looks like we're setting up, and it looks like the first map will be the village as well. So interesting little map here. Going to be curious to see how the teams approach it as well. Most teams, you like to see them wrap around onto the high ground, for example, take over that first and then try and take over the point. If you try and run straight into the point, you can leave yourself fairly vulnerable, I find, if you aren't careful and just sort of get spammed out from the high ground. It's also interesting to see what heroes they're starting to pick as things do start coming up. I'm looking at Axion in particular, and I'm wondering if that Bastion is going to stay.
The Bastion very well could be staying here. I'm more curious about the Widowmaker. This is a map where we have seen Widow used to effect here on the Shrine stage. Generally speaking, the Village stage. We usually see a Widow a little bit more on Shrine in Nepal and not so much on Sanctum, but it can vary. And while we're speaking of rosters, taking a look here at the NG Red roster, it's going to be Wolf on the McCree, Bread Expert on Lucio, Chance on Reinhardt, Exion on Genji, Naptime on the Mercy, and Bird going to be on the Widowmaker.
Meanwhile, for still here, we have Metaphor on McCree, Carnage on Soldier 76, Elemental on the Lucio 04 back on Reinhardt, Clock swapping off the Mercy, actually going for the Winston instead, and Rafa back on the Zarya. Interesting pick coming up with the Soldier 76. I do like Soldier 76 on these sorts of maps on King of the Hill. That healing little field actually provides a surprising amount of extra fighting power and extra staying power to your team. As both teams are adopting a very different style as well. One team wrapping around, taking the high ground. So Northern Gaming Red just making sure that they get the high ground, dropping down now, trying to engage on the point, and it looks like they're ready to go for it.
Oh, wow. Wolf being a little bit over-aggressive there. I'm surprised he didn't die. He does go down in the end to Clock and Carnage, getting in there with the attack. I feel like the high ground strategy was the way to go for the side of NG Red. They just got a little bit too aggressive trying to punish Still Here, and as a result, Still Here going to get 3 quick kills. Bird will get a Widow pick towards the end, but it's not going to be enough, and first control will be going to the side of Still Here. And that was just a case where I think NG Red just got a little bit over-aggressive.
Yeah, they just went right in and weren't quite expecting Carnage, for example, to come out and get kills quite as fast as possible. And especially, like you said at the start, the Widowmaker pick is kind of interesting. Sightlines on this map aren't huge, but it looks like they're minstantly going back right to the point of Wolf, swapping onto the Reaper.
And Wolf be on Reaper. Reaper has been seeing a lot more playing Kindle, especially one hero limit. Rafa, though, on the point, takes out Bread Expert. Zarya, of course, so effective at points in these King of the Hill maps, especially when charged up. Bird, though, striking right back, able to take out Metaphor, making the Widowmaker work, makes it a double kill as Reinhardt goes down. And even though the sightlines aren't the greatest here for Widow, Bird is making it happen right now, is going to force Lucio out as Lucio eats a body shot, and Lucio is going to go down. So a triple kill here for Bird as he's slowly picking apart the Still Here team.
Yeah, Bird is clearly the word at the moment. Bird just finding pick up to pick up to pick, and they're not really just zoning down on him. Clock still on the Winston, though. You'd expect that Winston to be all over the Widow, but it's just not happening. And yep, they've got control of it right now, and they're going to hold on to it pretty well. Clock has to jump away, just going to retreat to safety, not get picked off there, just being a little bit cautious. I also see McCree trying to sneak around, maybe he's crouch walking, so it's a sign that he really doesn't want to be found. He does have the Deadeye ready, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and find a pathway, but it's going to be difficult for him to get up there, because basically there's no path that way that a McCree can take that I know of that leads anywhere good, just a pit and a wall. So it's going to be tricky for him to get there, but Rafa is also ready for the
Wombo combo might be on the way here. There's the Graviton. Here comes Wolf with the Death Blossom, somewhat mitigated a little bit by the response of Still Here, and Still Here, they do get a few of their licks in. Metaphor getting a double kill off of that, but the Fallen Heroes will be resurrected off of that Wombo combo. And right now, NG Red still with a big advantage here on the point, and the Earth Shatter coming down from Chance, going to knock out 2, and that is going to secure this point for the side of NG Red.
Yeah, NG Red looking pretty solid right now, but again, just finding the right position, just staying out of line of sight until the team is fully engaged, and then finding all the damage he needs. Wolf not quite getting what he fully probably would have wanted off the back of that Death Blossom. I'm surprised that more kills didn't happen, but it's well worth mentioning that there is a Graviton Surge ready waiting.
Graviton coming out, is Still Here, coming right back into the fray. 2 quick kills off of that. Make it 3. 04 swinging the hammer. Wolf, one last one's remaining, getting the double kill. So Wolf hanging in there as Reaper, but again, going to fall to 04's hammer. 04 getting the triple kill. WMS 1 sometimes too strong coming out from Reinhardt. And that, just like that, Still Here regain control of the point. And this is very, very close. This is about to be 70% to about 64. And this could be either team's game. But I will note this, time is starting to run thin for the side of NG Red.
during all that time, Bird was sort of stuck behind the lines, did get hunted down eventually, but did give them enough time to move onto the point. So NG Red have managed to wrest control back, and all this time while it's being contested, it is ticking up as well. Exxon also finding a quick pick there, Wolf killing off the Winston, and it's not too surprising. The tank busting force here on NG Red is huge. We have a McCree and a Reaper. So you're just going to explode tanks, and Soldier 76 as well can do surprising burst damage if left alone. Bird actually coming out now. Bird coming out now with a Soldier 76, so adding that extra firepower there.
Soundbearer coming out here from the side, Still Here. They're moving in. They just had the Tac Fires of Carnage. That will fade away. Chance taking out all mental, and this is really do or die now for Still Here. This is a problem of their own making as Wolf exploding with the Death Blossom takes them out, and this did not need to go down this way. What happened just a little bit ago is that Still Here was over-aggressive chasing Bird. They got off the point. They let the rest of the team sneak onto the point and take it, and even though they got a pick, they gave up control. They weren't able to contest and build up. And that just didn't need to go down that way for Still Here. That was an error in shot calling.
Absolutely, just overcommitting too many resources to deal with one problem that they could have honestly just left to a single Soldier 76, for example. Carnage was hunting them down, so Carnage could have just dealt with Bird in his own time. It's very unlikely that Widowmaker's going to beat Carnage in that 1v1, even though Widowmaker's assault rifle is fairly powerful, much to the chagrin of people on forums. It's still very likely that Soldier 76 gets an advantage out there, especially with a sharpshooter like Carnage. It's just what you'd expect. Teams are changing up the lineup though. Rafa going for the Fire, very powerful on this Sanctum map, simply because the pit is just calling for people to fall into it, and we do see the Lucios, of course, come out as well for those all-powerful boosts.
Yeah, Rafa definitely one to keep your eye on here, as he can knock people into that pit. We've seen it time and time again, but we're Still Here really opting for the full frontal approach. Moving forward, they do take out Wolf right away. They are up in McCrea's Metaphor, going the double kill, taking out Bird as well. Both Bird and Wolf down. Love the hit scan engine of the side of NG Red, dying pretty early here, and Still Here looking like they're going to get the first cap. We'll see, though. They haven't gotten it just yet.
Absolutely, they're trying to hunt down this Lucian as well, trying to overwhelm him. Chance also a very high charge with a damage up, but I don't think it's just going to be quite enough. He's going to have to retreat here, and be careful not to get caught out. Rafa also in the high ground, trying to find what damage he can. Does get picked up, but there's the Resurrect, picking everyone back up, make sure they can keep fighting. Rafa has to be a little bit careful here, he doesn't get isolating picked off. Chance does actually manage to confirm that kill as well. Metaphor misses the flashbang, doesn't quite land it. Carnage picking off Naptime as well. Naptime did have a Resurrect, so good to come back with this from Still Here. There's a Graviton Surge. Is there any damage to fall off? Winston jumps in.
Look, there is a follow-up. The Winston is cleaving everyone there off of that Graviton. They're not able to get the full pick off, but it does keep them back long enough for NG Red to retake control of the point. Wolf and Chance going off in the back line. Rafa trying to fight it off, has to run for his life before Zarya melts his face off. And this is an issue now for Still Here. Still Here, of course, fighting for the tournament life. If they lose this round, that is it. They lose this map, they lose the round, and they are knocked out of the tournament. So Still Here, they want to live to get to the next set, but NG Red giving them all they can handle and more.
Yeah, NG Red also set up defensively with the Deadeye. It's much harder to push into a Deadeye than to push with one. Metaphor has his Red. It's going to be so hard to find the right angle for that. And all the all the Wolf needs to do is stay back on the safety of the background and just fire off that Deadeye from one of the angles. But it looks like they're ready to go with a Sound Barrier.
Yeah, the Sound Barrier's out. That's going to give Still Here a lot of power. Rafa moving in, looking for a good opportunity. Barrage will bring the Justice from above, takes out one, but ends up killing himself in the process. The Self-Splash, a little bit intense from that ability. Metaphor, though, with a little bit of help, will take out Exion. Well, let's take a look at Wolf. Wolf is still in it. Wolf able to take out Metaphor. He's looking for more. Tried to get the Mercy. Does get the Mercy down with the help of Bird. And NG Red coming back in force. It was a big engage coming out from the side of Still Here, but it's not going to go fully in their favor. And even though they got the point for a moment, it's going right back to NG Red.
Absolutely, it just swung back and forth there wildly. It looked for a moment like Carnage was sort of keeping the point in mind, keeping the objective in mind, jumps onto the point, manages to take it for a moment. But in that time, NG Red just managed to clean up the rest of the team. They were split up a little bit, couldn't find the damage they needed to finish things off. Rafa now swapping away from the Fire, going for the Roadhog. So that's like a really interesting swap. Maybe having to pull one or two people into the pit. Metaphor actually finds Wolf, takes him out there, nice and quickly, and this could swung either way.
And absolutely good, but the Graviton Surge coming out in favor of NG Red, pulling a bunch of Still Here in as Chance getting the double kill, following up his own Graviton. We have Exion in the midst of things, cleaving people down. 3 kills here for NG Red, make it 4 as they're moving in. Metaphor, though, still alive. The engine of the offense, or just the power coming from the side of Still Here, and they're still able to retake the point. And they can't give this up for any reason, as Wolf now coming to the Deadeye, going to zone people out anyways. Winston going in, going primal. And just like this, NG Red coming right back, and they might have control of the point again in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Bird swapping back onto the Widowmaker as well, being so so strong with that. Does manage to take out Lucio. Lucio did actually manage to knock Chance off on high charge, so Zarya just vanishes away. But it's still so strong. There's still too much on the point. It looks like, yeah, they're just going to go aggressive now, trying to buy as much space as they can. Make sure they can't contest this into overtime and secure their place in the semi-final.
We do have the sound barrier coming out from the side of Still Here. This is all or nothing for them. They cannot leave the point for any reason whatsoever here, or they will be lost. They will lose the series, and they'll be out of the tournament. They are on top of this, and NG Red is giving them space right now, so they are going to recap it, but Exion now moving into the back, getting cleave on 4 people. This Winston is a huge problem, and meanwhile, the rest of NG Red moving in from the flank. Bird able to take out Metaphor. The Widow play is real. The Death Blossom comes up for Carnage. Does not work versus the Widowmaker. Wolf and Bird with the cleanup, and this might be it. The resurrection coming up from NG Red. They have control of the point. No one will be able to force overtime, and Still Here will not be making it into the group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see a Northern Gaming Blue versus Northern Gaming Red, EU versus NA from the same team. Absolutely well played there. And like you said, very, very importantly, they could not leave the point, and that means they couldn't deal with that Widowmaker. Bird once more being the word. As Naptime picks up player of the game, you see one of these pivotal resurrects. Again, Mercy just tucked away nice and safely, doesn't scoop everyone up. Beautiful. What you like to see out of a Mercy res. Just and secures the point in the process. What we like to see.
Alrighty, so here we go. That is going to be, of course, the side of NG Red moving on. And now let's take a look at the bracket here. Trying to bring that up as we look here. Will it be an all NG matchup, which is going to be awesome and also a little bit rough at the same time? And it will be. Northern Gaming Blue was able to move on, so it's going to be NG Red versus NG Blue. If you end up getting confused in this next matchup, we might be too. One NG will rise, one NG will fall, but both have the opportunity to get into our group stages, as the loser will have an opportunity to get redemption in the third place match.
Absolutely, and I'm just waiting for one team, for Northern Gaming Blue to be on the red team and Northern Gaming Red to be on the blue team, and it's nearly, well, it is 6 a.m. here, so I'm going to get very confused, I am sure, and I'm going to truck it out as best I can. It's going to be pretty damn amazing to see how these two teams measure up to each other, and honestly, I'm not sure how this one's going to go. I'm not sure how these teams stack up to each other, and after watching today, I honestly might give it to Northern Gaming Red. They just look a little bit stronger. They look a little bit more polished. And I think the Northern Gaming Blue, perhaps a little bit less reliably strong, I would say, as my assessment for their play. So it's going to be curious to see how that pans out. But if you are just joining us, this is Operation Breakout, brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers. They are competing for 3 slots in the upcoming group stages that will be starting from tomorrow. So join us then. Make sure you do. And we will be continuing until we have basically 3 teams ready to fill those slots and ready to fill those boots. We will be playing, of course, the finals and the 3rd and 4th place match. So a lot more Overwatch to look forward to coming from us here.
No, absolutely. And just going back a moment to your point of NG Red versus NG Blue, going off what I've seen, I think both teams are relatively close in skill level, but I think NG Red historically has had a slightly higher ceiling than NG Blue. And also they are playing on North American servers with North American ping. So I do agree that I think going into this, I do give the edge to NG Red, but I'm not going to count out NG Blue, especially with their longtime pedigree here in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely open for both teams, and like especially Shades and Ladana can both take off in a big way if they do start to sort of hit their stride. They're both very competent players. It's also they are playing very early in the morning, so I'm curious to see if that affects them at all and see how it goes with that. But yeah, we will be getting that going as soon as possible, because as the night does move on, we'd like to keep it rolling as quickly as we can. And I'm looking forward to seeing this match. I know I'm going to get confused. I know I'm going to call the teams the wrong names. I might just sort of resort to calling them blue and red and just hope that that works out. I'm looking forward to that. And I can't wait.
No, definitely. Should be a good game as soon as we get NG Blue in here. NG Blue already finished their game, so we should be able to get them in here in just a moment. Shouldn't have too much downtime. I know if there's anything a Twitch chat abhors, it is downtime. You go to a timer screen and people just freak out. So we're going to try and avoid that here, although certainly I think the casters at the very least might need to take a break after this. But this is the semifinals that's coming your way, and we are slowly approaching the end here today. In terms of matchups that are left remaining, we have Northern Gaming Red versus Northern Gaming Blue, which we're going to bring you. They'll be playing the winner of B-Fly versus either One Shot or Assertion Failed. And then we will be going to the grand finals right after, which will be the match we just described, and also the 3rd place match. So we have this match, the grand finals, and the 3rd place match. So 3 more sets left for you tonight. It's been a long day, but it has been a good day.
Absolutely. Any day with a lot of Overwatch in it is a good day. And I'm super curious to see that One Shot and Assertion Failed still seems to be going. Those teams probably relatively even in terms of power level. So not too surprising to see that match taking a little while. Going to be interesting to see which one comes up and goes up against B-Fly that have been sort of sneaking through the back bracket. Didn't have an easy route either. Have taken out some notable names, most notably Blam's Boys and Sakari, for example, were knocked out by that team. So well played by them. They do, of course, have the Creating Esports player Artia on their team, who's an incredibly formidable guy and not something easy to go up against. But we will be getting this game going as soon as we can. I'm just still waiting for Northern Gaming Blue. Hopefully they should turn up in a moment. I do remember, I think it was on Monday that someone had to get, no, that was for Rogue, and I think they had to call up one of their players because he'd fallen asleep. Bless him.
I mean, this is a time that isn't the absolute most convenient for people in the EU. One amongst many can testify. But for all the players in EU that are participating today, thank you so much. I know it's a little bit rough, but these are the days of Overwatch that we live in. And should be getting going here in just a moment once NG Blue gets into the lobby. Not looking to too much downtime here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, as someone who spectated many Overwatch tournaments, it does sort of grate a bit when the downtime drags on. And like I've got to tell you guys on Twitch chat as well, we do like talking. Like talking is part of our job, but we don't like talking so much that we want to talk rather than watch Overwatch games. And we'd much rather see the games. But it does actually give me time to talk a little bit about the sort of the sponsors and the reason behind some of this tournament. So let's run through that. So VGVN, Video Game Voters Network, are looking to basically bring esports alongside conventional competitions in how it's treated in America, particularly regarding visas, the ability to move into America and play a competitive game and win prize money for it. Basically, the ability to apply for a visa or an ESTA and travel into America and compete without jumping through any hoops, because it does disrupt tournaments and it will disrupt Overwatch tournaments in the future. I guarantee it. At some point, you'll have a team that might not be able to bring some of its A players, and that will be a massive shame for that team and a massive shame for everyone involved in the tournament as well, because when one team beats out another but they aren't running their full lineup, you're always going to ask the question, is it due to the lineup problems? Is it due to the fact that they didn't play with the lineup they scrim with?
Yeah, I mean, these are all things that you do question in esports and otherwise when you're looking at a situation. And yeah, I mean, it's the sort of things that you deal with in Overwatch all the time. And right now, it looks like just looking at the lobby right now, there's a little bit going on with people deciding if they're going to remake or going to another lobby. I think we are going to another lobby.
Okay, so
that's what's going on right now. So a little bit of stuff going under the hood right now, guys, as we talk about things and all the rest.
Yep, absolutely. And it would be remiss not to mention, of course. Well, actually, first of all, let me make sure that you guys know that there is a link that is flashing up in the Twitch chat every so often, vgmvn.onog.com. Go check that out. There is a petition on there. Do sign up for it. If you do agree with us that, hey, guys should be able to compete fairly easily and fairly straightforwardly, and basically, Overwatch should be able to, run smoothly in the future, and any other esport as well that you might care for. I know that fairly recently a CSGO tournament was disrupted when a team captain couldn't turn up to a game because he traveled to Syria or Iran, I think, and so he just couldn't play. And it's a massive shame when it happens, and I hate it every single time it does. So good to see that. And of course, other sponsors involved are Razer. I am modeling a Razer headset at the moment. It is very comfortable. I've been wearing it for the last sort of 6 or 7 hours, and trust me, it's definitely doing its job. I rather like it. I'm rather fond of it. They've also recently done a line of Overwatch products. The keyboard especially I'm very fond of because it lights up in interesting ways when you use various ultimates. And of course, the final sponsor is masteroverwatch.com, a website that brings you statistics for your Overwatch play. So go check that out if you haven't already. It's a good way to keep track of all your progression in Overwatch. It's good stuff.
There you have it. Somewhere up there, Hex is smiling upon us right now. But it does look like we're getting lobby. We're getting things set up. So sorry about the delay here. Northern Gaming Blue has shown up. I don't believe anyone has fallen asleep. They have 5 Essex members here. So I can't entirely confirm that no one has fallen asleep. But we'll just have to see here in just a moment. But, for those who are just tuning... I was just going to say, for those who are just tuning in, both these teams are sponsored by Soda Poppin'. So whether you like him or hate him, technically, no matter what, Soda Poppin' is a winner at the end of this series. Either way, It sort of goes that way if you're someone who, say, roots for both Chicago teams, roots for both New York teams, and more professional sports. Although that's not really a thing. If you're in Chicago, you're either White Sox or your Cubs, and you're pretty passionate about either way. There's no just, I love all Chicago teams. It doesn't work that way. Of course, if Hex were here, Hex could have a little bit more thoughts on that because he's actually in Chicago.
and actually understands American football. But I'm going to give you a really obscure example, which is Hull FC or Hull Kingston Rovers rugby teams over here in Rugby League, for example. If you do follow that, I doubt anyone in the chat does, unless they're Australian, because Rugby League is fairly big over there, from what I understand. But we are almost ready. There's just one player. Hopefully that guy is awake. And it looks like everyone is talking about ZP's amazing avatar. ZP is rocking, by the way, if you're curious, and I'm sure you aren't, was the Torbjorn avatar, but he has actually decided to swap to the Soldier 76 avatar. And apparently that's too new, so he has to swap back. I myself am actually rocking the Widowmaker's Widow's Kiss, because I'm a big fan of Widowmaker, so that's just what I do.
I actually changed it to the 76. I actually did not want to stand the Torbjorn for a very long period of time. I was like, maybe I don't want to stand Torbjorn. That's just sort of what I got first for a player icon, because unlike everything else in the store, you can't buy player icons. You just have to hope to get the one you want from a box. Everything else, you save up enough currency, you can get what you want. Not so with player icons.
Yeah, I know the first thing that I did when I started the game, was I think I played 1 or 2 matches, and then I bought like the big loot box pack. And I think one of the first things I unlocked was the Loot Crate player icon. So I fittingly put that on as soon as I could, just to show what a massive, I don't know, Blizzard fanboy I am for paying money for cosmetics, basically. But yeah, that's just the avatar meta, I guess. You've got to find what you like and to try and grab it up as soon as possible, because it is frustrating when you don't get one you want. Especially even more frustrating was during the open beta when everything reset and you got the avatar that you really wanted. So a friend of mine who loves maining Symmetra, for example, got the Symmetra avatar in the open beta, still hasn't had any luck here in the main game.
There you have it. Shades right now in chat saying playing Overwatch at 7 a.m. Shout outs to the European teams playing here. It's not just for those who are tuning in and playing the brackets. It's not just NG Blue that's playing from EU here today. It is also B-Fly team that is sort of new and also playing with a ringer in the sense of R-Tier. R-Tier, of course, one of the top players in Creation Esports, and having what many people consider to be one of the best McCrees in the world on your team has definitely helped out B-Fly here tonight as they have been moving through the top bracket. So very likely that we could be seeing B-Fly again in the finals, but they would have to get past either one shot or assertion failed, and that sometimes is easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely have some stiff competition there. And even though R-Tier is a top tier player, he doesn't have the rest of Creation Esports with him. He is ringing, so he might be a little bit unfamiliar with B-Fly as a team. That said, B-Fly made up of some experienced players. I do recognize from the name Outsider, for example, is no slouch. And I've definitely seen him around, and he's sort of floating around the scene for a while. And Exion saying Overwatch is fun for 24 hours a day, even at 7 a.m. for people on the continent in Europe. But here we go. We should be getting started. I'm still not sure on the status of the last player. There he is, Nutty B, joining the lobby. We should be able to get started as soon as possible. I'm actually going to confirm. I think the draft is already done, so we might be going straight to Lijiang Towers, EP.
All righty. And Lijiang is first map. You don't see that all the time here. In fact, looking here at the draft, Lijiang does look like the first map. There's 2 draft links now, so I'm not sure. But in both draft links, Lijiang Tower is the first map. So I'm just going to assume that Lijiang is first map. And in fact, that is what we are going to first. So getting our King of the Hill dose in here early and often for NG Blue versus NG Red. And I'm going to demand we go back to lobby if NG Red is not on red side. I'm having that. I'm actually holding that card right now.
I hate to break it to you, but NG Red is on blue and NG Blue is on red. So just to make it even more confusing.
I think since it doesn't matter, we should go back to lobby and swap sides just so we have red on red and blue on blue.
Yeah, just to make it really easy for the casting, although they're saying please no, but yeah.
It's like please have a heart. Go back to lobby, please. I mean, it's gonna happen on Payload Map anyways, but when we can avoid it, we're gonna put NG Blue on blue and NG Red on red, or this is going to get real confusing real fast. So please have a heart. And here we go. NG Blue is going on blue. NG Red is going on red.
Oh, bless
Thank
you.
you.
Especially for me. I will admit I am feeling a little bit of the fatigue, but I'm still holding on, and I can't wait to see this match. But thank you for doing that, because it will make it so much simpler that blue is blue, red is red, nothing confusing there, nothing untowards there. It's going to be nice and simple, and we should be able to get this started. We're just going to tell them that we're ready again. Ready here now, because,
we're ready. Blue is blue, red is red. This is going to be so much better, at least while we can control this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Twitch chat is happy now that we won't be discussing the portrait meta as far as that goes. Oh, the things we do, the things we end up discussing and trying to fill a little bit of time. But we are here, we are on Lijiang Tower. Everything is sensible and ordered in the world as well. Hopefully no one picks anything too crazy. Yep, everything looks fairly sensible, and yep, we are good to go. The gates will be opening very soon. So for Northern Gaming Blue, the European team, the team that I'm going to be secretly rooting for, simply because they are European and I'm massively biased, just kidding, is Shades on Pharah, Zaf on the Mercy, Ladano once more on Zari. We've seen him play that before last Monday, for example. You're back on McCree, Nutty B on the Winston, and Mint on Lucio.
Well, now I feel back to the corner where I have to go full USA on you. So representing NG Red, representing North America, since I'm not sure everyone is from the US, probably have some Canadians to boot in there. But it's going to be Brett Expert on the Lucio, Wolf on McCree, Exion on Winston, Bird on the 76, Naptime on Mercy, and Chance on the Zarya. So they're going to be ready to go here in a moment. And interesting change between both teams. One team has a Pharah, the other team has a 76. I'd kind of want to give the edge there to Bird and the 76, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also going to be curious to see how both teams are positioned. It looks like Red have decided to basically wrap round, going for the high ground instead, but Shades leaping up to the high point immediately. They're just going to sort of stay on the point, maybe wait till Shades can sort of leverage some of that damage in. And spamming down on the point now, it's very difficult for them to find like a way to engage into this, because Shades going to deal so much damage from that high ground if they can't get onto it. Looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're moving in right now. Bird, very much confidence positioning here, able to poke in as much as he wants. Yer, though, takes out Chance to begin with. Ladano getting in there. 2 quick kills here for NG Blue, and now they're going to be more aggressive. They know they have the edge. They're moving forward and in. Winston doing his best to sort of hold them back on the NG Red side. In fact, Winston going to get Brez back up, but Yer having himself a game here thus far, already with 2 kills, looking for more, fanning the hammer. Winston going to go down. And NG Blue, the pride of Europe right now, moving forward, making this fight their own, and NG Red just getting bullied back.
Yeah, Europe looking really good. Shades now coming back into the fight. Shades going to be so pivotal here. If they start pumping up, that Pharah's going to deal so much damage. Does find Naptime, drops the Justice, gets a quick double kill off the back. Might make it a triple. No, not quite. And Ladano does come in, start cleaning up on the back there. Nutty B is going to chase out the rest of the fight. And that was a very, very clean showing there. It just looked like they struggled coming down from that high ground. And Shades just landing hit after hit after hit after. Oh dear, we do see some of those full scientists. And oh, poor Mint. Lucio getting a taste of his own medicine, getting knocked off the map there for a moment, as they do still contest the point, but it is ticking up here.
Graviton might be on the way here. Graviton got pulling 3 people. Ladano fully charged up with the follow-up there as Shades over the top. Gonna throw in some rockets for good measure. It was a good Graviton, got 3 kills, but the resurrection going to undo it immediately. We'll see if this is enough for NG Red to turn things in their favor. But take a look at Shades here for NG Blue over the top. No one dealing with this Pharah whatsoever. Sound barrier out now for NG Blue, and NG Blue using it to their advantage, moving forward as Shades takes out Naptime. There will be no res here for NG Red. Might not need it though, as Chance getting to back, getting some very vital picks. Both teams making their presence known here. And there's the res coming up from NG Blue, but will it be enough?
Absolutely. Shades is almost ready to go with another barrage, so we're going to be looking for that, see if we can find some quick kills. But no, Bird actually picks him out the sky, and Wolf picks up a triple in the back there as well. Chance looking to land the bomb on Ladano, but it's just Ladano and Nutty B on the point, and that's not going to last too long here anymore. Chance swapping onto the Tracer pick, and I actually really like that pick in this lineup. Just a lot of very reliable damage coming out. Chance can go and hunt down the Winston of all things, lay a lot of damage into him very quickly, and get pulse bombs for days, basically, off the back of that. That said, he has to be a little bit careful. Shades is going to be the big threat here. Chase still has that barrage ready. He did manage to save it, so we'll be up and running for the next fight, as Northern Gaming Red actually set up in a beautiful position here, just staying safe by the high ground, making sure that they can't get picked up very easily. It's going to be difficult to engage into this as Ladano does move forward onto the point, and Nutty B sets up that nicely.
And Wolf took out Shades immediately. There will be no barrage coming in as Wolf, Deadeye coming in, gets the double kill. Chance on the zap. 3 people already dead here for NG Blue. Make it 4. Chance being highly aggro, moving in even more so after that. And that's going to shut this NG Blue push down immediately. And NG Red, after somewhat of a rough start, now getting it back together, getting well positioned. And anytime you get well positioned is absolutely a boon to a 76 who just loves sitting in the back and able to poke people as they come in.
Yeah, absolutely dealing shared loads of reliable damage, although it looks like Blue have an idea of sweeping around the side, trying to get people maybe knocked off with that concussion blast. Does he find anyone? No, Shades doesn't find anyone. Actually, 2 people get moved up there by the Winston. Winston just goes fully ape and knocks 3 people off the map. Can he find anything else though? No, he's just going to push them back. But this could actually be huge. Actually, no, it's swinging around. Yeah, Red looking pretty strong right now. Nutty B trying to do a repeat, but Naptime just floats back, not to the safety of the map. And Northern Gaming Red looking really solid on the point right now.
Yeah, for NG Red, they had a rough start, but now they only have to win one more major team fight, and they should have this map outright. Bird, though, having to run for his life. He's getting healed by Mercy as he tries to get away from this rampaging scientist. Wolf able to take out Nutty B, though. One-person advantage here for NG Red. Shades Justice sprays from above, completes the quad kill, and now NG Blue gonna take this right back off the back of Shades.
Yeah, Ladano during that fight very carefully just tried to deal what damage he could, set Shades up, knew that the barrage was still sat there and waiting, just had to get the Graviton Surge there to complete the picture. But Northern Gaming Red coming right back out, exploding right back to the point. Can they take it back is the question.
Yeah, Wolf is coming in. Wolf has been doing very good, consistent damage here as McCree. Even though the Sound Bear is up, he still manages to get the double kill. Wolf looking for another opportunity. The Sound Bear has faded now for NG Blue. Down goes another. Zap is going down. There will be no res for NG Blue, and NG Red coming right back. Overtime going to treat them very well. And they have a chance to take this after all. 99% for NG Blue, but not 100. And NG Red now well positioned. If NG Red fends off one more attack, they will have this round after a very rough start.
And Chance trying to flank around the sides, maybe trying to find something. No, he's just going to go for the high ground. Does have the pulse bomb ready, but Brad Expert is the main key point here. He has the sound barrier ready to go. That's going to make him so difficult to shift on the point. But here comes Blue, stepping on the point, and there goes the sound barrier.
Chance is able to get an absolutely beautiful pulse bomb stick on the Shades. Stop Shades from doing anything he wanted to do there. 3, 4 kills now for NG Red. This is exactly what they need. The resurrection, though, going to come up. NG Blue on their last life, trying to hang in there as Wolf and Bird absolutely feasting right now. Bird with the tac visor has everything in his sights. Mint and Nutty B trying to come back, trying to hang in there for NG Blue, but NG Blue now relegated to death spawn status. They need to just keep trying to get in the point. But with 1 hero limit, you can't spam Winstons and Tracers, and as a result, NG Red fighting, getting back in there and taking the first round.
Absolutely, and apparently the chat is yelling that Chance is not Soda Poppin confirmed. Apparently Chance isn't, Soda Poppin is not much of a Tracer player, so there you are, confirmed. Chance is not Soda Poppin, it is someone completely different. They just, you know, what are the chances they have the same name? And super curious to see Shades there, sticking on the far, even after getting that massive ultimate, was surprised to see him not swap off there. He has decided to swap off onto Genji here. Even though Pharah can have a lot of success on this map with Concussive Blast, lots and lots of pits for him to knock people into, opting to go instead for the Genji, so hoping to snowball a little bit, perhaps get a couple of kills. But with Wolf and Bird on hit scan heroes, that Pharah was always going to struggle to find places aside from the Graviton Surge, Barrage, Wombo combo, as the teams do start setting up to attack on the point.
One thing that's a little bit surprising here is that no side is running Widow. This is one of the maps where running Widow can be absolutely devastating. Widow not making a grand appearance right now. I would have thought Bird would be on it, but you know, Bird pretty confident on the 76. We'll see if things work out. Both teams find out on the point, and Nutty B going to take out Bird to begin with. 76 a little bit too much in the fray. Ladano and Mint with the fall. 3 quick kills here for NG Blue, and this might be deja vu all over again as NG Blue coming up to a strong start, and NG Red just getting cleaned up.
Yeah, absolutely. That first engagement going way into their favor. Yura now is ready with the Deadeye, for example. Zaf also has the first res, but Naptime will be up and running very, very soon. Chance coming up with a Tracer. Can he find anything on the flanks? He's just going to try and nip around, but Shades also just spamming away with that Genji, being very, very cautious as, but well, basically Red are struggling to get out of the point. Chance now on the point, done for around, trying to find what damage he can, but he's very isolated, but the rest of the team is going to come in off the back of that.
And the rest of the team is coming in. Chance with distraction. Wolf was able to take out Nutty B. It is high noon coming out from Yura. You're not able to get what he wants as Chance takes him out before he can fire. 2 kills here for NG Red as move in. Make it 3. The resurrection comes out. Zap pays for it with her life. We're going to see, though, Yura is still in on top of the point. Does take out Wolf. Looking for more. Speed boosted up. Still at good HP. Takes out Naptime. Yura is unaccounted for right now in the back. And this is bad. This is not what you want as Yura getting the triple kill. Going to go down, though, in the end. Might not be enough to save the fight as he gets melted and flashed at the same time.
Yep, Shades now, though, ready with the Dragon Blade. Did get hunted down and sort of pushed off the point there by Bird. You've got to be so careful when you're playing Genji. The reliable damage, also the 76 is so threatening, especially with Wolf there as well. It looks like they're just going to engage straight away, maybe try and get something off the back of this. Ladano's also almost ready to go with that potent Wombo cover, but there's because the defensive Graviton Surge.
Oh my goodness, a triple Deadeye coming out from Wolf. It was absolutely high noon. He ended up dying after, but in the words of many in online gaming, that was worth. Exion now, as Zarya, 58% charge, looking to melt some faces off, chasing Nutty B back. Meanwhile, the rest of NG Red on top of the point. Ladano, even though he can also melt faces, running away from Bird. Bird chasing him out, and NG Red going to maintain control of the middle and trying to push forward as Bird, in fact, successfully kills Ladano.
And that's going to buy them even more time. Without Ladano, they have to be so careful about pushing forward. They want to get that Graviton Surge, Dragon Blade combo up and running. But here they're just losing pick after pick. Chance is getting in there, finding double kill and just opening everything up. And now it's going to be really difficult for Blue to get out. They're getting pushed all the way back to their spawn, and they have to be so careful there as Wolf finds even more kills. they're just sort of losing cohesion. They've got to slow it down, take the time. Even if it is taking enough, it's only on 60%. There's still plenty of time to get something off the back of that. And they already have 43% in the bank. So once they hold it, they are in a really solid position to just keep moving forward. And here comes Ladano.
Yep, Ladano's coming in, but here comes Shades. We might have Wombo combo on the table right now. There's a Graviton. Here's the Dragon Blade. Slicing and dicing at Shades. Getting in there with your 3 quick kills for NG Blue. Make it 4. Lots of damage being done on all cylinders there, and that is a very decisive team fight coming in from the side of NG Blue, bringing it right back, getting control of the point, and now they just effectively have to hold this for the entire time, because if they lose it again with only 80% remaining for NG Red, I'm not sure they're going to have another good chance to retake it.
Yep, but they do have Mint ready with the Sand Barrier, and they also have yours Deadeye ready to go, so this is going to be difficult to push into. If they're not careful, they could get caught out by the Deadeye. They're going to make sure that they get rid of that quickly. Dano goes down, though. Chance lands the bomb, takes it out immediately. This is going to be difficult to hold for Blue, I think.
Chance got the stick. It was absolutely vital. NG Blue, though, still fighting as you're exploding with the double kill, making things happen here. Chance had a good opening. It wasn't quite enough. Wolf now having to run for his life. You're on the prowl. You're has been the absolute rock here for NG Blue. As Wolf, though, coming right back. McCree getting work done on both sides right now. NG Red not done yet. The High Noon is out. Ur is down. And NG Red striking right back with only 80% already captured for them and only 20% to go. This is bad news bears for NG Blue.
Yeah, NG Blue absolutely cannot afford to lose anyone at this stage of the game. They've got to be super careful. If they get picked now, it's going to be, well, next to impossible to come back through it. They could do it, but it's going to be real damn hard. And there's a Graviton, so it's just a sister deal. Here comes the bomb. No, here comes just a lot of damage. Holding it back, finding a lot of hurt. And as the fight is joined.
The fight is joined. They just have to rush in to keep force overtime. That's going to be their end. They did not have good position. Chance got the double kill. Bird went in. Genji did try to throw the Dragon Blade, but did not get any sort of value whatsoever. Overtime now quickly slipping away. I'm not sure Tracer is going to be able to get on the point in time. She is not. And as a result, it is going to be NG Red striking first blood here on Lijiang. And it looks rough for them to start out the first round. It looked rough to start the second round, but they were able to hang in there and force it to their advantage. And again, going in, I sort of favored NG Red a little bit, and they do have the ping advantage, so winning game middle map, not that surprising, but NG Blue definitely having some very big high points, and this team fight here coming out, Shades with the Dragon Blade, the team with the follow-up was absolutely great.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give a massive shout out as well to Ladano and Shades, just playing together incredibly strong, especially on the first point as well. They had the Graviton Surge, Pharah, Wombo combo, sweep in, find a lot of damage. The team definitely building around Ladano, Shades in a big way. Shades also very important in holding that first point, just spamming damage through into a clump team on a Pharah with a Mercy damage up. It's just going to make it really difficult for them to move into. Even if they do have the high ground, they're just going to struggle, take so much damage on the way in and just get pulled apart. But well done to Northern Gaming Red, taking the first map in not necessarily a convincing fashion, but they just looked like they were, well, consistently outplaying them in small ways and just finding small openings. Wolf, for example, got off about 3 or 4 Deadeyes just completely uncontested and manages to get 1 or 2 picks off the back of that, and that's just people instantly removed from the fight. So big swings there. They've got to make sure that Wolf can't do that anymore. They've got to try and shut him down some, and especially as we move on to perhaps a more conventional map, you're going to have to really shut down his Widowmaker as well as a massive threat going forward.
Well, the cool thing right now with NG Red is that they do have Bird subbing in for Mangachu, and Wolf doesn't necessarily have to be on the Widowmaker, nor does Bird, but both of them have great Widow options. And of course, Wolf in the last set had some great McCree play. He was a constant threat, constantly getting the double kills, making the McCree spot worthwhile for his team. And it looks like the next map will be King's Row. So even if we get spared for 1 round, we are going to have 1 round where NG Blue is on red and NG Red is on blue. Cats are dogs. Just, I don't even know. The ocean's on fire. Whatever it might be. It's going to be a little bit confusing, but we will get through it.
Yeah, bear with us. Just when in doubt, we can also just call them Europe and North America and just make them represent the entire continental battle in a single bow. But I think that might be a little bit overblowing it. But yeah, these two teams looking very evenly matched. I was impressed to see just, how close it was on the King of the Hill. That's part of why I enjoy King of the Hill so much. It's just very easy to see when teams are going back and forth against each other and making it very difficult for one another. It definitely really favors those times when one team just is very even against the other. Very curious to see what they're going to manage on King's Row, however. If Shades can also bring that Pharah back out, for example, if he can land the hits he needs, it could really, really put a kibosh on to Northern Gaming Red. I almost got that wrong then, and they're just on the wrong side right here, right now. So who knows what's going to happen when the game starts.
Yeah, so it looks like NG Blue will be on the attack first. That will be the red side, and NG Red will be on the defense first, which will be the blue side. Try and keep up, guys.
Yeah, and if we get confused, don't yell at us too much. We're trying our best, I assure you.
Why couldn't they have named it instead of, why couldn't it have been, Northern Gaming Arctic and Northern Gaming Blizzard or something like that? Then it would be like Arctic versus Blizzard. The Arctic side is doing that. No, it just had to be Red v Blue. And then they had to match up against each other. So here we are.
Well, they are going through the first generation of Pokemon. So if they do get another team, maybe it's going to be Northern Gaming Ruby and Northern Gaming Sapphire. That could come out later. We could see variations along that theme. That would actually make it nice and clear as well, as we could just call them Ruby and Sapphire. But for now, Blue and Red, it's going to be confusing. It's going to be mental. I can't wait for it to begin. It looks like we are ready to go. Just going to let the players know. Yep, ready. So we will be launching into Kings Row in a mere moment. We're going to be back to merry old England. Yes, I will keep dragging us back here into a dismal London sky.
Kings Row, of course, one of the hallmark maps of Overwatch competition right now. Teams usually pretty amenable to playing on it on either side. So here we go. We are getting right into it. It is going to be NG Red on the defense on the blue side. We'll have the roster for a moment. And it's going to be NG Blue on the attack on the red side.
Yep, nice and simple. Should be easy for everyone to keep up.
I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to like old Simon Says, things that you have as a kid. Yeah, I'm trying to. What do you call it? The like Simon Says, they really red, blue, red. I don't even know.
But apparently, even Axion is confused in the chat about who is who. But on Northern Gaming, Red on the defense on the blue team, just so everyone is even more confused. Apparently, Yuri is now Northern Gaming Purple as well, just to make everyone even more confused. We do have Naptime on the Mercy Red Expert, on Lucio Chance, once more on the Reinhardt Wolf, back on the Widowmaker Axion, on the Junkrat and Bird, back on McCree. So, like typical so far for Northern Gaming Red, no Symmetra play. They really don't seem to favor that pick, instead opting for the Lucio.
Reinhardt, don't you think it's time you hung
Yep, Lucio coming out, and we'll see. Is he going to stay on it? In fact, see, Brett Expert, he is going to stay on it, so no Symmetra will be in play. And by the way, we had a good comment from Val in the chat saying, despite everything that's been said, have you ever seen the player Chance and Soda Poppin together at the same time? If not, what can you truly believe? Either way, looking at the NG Blue side, it is going to be Nutty B on the Reinhardt, Ur on the McCree, Mint on Lucio, Zaf on Mercy, Ladano on the Widowmaker, and Shades go round things out here on the Pharah as we move forward. And Shades definitely one to watch here. Pharah plays some of the most dynamic here on Kings Row, if done properly, but Wolf looking to shoot Shades out of the sky. Who will prevail? We're going to find out in just a moment.
Exactly, Shades instantly going up and over, and one reason why Pharah is so huge in this map is there's so many walls for her to bounce off as well, just to make it really easy for her to move into position. A lot of damage being taken by Northern Gaming Blue. They have to be a little bit careful not to sort of get spammed out by the Junkrat or the Fire Strikes coming through. But it looks like Northern Gaming Red are actually going to take the initiative in their own hands. They're positioning to counterattack.
Yeah, NG Red going right in here. Chance and Nutty B getting deep into it as Bird and Exion over the top pick up 1-2 kills here for the NG Red side. Make it a double kill here for Bird. Bird not letting up at all here on the McCree play. Getting another pick off as Shades went to the ground, stayed on the ground from Bird's left click. So pretty decisive defense coming out from the NG Red side. NG Blue gonna have to go back to the starting board.
Yeah, NG Blue just need to be a little bit careful that they don't get engaged. And again, at the moment, Naptime is ready to go with a Resurrect. That said, Nutty B is almost good to go with that Earthshatter. That could be huge. That said, Nutty B just walks straight on the point and actually goes and beats up Wolf. Just hammers it down. This could create a huge opening, although with the Earthshatter.
The Earthshatter did not get any value whatsoever. Just went against Chance's Reinhardt shield, and Bird coming right back with a double kill. Bird is absolutely the word right now. Bird making a triple kill, and that was a good bend but don't break moment there for the defense. They backed up, they let the offense get on the point, and then they just moved right back in when they felt they had an advantage. And NG Blue having some difficulty getting into point A here on Kings Row.
And I'm not going to lie, right now my mind is just looking for bird puns, and the only thing I can think of is one bird near the point. It's worth, I don't know, 2 in the res or 2 in the spawn, because Bird just absolutely saved the team there. Just reacted perfectly, got the flashbang right where he needed it, landed kill after kill after kill, picked everything right back up. Now Northern Gaming Blue have to just take the time. They've got to be so careful though going into this. Wolf was almost ready with an infrared as well, and Brett Expert almost ready to go on the sound barrier, so it's going to be difficult to break them. Shades jumps in, but instantly takes a chunk of damage.
Yeah, he does take a chunk of damage. Ur coming in. Ur, of course, had some big McCree moments earlier in the day. We'll see if he can bring it here now as Chance going to win the Reinhardt battle. 5v5 right now, both teams. Bird getting Shades out of the air. Shades getting shot out of there a whole lot by Bird. Here comes the Deadeye from Ur. Ur not getting a whole lot of value. Ladano, though, will pile on. There's the offensive sound barrier. Shades rezzed up. Barrage coming down. Will take out Chance, but the counter res coming out from Naptime. Bird is back up into the fray. Has the Deadeye on the way. Will take out Shades. Getting killed by Ur in the back. Will won't be enough. Both teams really giving their all on top of the point. Fred Expert, one of the only remaining people on the point. The defense needs to get back on here, or they're going to lose this even as people are still alive. Fred Expert fighting will go down in the end. Exion needs to get in on this. He is going to get in on this. Facing Zarya's beam of death. He is going to go down. Shades still rating death from above, from behind. Chance in trouble. Chance going to go down. And finally, after a rough fight, NG Blue has the payload moving.
NG Blue, they're just fighting out of their minds. Managed to get, I think, 2 Resurrects off in the same fight. So well done to Zaf for dancing around, finding enough targets to build up that ultimate a second time. Shades also looked sort of a little bit overwhelmed there. Jumped in, basically got picked, tried to deal with Wolf's Widowmaker, tried to sort of neutralize that threat and got picked out the sky very early on by Bird. But then the Resurrect came back up. Shades was just in position, got the sound barrier on him and dumped the barrage on the enemy team. Just cleaned out everything, just leaving poor Junkrat with a Mercy sort of in support. And that's just not enough to hold on to the point for any real time. But meanwhile, it looks like Northern Gaming Red taking the high ground, trying to stall it out here in this early phase in the point. But this is so vulnerable here. You saw a Fire Strike go right through it, for example, dealt a crap load of damage. And meanwhile, Shades is also swapped off to Clara, going up to the Genji, boosted by that pick in this little area. Genji has a lot of ways to flank around, and there's just a lot of ways to sort of, if you start getting 1 kill in this big clump, you're going to start getting more and more and more, and it could end things in a very big way, especially as Ladano is ready to go.
Wolf with an absolutely beautiful pick up here. Will stop that McCree threat right away. Right now, people sort of ignoring the people on top. The Graviton coming in. Ladano getting the double kill. Shades getting deep inside, looking for extras. Has to back up a little bit as Ladano making a triple kill, putting the team on his back. Zaf, though, going to go down the chance. No more resurrections will be coming up here for the offense's defense now, trying to turn this more in their favor. Bird is on top of the payload. Shades going to go down, I think, fell into a pit or something. The defense, though, still under fire. Has to be a little bit careful, but they might be stabilizing as we speak.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ladano and you are back up here. It'll be a little bit greedy to try and stay in position. And it looks like they're just going to try and poke away. They want Ladano to maintain that high charge. Also to bombard Widowmaker, just keep her pin back, make sure that she can't over-engage. But I do hear a tactical advisor going up in the back here. So Axion looking for a kill. Does get stunned out. Can he find anything in the back though? No, lands the damage. There's the Earthshadow on the main team. Doesn't find too much though. They do have to be careful as, Bird tries to get very greedy
Bird is
there.
down. This is a huge opportunity for a Dragon Blade right now. Shades is in the back of the Dragon Blade, off the res, looking for the value, but no, the Resurrection gonna bring Bird right back up. Bird countering right away with the flashbang. There was a brief opportunity where Bird was down, but he got back up. But still, the offense has way better position in the payload, and defense has struggled to sort of get back on it and stop its progress.
Yeah, Axion trying to jump onto the payload, trying to stop it up, but like you said, the defending team just aren't in position to stop this payload rolling forward. They're isolated away from the point. Chase is going to clean up back there on the Genji, make sure that the enemy team can't do anything, any sneaky shenanigans in the back line there. That said, the offensive team also a huge amount of resources still available. They still have the Graviton Surge, for example, on Ladano, so that could be pivotal. Nutty B also ready to go with an Earthshadow. If they can break down Chance's barrier, they could really make something big happen here from this final point on King's Row. This is where teams normally stall out slightly, so having that little bit of extra space would be huge. That's how they had to be careful as Wolf is back on the Widowmaker, trying to find what picks he can. There's the sound barrier.
Defensive sound barrier. The offense is backing out. This is a really good move by the offense here. The sound barrier is going to be wasted in the offense, fully loaded with ultimates. This could be NG Blue's time. They're moving in. The Graviton is out. Ladano pulls in 3. Bird kills Nutty B in the process. The defense still hanging on there somehow, and in fact, they're turning this back in their favor. I'm not even sure how, given the ult advantage that they had going in, but good play coming out from Wolf, Chance, and Bird. The Resurrection does come out, though. The offensive sound barrier is on the way. Ur is still participating here for the offense, but the offense is very much in trouble as a Chance going to lay down the hammer, moving forward, gets the double kill, and I can't believe NG Red able to hold on and turn that to their favor. They were completely outclassed when it came to the ultimate advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. One big thing there, I think, was that Soldier 76 was actually pulled into the Graviton side, dumped down a healing field, and that little thing actually just kept everyone topped up just enough, especially combined with Lucio's healing. Just made it enough so that they didn't have the damage quite to pick things off nice and quickly, especially when you have a Genji there. You're just hoping to get one quick kill, so you can dash back and forth through the Graviton Surge and get kill after kill after kill, basically multiplying his own damage very quickly. That couldn't happen, and so NG Blue couldn't actually find the kills they needed to quickly sweep that off at the back of the Graviton Surge. That said, Ladano now swapping off the Zarya, learned from Monday, where they just stayed on Zarya far too long, for example. Now swapping off the Widowmaker, immediately trying to challenge Wolf, but looks like they're ready to go. Shade comes in with the Dragon Blade.
Shade is going for the Dragon Blade, trying to avoid the McCree. Will avoid the McCree as Ur with the backup gives the 3-person Deadeye. They weren't looking at Ur as Genji was in their face. The Resurrection, though, coming up from that time, giving his team second life. Will they be able to use it properly? Bird fighting in the back versus Shades. Deflect is in his face. He flashbangs himself as the offense of NG Blue now getting on top of it, making this work. They're not deterred by the res. everything going their way as they move to the point. Maybe Naptown will be able to get on in time to delay, maybe not. Wolf trying to get on top point, not going to do it. And that's going to be it. NG Blue will cap the point, sending a decent time here, but not an unbeatable time going forward.
Absolutely. You're looking... Well, that play was insane. I think he picked up 3 or 4 kills off the back of a Deadeye. Did, like, with the distraction Shades. Shades looking at this might actually be the play, but I'm very curious about the distorted Shades. There it is. He does actually manage to shut down Bird as well. Stops a lot of the damage. But meanwhile, you're just fired 3 bullets into there and leaves 3 corpses. Someone call the Undertaker indeed. McCree went off in a big way there. That was insane in how well that played out for them.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where Genji, even when the Genji isn't getting the kills, there's very few, oh crap, I have to do something about this now moments in Overwatch, like a Genji with a Dragon Blade unsheathed and in your backline. So while you're looking at Genji, if you're not looking at the front, you are potentially opening yourself wide to a McCree to come in and deadeye your entire team, and that is exactly what happened there. But 7:38 is the time to beat. That is a very beatable time on Kings Row where we've seen sub 3-minute times all the time. So for NG Red, this isn't the worst look, and in fact now the confusion finally ends, at least for this map. NG Red rightfully on the red side, NG Blue on the defense. Thank you, Mondata.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd say thank Mondata, but again, I'm a massive Widowmaker fanboy, and I'm a massive Alive fanboy as well, so I'm secretly rooting for her throughout that entire thing. So again, it's a British thing. I've got to root for villains just because that's what we're always portrayed as. So that's what I have to do. But meanwhile, Northern Gaming Blue look ready to go, and that's looks like a really solid team lineup coming out there. So I'm just going to start calling it right now. Nutty B on the Reinhardt Shades, on the Junkrat Yor, on McCree, Mint on the... Oh, and I say that they're secure, but no, actually, no, that's just going to be swapped off to the Lucio, just to get Mint there nice and fast on the Symmetra. Ladano on the Widowmaker, and Zaf on Mercy. I imagine that Yor's going to go back to spawn and swap back onto McCree in a moment.
Yeah, very, very likely. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one from the side of NG Red to see what exactly they do going forward here. 38 seconds remain until the match is underway. Again, sort of looking at the defensive strategy here. Nothing too crazy coming out. In fact, this is the most standard of defensive comps we've seen coming out from the side of NG Blue. They're going to have Symmetra, of course, on defense. They're going to have Junkrat in the hotel. And just for those who are wondering, why do you always see a Junkrat in the hotel? You see a Junkrat in the hotel a lot because A, it's a really good spot to spam people as they come through the main entrance to this area. And B, if you ignore him, he can flank on your team and punish them. If you actually go after him, he can sort of retreat in the hotel and still pain the get on him. So Junkrat, pretty darn effective here on defense.
Yeah, absolutely. He just loves being there, and if you just don't deal with him, and if you try and run into him as well, you're just going to be running into grenade after grenade, probably running into a trap or two as well. And it's just going to make you really make life really difficult for you. As Bird went for the air shot there, didn't manage to find anything. Nutty B just standing there with the shield up, making sure that no damage can get through his Bird. Tries to chip away, but look at the position. Actually, we do see Shades actually standing basically in the unconventional position. I imagine he's going to wrap round fairly soon, though. But yeah, Northern Gaming Red just taking the time, really playing it slow. They don't have any fire, so they jump up and over to find what damage they can. So they're just going to take it easy, try and probably get action on it with a little bit of extra charges. Here they go, charging onto the point.
They're moving right on, and Wolf able to take out Nutty B. The flashbang on point. Exion is so charged up, melting people with Zarya. Wolf again with the follow-up. Bird and Wolf, 3 kills between the two of them. The resurrection from Zaf is going to bring up a lot of those fallen heroes. It's not going to do much about the Zarya that is melting faces off of Exion, taking out Nutty B. And here comes the tire coming up from Shades. Will it connect? It will connect. It gets a double kill. A little bit of life here for the defense, but might not matter. The resurrection coming up from that time, going to bring up those fallen heroes. And this is looking very, very good indeed for the side of NG Red. They're swarming on top of the point. And even though Blue is trying to make something of this, it's not working out in their favor. They're just chaining death after death right now.
Yeah, Mint did manage to get the teleporter up, and a few people did come pouring out of it, but Wolf was in position already with a Deadeye. Did actually have to fire it off, though, so he won't have that available for the next little fight. But Red Expert is also good to go now with a sound barrier, so he does have that in his pocket, so he's ready to engage. Meanwhile, Mint is miles away from his sound barrier, so that's not going to be available for a very long time. Shades now swapping away from the Junkrat, going onto the Pharah instead, and basically ultimate advantage is, in my opinion, so heavily in favor of NG Red that they should have no massive problem pushing through, unless, well, Ladano gets a good thing like that.
Yeah, Ladano going to take out Burden. This is a huge opportunity for NG Blue, and this is why NG Blue is being this aggressive. They know that NG Red is down a player. It means, okay, we're going to get in the payload, we're going to zone them out, and we're going to get the best defensive positioning possible. That is what they're looking for right now. Now they're just going to hang back, and I'm going to note, Bird no longer on the Widowmaker. Bird now on 76.
Yeah, so Bird actually favoring the 76 pick a lot. I quite like it. It's also very, very good for dealing with the fire and makes it nice and easy. But it looks like they're just going to go through these alleyways and then just engage right on the point. So here they go with the sound barrier.
The Earth Shadow's coming down though from the defense. Nutty B knocking down 4, moving in, gonna charge Bird to his death. Ladano taking out Wolf with the Widowmaker, but look at this, the offensive Zarya moving in, Graviton pulling in 2, 1 able to get away right away. Still might not be enough. The defense coming back in with the res of their own, trying to stabilize here. A bit of a brawl between both teams. I do believe the defense has a bit of a man advantage, but Chance, the 4-person Earth Shatter coming in, making this his own, swinging the hammer. He's gonna get taken out in the end. The overall follow-up was not there. Wolf was a little bit behind. Very crazy fight between both teams, but the important thing here for NG Red is now they're getting pretty good payload progress.
Yeah, Relic spent all that time standing on the payload, making sure it's rolling forward, so any space bought. Oh my god, Bird just finds a triple kill throughout all of that as well. So running forward ahead of the team, laying in the damage to Soul 76, finding pick after pick after pick, and he's just going on a rampage right now, keeping the team back. Wolf goes in, can he land the kill? No, he can't. Ladano's there with a barrage, just keeping them nice and safe, but it looks like the payload might make it all the way here to the end of the street phase in really solid time.
No, this is very solid time. NG Red has 4.5 minutes. They're moving forward. They're not stopping. Bird with another triple kill, making a quad. Bird just absolutely going nutty on this point. Wolf the fall, but on the Deadeye, they have NG Blue on the ropes right now. This is some incredible pressure coming out from the side of NG Red.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're just going to hunt down the remainder of the team. That's it. They've managed to hold it off, and now can they push it all the way to the end? NG Blue, I imagine, will have one final time for a push. They just have to be so careful coming out the spawn, make sure they don't get picked off in any silly fashion, and then try and find something on the back of that. They do still have a barrage as well. They are holding on to that. There is a step right up as well. The Euro trying to find a dead eye, but it just hits the barrier, and here we go with the fight.
Yeah, Shades is coming in through the back, does have the sound barrier back him up. Will lose the sound barrier, does have Barrage at the ready, waiting for the right opportunity, going in over the top. Will Justice rain from above? It will not, as Wolf takes him out with a well-placed headshot. The offense of NG Red, they smell blood, they're moving in. The Resurrection gonna bring up all those fallen heroes. Chance with the return fire Earthshatter, knocks down 2. Bird and Wolf feasting off of that Earthshatter opening. 4 people down here for NG Blue. This might be their swan song. NG Red on top of the point. Here they go, and that is going to be game for NG Red. NG Red has officially secured themselves a spot in our group stage tomorrow. But note, if you're a fan of NG Blue, it's not all over for them yet, because NG Blue has a chance to earn another spot in the 3rd place match, because Team Liquid did drop out. So NG Blue might be able to feast on that opportunity. We'll just have to wait for the 3rd place match coming up a little bit later in the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be one hell of a match as well. I'm curious to see who fills out the final slot for that and competes for it.
The final time, by the way, for that match was 4:20, so that was a pretty quick time in general. I'm not drawing any attention to any particular number, but just wanted you guys to know. What?
Yep.
No, I'm saying this with a straight face. You can't laugh. You can't laugh.
Oh, okay. I beg your pardon.
No, wait. Sure. No.
We'll just carry on.
We'll carry on.
They secure their spot. NG Red are definitely in the group stages. What will happen is they will have to play a final against, well, I'm not too sure. I haven't managed to check the bracket, so I'll take that moment in. Well, I'll take that opportunity in a moment to find out who they're playing against. But there will also be the 3rd and 4th place match. NG Blue still in with a shot. We will bring you both of those matches. They will be coming up very soon. The reason why we're playing the 1st and 2nd place match is to determine seeding, so who goes where in the basically in the group stages and how they are placed in those group stages. So it's going to be very curious to see who comes out on top of that. And also, well, have you had a chance to look at the bracket ZP and see who is coming up next?
Who is coming up? It's going to be the winner of B-Fly versus One Shot. Assertion failed, not able to get through One Shot. It was a close series. It was a 2-1 series. So Assertion failed, gave One Shot everything they can handle, but One Shot was able to get through. And as far as I can tell, One Shot is in lobby right now. They're still playing. So I think now is an opportune time to take a quick break. They're in lobby right now. They should be done in a little bit. We'll be backing them up, I think, somewhere around maybe 5-10 minutes thereabout as they finish up, and we'll be ready to get into either the 3rd place game or grand finals. One of the two is coming up first. We'll just have to see. Probably 3rd place match coming up first, just because it's a little bit more climatic that way. Either way, this is the Operation Breakout qualifier number 2. I'm ZP. That's one against many. We're staying up for way too long tonight, but it has been worth it for all this great Overwatch action. We'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, guys, we are back here at the Operation Breakout Qualifier number 2. Apologies for the long delay here. We did have to wait for that last match to finish up, and we are going to be moving on into the third place match. It is going to be Team One Shot versus NG Blue. A lot at stake here. Both these teams fighting for the right to get into our group stages this weekend and beyond. And this is going to be our final match of the night. We do have a lot of EU teams that have been staying up awfully late. The finals will still be played for seeding, but the last match where things are at stake is happening right here, right now. And I could see either of these two teams taking it here,
Yeah, absolutely. It could go either way, and everything is to play for here. This is why we're doing this match, because if they don't win, they don't get to take part any further in this tournament. So everything is literally on the line for these teams right here, right now. They have to take it, and then they get into the group stages. The other match is playing mostly for seeding purposes, so that's why we're focusing on this one. And there's just so much to play for. Now, we've been following NG Blue a little bit, but One Shot we haven't seen so much of. That said, I have been doing my little bit of homework. So it seems that One Shot finishing fairly sort of middle of the road in a lot of open tournaments as well. So definitely getting results very similar to a lot of the background of Northern Gaming Blue back when, you know, they were composed in different teams and put in different places as well. So these two teams should be fairly evenly matched. It's going to be very interesting to see which one comes out on top and which one cinches that final slot in the upcoming group set. And honestly, this could go either way. We're just going to wait for the draft to finish up, and then we will go right away. If you are just joining us, this is Operation Breakout. Brought to you by the One Nation of Gamers and sponsored by the Video Game Voters Network, Razer, and MasterOverwatch.com. Do give those sponsors massive amounts of love for doing this. I can't wait to get started, ZP.
No, absolutely. And by the way, just for people wondering what did happen in the top half of the bracket, why One Shot was dropped down here. Artyr, best known for his play on Creation Esports, one of the best McCrees in the world, was subbing for B-Fly. I'm not sure if he's going to be with them for the rest of the tournament, but it does seem likely because Creation Esports is not playing. And everything I heard from both One Shot and Zensity, otherwise known as Blam and Sakari's team on the bracket, they both sort of told me that Artyr absolutely went crazy in those games. So if you're a fan of Creation Esports or just a fan of Artyr, know that he was doing work here today in the tournament, even though we did not catch him on stream. And I gotta say one thing, when looking at the side of One Shot, and this is something that really caught me when watching One Shot versus Team Liquid in another matchup a little bit earlier this month, Chronic has an absolutely crazy Reinhardt, or at least he did the time that I saw him. He had some great plays, really brought the team on his back, and made One Shot do things that you wouldn't otherwise expect. So here right now, I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to bring that same level of play against NG Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And perhaps continuing the trend that we've seen of these excellent Reinhardt plays. A little less today. Definitely, we saw a huge amount of that on Monday, though. We have seen some pretty solid Reinhardting today, and I do love to see that because Reinhardt, often sort of underestimated, I suppose. He's a very cerebral hero. He's very important for sort of shot calling, positioning, making sure your team engages correctly, and handling the engage with the enemy team as well. Reinhardt is your front buffer in doing that. So good Reinhardt players will always leave the team in good stead and leave them in good shepherding hands. I'm also curious to see if Shades is going to continue laying out the damage and how Ladano is going to deal with the opposing sniper, and also how much is he going to favor that Zarya pick that he occasionally pops up on. So an interesting series of games coming up for you fairly soon. We will get going as soon as we can. And, well, as you can see, probably from the light shining on my face and all this baldness going on up here, the sun has risen here in Europe, so I'm going to wonder as well if the conditions are going to play into One Shot's favor. It is very early in the morning here in Europe. I imagine it's even earlier for most of Northern Gaming Blue, as they aren't on Britain. Fortunately, British esports hasn't really taken off in a big way. We do have some players, but not many, much to my heart's lament. So it's going to be curious to see if that affects them in any way. But it's also good to hear that Creation Esports did have a little bit of representation. I was very sad to see that they didn't sign up. So I'm glad to see at least Artyr making a name for himself and still causing high impact in any tournament that he enters, no matter what team he's on.
You know, Artyr, I don't think Artyr could ever actually smurf around because he has one just terrible tell that it's actually Artyr playing, which is that he spams hello on McCree more than any other player I have seen in the game. Seriously, going way back, even back to the time where teams weren't even running McCree all that often. Artyr was on McCree before it was cool, before you ran two of them in every tournament that didn't have a 1 hero limit. And he just, the notable thing about him, anytime you go first person view, he's spamming hello after getting any sort of kill. It's just the thing I associated with him in my mind.
It's always that flick with the hand that McCree does of hello, howdy, howdy, and that's all you
It's
get
like,
out of it.
hello.
Yeah, just
Hello, I
endless
just
spam.
killed 4 people on your team. My name's Artier.
Exactly.
But no, we should be getting the map draft here in a moment. One Shot versus NG Blue. That map draft's going to be coming up here. And I don't know really what to expect map-wise. I'd expect that, I guess if nothing else, if you were going to go by the odds, pretty high odds that we see Kings Row again, pretty high odds that we see Hollywood. But we did have a map draft earlier where we did see both Nimbani and Nepal in the same map draft. So you never really know, especially if teams over the course of a tournament have sort of gotten burned on things over and over again. We have seen that in times where, you know, maybe a team going through had a really, really bad showing on a Kings Row. And then they go, you know what, maybe we're not going to go to Kings Row for the rest of this tournament. Even though we're normally okay with it, not our map today, no Kings Row. And that can happen sometimes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if one team thinks that they favor another map and another team, you know, might be a little bit weak on it, like we saw with Dorado with Still Here. Like Still Here brought that map out, caught the other team a little bit off guard, it feels like, and really made it their own, really made it strong. So lots of strategy still in the map picks. Going to be interesting to see if they can come up with anything to throw the other team off balance. I'm also curious to see if we're going to see any more of that King of the Hill action coming out of these teams, because I do love a good King of the Hill map, especially on one hero limit where you're not getting the crazy overtime that we were used to back in the dark times before the hero limit came in. And at least on King of the Hill especially, it's so important to keep it nice and clear and nice and fun for everyone involved.
Mm-hmm. For those who are wondering, why do you have the 1 hero limit? I'm just sort of touched on it a little bit in that King of the Hill was absolutely one of the biggest driving factors, to the point that we actually had an in-between tournament in the scene where 1 hero limit was only on King of the Hill. And the reason for that is that King of the Hill in particular tends to devolve into this double Winston, double Lucio, XX format, where you have a lot of power from Winston, of course, getting on top of the point, dominating an area, Lucio with double sound barriers and gauges that are more uniquely King of the Hill focused. And it just wasn't the greatest experience for spectators, because if you have, say, 2 Winstons, 2 Lucios, and 2 Tracers fighting it out, there's not great targets for the observers. It's sort of a mess visually, as you have 4 Winston shields down, 4 lightnings just sort of striking everyone. It can get real brutal. So 1 hero limit has definitely made the King of the Hill side of things much clearer and much more concise, especially from a viewer perspective. Now, on other things like payload, it's a little bit more debated, but it certainly has cut down on the amount of double Winston, double McCree that you see nowadays as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've both been through the nightmare situation of solo casting double Winston, double Lucio, double McCree on both sides, or double Tracer, depending on what they're running. So we've definitely sort of gone through that. And trust me, that is absolutely exhausting because they just keep managing to get back on the point. But it looks like the map draft is underway. We do see Route 66 taken out by One Shot, Ilios, and Nepal as well. So One Shot not favoring King of the Hill. Meanwhile, NGB removed Watch Point, Gibraltar, Nimbani, and actually taking out Lijiang Tower. So the map pool is Dorado, Hollywood, and Kings Row. Let's see where they go with that.
Hollywood and Kings Row. Can't say I've seen these maps before, aside from the part where we've seen them all day long. That's okay, though. These are consistent maps. Teams have good reason to like them in the scene. And we might be heading the Kings Row yet again, much to Om's delight. Although at this point, even at this point, don't you want to see a little bit more variety than always going to jolly old England? Because we're going to jolly old England. Kings Row will be map number 1 in this third place match, determining which team gets the final slot in the main One Nation of Gamers Operation Breakout tournament.
And it makes sense. It's the map that everyone is absolutely familiar with. And there is a huge amount on the line here. If you lose here, you do not have a chance of getting some of that $15,000 prize pool, some of that beautiful, beautiful cheddar that you could be earning in the group stages. And you have everything to play for here. So why not go to the standard map? Why not go to something that everyone is prepared for and basically play the standard? And that's what we're going to do, especially as I don't think these teams had time to scout each other out. And there was never an opportunity to sort of look at each other and see what they were doing. So no surprise that map picks are very, very standard. I imagine probably next map we're going to go to is Hollywood, just surprise after this one. But it's going to be curious to see if maybe, you know, they decide, hey, let's throw it up in the air, let's see what happens on Dorado, because honestly, with the way that Northern Gaming Blue favor Pharah play, like Shades especially, and the Genji as well, he's just been like motoring on those two champions. So Dorado wouldn't be a bad map for them with those two picks.
Dorado sometimes feels like a gamble from a team perspective too, just because of how hard it is to get through point A. You're usually going to get to the end in a lot of cases if you can get through point A, but for a reason you get stopped, that's effectively going to be map death right then and there. Now, of course, you have the option of doing that to your opponent, but sometimes it can feel a little bit hard to put all your hopes and dreams on Dorado, which is probably why we see it a little bit less, and just comes down from how much you can defend that first point. But taking a look here at the defense rolling out here for the side of NG Blue, which is on the blue team, though way less confusion in this matchup than the last. It is going to be Ure on the Lucio, Nutty B on Reinhardt, Shades on the defensive Junkrat, Zaf on Mercy, Mint on the Symmetra, and Ladano running things out here in the Widow. So a very, very standard team comp coming out from the side of NG Blue.
Yeah, and you're just running back to spawn. They're going to probably bring out that McCree just to get the Symmetra there that little bit faster. Meanwhile, on attack for One Shot Gaming, we do have Rolf, I'm just going to call him Rolf, on the Lucio. We do have Ultima Web swapping around all over the place. I'm going to leave him for now. Exy on Zarya, Psycho Waffle on Mercy, Ned, that's an amazing name, on McCree, and Chronic on the Reinhardt. Will Ultima Weapon stick on the Torbjorn? I don't think so. I imagine we're going to see something a lot more standard come out fairly soon. Perhaps a Pharah.
Ultimate Weapon usually will be seen on Pharah or Genji in a lot of these cases. He definitely specializes in projectile DPS, and Pharah is what it is going to be. So let's see what he does here. But Ultimate Weapon actually has a very explosive projectile weapon DPS game. Definitely one to watch as the game goes forward.
Absolutely. As the team starts setting up the positions, so let's see how they handle this first approach, because everything can sort of go horribly wrong here if you are especially not careful. Ladano's going to be looking for a quick pick on Ultimate Weapon, but they're going straight in and jumping right over. Ultimate Weapon going right to the back line.
He punches Ladano in the mouth, takes him out. Ladano now firing rocket after rocket into the back, making Junkrat run for his life. McCree not liking the situation at all. The reload coming in might save him in the end. Mercy getting in on the heel. McCree living way longer than he probably should. That was a very ill-timed reload. Just these sort of things happen. But Ultimate Web still in the back, not really being dealt with the Mercy. We'll see if the offense is able to convert this, but offense actually getting split up a bit, and we'll see if Ultimate Web can just keep the momentum going, as he will take out Ladano in the back.
Ultima finding a lot of kills in the backline there, but the front line just crumbled immediately. That said, Ned going in, finding a quick pick there on Shades. So they might actually be able to recontrol the point. That said, the teleporter is down in the hotel, so the family will be rejoined, especially as that Mercy Rest comes up and Ladano is looking for even more quick picks.
Yeah, Ladano is looking for a quick fix. He runs into Ned as McCree, but somehow gets alive. I don't know how Ned didn't kill him, and Ladano getting the salty run back does take out Ned right away as you're getting a bit of cleanup. So in the end, it looked decent for One Shot as they start out there, but just did not quite work out in the end the way they're expecting. Ultimate-wise, though, they do have a lot of tools at their disposal. They do have Deadeye, they do have Barrage, and this should be a good fight coming up.
Absolutely. If that said, they didn't just quite get the, I don't know, the oomph behind it. The Resurrect comes out, the teleporter is set up, and they're all ready to go and all ready to fight again. That's a Chronic coming in with Deadeye ready, but doesn't find anyone with that. And they're looking to fight here, but they're just getting scattered all over the place. Shades also taking out Psycho Waffle, so there's going to be no Resurrect in this fight.
Yeah, Ultimate Weapon does see where the teleporter is going to take it down with the rocket. Ned with a bit of follow-up will take out the Reinhardt. Ultimate Weapon concussive blasting off the top. Can't go in as hard as he would like. Does not have the health really to do it. Has to take protection in the back, but will destroy Yurith, a very well-placed long-range rocket. And now Ultimate Weapon coming over the top, still has a barrage at the ready. Might not even need to drop it, as slowly but surely One Shot is muscling their way onto this point.
Yeah, Ultimate is doing a really good job there, staying alive, and there was no one really left for Northern Gaming Blue to deal with him. Everything was sort of close range. You did have Yor with the hit scan, but McCree and sort of medium and long range does drop off quite a lot and can't quite match the damage of Pharah in a 1 versus 1. And Shades on the Junkrat, and sure, Shades is amazing at aiming those bombs, but it's going to be so hard for him to find the Pharah kill. That said, Pharah's actually coming out from Shades now, so he swapped back onto that pick, onto the street phase, just lots of space for him to bounce around and find, you know, the missiles he's looking for, a lot more friendly to Pharah here, lots of friendly space in the skies especially. Going to be difficult to sort of deal with that as well, because they don't really have a good answer for that. There's no snipers. Ladano gets a pick from Ultima, and there's nothing here to handle Shades as they're engaging.
Oh, they're going in. The Earth Shatter coming in, knocking down 3 people. Nutty B going in very hard, making a huge amount of space here for the defense. The offense just meekly going back into their spawn there. They know when they're beat, and they're going to back up and regroup. But look at what they have to regroup here with. Zarya has Graviton at the ready.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing a big wombo combo coming out relatively soon. I imagine they're going to expect a sound barrier coming very aggressively here, and then they're just going to grab everyone up and try and devastate them as fast as possible. That's what they have to be careful. There's so many spaces here for Mercy to find a good resurrect. It looks like Ladano gets a quick pick on Ultima, though. That's going to buy them a lot of time, because that wombo combo is pretty much denied. They're sort of stalled out here, and the sound barrier was burned, so they're not going to get much value on the back of that.
Yeah, Yor was able to come in from the back, got a great Deadeye, got 1 kill, came in from the back. You're really putting the team on his back there. Ladano, of course, taking an Ultimate Weapon, doing a lot of work as well. We do have the barrage coming down from Shades just to clean things up, getting the double kill. And the defense really operating at all levels there for the side of NG Blue. And as a result, One Shot going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, One Shot still do have a lot of options available. They, of course, do still have the Graviton Surge and Barrage wombo combo in their favor, but unless they can deal with Ladano, unless they can apply pressure, Ladano's just going to snipe off Ultima every single time he gets a chance. It's so difficult to push in against that Widowmaker when you're playing the Pharah. The moment there's a vulnerability, it's going to get exploded, and there it goes. There's a chance to 90 feet. Can he find anything, though?
Yeah, he charged in on Xe, stopped the Graviton from going in. Xe was about to drop it all over his team, but Xe and Ned able to hang in there, getting 2 kills, fighting back as Ultima Weapon mid-air shades takes him out of the sky, and now 3 down. The defense is in a very rough shape here, and the bigger part that's really worrying to them is the fact that the ultimates are still up here for the offense. Even if they try and make a last stand here, they're going to run right into the Graviton barrage, and this could be a huge loss of momentum for the defense. And here we go. Nutty B is challenging this. This could be an absolutely grave mistake. The Graviton coming in, sucking in 3. The barrage not even needed here. They're going to take it out just like that, and now the offense with a great opportunity as they move forward.
And all during that street space, Zaf got caught out of position, basically stuck behind the attacking team, was forced to sort of wait and try and get into the enemy team's into the Graviton surge to pick everyone back up, but couldn't do it. Shades is sort of poking around under the map, trying to get under King's Row, but I think that's a little bit over risky, trying to be flashed for the sake of being flashed, and not really going to find anything on the back of that. There's still a barrage and Ultima Weapon here. He can just drop that at any point, scoop up a bunch of kills, and it could be easier, but here comes the counter engage.
Yeah, the defense right now being very aggressive. We saw NG Blue do this before. Nutty B going super deep, perhaps a little bit too deep. Going to get focused down here in the back, but not before taking out Chronic. That is, I'm actually astonished that he was able to take Chronic out that far deep. Ultimate Weapon, though, returning fire, getting 2 kills as Pharah, including a pick onto the Mercy, which means now the offense can move forward. They don't have to worry about a res. This is an opportunity to get a little bit more payload progress as they move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a lot of space now. Chronic does start to come back to the battlefield. That said, Nutty B is also back in position. The Chronic has almost, though, got the Earth Shadow up and running. He will have that first, but Nutty B's just going straight in here, living up to his name a little bit. He's backed up a little bit. York picks up a double kill as well, and Mercy tipping onto the plate. Oh my god, Ultimate trying to go for the sneaky beaky. The sneaky beaky barrage doesn't quite find it. Psycho Waffle now stuck on the wrong side of the map, does get picked up here, and this is looking really bad. This push at least to one-shot gaming.
Yeah, Chronic coming in with the Nerf shot. Again, knocked down 2 people at the very least. Chronic not wanting to give up just yet, but certainly the loss of Pharah there, the sort of ineffective ultimate, really spelling the doom here for this push. Might be better to save the Earth Shatter for later as the offense has to go back. They have to wait for Chronic to get back into it, and that's just rough. I mean, I get what Ultimate Weapon was going there for, but it's high risk, high reward. There was no guarantee of any middle-of-the-road reward, and it did not work out.
Yeah, an Ultimate Weapon now swapping off the Pharah, going instead for the Genji to apply more threat to Ladano, for example, in the fact that that's an Earth Shatter is going up in the middle, and everyone is just rolling all over the place.
Yeah, Nutty B lighting the Earth Shatter, able to set up his team. We'll take out Ultima Weapon. Psycho going down as well as Nutty B and Chronic swinging the hammers here in the back. Chronic is going to get the advantage there in the end, but look at the defense swarming all over. Ladano going to take out Chronic in the end. I'm going to say here, by the way, too, Ladano has been a big issue. They do not have a good answer to them. Ultima Weapon is on Genji now, but as we've talked about at length, Genji's not necessarily a counter to the Widowmaker. There's a lot of ways where Widowmaker can make Genji's life absolutely terrible, so we'll see how this works.
Yeah, absolutely. You generally need sort of 2 threats just to really pressure down the Widowmaker, make sure that she's trying to deal with one and coming from the flank and deal with the other. If you're just trying to brute force her, it's going to be really difficult. But here comes another engagement. Stopped up really bad by Yo.
Yeah, they're coming in, and they tried to make the most of it on the offense, with the defense just swarming on all levels. Ladano getting a pick on the Lucio. The Graviton really not doing as much as what they wanted for the offense, and that's just going to be a full team wipe, and a little bit of an awkward engage coming out from the side of One Shot.
And it doesn't surprise me at all that Xe is now swapped off the Zarya. That's just not working at the moment. Even though Ultimate Weapon is repeatedly getting on Ladano, Ladano has Zaf in his pocket and is basically just being healed up, and Genji just doesn't do enough damage to clean that up quickly. But here comes another engage. These teams are just brawling each other.
They are. Nutty B right now looking for the Earth Shatter, getting into the back line. Might have a big Earth Shatter in a moment. Gonna drop it down. Knocks down 2. Ned is down in the back. We'll see if this is enough. He's going to take down Ned. The McCree is out of the fight. The Winston going deeper in. Roof running for his life here for One Shot. And NG Blue has really been an iron wall here, and we'll see if there's anything left in the One Shot tank, as only a minute 45 remains.
Yeah, Xe now swapping onto the Reaper, going away from, well, any other pick. And that's a fascinating pick to me, because that does not deal with the Widowmaker. Maybe they're hoping that Ultima can use the Dragon Blade to basically get that ultimate weapon out and deal with Ladano. But if they can't handle that, Ladano's just going to deal so much damage. It's going to be so difficult for them to push in here.
Dan was going for the Deadeye, was immediately taken out by Ur. Xe as Reaper did get to the back, took out the McCree, get punched himself, and Ladano is still just absolutely unopposed up here. He did have to deal with a little bit of Genji pressure, but it's not enough. The Sound Bearer, though, is up for the offense. Xe picking up the double kill. The offense making something out of nothing here as Xe on the offensive Reaper gets the triple kill. Was not expecting this, and there's the follow-up Earth Shatter, and out of nowhere, One Shot is going to complete the map in a situation that was looking grim indeed.
Yeah, that was fascinating. So I might have poo-pooed the Reaper pick a little bit there, but my God, actually went in and did absolutely boatloads of work. I just don't think they had anyone there to deal with him or handle the damage coming out of him. And so he just could just lay in meat shot after meat shot after meat shot. And on Reaper, you just can't allow that. Here comes the sneaky ultimate, but not going to find anything there. High Noon dropped as well. It's going to be easy picking for Ladano.
I mean, getting another look at that ultimate there, that was really greedy on the side of Ultimate Weapon. If you know that the Widow is there, going for a barrage, I mean, you're effectively just taunting the Widow to kill you. Even your average pub Widow is going to be able to punish that. So I feel like, I understand they didn't want to stand the fair forever and didn't want to waste the ult, but sometimes it's, if you're getting that wrecked by Widow, maybe just change up a little bit earlier. I don't know.
Yep, and I do see a little bit of confusion in the chat because apparently one player did sort of throw themselves off a cliff, and that's mostly just to deny ultimate charge to the enemy team. So if you know you're going to die, you might as well not die to the enemy team, because if you do, then you feed them ultimate charge. So you have to be careful about doing that, and you will see pros very often sort of sacrifice themselves to deny that little bit of advantage to the enemy team. Unfortunately there, ZP, I missed the time. So what is the time to beat coming up, if you caught it at least?
The time to beat coming up is 8:54, and that is a very, very beatable time on Kings Row. This is something that NG Blue has to feel pretty good about. They can't be entirely lax. They can't, take all the time in the world on point A as if that's the only thing they have to cap. But in general, so long as they win about 1 out of every 3 team fights, they will set a time that beats the time that one shot just shot. So they have a lot of buffer to work with here.
Yeah, and I see Northern Gaming Blue picking Zarya already, so I'm just going to leap into that and then talk a little bit why I love Zarya so much in this kind of situation. So Ladano is, of course, on the Zarya, as I mentioned. You're on McCree, Zaf on Mercy, Nutty on Reinhardt, Mint on the Lucio, and Shades back on Fire. And the reason why I love Zarya so much in picks like this is because Zarya is so reliable in getting you towards the end of the map. She can definitely carry you through this first point and through the second point. You just bide your time, build up that Graviton Surge, and then drop it on someone and get as many kills as possible. As long as you're playing sensibly and smoothly, that should feed you a lot of kills and get you a lot of ground very quickly.
Yeah, the cool thing about Zarya too is that you sort of, if you use Graviton right, it can be sort of a breaker of points where everything is going wrong. Once you have Graviton, it's pretty easy to win a fight off the Graviton. It's certainly not guaranteed, but it's one of the bigger tools in your arsenal to break a point like point A on Kings Row. So in the end, even though Zarya builds up slowly, it's something that you can depend on after about 3 or 4 team fights. But either way, take a look here at the defense rolling out from the side of One Shot. It's going to be Exy on the Widowmaker, Ned on the McCree, Psycho Waffle on the Mercy, Chronic on Reinhardt, Ultimate Weapon on Junkrat, and Roof going to finish things out here on the Roadhog.
The Roadhog, so interesting picks coming out. There's definitely no Symmetra this time. Instead, opting for the Roadhog. Going to be looking for a couple of quick picks here, but Northern Gaming Blue just going straight in. Shade jumping up and over and looking for a couple of quick picks in the back there.
And he was going to get the back right away. Zaf, though, almost going down immediately to Exy. Exy here in the back is fighting Pharah. Who is going to win here? Pharah is going to take out Exy. Shades with the double kill took out not only Widow, but Mercy as well. And this is a very good look here for the side of NG Blue. They are clearing out all the defenders in point A. Ned, one of the last people up. Ned trying to turn this in his favor with the aid of Roadhog, but he is going to eat a Zarya bomb to the feet. And just like that, NG Blue is making this point their own. I'm not even sure the defense can get back here in time.
Oh my god, ZP, did you see that? I know you saw that because you commented over it. Shades won a 1 versus 2, a Mercy pocketing a Widowmaker, just out-damaged both of them, blew them both up, and that was huge for the team, bought them so much space. That's absolutely crazy that one player just goes into that kind of close-range environment and just outplays them, kills them both in such a smooth fashion. Absolutely well played by Shades there. Basically got them this first point. Excellent time. Now they have tons of time to go through these street space. They didn't need any ultimates or anything. It's incredibly well done.
It's one part well played by Shades, one part embarrassment for the Widowmaker just because of the nature of that matchup. But here comes Shades going to the back, getting healed, looking for the barrage, not going to drop it just yet. Might have had a good opportunity there. Decided that he was going to get blown up if he went for it. The offense pushing up, but also not going too crazy as Ladano, and you're backing up a little bit right now, getting to the rest of their team. Shades, though, coming back in, being more aggressive, moving forward, still has Barrage at the ready, not dropping it just yet, and in comes Chronic, a mega 3-person Earthshatter into the back line. Not quite getting as much value as we'd like, but Ultimate Weapon is getting some good cleanup on the double kill.
Yeah, it's enough to force the rest. Shades going back in on the front line, though, landing a hit after hit, does actually manage to take out Ned before getting picked up there by Ultimate Weapon. There's a Graviton Surge, only 2 people caught in it. No one's really there to actually finish that off either, but that said, Ladano's on such high charge that you can easily clean up, and you're there as well, just killing off, picks up a triple kill. Excellent play there, well played by Northern Gaming Blue, just holding on, waiting for the res and capitalizing off the back of it.
Ladano completely set up the McCree there, and a Deadeye was not even required. And NG Blue is setting an absolutely electric time right now. They only need to move a little bit forward to get to the second checkpoint. And time-wise, you look at how much needs to be defended. It's about 6.5 minutes until need to be defended. Here comes the side of One Shot, moving right up. They want to engage us, but yours shuts it right down with the Deadeye. Psycho will be getting the res up. All those fallen will be coming back up. Here comes Dragon Blade on the way. We'll see if it's enough, but thus far, Ur is absolutely just dominating the defense. Here comes Ultimate from Dragon Blade. He's going to get knocked to the ground by the Reinhardt. He gets taken out, and the kill feed is still nothing but Ur.
Yeah, what do you say when the kill feed is all one man and it's just McCree's smug face looking at you saying, yeah, I just did that. I just absolutely dominated and took over that fight. You just got kill after kill after kill. No one was there to deal with it. No one was ready for him. And he just, like, that first engagement, everything went wrong that was possible to go wrong for Chronic there. Deadeye fired off and just went straight through his barrier, basically, and killed 3 people immediately, forcing the rest. It turned it on a dime. And they're still pushing it, and they're still making a blisteringly good time, as both teams still brawling with one another.
Yeah, they're still brawling, but NG Blue definitely with a lot of momentum. Xe able to take out Zap, though. There will be no offensive resurrection. Here comes the defense. Sound barrier is down. They want to finish this out right now as Xe picking up another kill, and Psycho even killing the Reinhardt with the pistol. And the offense just running away, and for good measure, this fight is absolutely done for them. They need to regroup, but the upside for them, time-wise, they're working with a whole ton of time. They still have a little bit over 5 minutes left, and that is just an eternity on this last King's Row point.
Yeah, absolutely. They have so much space to work with. They've just got to take their time with it. They do have another Deadeye coming up, but I don't think this one's going to find anything. Chronic's barrier still has a lot of hit points in it, so it's not really going to do... Actually, no, he gets Chronic, so the barrier goes down. You'll pick Chronic up there for a massive blow. That's a Ned trading right back with the Reinhardt. Actually, though, finally pick up the pick. And we've seen this before at Northern Gaming Blue, where they just couldn't handle the Windmaker on this final point. That's it. Dragon Blade.
The Dragon Blade on the way in the back, ultimate weapon looking for value. Will take out Ur, gets rid of the problem. Even though he dies with what Ur's been doing, that is a worthy sacrifice. Xe gonna snipe Shades out of the air. Both teams down 2 players as they're fighting it out. Xe, though, doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on him in the back. He's free to snipe as much as he wants. His destiny is in his own hands, but now the front line going down a bit. He's able to grapple away from the Earth Shatter. That could have been brutal, and now he's still sitting here getting shot after shot until finally Ladano takes him out. The Zarya right click hitting Pay Dirt, and the defense very rattled right now as the payload is almost at its destination. There's the Graviton going to be pulling in Ned. Down goes Ned. Psycho bringing him back up, going down right away, and this momentum might be unstoppable from the side of NG Blue.
Yeah, they've quickly swapped up to Tracer to try and find them a little more space in the point, but Ladano is just going off at the moment. He's on a Zarya on high charges. There's no one there to really deal with him except for McCree. Shade's also getting in and getting massive cleave damage with that, with just hitting everything. It's like, well, coming out of Zone 6, too little, too late. That is Northern Gaming Blue taking the first map one step closer to that group stage coming up tomorrow. Setting their sights on it and putting a really, really solid offensive together there. Especially sort of at the start, they just absolutely dominant. And you're absolutely deserving player of the game here. Just utterly dominant in the street space. It's going crazy.
And this was one very, very long play of the game for Ur. He was able to get through Chronic Shield, did that. And this is where it was effectively Ur kills everyone, the show. Just, if we could extend that forward for about another 5 seconds, it'd be Ur getting about another 3 to 4 kills. So whether chat wants to call him McBalanced or what, that was a great, great showing by Ur. What a play for him, and we are going to be moving on to the next map. And now One Shot on the verge of elimination. They're so close to getting a group stage spot, but they have to get through NG Blue first, and NG Blue has won the first map here. Only 1 map remaining for NG Blue to secure their spot in the group stages along with NG Red.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's crazy to see because Shades had that brilliant 1 versus 2 at the start of the game, so looked really strong there. And then Yor comes out. The fact that he just manages to walk through the barrier and not get punished for it with a Deadeye, or the fact that the barrier was so close that he could just take 2 steps forward, get through it, shoot 3 people down, and force a resurrect immediately, that's a huge mistake and a huge error to make. Now, I would expect that out of Northern Gaming Blue right now because it is about 8 a.m. where they are, and they've been up all night playing Overwatch. So to see that kind of error come out from One Shot, it's a little bit unsteady. It's a little bit surprising to see, and it's a little bit upsetting just to see that come out because that was so pivotal in that fight. It looks like the next map will be Hollywood, ZP.
Yep, next map will be Hollywood. We'll see how things work out here moving forward. Of course, this is a map that One Shot has been very comfortable on in the past. They gave Team Liquid the fight of their lives on Hollywood just a little bit ago. So we'll see if they can keep that up going in here. I feel like Chronic, though generally he has had a pretty high level of performance, wasn't quite getting as much as he usually does there. Who knows? Could be the time, could be something else. Could just be variance. But we will see. We're moving to Hollywood as NG Blue looking to put One Shot away, but they have to win Hollywood first.
Yeah, absolutely. Chronic actually did manage to get a really solid Earthshatter at one point, managed to sort of isolate two supports while the two tanks ran forward, but unfortunately one of those tanks was a Zarya on high charge and a Reinhardt who still had his charge. So he just turned around, charged Chronic into a wall, said no, stop beating up my friends, and just pummeled him to death while Ladano went on a kill spree that was utterly unstoppable, especially as long as that McCree isn't able to find the Zarya and pick her off. That's one of the few answers you have to a high charge Zarya. It's just to hold her in place and overpower her with sheer damage. But Northern Gaming Blue now sitting up on the defense on Hollywood. They were really well, they've looked good so far today. I'm curious to see how well Ladano does, because a lot of stage 1 Hollywood does come down to the sniper battle. And well, let's just see what the defensive team are running, because they're the least likely to change. So Northern Gaming Blue coming out with Nutty B back on Reinhardt, Yule once again on that dominant looking McCree, Shades once more on the Junkrat, Ladano on Widowmaker, Mint on to the Symmetra, and Zaf back on Mercy.
Reinhardt, don't you think it's time?
Yep, pretty standard defense coming out here. Not double builder by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely something we've seen time and time again. 4 teams in Hollywood here today and throughout the week. Meanwhile, looking at the offense here, which certainly has a few things left to change, it will be Psycho on the Mercy, that much I'm sure. Chronic on the Reinhardt. The rest of definitely in flux. I think Neo will in fact be on the McCree. Xe, I don't think will be on Bastion. We'll probably switch to the Widowmaker. Roof may or may not be on the Lucio. And Ultimate Weapon, I think we'll see him go Pharah here. Pharah very standard. Or maybe Genji, though, if he doesn't trust himself versus Ladano.
If it's May, I'll be super curious, because there are a lot of places you can try and cut people off with this map. And it looks like he's actually... Is he staying on the May? This could be happening.
Is it happening?
It's not in the spawn.
Yeah, he's staying on the May. This is happening.
The Bastion
is Xe staying on the Bastion?
Oh my
All right,
God.
I don't even know what to expect by this. This is new uncharted territory. Usually teams are trolling when they do that on attack. You can't trust it, but here we go, the May Bastion offense. I hope it works. This is unconventional to say the least. Ice Wall coming up. That's going to allow them to go through to this next side, so that is...
They're going to try and set up on the high ground here. They're just going to try and set up on the high ground. Use sort of May as a magic curtain and then reveal Xe. Hello, there's a Bastion here, by the way, guys, and then Bastion immediately gets exploited by Euron McCree, which is sort of part of the parcel of how it goes with Bastion. It was exciting while it lasted, but I imagine they're going to change it over.
They were able to take out Europe at the very least towards the end, so Bastion will be back before the McCree is. It was a cool approach, no pun intended, with the May Ice Wall length, then get in like that, but the fact that Bastion got taken out that early, definitely a crimp in their plans.
Yeah, definitely put them on ice for now, although I really do like the idea of the magic curtain where you just bring May up and then you reveal, hey, there's a Bastion here all along. But again, May cutting off space. It looks like actually they wanted to engage off the back of that. They do sort of just move straight forward into the position. Xe now, of course, on Widowmaker, so it's going to be Xe, well, up to Xe to find Ladano, put control on Ladano. Not even charged thing gets pulled out of position, however. This could be good for One Shot Gaming.
Yeah, for one shot, they are moving in. As Ladano, though, striking back, gets a double kill, takes out Xe. Xe was looking to pile on, but it did not happen. Meanwhile, Shades, the tire coming in from the back, gonna get the double kill. Roadkill on the menu for Shades. As NG Blue looking very formidable here on this First Point Hollywood defense.
And during all that time, Mint manages to get the teleporter up and running. So sure, while the hijinks are interesting with the Bastion, it did allow Mint enough time to get that teleporter up and running. And now it's just going to make it even harder for One Shot. So a creative strategy, unfortunately, hasn't paid off right now. Might pay off a little bit later. We do see Ultimate back on the Pharah. Sort of what we were expecting to begin with, especially as, well, he did have a fairly good showing during the first half of King's Row. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get anything on the back of that. But it's, of course, going to be down to them pinning down Ladano. And Ladano able to sort of find Ultimate Weapon.
Ultimate Weapon getting to the back, was looking for the teleporter, did take out Ladano with the final rocket, so a little bit of life there, as now the offense drops the sound bear. Chronic getting in deep, getting the double kill as Reinhardt before going down, but the defense not to be deterred. Zaf coming in with the Mercy Resurrection, bringing it back here for the defense. The defense will stabilize, despite that shot of action coming out from the offense.
Yeah, Shades really, really strong in that fight. Wasn't sort of handled, and that Junkrat, once he starts landing those hits, will start taking everyone out. Shades is ready to go with another Riptide. That could really put a crimp in any offensive that people are looking to do. Yorn, however, also does have the Deadeye ready to go as well, so it's going to be difficult to deal with all these threats at once. They've got to make sure that... Oh no, Shades actually finds Chronic as well, takes him out nice and quickly. And oh dear, the tire.
This tire, it's trying to stay alive. It has 100 HP and only has 2 seconds left. Tire, no, you must find a target. And no. Tire not hitting its point, sadly.
Unfortunately, I think we call that one a zoning tire to bought them a little bit of time. Force the offending team One Shot just to back up a little bit, take their time. They just had to sort of wait it out and delay, which is honestly one of the best things we do with a tire. You don't want to sort of run into it and get exploded. Ultimate Weapon finds the teleport, however, and Ned going with the Deadeye.
And now going in the Deadeye, the offense making another approach here. Chronic charging in, trying to get in on Nutty B. Will take out Nutty B. Exy takes out Ladano. This is a huge opening here for the offense if they can keep up the momentum. Ned piling on, able to take out Zap. There will be no more reses here for the defense as they are moving in. Exy in the back as Widow, not contested right now. And the offense only needs a little bit more of a push here as they're moving in. The Rocket Barrage comes in for Ultimate Weapon, cleaning up the point a little bit as Shades goes down as well. So finally, the offense of One Shot getting things going, and the payload will be on the move.
Yep, took about 4 minutes though. That's not a quick time at all. They're going to have to go at a blistering pace through the streets just to make sure that they're in with a good position here to get that final slot. Got to give a shout out to Ultimate Weapon as well. Didn't get caught by Nutty B's Earth Shatter there. Managed to catch 4 people. Ultimate Weapon then jumps up, lands the barrage, takes out, well, basically saves his entire team and saves a point in the progress. So well played to him in that matchup. We're going to see how they're going to move into this phase over vertical ground. It's so important. Ned already swapping onto the Genji, for example. But, Ladano finds Ultimate Weapon. This is going to set them up really nicely for this next engagement. Actually finds Ladano in trade. But it's going to be so hard here because they have so little high ground control at the moment. It's going to be a case of,
beautiful leaping shot from Exy. Takes out your Exy now. Going to move forward is in great position here as Widow. As he takes out Shades. Exy being absolutely relentless. Can he get Ladano? Ladano versus Exy underway. Ladano running for his life, grappling over to the side. Exy losing line of sight of him. But still Exy in the driver's seat right now. In a great position to continually get more picks if Ladano does not pick him off. And he does get Ladano. Exy right now being unleashed for the offensive One Shot.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Ned doing such a good work there, just opening up space for Exy to basically find those shots, making sure that he is a constant threat to Ladano on Widowmaker, making sure that Widow can't actually take her time, can't sit still anywhere because they're being hunted down by that Genji, and it looks like they're ready to go here. Shades actually swapped onto the Winston as well to try and deal with this threat coming out from the Genji.
Yeah, Ladano, though, coming right back on the defense, does take out Ultimate Weapon. Exy, though, gonna win again. Exy has been applying this Widow pressure this entire time. The defense still hanging in there. We do have the Dragon Blade. Ned in the back, slicing and dicing. Will take out Nutty B. Makes it a double kill. Ned is still on the prowl with that Dragon Blade. And overall, even though NG Blue's hanging in there, they're slowly getting pushed back right now by this onslaught. And maybe now they might be close to stabilizing.
Yeah, Nutty B just finishing up there by running over for Ned on the Genji. Genji not quite finding all the kills he wanted off the back of that, so this will give Northern Gaming Blue a little bit of time just to reset, just to set up once more on this high ground, give Ladano an opportunity to fish for 1 or 2 more picks. And it's interesting to see actually that Ultimate Advantage, in my mind, is, well, a little bit towards the favor of One Shot here. They have Ultimate Weapon ready to go with the barrage, and it's going to be interesting to see where that's put, if they can keep Ladano pinned back and then open it up for the barrage to basically find as many kills as possible, because therefore Northern Gaming Blue are 4th back right now. They're sort of stuck in a position where they can't, well, they are basically forced into bumping.
Oh my goodness, Ultimate Weapon with the double kill over the top. Kills both Mercy and Shades. That's going to prevent the defensive resurrection from going out. There's Exy piling on. 3 quick kills for the offense. This is turning into a slaughter real fast off of Ultimate Weapon's engagement. And still life in here for the One Shot squad as they are going to hit the checkpoint.
Yeah, it just feels like Mercy especially got really out of position there, was not covered by the Widowmaker, and that gave Ultimate all the space he needed to just drop that barrage. And as we said before, trading barrage for a Mercy +1 is infinitely worth it. Just Mercy alone is completely worth. So well played by Ultimate Weapon there, finding the space he needed to get that kill as the team starts rolling out. But the payload's just going to be inching forward. This is plenty of time for Yor to get 1 or 2 kills and stay alive for Northern Gaming Blue right now.
Yeah, Yor is able to take out Ned, getting rid of the Genji, who has been a problem. Ladano moving forward off the speed boost, laying in the damage, and NG Blue coming right back, pushing back the offense, but they are right by their spawn point. They're going to have to defend the offensive push here in just a moment, and Dragon Blade will be on the menu coming out from Ned.
Yep, Dragon Blade and Chronic is up and ready to go with that Earth Shatter. So if they can find that, if they can land it, it's going to be huge. That said, the Earth Shatter has to get through 2 barriers. So the Shades are ready to go, and Nutty B is also ready to go. And Exy actually swapping off the Widowmaker, going back onto this Reaper. This worked so well before on King's Row. I'm going to be curious to see if he can pull that magic off twice. A little bit risky here, as the Shades got to be a little bit careful. Just far off the ultimate, but does back off seeing that Reaper there. But
Here
there goes the
Dragon Blade. In the back, looking for the Widowmaker. Widow able to really give him the runaround here. Finally, though, Ladano getting it sliced in half. Ultimate Weapon, meanwhile, on the back, was on the double kill. Zap going to go down. Zap might have been looking for the res there, not going to get it. And this is a big turnabout here for the offense. One Shot has been playing the latter half of this game much better, and they're moving to the payload. I'm not even sure the defense is going to be able to solve this out.
Yeah, Xy's already in position as well, finding what damage he can. Almost has the Death Blossom ready. The Ultimate also flies on Rush, just fighting more time. There's the Death Blossom, putting so much damage. Shades comes in on the Genji, does try and reflect most of it, but it's just enough for Xy just to keep killing. There's the Sapphire on both sides as Nutty B lands an excellent Earthshatter. Does buy his team even more time. You're getting kill after kill after kill. They might be able to bring this back. They might just be able to do it. Ladano's putting a lot of damage on the D.Va. The Ultimate is going up in the air. Can he land enough hard? His team is clumping, and Ultimate's just getting kill after kill after kill. Xy also picking people off of the ground. No one's dealing with it. It's just Shades left now as the point moves forward, and it looks like they finally set a time. Oh no, Yor!
No, not yet, not yet. Yor is able to get onto the point here quickly, delaying by another second or two, but interesting game overall. I think NG Blue definitely has the edge going in on attack. They bought themselves a lot of time, but they also faltered, allowing the offense of One Shot to get back into this game. They had them shut down, and then slowly One Shot just started winning fights. They kept momentum in their favor, and I don't really think the defense of NG Blue was ever really able to bring it back after a long time. So we'll just see what happens in the second half here. I still think that the best road to victory here for One Shot in the second map is just holding point A outright. If they lose point A immediately, I think it's going to be rather grim for their chances of winning overall here.
Yeah, absolutely. All basically Northern Gaming Blue would need to do then is just keep jumping on the payload, make sure that's constantly rolling. They'll probably just be able to brute force it all the way to the end. The time to beat is 8 minutes 44. A huge amount of space for Northern Gaming Blue. They must be feeling pretty happy about that. That's going to make it fairly simple for them as long as they can take that first point, because you can be completely shut out there. As we've seen before and earlier today, it definitely does happen to teams. That said, I imagine they're not going to try anything risky. Just play it very stable, very safe, and try and clean up as quickly as possible, get that first point, and then just grind their way through the map.
Indeed, so we'll see how things go through here. About 8.5 minutes, a little bit more than that is the time to beat. Lots of time here for NG Blue as they move forward, and we'll see if they can put this one away. One Shot, of course, fighting for the tournament life and fighting for the spot in the main group stages still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. The tournament life is in their hands right now, and Northern Gaming Blue just could be clinching that final spot here any moment now. But right now, it looks like the defensive team has got a fairly solid lineup, so I'm going to go ahead and say that they're probably going to be sticking with that. So Ned once more on the McCree, Roof on the Symmetra, Ultimate Weapon on the Junkrat, Xy on Lucio, though I imagine that's going to swap off to a Widowmaker once they've sort of deposited the Symmetra on the front line. Psycho Waffle on Mercy, and Chronic once more on the Reinhardt.
Meanwhile, taking a look here at the offense as it sets up for the side of NG Blue. An offense that wants to put this away right here, right now. It's going to be Mint on the Lucio, Ladano on Zarya, Lure on McCree, Zaf on the Mercy, Nutty B on Reinhardt, and Shades. Might he be truly on a Hanzo? I mean, he's been flexing projectile DPS all day. It might not be as crazy as it sounds. In fact, we've seen Hanzo have great effect on offense on Hollywood before. I still think it's more likely he changes, but you never know.
And with Shades especially, this is a guy who I've definitely seen pull Hanzo out very, very regularly in tournament conditions. He is not afraid to play Hanzo, and he certainly loves playing on the ladder, let me tell you, as someone who's caught many, many of his arrows to the face. So he's definitely a threat on that. He's not to be underestimated. As we saw earlier from Tavik, it's definitely a viable pick, and it's definitely not one to sort of be taken lightly. The Ultimate Weapon finds an instant pick on Mint. I think he laid a trap at the door, and they just weren't expecting it. Mint blunders into it, and it explodes. Alas, that's actually going to buy them a good couple of seconds as they have to wait for Mint to respawn and rejoin the team.
They have to wait for Mint to respawn. An Ultimate Weapon already at 45% ult charge, so he's well on his way to his first Riptire. And right now, the offense of NG Blue not wasting too much time, and Shades, in fact, is sticking on this Hanzo. So we'll see if he gets good effect on it here in just a moment.
And I imagine with the Hanzo pick, they're going to want to take it slow, get the Sonic Arrow set up for that vision, and try and just burst someone down very quickly using Sonic Arrow. But meanwhile, it looks like a counter-offensive is getting one shot, pushing out and trying to take engagement back to the Northern Gaming Blue. No, backing up nice and safely. You're at the point.
That was a horrible mistake by the defense. They went way too far up. We'll see if they can recover, but losing two people immediately like that is never good. The offense getting the resurrection up. They smell blood in the water. Shades going in, able to take out Ultimate Weapon as Nutty B dives the backline as Reinhardt swinging the hammer, picking up a double kill. And this is all sorts of bad for the side of One Shot. They got way too greedy moving forward. Ned was punished horribly for it. And as a result, NG Blue getting through point A very quickly indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. They have tons and tons of time now to move on to the second phase. I'm going to be curious to see if Northern Gaming Blue do opt to swap anyone out. It doesn't look like they're going to do so just yet. So what they have a lot of ultimate swarms ready to go. And one thing we can't underestimate is the wombo combo of Zarya. Oh god, as Shades actually outsnipes Exi as well on the Hanzo. So that's absolutely incredible for him. He now has a Dragon Strike ready. Graviton Surge plus Dragon Strike, there's almost no defense against that. That will just kill absolutely everything thrust into it.
Yeah, no, that is actually one of the most potent, if not the most potent variation of a Zarya Wombo combo. Don't see it all that often because we don't see Hanzo all that often, but you gotta think they're saving the Dragon Strike for that. Getting the Sonic Arrow up the top, they see everyone that is on that rooftop, and here comes the defense running in. Chronic firing at Nutty B, swinging the hammer. Nutty B firing, just backing up a little bit as Shades getting the double kill now on Hanzo. Hanzo proving his worth, firing arrow after arrow into the defense. And though it's turning into a bit of a brawl right now, you gotta like the look right now for NG Blue.
Yeah, during all this fight, during all this time, they basically pushed, well, 2/3 of the way through the point, and they're still moving. No one's getting Shades off the point. Now Chronic's finally chasing them off. There's a sand barrier as well. Nutty B instantly coming to reinforce, and this payload is still moving. Nutty B with an excellent Ash who does pick up the rest of the team, and that's just going to be a dead Exi. No, Exi actually managed to zip line away, does sort of run away, but you're with the dead eye.
Psycho able to come in with the res, able to keep the defense in it here, but still the offense putting on the pressure. Ladano and you're going to kill each. Ned one of the last defenders going to go down to Ur. We do have the Dragon Blade on the way out here from Ultimate Weapon. Ultimate Weapon trying to put the team on his back, slicing and dicing. Will he connect? He's getting kited. He's getting booped. And Ultimate Weapon gonna have to put the blade away, not getting the kills he was looking for, as really Ladano just being a huge pain to kill on top of the payload right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That high charge Zarya is going to be such a massive threat and so difficult to deal with. You've got to get a McCree or something onto it. Genji's just not enough damage to kill it fast enough before it can get another barrier and just tunnel people down with that beam. The defending team are just filtering in right now. 1 versus 1 just picked up again and again with Shades and Nutty B cleaning up there with the kills. And Ladano's ready to go. Shades is not going to be that far off. 63% is honestly not that much for a Hanzo. 1 or 2 headshots and Hanzo is ready to go. Dragon Strike charges surprisingly quickly. So you've got to be so careful about that as the team does set up to basically have an excellent time on this final point. They have several minutes. They have like a good 5 minutes still to push well.
Yeah, they have about 5 minutes left, actually a little bit over that. So they have all the time in the world supporting them right now. NG Blue in prime position to earn their spot into the main tournament. They just need one more good push. And you're right, they will have Dragon Strike up here in a second. Zarya holding on to the Graviton. We do see a Winston coming in from the back, trying to get on Shade. Shade's getting healed. The Winston's not going to do a lot from there. And there's the Sound Barrier and the Graviton. Both teams laying it down here on the field. Chronic swinging the hammer, not able to get any kills as Shades and Ur explode. Shades making a double kill. 4 kills here for the offense as we move forward. Mercy going to give a second chance to the defense. We'll see what they can do with it. His Ultimate Weapon down the back. Does have Dragon Blade at the ready. Looking for Ur. Moving in. Going to pull out the Dragon Blade. Slicing and dicing. Gets one. Looking for more. As McCree gets thrown way high into the air. Actually saving him from the Genji for a moment. Finally, Ur's going to go down. What a fight back and forth on both sides.
Yeah, holy moly. Ultimate Weapon just put the team on his back there. Kept them alive in this one. Because if he didn't pick up that Mercy and then pick up basically everything else, they were done. They were incredibly done. That was so close. And I can't believe that he actually managed to get away with as much as he did. And unfortunately, at one point, Ur did actually flashbang himself as well. It always was a little bit silly. It looks like mid-go for the counter engage here with the Sound Barrier.
They're coming in with the Sound Barrier going in very quickly. Ned and Ultimate Weapon, though, striking back. 3 people down now from the offense. They have to burn the res very early to find the defense now, turning the tables, rushing in. Exi as the Winston is in the back. And this has not gone at all the way NG Blue envisioned as Ned finishing out the fight with a triple kill.
That's it. We'll be fair to NG Blue. They only have about like 5 meters, well, not even, well, a little bit more than 5 meters. They're about 10 meters to go on that payload. They just need to keep inching it forward and just keep grinding it just ahead and ahead and ahead. And they also have a huge amount of AoE damage ready. Zarya's almost ready to go. And if you get Nutty B and Shades in there with Winston and Reinhardt and just swing away into the Graviton Surge, it could clear them out incredibly fast and just get that payload inching ever further closer to the point and ever further closer to that spot in the group stages.
All right, here comes the offense. Another take coming in. Ultimate Weapon, though, taking out Zap immediately. There will be no offensive resurrection. This is already a bad tilt here for NG Blue. Potentially going to get worse. Mint and Ur trying to prevent that from happening. But look at Ultimate Weapon. He's going to take out Ur. Has the Dragon Blade at the ready. We'll see if he pulls it out here any moment. Defensive Sound Barrier is out. Here comes the Unchained one-shot defense. Struggling to stay alive here in this tournament.
Yeah, one shot really pulling it out right now, just holding on for dear life. Ladano goes down early in that fight, doesn't quite have any position to get the Graviton Surge off. It would have been perfect to sort of throw it out right after that Resurrect came, sweep up the entire enemy team and maybe get some kills off the back of that, but just didn't happen. Ladano got picked off. Didn't quite see what killed him, but it's just so unfortunate that happened. That said, they are still in a really strong position here to move all the way to the end. Ladano going in, there's the fire, but just gets thrown.
The Graviton goes in, does not get anywhere near as much as Ladano wants. Perhaps a little bit nerves coming in the player for NG Blue, but still the push is going well, even with the whiffed Graviton. 3 kills to 1 in favor of NG Blue. Momentum starting to go in their favor. Psycho does not have a resurrection up. In fact, he is going to go down. And now this is grim tidings here for one shot. This will be a beaten time if they cap it right now. They have to delay. Ultimate weapon coming in. Dragon Blade at the ready. Gets 1 kill. Needs way more. Slicing in, getting knocked around. Going to die on top of the payload. Chronic on Tracer now, the switch up. This is where Divas come out. This is where Tracers come out. They need to delay on this point. They have to fight like their tournament life depends on it, because it does. Meanwhile, NG Blue, they taste blood. They know they only need one more little push. They need a little bit more. The payload is moving, and there it is. Yes. NG Blue has won the 3rd place match, and as a result, we will be seeing them in the group stages going forward.
Yeah, absolutely well played there. Northern Gaming getting both of their teams in, Northern Gaming Red and Northern Gaming Blue. Northern Gaming Blue, the European counterparts. Just incredibly well done for them, and well-deserved rest to them. This was actually really good positioning by Psycho Waffle, staying nice and safe as Mercy, waiting everything out, and then getting a full res, 5 people is just what you want, and then, oh god, Ultimate Weapon just going off the chain, killing absolutely everyone. Super well done to them. Congratulations for getting into the group stages, which will begin tomorrow, or well, later today for me. No, actually, I think it's still technically tomorrow, as it does go past midnight. But yeah, I can't wait for that to begin. I'm really looking forward to that and seeing how these teams do going forward.
No, absolutely. And NG Blue, well deserved by them. Of course, many have followed them since way back earlier in the beta when they were simply known as the Gringos, recently picked up by Northern Gaming. And Sodapoppin has to be happy, as both of his teams, both Northern Gaming Red and Northern Gaming Blue, have moved on and will be participating in the group stages of the ONOG tournament as the tournament goes on later in the month. In fact, as just mentioned, we'll be back tomorrow night after what for me will be an incredibly, incredibly long day of casting. But we are reaching the end of the stream here. Do you have any final words, shout-outs, anything you want to say before we sign off for the night? The floor is yours, Zom.
I've had an absolute blast casting these matches for you guys tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed them, even half as much as I did, because you would have absolutely loved them. It's been an absolute joy casting with you today, ZP. I am one amongst many. You can find me on YouTube, and a massive shout-out as well to One Nation of Gamers for putting all this on, for giving you all this great Overwatch great Overwatch just to watch, just to take part in. I know I'm clearly falling apart here. It's 8:15 in the morning. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to go to bed, have a nice rest, and be all good to go tomorrow, where we'll join back together, ZP, and see even more of this great Overwatch action.
Well, for me, shout-outs, personal shout-outs, you can follow me, Twitter @TempoZP. Following your favorite casters on Twitter is a great way of showing support. I'm terrible at tweeting, so I won't even clog your feed. Definitely follow me there. You can follow me on Twitch, ZP_TV. I haven't been streaming as much recently because of all the casting stuff, but I am getting back into it. And finally, of course, big shout out to our sponsors. Of course, One Nation of Gaming for making this great tournament. Master Overwatch for sponsoring. Video Game Voters Network. Razer. Check them all out, our valued sponsors, and more. And that's about going to do it for us here tonight. We will see you guys tomorrow as the group stages begin. C9, LG, and more showing up tomorrow with Rogue. Don't want to miss it. But until then, we'll see you guys next time.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with Rogue. Rogue are definitely a team that just loves to set up on top of that shuttle. They know the route to go, basically get everyone up there, and they just all sit on top of that. And without sort of the two Winstons, like you said, it's so difficult to force them off. Now, there are other options available. I'd like to see maybe some D.Va come out, for example. We saw D.Va a little earlier today used by Reunited to force some high ground pushes, for example. And that can be really strong. So I'd like to see teams experiment a little bit more with some of these picks just to make it a little bit easier to get into that high ground. But it's all going to come down to, can they stop Rogue just taking over that high ground and then dominating those four doors? Because once you sort of slow down in the hangar phase, once that main door shuts, you lose a huge window of opportunity, because then it becomes so hard to push in. You're super vulnerable to Widowmaker picks, super vulnerable to getting spammed down by those choke points. So it can be so difficult as well. And it's also going to come down a lot to Widowmaker play. For example, Toxicant we've seen go off in a huge way, and Gibraltar is definitely a map where Widowmaker can just take over, especially on that final push.
No, Gibraltar, I mean, Widow, she has her great moments in the beginning. She has her great moments at the end. And every now and then, a team will decide to run her in the hangar phase for good measure. There's a lot of ways Widow can be effective, but that sort of goes for everything in Overwatch right now. Just like Widowmaker, effective? Surely you just. But
yeah,
that is Widowmaker. But interestingly enough, when you look at the series we just saw a little bit ago between Envy and Reunited, Widowmaker wasn't as big of a factor as you might have thought. So some teams actually running a Reaper instead and focusing more on winning a brawl rather than winning the long range fights. So we do see some new things coming into the meta right now.
Yeah, it definitely depends on how you want to plan out those engagements, how you want to figure, how you want to set yourself up. Like you said in that series with Reunited, like I want to ask Reunited all about their hero picks, so that's not too easy. Favor a Winston, for example, rather than going on to the Widowmaker. So maybe you felt like he wasn't practiced enough on the Widow recently and didn't even want to engage a Widowmaker pool, instead just opting purely for the counter. But that was his judgment. Meanwhile, it looks like, well, the defending team has picked heroes. I have severe doubts that they're going to stick with this. They are sort of just crouching around in the spawn point while they make their decisions. So I'm going to hold off now. I'm going to look on the offensive team for now, because these picks could actually be staying, knowing what Rogue's lineup are. So on the offense, we have Toxicant on McCree, Reinforced on the Reinhardt, AKM on Soldier 76, Unco on Mercy, Tavik on Hanzo. A great pick here. I actually really like him on this first point, and Wins on the Lucio.
Yeah, and that is not too surprising there, including Tavik on the Hanzo. We've seen him run it time and time again here on this map, on other maps. He's one of the few players in the game that tries to make Hanzo work, so we'll see if he sticks with it. Meanwhile, looking at the defense, rolling out here from the side of B-Fly, it is going to be Drayok on the McCree, Tenya on the Lucio, Fisher on Genji, Outsider on the 76, Happy Thermia on the Reinhardt, Casper on the Mercy, and it does look like server room defense is on the menu here for B-Fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking the pretty safe path as, well, basically all of Rogue is going to try and set up, try and find out where they are. They know exactly where they are, just camping out in the server room. They're going to get this first point nice and quickly. This first point never really contested in pro level Overwatch. Just, it's too risky. There's too much to lose. If you do start dying, the spawn run is so far that you'll basically just give everything up. But now they have to be careful that they don't get pinned in. They have Toxicant and Tavik spamming damage hits there, and these two snipers could be huge. They're just looking for picks right now. They're trying to zone them out, just waiting for that engagement to come out from Banana Fly, trying to find any space they can. It looks like they're ready to come out, and there goes Happy Thermia.
Yeah, they're moving in. The defense seizing an opportunity here, charging in the people on the payload, but not having it work out well at all. Reinforced and AKM going in for the side of Rogue. Rogue just absolutely punishing that rush in. They did not have an advantage when they rushed in, and that is why that went that poorly for them. And Rogue, not intimidated at all by the server room defense. They're just going to move right forward.
And picking up a triple kill during all of that. He actually finds a pick on McCree as well, so going to rank 4. This style, not unfamiliar to the league, definitely as one of the more aggressive players, and it's showing here as the team just storms forward into the hangar base, making sure that Banana Fly just cannot get set up here. Reinforced actually taking over the shuttle now. Reinhardt pushing into one person just staying on the payload, making sure that they are just dominating this entire area. It's actually the defending team that are going to struggle to get through these 4 doors. It's a complete reversal of what we normally see here, ZP.
Yeah, Tavik was able to go forward. He's still in the Hanzo, still making it work. Simple geometry on the way. Here comes the Dragon Strike. That's actually going to split them in half and get a kill for good measure. Outsider going down as Rogue using this opportunity to move forward. The defense is going to speed boost in. They're going to try to make the most of a bad situation as Happy Thermia will take out Reinforced. But they have no answer to the Tavik right now over the top, throwing in arrow after arrow as he wants. And he takes out Outsider. Outsider had him in his sights, but Tavik had simple geometry.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tavik is just going off in a big way. I'm very curious to see AKM back on the 6-away. but here comes a massive outget from Happy Family. It might buy some time, but no, it doesn't quite get anything on the back of it. There's too many deaths, as the fellow would slide into the next checkpoint in really solid time as well. That was an incredibly fast push. This gives them so much time now for the final point. That's 1 minute 20 to get all the way through to the hangar phase. And BFly just losing control of this match. They have to be so careful now not to get picked off. Toxican and Tavik both ranging forward, looking for those kills, looking to keep that space open as Toxican does get the Infra site up and running. And they look ready to fight again, and they've got to make something happen right now.
Yeah, the offense has a lot of alternates as moving forward. The defense, they're going to try something pretty soon here. Fisher does have a Dragon Blade on deck. He's going to be looking for the opportunity to use it, but almost getting taken out by Toxican, and Toxican will take him out. Genji not going to get that opportunity to use Dragon Blade, and now Toxican taking the game into his own hands on a double kill, looking for more, and there's the Dragon. The Dragon is sated. Tavik with the double kill, and this is going from bad to worse right now for B-Fly.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see a 2 minute 30 time. Now they just got to not get camped as they come up the spawn. They're just waiting underneath. And Mercy went down so quickly in that fight as well. Casper still has to finish off charging that Resurrect as well. So that's not going to be quite big there. Reinforce catches them off and Sound Barrier blows up the spawn.
Yeah, the offense right now looking to end this right here. Reinforcing Tavik going in. Rogue wants to end this. Reinforce swing the hammer, but here's the defensive rush coming from B-Fly. Their last chances on the way. They have no more ultimates up. They're going to have to win this with grit and determination. Raw mechanics. But let's take a look at Tavik. Tavik still landing shot over shot. Will go down in the end here. And the defense now might actually be able to push back the offense. Rogue perhaps getting a little bit too aggro there, but they have made great time here thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, guys, we are aware that there are a couple of issues with the stream. We will be restarting after this match just to make sure it's nice and clear for you guys. But yeah, well held there by B-Fly, just to really sort of bring everything back under control. Tavik now swapping off the hands up, going a step for the Zarya. Just a nice and safe pick. But what they're going to be careful here as well is outside on that high ground. The Soul King is so difficult to displace. But here goes Happy Thermia.
Yep, the fight is being engaged. Reinforce charging in, not able to land that charge right away. Outsider and Drio coming in with a kill each. And Outsider has beautiful positioning right now over the top, able to get in on anything he wants to get in on right now. The defense getting an extra 2 kills. In comes the Earth Shatter. Reinforce trying to turn this around for the side of Rogue, but Outsider, relatively uncontested up here, does have someone on him. to Veek now on the Zarya, forcing him out. He's got to rocket AKM. AKM gonna get saved. Turning to a bit of brawl here, but the offense is not quite getting wiped out the way that the defense would like.
Yeah, Fisher comes in with a Dragon Blade there, does manage to sort of fight him a little bit of space, but that Soldier 76 on the high ground can be so pivotal. He's so hard to remove if you don't sort of all go and focus on him, but all that time you're spending on all those resources trying to move him means that you're basically going to leave yourself vulnerable to the rest of the team. It's one of the hardest things to deal with, especially in one hero limit. You can't just try and rush him down or overwhelming. And looking at the team lineup of Rogue, they don't have any good tools to just very quickly get up there either, so they're just going to have to send someone to manually run up there. We saw Tavik try and do it before. It looks like AKM's going to go for it this time as a stopping base, but there's the tactical fight from Outsider.
Attack Visor is coming from AKM. He's going to get taken out immediately. Outsider very comfortable in that perch. He's going to have to back out a little bit, but some damage has been done here for the side of B-Fly. B-Fly getting into a little bit of groove here. It's a little bit rough for Rogue to finish this off, but there's the Grandson Surge following up the Earth Shatter. 3 kills coming in for the side of Rogue, as Rogue now moving in. We'll see if the defense can move in a little bit here, but it is looking grim. They have to get through these doors, and these doors are getting camped right now.
Yeah, Happy Thermia trying to push his way out, but he's not going to be able to do it. There's the Jedi as well. But there's the Resurrection. Just finding a little bit more time. Toxic in it manages to find some more kills on that for 3, and this is looking really bad for those reinforced lands. A perfect Jedi just swing away on the point as well. There's attack by this from AKM.
AKM with the tech.
Do anything, basically.
AKM can't the tech visor cleanup. It was absolutely beautiful. Well played by AKM to do all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a blistering time as well. So well played to them. They did manage to sort of stall out at the end. It looked like they were completely lost control of the map. B-Fly really struggling to sort of take hold of it. Here's Toxic King coming up. He's going to have a very clean kill on the Genji. Snipes out the sky and then gets rid of Casper, which is huge. Great time to engage with your team because, hey, Mercy comes to resurrect, so hey, you get a free re-engage. And there's that dragon just cleaning people up as they pile into that little tiny room. It's so devastating whenever that happens.
Oh, absolutely. And Rogue saying a pretty good time there. It could have been even faster if they weren't stopped right towards the end. But Rogue definitely coming in, having a good showing. And we'll see now if B-Fly can beat this time, but it is going to be very difficult. 547 is definitely in the upper echelon of times that you will ever get on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, and Rogue especially have a really solid defense on this map, especially if they do manage to turtle in on that hangar phase. I've seen so many teams get shut out there, and it becomes so hard to go through. it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that first point defense, and that transition from the first part of the map into the second is going to be so vital to get absolutely right. And if they don't manage to control the high ground immediately and Rogue starts getting set up there, it's going to be so hard to dislodge them because they are really, really damn good at it. And well, 5 minutes 30-ish is going to be very tricky to beat, in my opinion. Rogue looking really set up well right now. Meanwhile, it looks like teams are about ready to go. And, well, actually, no, they're still picking, still deciding, still got a good 11 seconds before they have to lock in. I'll be very surprised to see the Bastion flashing up that's going to stay around. At ZP, I can't wait to see how they handle this. It's going to take something big from BFly to bring it back at this point.
Yeah, for BFly, they're going to have to do something a little bit crazy, something that'll catch Rogue off guard. They need to be prepared for how to handle the server room and beat that entire area of the map in as quick of a time as Rogue beat them. They're going to have to really stop themselves from getting trapped at any point whatsoever. They have maybe 2 to 3 team wipes that they can absorb, but if they go beyond that, they are not going to be able to beat the very fast time that was just set by Rogue just a moment ago.
Yeah, absolutely. If they just get stalled out even for a moment, it's going to be huge. It's just going to... well, like it's going to leave them in the dust, and they're going to have to just really make sure that they are constantly aggressing, constantly pushing in on the teams. But it looks like the teams are set up. So on Rogue, we do have Lucio, played by Wins, Unco back on the Mercy, AKM once more on the Kree, Toxicant actually opting for the Winston this time, Reinforced on the Reinhardt, and Tavik on the Solid 76. I imagine they're just going to go super aggressive and drop down onto B-Fly, something we've seen Rogue do before, and sometimes pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Alrighty, so we are about to get into the next game here. The offense for B-Fly on the way out. The timer has begun. About 5.5 minutes on the clock, and look at this. Rogue not hanging back. They're going right in. They want to get one of those 2 to 3 team wipes right now as AKM going to take out Fisher to start out this game. We've seen teams do this more and more often. It's high risk, but can have pretty high reward if you stall a team out like this. And now what we'll see from Rogue, they're probably going to get this quick team wipe, go back to a more defensible position, but know that they've already taken about a minute off of the offense.
Yeah, it's a high-risk strategy. You can get really punished for it, but just dropping down, engaging super hard, and buying themselves tons of time. And now you have a Solid 76 just spamming down. They've definitely got ultimate advantage. Tavik is ready to go already, and it's going to be difficult even to get out of spawn right now. They're going to be so careful. They're going to try and just push the way out, but Rogue is just waiting for it. They're going to try and drop down again, and they're just going to force the issue.
All right, here comes Tavik coming in with the tac visor or the top. The defense still being really aggro. A beautiful mid-air rocket from Tavik, getting the triple kill here. And this is a big play coming up from Rogue. Rogue trying to solidify this win right here and right now, not even giving up an inch on the payload. Usually don't see teams be this aggressive, and for now, it is working.
Yeah, Rogue just leaving nothing to chance at the moment. They are just going full on hand. They figure that, hey, we can probably outplay these guys, so let's push it as hard as we can. Get Tavik set up on that high ground. Solid 76, again, really hard to shift. They don't have a Widowmaker to worry about either, so no chance of like a quick pick coming out there. It's interesting to see the B-Fly have actually opted against the Widowmaker right now, instead of just opting for sort of these high mobility heroes. We see Fisher going straight in, but he's just put out on his own. He's got to be really careful right now in this fight.
Well, they do have to be careful, and the problem is here for the offense, even if they win this decisively, so much time has been bought from the defense, and here we go. Sound barriers coming out from both sides as they get on top of the point. This is, again, just looking really good for Rogue, and Tavik is not being removed from this perch right now. Just able to sit up here at 76, laying all sorts of damage into the opposition. And this is huge.
Yes, and the tactical visor does come to look for even more kills. That said, Trio actually managed to find a good position there with McCree. Only gets one, and AKM does clean him up as well, so it sort of just takes his spot out in the defensive team. Looking at the rest of the fight there and hold on, and this is looking really, really bad for B-Fly now. It takes about 1:30 to push all the way through the map, and they've already been stalled out a good long time. They can't even hit this first checkpoint, which is normally considered basically just a given, a free checkpoint, if you will, in competitive Overwatch. But it doesn't look like Rogue are deciding to back off. They do have a long respawn time, so without those reinforcements coming in quickly, they've just decided to, hey, let's give up that little bit of space. We don't need to push it too hard. We've bought a good couple of minutes already, so let's take the, taking the unnecessary risk. But here they go, down below in the color.
All right, Earthshatter coming in from B-Fly. This is the best look they've had all game long, but the resurrection coming out from the side of Rogue. Rogue going to let them regroup here in a hurry. And even with that opening there from B-Fly, they still are not able to get in through here. The resurrection absolutely ruining their plans. And you look at the overall time that's left in the map right now, under 3 minutes now. This is very, very difficult to see how B-Fly has a path to victory.
Yeah, they still haven't made it to the first checkpoint even. They could actually lose before the timer even turns over if they don't push it here. But by that time anyway, by the time that runs out, it'll be mathematically impossible, I think, to push it all the way through. It looks like they're just going to let them nudge it here, but holding the Severin, getting ready to engage once again. Devik once more on the high ground, ready to go and attack the Vice. Here we go.
AKM coming right in, not wasting any time, able to take out Happy Thermia. Tavik laying in the 76 damage still as Toxican going to get some cleanup on the Lucio to finish things out. The Resurrection, though, will be coming in for the offense. They'll get one more chance as they move forward here. Pretty big res coming in, but Toxican not even caring, is about to have a Death Blossom, and he's going to explode, getting 2 kills before going down the Fissure.
Yeah, Toxican actually a sub right now, not an official member of Rogue, but definitely worth looking at, guys, because he is playing incredibly well. He's been playing incredibly well since Tuesday, Monday for most people, Tuesday for me, when they did the open tournament. So technically, both of these teams were sort of seeded into the bottom of the group. They did push in through the open brackets. And now, well, Rogue are just looking absolutely dominant. B-Blight really struggling right now, having a hard time. Looks like the Jerk is going to go for one more push, but they've got to make it happen right now.
Yeah, they're going in there trying to make the most of it, but reinforcing Toxic having none of it. Getting right in there. We have AKM with the Deadeye, but he might not even have to hit anyone with it, as everyone for the Rogue side making a contribution here. Tenya, one of the last people left, he is going to go down, and now with under a minute and a half left, this is almost certainly GG, and the GGs will be called. Rogue with a very solid defense here on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, absolutely. So GG's happy scored. I have noticed, guys, in the chat that you guys are saying there are audio issues, so we will try and restart the stream, I think, during the gap between these two matches. But yeah, really solid performance out of Rogue there, looking absolutely solid for them. And it looks like we are probably going to go back to the lobby, but we'll get into that next game as soon as we can for you once we try and sort out some of these issues you guys are experiencing.
Definitely. Alrighty, so we are going to be taking a quick break to restart the stream. We'll be right back. Once again, apologies for the issues here. Production is working on it. We'll be back in just a minute. This is the Operation Breakout Tournament brought to you by One Nation Gamers, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, definitely a rivalry between these teams, and not the most good-natured rivalry ever seen before as well. Definitely sparks fly, definitely some hot-blooded people on these teams. Sometimes you see teams sort of give a bit of banter. It's not uncommon in the FPS community to see. So Too Easy, for example, and Mendoku side, two absolute joys to watch when they start getting into people's heads. But here we do see some, well, basically aggression to each other. They definitely try and measure up against one another, hate losing to each other. Both teams, well, looks like Cloud9 are ready to go. Just going to wait for Luminosity to give us the okay, and we'll be launching into this. We do apologize for the slight technical issues. We are trying to get it fixed for you as best as we can, and we will get this game underway immediately because me and ZP are looking forward to this one. I guarantee you it's definitely the poster match of the night, and it's huge to see. I can't wait to see it. Luminosity and Cloud9, two of the finest teams in Overwatch, going head-to-head in the best of 3 for you guys right here, right now.
No, absolutely. Should be great. I mean, the only thing I'll say is that relative to the previous matchups, and again, you can't make too much of this because C9 is a pretty adaptive team. I do think C9 clutched a little bit more on the double hero meta, more so than LG did. So perhaps LG has had a more natural sort of adjustment period to one hero limit compared to C9. C9, of course, well known for running double Winston down your throat, whether they needed to or not. That is not an option here as we are running one hero limit.
Yeah, so it's always an interesting thing, isn't it, to see how teams react, basically based on the meta changes, how things shift, and, you know, do the teams stabilize, do they recover? Everyone had big questions, for example, with IDDQD in the old days when double orb meta started to get hammered. How would they react? How would they change things? And they brought out some really clever adaptations off the back of that. So definitely talent sort of showing out. I imagine Cloud9 definitely have the talent pool to make everything work. And I can't wait to see it begin here on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, Watchpoint Gibraltar. And this is a map, like I said, this map has given LG nightmares in the past. They've had some good games on it, but they've definitely had some notable bad games on it where they've just gone stalled out and had issues. This is not a map they have been historically great on. This is a map that C9 has historically done pretty well on. So this is why I think in the map ban phase, C9 did a pretty good job bringing LG to this map. But again, time changes all woes. And even if LG had issues on this map in the past, that is not guaranteed to be the case here today. Can only go off of the information we have and what we have seen. So I'm curious to see, will LG have a big answer here? They will be on the defense first, and looking at the defense as they roll out, it's going to be Seagull on the Genji, Enigma on Roadhog, Pooks on the Symmetra, Milo on the Reinhardt, Esper, of course, on Mercy, and God's going to be on the defensive Widow. I'll say this works. This is one thing that LG has definitely added to their power that they didn't necessarily have in the past. God just put a lot more time on Widowmaker. He's is definitely shown, and having that powerful Widow will help them in areas like this where Widow v Widow play can be pretty darn important.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with a true terror of Reaver on the opposite team. And meanwhile, well, we have Reaver on the Widowmaker, Grego on the Lucio, Kai on Winston to get some of that high ground strength going, Adam on the Mercy, Debit on Reinhardt, and Surefour also going for the Genji. Now it's going to be big to see if Reaver can find advantage over Gods, and I definitely would give it the advantage to him in the sniper battle. Reaver, one of, if not the best Widowmaker player in the world right now, incredibly terrifying. As Surefour does range ahead, going to try and find where the enemy team is. Enigma throws out a hook, just trying to get hold of him, but you're not really going to track that slippery Genji. As Surefour just inching forward, knows that LG is set up in the server room, a very standard position for defensive saves. Just playing it safe here, not contesting the first point, a little bit too risky, and if you do start to lose, people's spawns go down. But Enigma finds Reaver, and Seagull who has a quick kill there.
It's like, surprise, here's a Roadhog, and LG, of course, not really caring that the payload getting to where it is. LG also employing the server room defense that we've seen time and time again. That was a great hook coming out from Enigma to settle that there. And Seagull now looking to get a little bit poking again here in a moment, has 21% charge. And LG is sitting pretty well right now. Reaver going down early, definitely helping them out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's bought them a little bit of time here that you don't often see. You normally see teams just push straight underneath there. And Enigma's actually in a really good position as well. Anyone coming through this little tunnel is going to struggle. He's going to find himself on the bad end of a hook, although he does drop down. Yeah, but just give him a little bat and throw him tilts away. And Kai jumping in to start the engagement.
Kai going in, definitely causing some trouble there as of Winston. And Debit going to go down right away. The Resurrection coming in from out, going to bring him back into the fight. Meanwhile, we do have Reaver versus Seagull. Seagull going to win that fight, taking out that Widowmaker. Debit has to deal with Seagull. He's right behind him. Kai though, with the backup, and Winston is a huge problem for Winston, or for Genji. And Surefour now slicing and dicing, but not going to do much here just yet, as LG able to swarm around the point, taking out the stray C9 members. And this is a pretty good defense coming out from LG here thus far.
Yeah, Seagull and Gods working together really well to put the kibosh basically on Reaver, make sure that he couldn't find any opening, couldn't get any kills. Reaver got himself into a really nice position, but Seagull just got onto him immediately. And Surefour also slipping up slightly with the Genji, just throws out the Dragon Blade, maybe just to dump it as quickly as possible. He has swapped back onto the McCree as he's engaged once more.
Engagement is coming in. Seagull, though, doesn't mace up to sleep. Dragon Blade is at the ready. He's looking for Reaver. Will deflect. Almost kills Reaver outright with that. C9 trying to pay the payload a little bit more here. They don't want to go into the server room. And in fact, it is going to pay off as LG is still standing, but C9 gets to the checkpoint.
Yeah, Cloud9 playing the positioning incredibly well, just getting onto the payload, making sure that they're advancing through this stage, not looking to fight the most of the game. PTFOs play the frickin' objective, make sure it keeps rolling forward, because that's what wins you these games, especially where time can be so important if the teams are closely matched. A couple of seconds either way can make all the difference in the world, so definitely well played by them to get into the right position. Didn't need to necessarily fully win the fight, just make sure that they got the payload there, and that means they're respawning closer. That means they have a good position as well, moving into the hangar phase. The enemy team has to try and push through them, unfortunately. There's Surefour. Oh, finds God with the Deadeye. That's going to be pivotal in the coming fight. It means Reaver might have an opening here.
Beautiful Dragon Blade coming out from Seagull right now. Seagull, Dragon Blade at the ready, dashing right into C9, getting stymied a bit though by that sound barrier coming out from Lucio. This is a huge pain to deal with as a Genji. Not gonna get too much done there just yet. Milo though, charging in, getting the double kill. Resurrection coming from C9. C9 not done just yet as Surefour now on the McCree, getting the double kill and looking for more. Surefour so deadly. Reaver coming in over the top, and even though LG was defending this well for a moment, the C9 pressure just too much for LG to deal with right now. Seagull going to be last to fall, and C9 should be able to get this point.
Yeah, Cloud9 kept the composure, managed to turn that fight right on his head. Excellent Resurrect coming out by the match, just different enough for the second engagement went right into Cloud9's favor. Now they're going to explode at the spawn, try and catch people off guard as they respawn in sort of a little cubby hole in the tunnels there, trying to get some advantage. Surefour finds Casper, for example, so Mercy's going to be down for a little while. They have to be careful because God is going to look for that pick on that Widowmaker, and that could turn immediately as an English. The unexpected team, nice and safely. Payload is moving forward, two people currently still on it, so it's going to keep inching forward, but this corner is where it starts to get really difficult, and especially the high ground on the left side, the balcony up there, will be so pivotal as well. Controlling the space here is incredibly hard, and with one hero limit, controlling high ground is a little bit tricky. Interesting to note that Luminosity Gaming just opting not even to contest that high ground. They're just going to stay together, they're just going to clump up, and they do have, well, actually Cloud9 has a massive advantage of almost everything where it's going right now.
All right, the Deadeye coming out here from Surefour. Surefour looking for what he can get. Going to take out Gods immediately as Reinhardt shield breaks. C9 up a player on this engagement. Here comes LG with the sound barrier coming out. They are moving forward. LG, though, not going to get the most off this. Seagull will take out Devitt. Will it be enough? Surefour in the back will be taking out Milo, and Surefour has kind of been a problem here for LG. He has not been taken out effectively. He's been getting tons of damage in on McCree. Enigma going to go down in the back. C9, though, it's not a decisive team fight per se. They are definitely keeping momentum going as, oh no, McCree for LG is going to stay alive just for a little bit longer. Seagull will go down in the end. Surefour now, nothing contesting him. He gets on Reinhardt from behind. Somebody stop Surefour, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Surefour going off in a really big way there. And once Seagull goes down, there's no one there to deal with him, especially if Adam's just pumping that damage out into him. Surefour becomes such a massive threat, able to pull down tanks, able to pull down just about anything you care to name. Nothing there to really handle him. And even with the Winston there, if you're just piling into Surefour, he's just going to put 6 rounds right into that Angry Gorilla. Milo, though, picking up play of the game with a lifesaver. So saved someone's life there, stopped prevented the deaths. And yeah, this ultimate is actually game-changing for how they play out. Not quite enough, though. Both teams get stunned. Great to see whose life it was saved. I think it was the Earth Shadow who prevented, just swung off and then just killed off, finished off Devitt there. So saved people from that Earth Shadow, and that's why he picked up that play of the game.
Well, that is a time of 5:04 being set by C9. That is a very formidable time indeed. LG, while it's not impossible that they beat this time, we did have a match just earlier around launch time where between C9 and Envious, where they both traded off super quick watch point Gibraltar times. This is still going to be a tough time to beat, and LG is going to have to just move, not get stopped at any point. And more importantly, they're going to need to conquer the point right before the hangar on the first push. I'm hoping LG actually uses something like a Mei, sort of takes a page out of Reunited's book that we saw earlier, to counter the server room strategy, because I think that actually has a lot of potential. But unless you've practiced with it, you would not want to bring it into a match spur of the moment, especially not a match with as much at stake here.
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams are going to be competing for all those top slots. And a win here basically sets them in high stead, makes it fairly, well, not fairly certain, as I think Rogue can definitely cause a big upset here, and Northern Gaming Blue definitely looking poised to actually take at least a map or two and put some pressure on. I think B-Fly might be, like, you know, the underdogs and fighting to stay in the tournament. But these two teams definitely competing for that top slot, looking for the top seed in the group phase. So basically, if they get the advantage here, it's going to be huge for either one of them, because it just makes the rest of that tournament a little bit safer. Whoever advances here has a very good shot of staying in the winner's bracket in the upcoming rest of the remainder of the tournament. It's interesting to see how they're going to play this out. I don't think they're going to bring out the Mei, unfortunately. I do love seeing Mei sort of creep into the meta in places. She's just a very good situational pick for controlling space. But meanwhile, it looks like the defense is ready to go. So Cloud9 running Kai on the Winston, Adam on the Mercy, Grego on Lucio, Devitt on Reinhardt, Reaver once more on that terrifying Widowmaker of his, and Surefour on the McCree that was so dominant in that last half.
Yeah, I mean, Surefour is sort of a unique player in the sense that you really look at him and think about his projectile DPS, particularly his Genji, but he does go on heroes like McCree and Tracer quite a bit and does really well with them at all, or as well, a very, very well-rounded, versatile player. Meanwhile, though, looking at the offense coming out from the LG side, it is going to be Milo on the Reinhardt, Pooks on Lucio, Esper on the Mercy, Seagull on the Roadhog, Gods on Widowmaker, and Enigma going to round things out here on the Winston.
Yeah, the Roadhog pick is fascinating here. He's going to be looking for maybe a quick pick, maybe to try and deny any aggression as well. Roadhog's very good for stopping any counter-engage. He's running into that massive gun of his. Also good for crushing down barriers. There's, a fire strike right across the entire team. So Milo getting a quick 25% charge, as well as Gods goes for an air shot. Doesn't actually find anything. Everyone's already retreated back to that server room as Seagull pokes his face around sides. Better of it, backs off. Roadhog a big meaty target as well. Reaver's going to have an easy time hitting some of that meat. And if he does start landing those shots, he's going to have a very fast visor, and that gives him a massive advantage. As Gods actually find Reaver. That's a big pick, and that could be the signal.
That is exactly what LG need here. They have the 65 advantage. They need the move in now. They need to take this while they have the chance. A big hook coming up from Seagull. Will Devitt live? Devitt in a lot of trouble. Ends up getting a charge off and is still alive. Devitt somehow squirted out of there and is alive. Surefour going to go in, take out Milo as part of the defense here. And now Surefour, you must defeat my McCree to stand a chance. Moving forward, laying in the damage. Devitt moving in with the charge afterwards, and C9 going to turn a bad situation good there, winning that 5v6 battle.
Yeah, it was so huge that Devitt survived there, but it happened on the back of something very interesting that we failed to mention, and that's that Luminosity Gaming are not running a McCree, and that's completely unusual, completely unorthodox. McCree's been so dominant right now, and without that tank-busting power, you're relying on Seagull, on the Hog, to basically put the damage onto someone like Devitt. But with Mercy there healing up, and if you don't manage your ammo right, you're not going to have the shots to do it. You've got to pre-charge up and heal right back up, and now it's looking actually really good for Cloud9 as they're going to start storming out. That's it, they're going to be careful not to lose the payload.
The Winston's getting so much cleave there in the back for C9. LG just had the run back. They're lucky no one died as Kai going absolutely aping back with Primal Rage. And Surefour just laying in the damage, going to get the Deadeye kill. 3 kills here for C9 in the back. And LG's gonna have to go back and regroup.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goodness.
Looking really solid right now for Cloud9. Luminosity Gaming just do not have an answer right now for Surefour's McCree. They've got to get rid of Reaver maybe on the Widowmaker and then hope that Gods can maybe find the pick, or a hook comes out from Seagull. But wouldn't be surprised to see if this Roadhog changes up or if they're going to stick with it, because it hasn't been working too great so far. He's landed a couple of hooks but hasn't found kills off the back of them, and if a Roadhog is landing hooks but not finishing targets, that's a big deal. He's not actually contributing as much as you need. He needs those fast picks, otherwise the trade-off is the enemy team is getting a lot of effective hit points to smash into. This 3-tank lineup not paying off right now for Luminosity Gaming.
Now LG definitely having some issues here. Reaver in the back, having a pretty good game, but Surefour has been the one that's just been the obstacle for LG to get through right now. We do see the recon site coming out from Reaver. Reaver just gonna go to the back, and C9 abandoning the server room, fighting a little bit more, challenging LG as they enter in, as Grego and Devitt able to get in there. The C9 defense really being suffocating here. We do see Winston going ape with the Primal Rage, but he is going to have to get out. Enigma running for his life.
Yeah, poor Enigma. Can he get away? Can he just survive? Yes, it looks like he's made it all the way back, but not before losing a good chunk of his hit points as well. Definitely looking strong right now for Cloud9, and this is all time bought, and really in a point on the map where you normally don't see that much time occupied. Teams normally at least manage to force or brute force the payload all the way around that corner, get to the end of it, and then manage to sort of start the hangar phase where you see the real kills. But Kai going aggressive on God, trying to find his target.
Milo went for the charges, immediately answered by Surefour's flashbang. Surefour does not have a Deadeye here. He's trying to charge up, won't probably get it in this fight. Reaver, though, able to take out Esper. No resurrection is on the table right now for the side of LG. They're going to have to win this without the res, as C9 now desperately fighting out on top of the payload. It is an absolute scrap fest here. Both teams down, multiple players. I don't even know who's going to win this right now, but Reaver is still alive. But he's not alive for long as Seagull lands a hook, takes him out, and LG finally going to get things moving here into the hangar phase.
Yeah, Seagull finally landing those meat shots with Roadhog, taking out some of those tanks, especially the one harassing Gods, and opened up Gods a little bit to land some of that important damage. Now they're moving into the hangar phase, but now is the real challenge. Now the true Dark Souls begins, basically. Watchpoint Gibraltar is so famous for getting stall out here, especially if you don't get control of the high ground. And looking at the tools available to Luminosity Gaming, they only have a minute to push through here, so they're going to have to make something happen real fast. Going to have to basically aggro onto them, never leave the payload with 3 people as well. And they're going to get dropped down on, and it's looking really dangerous right now, especially as Surefour is going to be in good position to get that Deadeye off.
Yeah, Surefour is coming out down with the Deadeye, and this is where C9 doesn't have to do a whole lot. They just need to get a few kills, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Reaver in the back gets a double kill. Surefour is still alive, laying in the damage on the bottom. And even if C9 loses this fight here, I think they've delayed it enough that this will be C9's game. There's just not enough time left for LG to bring this back. So C9 really coming in and having a heck of a game here on Gibraltar.
Yeah, Cloud9 looking really, really good. This is what we expect out of them as the worldwide #1 seed right now. So it's good to see that they are playing to the level that we expect of them. Luminosity Gaming looking a little rough around the edges. Weren't quite as tight as we'd like to see from them. Just didn't quite have the options to deal with Surefour. Surefour playing out of his mind right now. Just definitely MVP of that game. Won it out for them on the offensive. Just blew through Luminosity Gaming's defense with just high damage output. Then on the defense, no one had a real good answer to his threat. Even on that 3-tank lineup, McCree's just sort of sat there giggling with all the damage output he has right now. It might go away very soon. Interesting to see how they change on the back of that nerf, as Blizzard have said that they will be toning down some of McCree's damage.
Yeah, and the problem with dealing C9, of course, is that they do have so many threats. I mean, Reaver, of course, is always a threat in the back as Widow. Widow, arguably the #1 threat in many, many cases. And Gods did neutralize Reaver at points. The problem is that when you neutralize Reaver, you still have to deal with Surefour. And Surefour was really not dying for most of that game. And while Surefour is not dead, he's going to be putting out a ridiculous amount of damage as McCree. And in general, of course, C9 has very good punishes with their tank play. Anytime they got a pick, their tanks would go deep in. Kai was getting all sorts of value on Winston that entire time. And LG, even though they're a very, very good team, C9 is just very quick to punish any mistakes that might be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the next map will be Hollywood. So actually, Luminosity Gaming not going for the King of the Hill. This was their choice. So they have decided to put us on Hollywood. So they are going to try again on the payload map, hoping to sort of take advantage there. It is interesting that you noted Gods as well. I was surprised at how well he was standing up against Reaver. Like you said, he's been putting in a lot of hours on that Widowmaker play, just making sure that he's brushing up his game. And going toe-to-toe with Reaver is no easy task. We've definitely seen some very high-tier snipers try it and fail. So something to take away that's positive there for Luminosity Gaming. Definitely sort of some silver lining at the very least, but going to be curious to see how they try and break this. Will Seagull stay on that Roadhog, for example? Super curious to see how that pick's going to resolve. Didn't quite seem to find the damage that he was looking for example. Even in the enemy tanks, just couldn't land the hits he wants. That said, I imagine a lot less tank-driven lineup on the first point here for Cloud9 as they do start to get set. It looks like the teams are about ready to go. So I'm going to start with Cloud9. Let's have a look at the team that they are running. Surefour on the McCree, Kai on the Symmetra. Adam, I imagine he's going to swap onto the Mercy, just getting the Symmetra into position nice and fast so she can try and get 6 turrets out as soon as possible. Debit on the Reinhardt. There's Adam swapping onto the Mercy. And Reaver back on that devastating, so scary Widowmaker of his. And Grego on the Junkrat. Very standard pick so far.
No, very standard indeed. This is what you sort of expect SC9. Although one thing that you do expect SC9 that you're not seeing here, I guess the cycle is complete, the dream is dead, and all the rest. They are not running Torbjorn. C9 ran Torbjorn on this point longer than any other team. They ran it before most other teams. But everyone's favorite builder is not here. Aardvark not paying off. It is a sad day if you're a fan of Torbjorn. But looking here at the offense coming out from the side of LG, Gods was showing Mei. Maybe I thought they would go for sort of the Mei strategies. I've seen that. It's been pretty decent, but instead he is going to go Widowmaker. Seagull going to be on that Roadhog. Enigma on the Zarya. Milo on Reinhardt. Pooks on Lucio. Esper going to be on Mercy in all likelihood here. I can't believe they would run without Mercy, but maybe they would. Oh my goodness, they are running without a Mercy. So they're just going for the Blitz here, realizing that if they get a quick engage on the enemy Mercy, they're not going to get res of their own. All right, yes. Here we go. Will this work? This is risky, but I like it. This is a sort of a blitz offense coming up from LG. Very in contrast to their usual Hollywood strategy. Here comes Esper, getting to the back, has Mercy in his sights. Mercy, though, going to live. Surefour cutting him down in his prime. As Grego now with the double kill on Junkrat. It was a speed blitz coming out from LG, but C9 is punishing it. They weren't able to get the kills they needed early on. So C9 will hold firm, and now the downside to this is that not only does LG have to switch to a more normal strat here in all likelihood, but the ultimates of C9 are well fed indeed.
Yeah, another moment actually, Esper staying on the Winston. I was expecting this to be a one-off strategy. Maybe you try and go super aggressive with just the Lucio, try and overwhelm the defense somehow, and hope that you get rid of the Mercy before they get the Resurrect. But instead they're just sticking with the strategy, throwing over on forward. There comes the airshot, doesn't actually manage to find Reaper. And oh my lord, Esper jumping in, doesn't actually find where he needs to go though as the fight is joined.
The fight is joined. Seagull takes out Kai right away. Not the worst here for LG as they start out. They still need to get a few more picks. Esper going to go down the Debit. Debit just swinging the hammer everywhere. Surefour poking down whatever he wants now. God's having to run for his life. Going to get taken out by Surefour. Now Pooks is under the gun, quite literally. Surefour chasing down Pooks. Also going to go down as Surefour hunts his prey to oblivion. And C9 just looking pretty good here. And we will see a switch up here from LG. They're dropping the extra Winston. Esper going more traditional here on the Mercy. I really like the idea of speed blitzing this point. I thought it was great, especially because it does take Mercy a little bit to build up. But unfortunately not working out for LG here on Hollywood.
The risk is that Kai now has the teleporter set up. So all that time it took, even though Mercy, for example, it's not a big risk swapping off her early on because you can build that ultimate so fast, it has let Kai get the teleporter up. So now to reinforce, they have Adam ready to go with the Resurrect and Kai's teleporter in position. So if the fight drags on, you're going to see Cloud9 coming back again and again and again. It's going to be up to Luminosity to repeatedly win teamfights as Reaver wins out the Widowmaker battle as well. And Reaver's now going to be a huge threat. They're going to have to make sure that they have something to deal with that. And they don't really have anything in position to handle it. The best they can hope for is Enigma just to try and shell it down or just to wait it out and hope that God gets back in position and can find that kill. And Reaver starts bunching through the hole, and there goes the Graviton Surge.
The Graviton Surge catches people unaware here in the corner of this building. LG with the best chance that they've had in this entire time. They're going to res up their fallen heroes. Seagull and Milo back into the fight, but the Earth Shatter coming in, tripping them up from Debit. Might not be enough though. They're just going to burn down Debit right away, and LG finally cracking the code, getting on top of the point. They should be able to grab this. The resurrection is coming from C9. It is a last gasp, but I'm not sure I like this from C9's point of view. If this doesn't work out, this is throwing good money after bad, and it could give LG a huge advantage moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You really do not want to try and over-engage it. Oh, Reaver gets picked out there by Seagull. The hook landing just where he wanted it. Doesn't remove that Widowmaker threat as well. Like you said, don't throw good money after bad no, especially a game where ultimate advantage is such a big deal, and especially when you have something like a Zarya in play, you really do not want to give her unnecessary charge here. Looks like Luminosity Gaming trying to push it forward. Enigma just actually going way ahead. Does actually manage to find Adam and take him out. Does get caught out though by Shawfall. Going to clean that up. Zarya over-aggressing a little bit, especially when the McCree on the enemy team. She is very tough and very tanky, and once she starts to snowball, it is huge. You do want to maintain that energy, but you don't want to do it with a McCree around. It's so easy to just get caught out of position, isolated, and cleaned up. You really burst Zarya down so fast with that threat, especially when there's nothing else there to contest with. Reaver now set up on the high ground, trying to find what picks he can, but Gods go for the air shot, doesn't quite find what he was looking for.
Gods was looking for the air shot. It was a good attempt. Wasn't able to quite complete it. Both teams still at full strength there, looking for an opportunity. C9 actually able to get back and really reestablish their defense here. I think LG, if they were a little bit more aggro, could have punished that a bit more, given how C9 sort of threw lives away on point A. But C9 now coming in force. Surefour and Reaver coming in. The Bash brothers of C9. Surefour now looking for another pickoff, going to find Seagull's hook instead. And LG making this fight their own, slowly turning it in their favor. Devitt swing around on the point. The resurrection will come in. C9 not out of this just yet. A true brawl in all senses of the word. The Earth Shatter does come down from Devitt, but this is still any team's game, although C9 now looking like they're taking a very distinct advantage.
Yeah, Cloud9 eventually bringing it back. Doesn't surprise me too much that these fights are incredibly brawly when you have 3 tanks on one side, so it's going to take a long time to sort of beat them down, especially if they're getting picked back up by the Resurrect. Those Resurrects are effectively raising about 15,000 hit points each time they're used. Well, 16,000 because it's a Roadhog. That's a huge amount of tankiness just being brought back every single time, but I really am curious about this Roadhog pick here, where high ground is so important. They might be just trying to brute force the payload, but they've got to be so careful because they're going to get dropped on repeatedly, and if they don't keep it moving consistently, it could be huge. But oh my god, Seagull picks out Surefour, and this could be absolutely huge as one of the primary threats for Cloud9 is gone.
Surefour has been the rock of C9's defense. We do have the Winston here for LG going ape, knocking 3 people off the edge. That is one way to get superiority, but Reaver striking right back does take out Gods. C9 not giving this up quite that easily. Kai in hot pursuit, getting into the thick of the LG team, cleaving 3 people at once. And this again is getting bloody, but Reaver finding down Enigma. 3 kills here for C9. LG starting to bleed players. And it's looking more and more like C9 is going to take this fight, but I did like the engage from LG. It just did not pan out.
Yeah, just hoping for those picks with the Roadhog, trying to throw those hooks and trying to land them. Does give you those 2 sort of burst damage threats of the Widowmaker and of Seagull on the Roadhog, on the Street Pig that can be so dangerous. Had a great opening there with Surefour going down, but these long fights are really favoring Cloud9 at the moment. They just have all the damage output in their favor, and once the re-engage comes around especially, it's just so easy for them just to blow through the remainder of these tanks. You also got to be careful about dying in a staggered fashion, because once you start doing it, it becomes very difficult, for example, for Mercy to find what she wants. It looks like Surefour trying to find something with a Deadeye there. Doesn't actually manage to get anything with it though. Just zoning out for now. Will reclaim 50% of that charge, however. Looks like they're about ready to go. Just positioning, just jogging back and forth. Milo taking a lot of damage on that barrier, but they've got to the payload. They will keep it rolling, so they are PTFO. They will keep that moving, but it looks like they're ready to go.
They're moving, and the sound barrier is out for the offense. LG needs to make this happen now. They will have a little bit of time, but they need something good here. But Surefour over the top, able to take out Enigma. 3 quick kills again for C9. LG went in deep on the payload. They're getting punished. Seagull going to fall. Milo going to fall. Surefour cleaning them up as McCree. 1:30 remaining now, and LG wasted quite a bit ult-wise on that last engagement. The defense still pretty well set on ultimates. They have Recon Sight. They have Deadeye. They're going to have Primal Rage soon. This is going to be hard, but not impossible for LG to get to this next checkpoint.
Yeah, 1:10 to go. They've got about 2 good engagements if they can get into position fast enough. The payload is very near the objective, but every time they get near it, they're just going to get dropped down on. There's the infra sight going off on both sides, so both Widows know exactly where they are. They're probably just going to take it easy, wait for that to wear off. God's going to try and find a pick, but the Reinhardt shield is in place. It will make it incredibly difficult. Milo just inches them out. There goes Enigma just getting onto the payload. Kai going into the back over, trying to hunt down Gods. Can he find a quick pick here? But Enigma's actually keeping the payload rolling all this time.
Oh man, Surefour getting the double kill though with that Deadeye. He took out the Mercy, which means there will be no res coming in for LG. No hope to bring up the rest of their team. The offense is just going to have to back up, and Seagull actually sort of in the middle of nowhere here. It's like, wait, my team has died all around me. I must go back to that. And now look at this. They're trying to stagger the death. Seagull under assault here. Kai with the aid of Adam's Mercy Pistol going to take out Seagull. That is a huge death stagger. Seagull might not be up in time to get to the payload.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just what you do not want to have. And this is so difficult now where the payload is near the enemy spawn and it just becomes so hard. And
can they get back there in time? Did they wait too long?
I think
I'm
they
not
did.
sure they're going to be able to touch this payload in time.
Enigma's barreling for it.
Enigma's getting there. That was...
managed to make it.
Okay, they got there. That was scary for a second. LG was able to get there in time. The defense, though, picks off 3 people in their mad dash. And C9 in very good position. Milo, though, a big earth shower, knocks down 4 people, swinging the hammer, does not have the fault he needs. Surefour cleaning up the remainder of the LG team with Reaver. And that is going to be a big hold there for the cause of C9.
Yep, Cloud9 looking really solid in that position. Not too sure on the Roadhog pick. Still going to call a little bit of question onto that. Just in this high ground oriented location, hoping for the sort of those long extended fights. But when you can have McCree's damage output, it can be so huge. It just felt like in so many engagements they were just lacking a little bit of that damage. Didn't quite land the finish they were looking for. Here we have Play the Game from Adam, just one of those Mercy resurrects that picks up 4 people, managed to bring everyone back in the fight. And as you can see, everyone's low, but Mercy could just pick everyone back up, 50 hit points per second on the Caduceus staff. So nice and easy for her just to make sure that everyone is up and running. Surefour, 13,280 damage done, 31% of the team's damage. Monstrously well played by him, just shredding these tanks every time they came in.
No, absolutely. And again, the problem again for LG going into that fight, and sort of the problem that they had in Gibraltar, is that Surefour was just alive way too often. And the problem is when you leave a McCree to his devices, even if he's not stunning people, just left clicks and right clicks alone can do so much damage onto your team. There were a few times where Seagull was able to hook him. It didn't happen enough. And it's a problem here. And also the issue is that if you focus entirely on Surefour, you have Reaver to deal with. So the double threat on C9, a big issue for LG to deal with. I would like to see them run a McCree at some point here, whether it be on the defense or an attack. They seem to not to be wanting to run a McCree. And I'm totally down for trying new things in meta. I'm totally down for trying to innovate the meta. But McCree is so good right now, it really hurts when you don't run him on your team.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I've seen teams do this before. They seem to get a bit stubborn mentally and say, well, we're not going to run the hot thing right now. We're not going to run the thing that we think is overpowered. We're just going to do our own thing, try and stick on that for as long as possible, and just to try and avoid it. I know Reunited, for example, used to do that all the time before deciding, no, we're just going to practice what's in vogue right now, what seems to be dominating the meta, make sure that we are good and capable of playing that. It looks like Enigma is going on the McCree. Enigma, very efficient on the McCree as well, so definitely no slouch there. Can find the position and kills that he needs, can be a constant threat on that. So it's good to see that coming back out as the defense does start to get set up. Seagull also going for that Junkrat. Absolutely beautiful seeing that from him. Milo on the Reinhardt Esper, on Mercy Poops, on Symmetra and Gods, on the Widowmaker.
No, I'm super happy to see LG come out here with what is honestly a very standard meta comp, but it gives you the best chance right now. It's standard for a reason. Very powerful heroes here. If nothing else, if you're going to deviate from the standard, deviate from something else other than the McCree. McCree is just that good right now. And McCree, we're going to see what Enigma has in store. He has been a very good McCree in the past. Gods is going to be providing the Widow power in the back. And here we go. C9 is going to be on the way. And C9, multiple avenues of victory here. If they capture the first point quicker than LG did, they will be the victors. Or if they simply just get to the second checkpoint, they will win that way as well. So C9, lots of ways here to pick up the 2-0 victory.
And they absolutely could.
Going to start out by taking out Surefour. The McCree v McCree battle going in favor of LG. So Surefour getting shut down pretty early here in the fight.
Yeah, dominating some of that aggression earlier. Enigma also picking up Grego in the back, taking out that Lucio. And, Kai also goes down as well. So Enigma, this pick is definitely paying off immediately. Reaver, however, does find Seagull, does stop some of that damage coming in. But Enigma finding work here on that McCree, just laying the damage. That said, there's still a lot of time to take this first point. The couple of first points from Luminosity weren't the greatest pushes in the world. So there's plenty of opportunity here. Milo goes in with a charge. Looks like they're ready to fight.
They are fighting right now. Devin almost dead, finds the way to get the Earth Shatter down, and it is huge. A 3-kill coming up from C9 off of that Earth Shatter. Devin almost died right before, somehow managed to stay alive. And now C9 with a lot more momentum, getting on top of the point. God's one of the last people remaining, trying to poke them down. Not really getting the greatest shots just because of how entrenched C9 already is. Adam going to take out the tire. Kai taking out Seagull. And already C9 might have this game won. If they were the captain now, it would be a quicker time. God's going to go down to that Graviton Surge.
We do have
Yeah.
Milo back at point. Esper is there. This is not quite over yet. LG is fighting. God's able to take out Reaver. Seagull now getting back into the point, and this is a sneaky teleport from Poops that is enabling all of these shenanigans. And LG might be holding this off yet. C9 slowly getting pushed out, and the sneaky teleporter definitely paying dividends here for LG.
Yeah, absolutely. Poops managed to get to the high ground, and even now cleaning up on Reaver, managed to sneak up on him, just take him out immediately. But Poops getting that teleporter up absolutely gave them a lifeline. Luminosity needed that to come through. Everyone came out the high ground. No one was expecting that teleporter to be up, and it's absolutely huge right now. Seagull actually swapping off the Junkrat though, going for the Reaper instead. So hoping to perhaps to explode some of these tanks, hoping to get that die up and running. The Death Blossom is going to be so pivotal if he can get it up and running. But there's still a good minute or so before he gets it ready. A Shortfall goes in.
Oh no, Deadeye absolutely connecting it for sure. For he takes out Enigma. Debit on the Milo. Esper has to burn the res quickly here to keep LG in this fight. LG is back up to full strength, but their mulligans are gone. They're moving in here. Surefour will take out Milo again. And C9 now keeping momentum in their favor. Reaper right now getting into the thick of things. He is going to go down. Seagull does not have a Death Blossom just yet at 82%. And Surefour now just going to the back, able to take out Enigma. No one is dealing with Surefour. And C9 going to cap the point. It's not clear if that was faster or slower, so C9 going to have to go through the street phase. I think it actually might have been slower.
Yeah, it might just have been a little bit slower there. They did manage to buy themselves enough time, so we're definitely going to go through the street space, but momentum is really on Cloud9's favor right now. Shieldfall pushing up quite far, trying to find what he can. Reaver finds Pooks with a snipe there. God's going for a nail shot, trying to counteract, but can't quite find the hit, and now is forced back. And it looks like Luminosity again, we just have to take the time, try and set up Milo taking the slow lift, or elevator rather, if you are in the United States, onto the high ground. Reaver now actually getting chased out though. Seagull swapping onto the Genji. It looks like they're being forced into a fight here.
Yeah, Seagull is coming up over the top as defense. Going to eat a flashbang, will get away from it. Surefour going to get sliced down. So Seagull's Genji starting to take dominance over these Hollywood rooftops. And LG now just trying to find the defensive rhythm here as the match goes on. And I'm going to note here, for better or for worse, LG no longer has McCree on their roster.
Oh my lord, that's an absolutely impeccable point, because McCree is so vital here. He's so important for stunning up tanks, for making sure that no one can do anything, and especially for like the Zarya threat as well. Just trying to remove Zarya, you really want to hold her in place, otherwise you can just tank up, barrier up, make it really difficult. But that said, Seagull on the Genji should be trying to hunt down things, trying to find tanks. Milo charges in, doesn't quite find anything, it looks like they're ready to fight.
They're all on top of the point here. The Deadeye coming out from Surefour, but the Earth Shatter going to say that it is not, in fact, High Noon. Seagull will dispatch Surefour there. The Resurrection coming up from Esper. Esper will pay for it with his life as Seagull now slicing and dicing. Has the Dragon Blade going in. Will take out Grega, looking for more. Will Mercy live? Mercy is able to get away for now. Seagull having to run for his life. Very scrappy here between both teams as C9 maintaining composure near the payload. Debit getting the double kill, and C9 weathering the storm, moving the payload forward.
Yeah, right now it's looking so good for Cloud9. It's really difficult at this point to get back. The doorways are so narrow and so tight. Shieldfall just confirming everything with the Deadeye, and this is looking like Cloud9 are taking it 2-0. Pooks trying to delay it, but no, not quite enough. Wallow, can he do it? No, Earthsetter and Flashbang just stopping any dreams there, and GG is called. So Cloud9 has taken it 2-0 over Luminosity Gaming here in the group stages for Operation Breakout. This was just the first half of the group. However, we do have a lot more Overwatch action coming to you tomorrow, and congratulations to Cloud9. They looked absolutely dominant today, ZP.
C9 looked absolutely dominant. I'm going to give it up to LG, though. LG had really good moments in NG Blue right before the set. I do think that LG shot themselves a little bit in the foot by not playing McCree, because look at the story between the matchup between LG and C9 there. Surefour was an absolute beast on McCree. He wasn't accounted for a lot of the time, and he just sort of did work after work in both maps. LG didn't even have the chance to do that for the most part because they weren't running McCree in most of the time on both of these maps, so that's a problem. I think right now I totally admire trying to innovate on the meta, but McCree feels pretty necessary at this point in time.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's a bold choice. It's an interesting choice. I do like seeing Roadhog coming out, but I don't like Roadhog sort of swapping in for McCree, even though, you know, Seagull is not the McCree player. That pick felt like that he was in there in place of McCree. Meanwhile, Debit getting play of the game. I don't know if it's in Matching Stadium game, but Cloud9 all rode the truck of triumph to the end there to see the play of the game roll. And it will be Debit just swinging around, smacking Enigma to death. This is what we like to see out of a right hand. Oh, leaves Seagull out the sky as well with a fire strike. But that was it from us today, I do believe. That's it for Operation Breakout right now. We will be continuing with all the Group A action tomorrow. I am one amongst many. I want to give a massive shout out to One Nation of Gamers for putting this on, for Video Game Voters Network for sponsoring us, Razer as well for providing a little bit of sponsorship there, and MasterOverwatch.com. Definitely go check them out. Definitely give them some love. And ZP, I'm going to leave the floor to you right now to help wrap things up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to add. If you want to follow me, one of the best ways of showing appreciation to casters and giving support is following them on Twitter. I am terrible at tweeting, so I won't even flood your feed. You can follow me Twitter at TempoZP. I do stream Twitch ZP_TV. It's been a little bit less as of late. We'll be kicking up more soon, especially when ranked play comes into it. But again, big shouts to One Nation of Gamers putting on this tournament, and more Operation Breakout will be heading your way tomorrow as the weekend moves forward, and of course throughout the month of June as we go forward. But that being said, I think that brings us to the end of the broadcast. I'm ZP, that's One Against Many, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Also seeing like Nepal come in instead of Lijiang Tower, that's actually really surprising as well, because Lijiang normally more popular in the pro community. Pros just seem to prefer it a little bit more. Ilios, no surprise seeing that removed. Pros just don't like it for the pitfalls. But if you are just joining us, this is the second match. This is Assertion Failed versus No Fast Guns, competing for a slot in the ONOG Invitational, brought to you by the Video Game Voters Network, Razer, and MasterOverwatch.com. So go give a shout out to those sponsors as we do get set up here on Kings Row. Best of 5, 1 hero limit. I think I've managed to cover just about everything here, ZP.
Just about. And I will say this. I think for people, some people at chat have already caught on. I think the demise of Widow is very, very overstated. I do think she will be back. Maybe players need to level up a little bit more, but even if we see a little bit less of her going into this weekend and all the different tournaments that are going around, I don't think it's the end for her. I mean, in the end, you're talking about a character that can shoot incredibly quickly, does 300 damage on headshot, which means she one-shots most of the characters in the game, and just can absolutely destroy tanks that aren't supported. So, Widowmaker, even though she's not being run by either team right now to start things off, we'll see what V is looking at. Maybe she will be. She'll be back regardless. Either way, though, look at the defense coming out here from the side of Assertion Failed. It's going to be Mini on the Reinhardt, Dot on the 76, Technicide on Symmetra, Dahoon on Mercy, You Must Hui on McCree, and Horrific. Gonna round things out here on what else but the defensive Junkrat.
And meanwhile, on offense, we have AGM on the Mercy, V on to the Zarya, Foe on to the Street Pig, Roadhog once more coming out, the Jeffrey, the only Jeffrey, is on the Reinhardt, Frisco on the Pharah, and Casper on the Lucio. So fairly standard comp coming out here from what we've seen today. And Frisco immediately eating a bullet there, taking a lot of damage, so got to be careful here. Just got to be tentative in poking out. That said, I do also like the fact that they're running the Symmetra. I think it's the first time we've seen Symmetra today, at least on this map. So, well, it's the second time we've seen the map. So yeah, Symmetra coming out though. She can be huge as long as you can still out in this first point. It looks like they're taking it slowly, though the Jeffrey looks ready to force the issue.
Yeah, they're moving in right now. They're not wasting any time. No fast guns moving in. Still at full strength as they go in over the top. Frisco as the Pharah landing rocket after rocket right now. Both teams have 5 players. The defense actually trying to flank around the back. A little bit of sneakiness coming up, but Technicide going to go down in short order to that offensive Pharah. And Dom right now a little bit split out. You don't usually want to be in that place of 76, and as a result, the offense just slowly picking people off, and Things are looking good as Foe with the double kill on Roadhog.
Yeah, Doc's actually doing something interesting. I've been keeping my eye on his positioning. He has been running back and forth, but is finally punished for it by the Roadhog hook and V picking up the kill. He was sort of darting in and out of that hotel, just backing up into it nice and safely. He does have the Symmetric covering him as Frisco finds, even more kills. So Frisco going on the offensive, no fast guns here, looking really strong as they push the enemy team back towards the Foundry, buying themselves tons of space in this streak phase. It looks like they're just not going to stop, TP.
No, not at all. Right now, they just want to buy as much space as possible for the people back pushing the payload. Frisco will have Barrage up in just a moment. V has Graviton, so the Wombo combo is on the menu for no fast guns, and they are doing very well here thus far.
Yeah, Doc changing things up, going for the Reaper. Horrific is staying on the Junkrat. He does have the Riptire ready to go. So I imagine he's going to try and get that off. We usually see a swap onto Pharah here. Here comes the whole hog, going to try and break the barrier down, and the fight's about to begin.
Fight is on the way. Frisco right now in the back looking for a barrage target. There's the Graviton. What a perfect barrage target coming in. That's going to result in 2 quick kills. V and Frisco combining. Horrific, though, on the defensive Junkrat, still getting some work done here in the alley. Dot going to take out Foe. This is really back and forth by both teams as Frisco landing 2 kills in the back.
Pivotally, Dahun goes down to Frisco, so no Mercy Resurrect coming in there. Even though even though Dahun was still on 80%, that's not a big deal to Mercy. Mercy can pick that up in no time at all. Did actually manage to snipe out the Zarya as well, so it was funny to see sort of Mercy out-duel Zarya for a moment, but it's looking real dangerous right now for Assertion Fail. They've got to be so careful they don't lose more space, but Dot is ready to go on the Death Blossom. Can he find a good space for that? There's a lot of high ground to exploit here for Reaper, a lot of places he can hide away and try and drop into people, as it looks like he's ready to fight.
He's speeding in. There's a Death Blossom. He's getting all sorts of value. Has 2, has 3, make it 4. Mercy going to go down, and Dot finding everything he wants, completing the 5 kill. That could not have gone better for Dot in that engagement.
Dot just yells, die, and gets exactly what he wants. Frisco also committing suicide at the end there. That's just to deny a little bit of ultimate charge, make sure he respawns about the same time as his team, because you do not want to start spreading out your respawns. It slows down your team so much, it means that people can get picked off, leaves you a little bit vulnerable to attack. Looks like teams are preparing, and Dot's actually decided, I've had enough of Reaper now. I got my pentakill. I'm going to swap onto Bastion. So Bastion actually rearing his head might catch people off guard here, but Frisco's hunting him down. He does know that the Bastion's out there now, so an element of surprise is gone as Foe finds Horrific.
Is able to find it. Yumasui moving in. There's the Earthshatter coming down from Midi, going to knock down 2. The defense setting them up, but the offense not giving up just yet. The Resurrection is up. Frisco is over the top. He could be landing a barrage here in a moment. I believe he's just lost way too many people, though. Might want to hold on to it. Trying to kill Roadhog in the back. Might do just that. But overall, I do think Frisco needs to get out of here.
Yeah, they need to sort of just make sure that they're not over-engaging him, make sure they're not giving the enemy team any advantages. There we go, Frisco using the Concussive Blast to just launch himself out of there, and then the Mercy follows suit. I was amazed to see that Dot survived that entire fight. You do not normally see Bastions last that long, but Mini lands the Ice Shadow. Dot just sprays damage into that, and Dot is now ready to go with that tank mode. Damage Ant Bastion in tank form can explode just about anything and everything, and they have to be careful not to go slowly here, because that Bastion will just tear them into pieces as Frisco looks for an engage.
And the Bastion is well protected right now. It's Frisco with the double kill barrage over the top. Now looking for the Bastion in the back. Bastion in trouble. Gonna have to activate tank form. Getting stymied by the Sound Baron. Not gonna do anything. In fact, killed himself. The defense, though, still hanging in there. Yumasui coming in the clutch for the defense. But V turning it around on the Zarya. Earthshatter coming down from the Jeffrey. Going to just set people up here for the offense. It is back and forth. But the offense, no fast guns, starting to take control.
Yeah, V looking really good right now with that high charge Zarya. Going to try and hunt down Dot and finish it off. But Mini comes in, nice and charge for a little bit long, but with Foe there, that's not going to last too long, I think, as they're just trickling in now just to deny a little bit of space in the point. Frisco finding an amazing barrage in that last fight. Managed to take out both supports just before the fight began as Dahun dancing on point, finds time. There's Pirate Will Binding, just going to clear it up, I think, and finally it's going to sail into the end.
Yeah, D.Va's going to try and get on here in time. Not going to happen. And Dahun was effectively the pistol warrior there for a moment, going, look, I'm just at Mercy on the cart. I'm going to try and kill someone. That did not quite work out for her. Pretty fast time being set by No Fast Guns, though I don't think it was as fast as the time that was set by One Shot just a moment ago.
Yeah, it's just a little bit slower. That's a Dot with this kill. Just like that value. It's 3, 4, 5, easy, no problem. And once those kills start landing, you just cannot let, they will not stop, because Reaper will just keep healing and healing. Well, 10,000 damage literally on the dot. 33%. Absolutely wonderful coming out of Dot there. Very well played by that man.
Yep, Dot having himself a game. But overall, No Fast Guns able to get through it pretty quickly there. I mean, nothing was really stopping them too hard. They did have a few stopping blocks at the end, but in the end, that didn't last very long. And 5-11 is a very good time here in Kings Row. It's beatable, but it does make things very, very rough for Assertion Failed, a team that's trying to win this decisively so they can come back and have their, potentially set things up to where maybe No Fast Guns could beat One Shot and they could have some sort of tiebreaker advantage in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to be so careful now. If No Fast Guns does take the edge, then Assertion Failed will definitely not be making it into Group B. And once they enter Group B, it's not going to be an easy time there. There's definitely some really good teams waiting for them in that section. So this is, again, a tournament for a tournament. This is just setting up Group B, making sure that they're ready to face teams like Envious and Reunited. So they've got to bring it out. They've got to show that they're playing on that kind of level and they're able to perform against those kind of teams here and make sure that, they're not just sort of going to turn up and hopefully not going to get knocked out nice and quickly. And I will say that, some of these teams are looking good. There are signs that they're playing incredibly well. I'm very curious to see if One Shot can hold that momentum going forward. From what we saw from their games, they looked pretty damn solid. I'm also curious to see just how teams shake out in this new meta. But it looks like the defensive team is about ready to get set up. We do see Foe on the Roadhog. Casper looks like he might actually be staying on the Lucio because there is no Symmetra. So Casper on the Lucio. AGM on the Mercy. The Jeffrey once more on Reinhardt. V on Junkrat, a very standard pick here, and Frisco on the Soldier 76. It's nice to see Soldier 76 sort of coming back into the meta. It's nice to see him re-emerging as the Pharah answer, I guess. He's there to just spam her down, trying to land that damage, and provide a little bit of extra healing support, I guess.
Indeed. Meanwhile, let's take a look here at the offense as it rolls out for the side of Assertion Failed. It's going to be Umustui on the McCree, Dot on the Reaper, Technocide on Lucio, Horrific on the Roadhog, Dahoon on Mercy, and Mini on the Reinhardt.
This is definitely looking like a team comp that just wants to sort of barrel into them and attack them aggressively as possible. You can blow down that barrier in no time with the Reaper and the Roadhog in place. So I imagine they're just going to go straight around this corner and try and force the issue as quickly as they can as they land a hook on V. So V goes down immediately. This is definitely going to be a fast engage.
Yeah, no, they're not wasting any time whatsoever. 3 quick kills here for the offensive Assertion Failed. No Fast Guns caught completely off guard. Dot picking up the double kill in the end. And there's not much more you can say. That was just a very quick, very effective offense coming up from AF. And No Fast Guns now going to have to start the Streets phase a lot sooner than they would have liked. And to top it all off, Ultimates are going to be up much sooner for the offense when compared to the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They just blew through that in no time at all. Very pivotably, the Roadhog lands the hook, and that's why you bring Roadhog, right? He can get very quick kills. He's basically, old McCree, but at a, 20-meter range. It sometimes feels like it's an infinite range, but I assure you it's not. You can actually miss those hooks, despite what some people would lead you to believe. Yeah, that was absolutely well convincing there from No Fast Guns. They're looking really solid now to push through. 5 minutes 11 is the time to beat, and they've got plenty of time to do it in the coming phase. They just got to make sure that no one goes down silly, and Dot looks ready to go.
Here comes Dot moving in. Dot does have the Death Blossom up. He couldn't do it right away, but now he can drop an A point. There it is, and Dot with the quad. No, make it a 5 kill. Moving in, getting all sorts of value on that Death Blossom. And No Fast Guns, a team that set a pretty good time in the last round, is now just getting bullied by Assertion Failed.
I think Dot might have got all 6 there. I'm not sure. That might have been a hexa kill. And that's not something you see often in Overwatch, but man, Dot is just playing out of his mind. Oh, Frisco does get picked off there. But Dot is also in position, dropping down behind, got to try and hunt down Casper. It looks like they're fighting all over the place, EB.
Yeah, the defense is trying to stabilize here. If this defense is able to make a stand in the Streets phase, it would be huge, because they're on the verge of losing the Streets phase outright. Foe, though, getting into back will take out Horrific. Frisco or the top doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on him. Does have to be aware of Umustui, but the defense now starting to turn it back in their favor. The Deadeye coming out from Umustui. He just holds it, says, "High noon." Just kidding. As the defense picking up another 2 kills, and defense now going to stabilize. And this is a bit unfortunate for the side of Assertion Failed. They really could have gone through the Streets phase immediately, but they just get stopped short of the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really looking tricky right now as well, because V's ready to go with that Graviton Surge. Frisco's got Barrage, and they have a Death Blossom to top it all off. So if they need an ultimate wombo combo, well, they have all the options on the table. So the defensive team are looking real good right now. They've got to be super careful. Well, the attacking team has to be so careful in pushing in. Make sure they don't clump up too much. Make sure that Zarya just can't find what she wants. It looks like Dot's actually managed to find Foe.
Well, there's a Graviton coming out, going to pull all those attackers in, and here comes Foe, the Death Blossom in the back, going to set them up with the help of Frisco and Jeffrey. 4 quick kills for the defense. And even though the Resurrection is coming up here, I'm not sure they're in position to deal with it, but there's the Earthshatter coming down from Mini. Knocks down 3. Sound Barrier going to try to save them, but does not do it. The Resurrection Earthshatter will turn this fight in favor of the offense. And a really good reaction coming out from the side of Assertion Failed. And time-wise, they still have a chance here.
Yeah, they still have a good 2 minutes, I think, still on the clock. So
yeah, it's about a minute 50.
Yeah, Mini finds the Earth Shadow that he needs, manages to stun up the rest of the team, and just Dot and Yumasui clean up on the back of that. Now Dot and Yumasui are both ready to go. Horrific. Also good to go on the whole hog. So the Jeffries barrier, not going to be long for this well. It's going to get blown through very quickly, as if they try and force the issue. I think it's going to go bad.
Oh, there's Dot in the back with the Death Blossom. Has 2, almost gets a full 3. Both sides really trading off kills here, but the offense going to keep the payload moving. AGM might have been looking for the res, did not quite have it yet. He needed 5%. He was not able to press Q, and now time-wise, Assertion Failed has a chance. They're moving forward. Dot getting get taken out immediately. I don't think that death was worth it. As defense now moving on, they should be able to restabilize. Dot, I think, was just way too far out.
Yeah, Dot just being a little bit over-aggressive, trying to do too much, I think. Just needed to hold his horses a bit and make sure that he's not going to give up a free kill, because now it's 5 versus 6. Now you got to be super careful in how you handle things. It looks like they're going to go right for it, though, CP.
Offensive Sound Bearer coming out there. They're moving right back in. There's the Earth Shatter coming out from Mini. The offense fighting in. So is Foe, though. Foe on the triple kill. Really making this up. Makes it a quad. And Reaper's really the hero of the day here on both sides. Is Foe doing lots of work, Dot doing lots of work, but the defense is going to hold on. Now, time-wise, there's only about 45, 50 seconds left here for the offense, so I think No Fast Guns might have bought themselves just enough time.
Yeah, they might have just done it. They've got to try and just engage as quickly as possible. They run right into a fire strike, manage to cut down Dot by half, but they're going to try and hit straight on the payload and make sure it moves as fast as possible here, ZB.
Yeah, Dot right now getting to back here on the Mercy. There's only 30 seconds remaining. Dot, though, does have the Death Blossom. He's going to hit Q any moment right now, right after this Wraith form finishes. There's the Q. Going to get mitigated a little bit by Zarya, but it's not enough. They're moving in, and this could be a photo finish indeed. Zarya about to bite the dust. Here comes the offense moving forward. Time-wise, I do believe they have about 10 seconds left, 15 or so. Here comes Fair. Will Fair be able to get on the point in time? This is so close between both teams. Frisco right now raining rockets from above, and the defense will be able to stall out just in time. Earthshatter coming in a little bit late. There's the Graviton, but all this does not matter. No Fast Guns is held on to win map number 1 over Assertion Failed.
Holy moly, it does not get much closer than that. Just the desperate stalls on the payload just being enough to buy them that time. They've managed to do it. I can't believe it. Some people call stopwatch into doubt whether it's tense or not, but that payload was literally 5 meters from the end there. That was just right on the verge of it. They managed to hold out with a desperate defense, managed to get onto the payload quick enough. Very, very well played there. Oh, that's breathtakingly well done. And of course, play the game going for Mercy. Just gonna bring that Resurrect up. Picks everyone up nice and safely, but Mini actually counters with an Earth Shadow there.
I gotta say, that's one thing where I've actually had a change of heart in recent times. I don't like the Mercy play of the games, and every now and then you'll get like a big 5 res, and okay, maybe that deserves to be up there, but anytime you get like a 3 res where it's sort of routine shift Q, I sort of look at that and go, is that really play of the game? I feel like usually there's more entertaining DPS plays that happen over the course of it, and just sort of a shift Q isn't that great. I realize it's hard to give Mercy play of the game, but I've gotten very tired of some of the Mercy play of the games as time has gone on.
It's one of those things, right? Like, I'm going to let you guys in on something. I've been to a couple of meetings with Blizzard, and that basically, one piece of feedback that comes up reliably is, hey, we want to see lots of support play of the game. So not lots of, but we want to see them. And so how are you going to give Mercy a play of the game? Well, but you get 4 or 5 people to resurrect. That should be pretty big. And I'm sure in a pub level game, that's probably, a pretty big moment. That's probably a pretty big swing. But on these pro level games, we see Mercies get 4 or 5 people reses pretty much every single team fight. The Mercies are so good at hiding out, making sure they're not going to get discovered. They know all the spots to sort of secret themselves away. And then just pick everyone back up and see the fights resume. So Mercy always going to keep getting those plays of the game here, as long as she finds those resurrects, as long as nothing bigger comes out like Dot's amazing Death Blossom followed up by 2 more kills, for example. That's
the thing, though. That was in that game, you did have Dot's amazing Death Blossom, which was almost a 6 kill outright, if not a full 6 kill. And the Mercy play of the game got more points than that for the algorithm. It's just like, wait a second. Because you don't see, even by Reaper standards, you don't see a 5K come out all that often for Reaper. That is much rarer than a 5 Mercy res, and I don't know. Mercy res play of the game is getting a little old, I feel like.
I'm trying to figure out how the calculation works, because I know a little bit of how it's weighted, and maybe it's just because everyone was on the point as well, and so it was denied just before the payload it
gives more points for being near the objective.
Yeah.
But the problem is in pro play is that that's not really as relevant, because if you're in the back and kill 4 people, for all intents and purposes, when you have other people pushing the cart, that's just as valuable than if it was right in the cart. But there is like this big modifier to being on the objective for what you do. And I don't know. I just think when you have Dot having that huge of a play of the game, which is almost won the game outright for Assertion Failed, I feel like that should be on the play of the game.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I prefer seeing like DPS players come out with these big multi-kills. I do think they're a little bit more exciting than just scooping everyone up, usually after the big multi-kills. Or sometimes what we see is the Mercy scoops everyone up, and then what ends up happening is the big multi-kill happens basically off the back of that. But we have moved on to map number 2. We are going to be seeing Hollywood, and I'm very curious to see what teams set up with here, because I'm seeing something interesting. I'm seeing something that I'm kind of secretly hoping for as well, which is the return of Torbjorn. And so will the defense run that pick?
It's looking like that might be the case indeed. Dot, and that is my dog that is going in the background. Hopefully she will calm down in a second. I'm not actually sure what's going on in the back, but I'll check into it in between the break if it still keeps going on. In the meantime, Twitch chat, Frankerzies, and all the rest. Either way, though, take a look here at the defense as they set up. It's going to be Technicide on the Symmetra, Yuma's on McCree, Dot on the Reaper, Horrific on Torbjorn, Dahoon on Lucio, or sorry, Dahoon on Mercy. Of course, Lucio just speed boosting everyone out. How could you play without a Mercy? And Mini going to be on the Reinhardt.
And I do like this pick of Dot on the Reaper rather than on the Torbjorn, and Horrific taking up the Torbjorn. I do like seeing Torbjorn on this map. Torbjorn also just very good when the defense starts holding out for a long period of time, really gets that effective hit points boosted up. With the Symmetra, you're going to be looking at 75 extra hit points on everyone, which is pretty damn huge these days. So that's definitely very nice to see. Meanwhile, on offense, we do have No Fast Guns coming out with the Casper on the Lucio Foe, on the Street Pig, on Roadhog V, on Zarya, Frisco, on Farah, the Jeffrey, on Reinhardt, and AGM bringing out the Mercy. So standard lineup as well, standard in this post-McCree days as well. As Frisco jumps up and over, tries to find what damage he can. Will they find the turret nice and quickly? Technicide goes down immediately, so that turret will be gone for a little while.
That was a huge pick coming up by Frisco. There will be no teleporter up anytime soon, as No Fast Guns not wasting any time getting on top of the point. Horrific and Mini will be striking right back, and look at Dot in the back is able to find AGM. There will be no offensive res. So even though things are starting kind of rough here for the defense, they do get a few picks that they need, but it's not over yet. As Frisco able to take out Dahoon, and the offense really trying to stay in on this. Very broadly right now on top of the point, and Foe looking for the hook, almost takes out Horrific. As the offense now, the respawns are going to get here just a little bit sooner on.
Yeah, this is the thing with spawn distances. This is why that Symmetra is so important. Horrific, though, finding a lot of damage. He has managed to Molten Core as well. He's building up that turret. Gets it to level 2, so that's going to start dealing out massive damage here. Foe trying to blast it down with the whole hog. Does eventually manage to take it out. And this is actually looking good for the defensive team, though. They have managed to reinforce, got back to the point nice and good time. And yeah, they might just hold this out. And I want to point out something as well, just for the defensive team, just for Dot. He managed to sort of hide out around the corner, and I want to bring up something in FPS that always bugs me, which is check your corners. Doesn't matter if it's Counter-Strike, doesn't matter if it's Overwatch. Check your corners, because they went right through that choke point, didn't look behind him, and Dot was there waiting for them. And if he does that again and has a Death Blossom, it's going to be huge.
No, Death Blossom is on the menu as they move forward. So is Barrage. Both teams do have some weapons as they move into this next fight. Dot right now can't be too aggressive, but he is creeping towards the other team, looking for his opportunity. Might just go in through the stairs, and oh no, he's going to find Mercy. This is not good. AGM going to go down immediately. Dot found what he wanted, got the double kill, and now he's going to be able to walk into the rest of the offense here. Might not even need the Death Blossom, just taking people out with left click after left click.
And Horrific now in such a good position. He has 200 scrap on him. He's going to just throw out a bunch of armor packs, and then everyone is going to have that extra 50 armor, and that can be really, really damn huge. When people don't go down in good time, it's a massive pain in the ass. And also, these turrets have just been finding so much damage. No one seems to be dealing with them. No one seems prepared to deal with this. Horrific snipes out Frisco. So Torbjorn finding the damage he needs there, landing the hits that he wants. And this is actually looking so good now for the defensive team. Dot is ready to go. Mini's ready to go. These two are going to be massive in the next fight. And Horrific also sitting on 85%. Molten Core is super hard to push into. And it looks like No Fast Guns is just trying to figure out how they want to do this, how they're going to set up this push, because they are stalling out now as Frisco finally rejoins the fight.
The one thing going in favor of the offense here is that they don't have to worry about teleport. Oh no, they ran right into the Death Blossom. Soundbear are going to mitigate the worst of that. That could have been way worse for the offense. I think if Dot had activated Death Blossom a little bit earlier, it would have taken out most of them. But there's the Graviton Barrage combo coming in over the top as Frisco picking up 2 kills. The counter wombo on the way. Resurrection will be coming up here for the defense, but might not be enough. The offensive momentum here is nothing but huge. But Yuma Suhi off the res, getting 2 kills. Frisco going to put an end to that, though. And though not as clean as the offense might have liked, things still looking really good for them. The offensive Resurrection coming up, and the defense now in some rough shape. And part of it is that they do get the teleporter up towards the end, but if they had the teleporter up to begin with, it would have been way better for their reinforcing.
Yeah, it looks like they've just managed to finish securing it there. Super close, but Dot almost managed to get the kills he wants. They clearly came up with their plan, they clearly came up with their strategy, moving through the security room into the back corridor, taking out the turret as soon as possible. Didn't quite notice that, hey guys, there's a Reaper here, by the way. We need to kill that as well before he kills everyone. Reinhardt getting the barrier up and in place, making sure that not everyone dies to Dot's terrifying Death Blossom so far. As we move into the streets phase, we do start to see high ground become so much more important. We usually see Genjis come out here, for example. Widowmaker used to make an appearance, seems less so these days, so it's going to be interesting to see how teams adapt to this stage, as yes, it looks like the defensive team is moving around, trying to get to that elevator, slowly move up there as Horrific does take the high ground. We'll start laying down some of that Soldier 76 fire, and he's going to be difficult to shift. But they have to be careful here because V's on 80%, and once that Graviton Surge comes in, this team's going to be all clumped up, and even without the barrage, it could be huge, it could be ruinous, especially as Flo's going to have a whole hog very soon.
No, absolutely. And right now, the defense, they are charging in. They think they see an opportunity. Mini moving in, has the Earthshare, will knock down 3. Mini swing the hammer, looking for the kills. Horrific going to clean them up over the top. And a good charge in here from the defense of AF.
Yeah, looking pretty good right now. Managed to land the Earth Shadow and Horrific just on the high ground, shelling away with that Soldier 76 damage. Even though it does have range drop-off, it's still pretty damn dangerous. Even at medium and long range, it will still deal enough damage to lay some hurt on you, especially when you've got someone like Dot barreling down on you as well. With the Reaper, the sort of Hellfire shotguns raining out destruction, it causes such big problems. But all of them crammed onto the lift, also elevator if you prefer, if you are so inclined. But they do have to be so careful now, as the barrage will be ready fairly soon.
Dot is going to have a Death Blossom up for this next fight, and what better place to drop it than the Hollywood elevated buildings here. He can drop down from the top, get a perfect Death Blossom if he times it right, and here he goes. He's moving into the back. There's the Death Blossom coming in. Sound Barrier going to eliminate a lot of it, but he's going to take out most of the Sound Barrier protection. As V now with the Graviton Surge turning the tables with the aid of Frisco. 3 kills, 4 kills now for the offense. They weather the storm of the Death Blossom with Sound Barrier, and Frisco landing some very good shots indeed, taking things over, getting another kill with Pharah. Frisco being the hero right now as No Fast Guns able to get through this defensive hold.
Yeah, Frisco finding all the damage he needs. Didn't need the barrage for the Graviton Surge. Managed to sort of use it to clean up the last remnants of the Resurrect. Just enough sort of time left on it to pick off 1 or 2 more targets. Frisco now dueling Dot. That's a pretty damn good fight for Pharah. Reaper not really going to have the firepower just to pick her out the sky. And this is looking really good right now as Mini tries to force the issue outside, but does get charged in by the Jeffrey.
Taking out that Reinhardt is such a big deal. Yuma Suhi, though, coming in from the side. We'll have a Deadeye up here in a moment. Still trying to make McCree work here as foe with the whole hog. Gets the triple kill. You don't see that every day. And Yuma Suhi not able to clutch on the right click. Takes out foe anyways. But it's going to be too little too late as the offense gets to the checkpoint and gets things moving.
Yeah, this is so good for the offense because that means they all respawn right next to where they are. It's just as good as having a Resurrect pushing all the way to the end there. They're going to try and force the issue a little bit, maybe V ranging forward, trying to maintain some charge on that Zarya barrier. You don't want to let that deplete because at this level, people stop firing into Zaryas really, really early, so it's going to be hard to maintain high charge. It's going to be difficult. Though Foe jumps out, finds Mini, does land a shot, won't be able to kill him maybe, but the Jeffrey lands the fire straight through the barrier, finishes it off.
Dot right now is measuring the offense. He's looking to drop down, has the Mercy in his sights. AGM does not realize the threat that's happening here, but Dot hasn't gone in just yet. Yuma Suhi will get the triple kill from the front. Dot dropping in from the back. In comes the Earthshot from Mini, and Dot will use Death Blossom. He's just going to use Hellfire shotguns, getting 2 kills here in the back. Uses the Death Blossom in the end, does not kill the Zarya. And he might have waited just a little bit too long here. Yuma Suhi still holding things in here for the defense, but not as clean as it could have been.
Yeah, Zarya just says, do you even lift, bro? Puts up the barrier and just lays in some of that massive damage. Now she's full charge and such a huge threat. It's so difficult to remove that Zarya once she starts getting to this level, especially when you don't have the McCree. Foe also finds Yuma Suhi, picks him up as the fight is joined once more.
Yeah, the fight is underway. The offense right now looking to put this away if they can. They have 2 kills towards that cause. Make it 3. V now charged up. Has a Graviton if necessary. Frisco over the top will take out Tech. There is a flank coming in from Dot, but he's not able to do anything. There comes the Graviton, but it's just for show. The offense will cap it out. Staying a pretty decent time here in Hollywood.
Yeah, pretty decent, definitely beatable. Like, they got to make sure that they don't get stalled out on the first point too much. That first point Brawl did last a little while, but this was pretty damn quick. It's going to be hard-pressed to do it. And ZP's favorite, a Mercy ultimate, probably going to be playing the game right now. Oh, this is actually when Dot's about to jump in as well, so we do get to see sort of Dot in the back there, picking off people. They do get sort of railed into there. Dot holding on for so long. It's interesting to sort of watch this in review. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the whole fight. But yeah, it was interesting to sort of see him just standing over Lucio, shelling him with shotguns rather than jumping over and trying to fire off the Death Blossom and clear everything up at once, basically. Maybe just wanted to wait out the barriers, but didn't sort of figure that Zarya's going to hold on as long as she did. I'm not sure, but questionable decision there perhaps from Dot.
I think in the solution, by the way, to play the game issue, you just show more than one play of the game. You show 2 to 3 play of the games, and then you have one that maybe be a support play of the game. That's fine. But the only play of the game being a mercy res is just so anticlimactic. It's just like, oh, okay, 3 people got rezzed.
Yeah, I can see that said, you know, do you really want to wait the 20 seconds for each one to play out, or just like try and snap through them as quickly as possible? ZP, I've lost your camera. Hopefully you're still here. Give me a shout if I can still hear you.
I'm still here. I'm blowing my nose.
Oh, okay, that's why you've turned off your camera. I was worried for a moment that I'd lost you there. Thank you for sort of sparing me the side of blowing your nose, though. Absolutely lovely. I very much appreciate it. Apparently, you might need to lobby as well. Foe apparently lost connection. That's no problem if we do. So I'm going to let the teams know that's okay.
Alrighty, so we will be going back to lobby in just a moment. They're saying Foe has lost connection.
And this kind of thing does happen. Yeah, it's not a big deal when it does happen. As long as it's right at the start of the map, then it's perfectly fine just to go back to lobby, though. Foe might... Oh, no, Foe's back, apparently. So, hey, we're good to go. Let's continue. Right. Lovely. That's
well, take a look here at the defense that will be powered by Foe for the No Fast Gun side. It's going to be AGM on Lucio, V on Junkrat, the Jeffrey on the Reinhardt, Foe on the Roadhog, Casper on Symmetra, and Frisco going to be on the 76.
And meanwhile, for the attacking team, we do have Dahun, and once more on Mercy. Dot bringing out the Hanzo once again. So Assertion failed, definitely liking that pick. Tech aside on the Lucio, horrific on the Zarya. Humus Hui on the McCree, and Mini on the Reinhardt. I actually kind of, you know, I'm warming to Hanzo here, especially on that Streets phase. Just seeing how clumped teams get on that high ground. Having the Dragon available is such a huge threat. But oh no, Dot ruins my dreams, picks up the Reaper instead. But that said, Reaper's just as good. Do have to sort of solve the problem of getting Reaper there and getting Reaper into position, especially if you're trying to graviton size him off the high ground, but then he might swap up coming into that second phase. It's going to be interesting to see how this defense goes forward. We do also have the Symmetra, so if they don't make something happen fast, then hey, Symmetra's going to get a teleport over. It's going to be that much harder.
No, absolutely. Symmetra really sets a timer in the offense to some extent. The offense wants to get through before she gets the teleporter. It gives them higher premium on the first offensive run. But speaking of the offense, here they go. Assertion failed, just charging right in. Mini taking out the Jeffrey with authority. Dot with a little bit of follow-up, takes up the Mercy. There will be no res for the defense here, but Dahun died pretty early as well. Both teams will be without their Mercy. It's turning into a brawl here in the fight, but Mini and Horrific going to bring this forward here for Assertion failed as AF slowly taking control.
Yeah, Assertion failed looking real good right now. They managed to take complete control of it. Reinhardt's going to try and get back in place, but finds Dot, and Dot's just going to shoot him away. Down he goes, and that's going to be a lot of charge with Dot. Dot is ready to go already, and he's going to start ranging ahead in the fashion that we've seen him do before. Symmetra does have a teleporter in the pocket, but I imagine she's just going to change immediately right now. There we go. Foe actually finds Techicide in the process, though. So this could be risky here. Dot trying to just stay ahead of the team. It does sort of go straight for the high ground where it normally is. But Frisco's found him. Frisco's just going to say, hey, no, that's our high ground. That's where we belong. We want to take that over. As oh no, there's the Roadhog. Does find him. Down goes Dot's adventures. Dot, definitely a good player. Might be a little bit overbold in some of these ranges going out ahead. Now the team's going to be without him. And now, well, it looks like
the defense is moving in. They know that the Reinhardt is down. They just want to take advantage of this where they can. But this is dangerous for defense. If you get punished going this far in, the offense can absolutely turn the tables on you in an instant. And note that Dot is back into the fray now. He does have Death Blossom up, and the defense really needs to back off and secure the position. Because here comes the offense. They're speeding up. They know they have a small opportunity here, but they're going to back up a little bit as well. Focus on pushing the cart. Dot right now a little bit far up. We'll have to back out, but here comes the barrage over the top from Frisco. Frisco picking up the triple kill. They did not see Frisco come in from the flank, and they are punished horribly as a result.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the team right now for Assertion failed. They do not have, again, a good answer to Frisco at the moment. There's just the McCree, and McCree at medium range does really start to drop off, and it's going to struggle to get through a Mercy pocket healing Frisco as well. So that's actually going to be very difficult for them to deal with. They really need to try and get a Deadeye or something just to pick that up the sky, because without Widowmaker, you're really going to struggle a bit. It looks like they've got a force the issue on the front line, ZP.
Yeah, there's the Earthshare, though, coming in from the defense. Gonna knock 3 down, setting them up. Frisco over the top with some follow-up. Dot, though, coming in, picking up the double kill, in part from the Death Blossom. So the offense not done just yet. Humus Hui with the support on McCree. He's going to go down the foe, but both teams really fighting out here on top of the point. No answer to the Frisco, though. Now that Yumasui is down, he's going to pick up the double over the top. And really, this is a big key to the defense right now. If they take out Yumasui early on, they don't have a huge answer to the Pharah. And you actually look at this right now, Dot is going to go to Widowmaker. He has had enough of Frisco.
Yeah, I like this trade-up. I think that Reaper just wasn't doing it. There's just not a good way to get Reaper into the enemy team. And even when he did get into the enemy team, didn't have enough damage to sort of take out foe. There goes the Graviton Surge. There's the Earth Shatter. So they're ready to fight.
Yeah, the Graviton comes in, but the Sound Barrier mitigates a lot of that. The defense able to weather the storm. They are all sorts of charged in. Everyone on top of the point here. Foe with the whole hog will take out Mini, but here comes the offense now, charging right back in without Mini. They have the Sound Barrier up and ready. Not quite doing as much as they want does. Frisco with the barrage, getting another double kill. And once again, Frisco able to do whatever he wants on a fight, gets the triple in the end. And they got to do something about Frisco right now, where right now the McCree hasn't been able to do it, and the Widow was not able to do it on that last fight.
Yeah, so now they decided, let's try Soldier 76. Let's bring out another one of Pharah's counters and try and shut that down. Because Frisco right now is finding all the damage he wants. And with that Mercy boost, Pharah really does hurt. So if you can't shut it down, it's just going to cause you so many problems. Also, Foe doing such a good job of just laying damage into Reinhardt, making sure that anytime they charge, he's got that whole hog ready as well, just to sort of deny them that. That's a Yumasui trying to push Frisco off the high ground, trying to nudge it around, sort of go wrap all the way around the flank here, but they're getting a bit scattered. And yeah, Foe finds Dot, takes that in good time, and Frisco still shelling damage all this time.
Yeah, the defense in great position here. V, in fact, has a Graviton Surge, just holding on to it. Might not even need to use it in this fight. Yumasui, of course, is switched on to the Pharah. Does take out the Jeffrey. Now looking for Frisco from the back. Frisco, though, with the Zarya's shield, going to absorb that mid-air rocket. And I feel like the offensive assertion failed just doesn't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, it's sort of like they can't quite solve the problem that is Frisco. And Frisco now dueling Yumasui in the air. Can he find the shots he needs? Does actually take an air shot, but does have Mercy pocketing him down. Goes Yumasui, picked off there. Resurrect does go off on the point as well, so will sort of buy them a little bit more time. But Frisco
there's a barrage. The cleanup absolutely coming in over the top. Frisco again getting another double kill. I think Dot had the right idea when he was on Widowmaker. He just didn't commit to it for long enough. He went Widow for one run. It didn't work out. Got off of Widow. You can headshot the Pharah to take her out. And Widow is still that effective, but if you're not that comfortable with it, it can be a problem.
Yeah, now deciding to swap to the Roadhog. So just interesting pick coming out there. That's dead. Yumasui is ready to go. Horrific also getting off the Zarya and has gone on to the Reaper. So they do have three very pivotal ults coming up. They do have Earth Shatter ready and waiting as well. Looks like they're going to try and force it here.
Yeah, the Graviton on the way here for the defense, going to suck the offense in. They're already down one player. Make it two. Mini going to go down. Dot looking for the hook. Just going to hit the Reinhardt shield instead. And again, this just seems to be where No Fast Guns has them wherever they want them. There's not that much time left remaining here either. I think officially time might be over sooner than we think, as Frisco going to finish things up. There's about 2 minutes left, so they would have to have everything go right for the offense right now.
Yeah, they basically have to clean up on this next push. And on this next push, they are running into a barrage, into a Sound Barrier, into an Shadow, and into Whole Hog. So that's going to be a pretty big ask. That's why they do also have pretty much like everything ready to go. It's just a matter of getting there and landing it. Whole Hog's going to blow through the barrier, and Frisco's going to be looking for that barrage.
Horrific, though, moving in on the Death Blossom. Going to get mostly to get here by the Sound Bearer. Frisco in the back with the barrage. Will take out one, the defense or the top. Resurrection, though, coming in for the offense. The offense still maintaining some momentum here. Yumasui getting work done on the Pharah over the top. Zarya right now, probably not long for this world, eating rocket after rocket, still alive, will go down in the end. And finally, the offense able to get a little bit of momentum here, but time-wise, they would have to win their next fight absolutely flawlessly, and every fight after that, effectively the same if they want any hope of bringing this payload to the finish line in time.
And that Zarya bought them a little bit of time that they needed. V just staying alive long enough for everyone to sort of respawn, group up. V's going to be a little bit late to the party, but rejoining now and has Graviton Surge ready to go.
Both Reinhardt's going to charge into each other there, knocking at the heads, as it were. The offense moving in, Dot getting the double kill. So Searching failed with a lot more momentum here than they've had all game. Horrific piling on, getting the third kill here. Dot right now in the back looking for the hook. Nowhere close, but doesn't matter. And this is exactly what Assertion failed need if they want to get here to the end of time. But I'm still not sure they're going to be able to get there because the defense can really just throw people on the card at this point and stall out for long enough.
Yeah, absolutely. They can just basically start putting bodies on the card. I wouldn't be surprised if you see like a May come out, maybe just throw an ice block on it. Just 30 seconds left to get all the way through the end of this push here, and Zarya is always ready to go. There goes Horrific, however, and Yumasui following up with a barrage, trying to get what kills he can, finds a double.
Makes it a triple.
It's really damn good.
But now there's only about 15 seconds left, and there's no way they can bring it to the end. So as a result, this is going to be a hold for No Fast Guns, despite the last minute shenanigans. of Assertion Failed, and No Fast Guns going to go up 2-0 here in the series.
Yep, GGs are being called at the moment. They know that they have not won it out here, so we will be going to the third map. There goes Fire at Will. We should probably just let the teams know to, hey, just push it all the way to the end, do the Trap of Tears, just so we can see it go all the way in and see the play of the game here. Hopefully that last one wasn't it. Oh no, we're just going to go straight back to the lobby. Players taking it into their own hands, denying us that wonderful Mercy res that we were no doubt guaranteed.
No, absolutely. So we're going to go right into the third map, and this has been a rough night for AF right now. They have lost effectively 5 straight to teams that are also pretty darn good, but you'd like to think that they would want to at least win one map and sort of maybe entertain the idea of a reverse sweep here against the side of No Fast Guns, but their road to the group stage slot that they want looking very, very rough indeed, because right now not only would they have to reverse sweep No Fast Guns here, but they would need No Fast Guns, I believe, to 3-0. No Fast Guns would have to 3-0 one shot. That's fairly unlikely, all things considered here. So at this point, I feel like Assertion Failed playing more so for pride, because their odds of actually getting through and getting group spot now very, very low.
Yeah, they basically have to bring everything back and then hope that everything goes according to plan. And, well, that's probably not going to happen. That said, going to be interested to see how they play out on Nepal. We are going back to Nepal. So we've seen Nepal twice in 2 series. Hallelujah. Going to see interesting King of the Hill action here, not on Lijiang where we normally see it. I'm super curious again to see how these teams run this little map here. This map going to be definitely favoring Reaper play, hopefully. Horrific. Oh Lord, please say it so. Please say it so. They are going to try it once more. They're going to try bringing out the Bastion, I think, CP.
El Presidente making a rare appearance. We do see him more often in King of the Hill than other game types in a lot of cases, and we'll see if it works out for AF. But AF definitely, their backs against the wall. They want to at least take one map here in the series if they can, but No Fast Guns is making it hard on them. Certainly one shot made it hard on them, and we'll see if they can have one thing to hang their hats on here as Nepal gets underway.
Yeah, so let's look at that team lineup for Assertion Failed. So we do have Horrific on the Bastion, Yuma Tui on the Zarya Checker side, once more on Lucia, Mini on Reinhardt, Dehun on Mercy, and Dot bring out McCree, so maybe trying to stun up some of that damage as it goes into the Bastion, maybe trying to defend him a little bit. That's kind of my guess as they go in here on the Bastion-focused comp.
Yep, Bastion-focused comp, but the other team knows it's coming, which they might, if they looked at the VOD as they're watching, they might go, okay, they might be running the Bastion, let's not rush against this point right away, but they are rushing against this point right away. The Bastion will be laying down that Bastion fire, but no kills here just yet. The other team sort of trying to flank around, but they will take out Frisco. Horrific on the double kill. They do not deal with the Bastion super well, and AF definitely setting themselves up pretty well here as Bastion going to complete the triple kill to start out this game.
Bastion picks up a triple and has 85% of his ultimate charge ready to go immediately. He landed so much damage in that fight. It hit it, was basically punching into foe there on the Roadhog. Just so much damage going into that. Gives him so much ultimate. And having that tank form is going to be huge. They're going to set up on the high ground. And this is, well, can they break the Bastion? Can they break the sort of the World War I machine gun trench? Because that can be so hard to push into. They're going to try and they're going to try and brute force it, but they're going to have to run right around to the point, try and force Bastion to reposition, and try and get something off the back of that. How do you deal with this Bastion when you don't have a Genji or something to get into him as Horrific goes in with the tank form?
Yeah, the tank is coming out here for Horrific. Horrific on the triple kill, landing shot after shot, looking for more. The follow-up is there. El Presidente coming in strong. Beep boop, says the Bastion. And as a result, we're going to see AF hold on for a little bit longer. But one thing that this is a little bit unfortunate is that they did give up the point for a little bit, and they lost effectively 11% that they otherwise could have had.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just every little bit matters here. Every sort of that 11% is basically one full push that they could have had in the bag. So a little bit of time sort of bought here for No Fast Guns. Can they get anything else off the back of this? I'm curious to see that they haven't changed out their comp at all. They're still running with this as Foe just chunked for half his hit points as he runs into the point. They're going to try the same thing again and hope that it works out. But Dot ready with the Deadeye.
Yeah, Bastion right now in the back will be taking out the Winston early on. The Bastion still really not countered here from the side of No Fast Guns. 3 kills here for AF. This is the strongest look that they've had all series long. Bastion still doing work in the back, going to take out Foe. And I agree, this is about the time where No Fast Guns, they need to change something up here because this is not working out. Graviton Surge coming in, going to mop the rest of them up. And now, if you look at the AF side, AF is a mere about 33% away from winning this round.
Yeah, No Fast Guns is now stuck in a really difficult position. They have pretty much every ultimate ready to go except for Mercy Res, but it's Mercy Res, so it's always technically ready to go. So do you start swapping things, or do you just hold out a little bit? That's it. Every single time Flo pokes as well, he gets chunked for about half his hit points, and Horrific almost ready for another horrific display. He has Bastion Tank Swarm ready. The team dashes once more onto the point. Can they cause something with all these ultimates?
They do have a lot of ults up, but Horrific takes out Casper immediately here with tank mode Bastion. 4 kills for the defensive assertion failed, holding on to this point. And really, No Fast Guns had no answer for the Bastion. Horrific having himself a game, and just like that, they're going to win round number 1. A pretty dominant fashion. Now, if your assertion failed, you have no real reason not to use the Bastion going into round number 2. I think they'll stay right on it. Hope that works, but we'll have a little bit more difficulties here on this map where you can sort of flank the Bastion a little bit more readily.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot more pathways to sort of wrap around on this map, a lot less open ground to use that Bastion on, but it looks like they're going to be sticking with it. I'm going to be curious to see if we do see, the Genji come out. Maybe it looks like actually, they're going off of the Bastion pit, going for the Winston, a little bit safer here. Interesting to see no Pharahs, but we do have the 2 Lucios here booping a very real threat on the Sanctum, on the central point where there is a big pit in the middle of it. It looks like teams have finished up their change-ups and are ready to start pushing onto the point. Now, I'm always curious to see on this map which direction teams going. It looks like they're going opposite directions. One team going for the sort of the high ground, the overlooking ground, the other taking the ground behind. Does give them easy access to the tunnels, and it looks like they're just going to join out on this narrow corridor bridge, just shelling damage into each other right now. I do see Dot trying to sneak around behind at the same time as well, trying to get position with that McCree, maybe trying to find AGM in the back as Frisco eats a huge amount of damage. It goes down.
Yeah, Yumasui on the Junkrat, able to take out Frisco right away. Now look at him, he's going at the concussive mine. We'll take out the Jeffrey. And again, assertion failed, looking like a different team here on King of the Hill. They're bullying around No Fast Guns right now. And Yumasui being very aggressive on Junkrat, and it's working out.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just actually a huge amount of damage for him to deal. Like with a big target like Winston and Roadhog on the enemy team, it's heaven for that Junkrat. He's just going to land what damage again. As V steps into a trap, really puts his foot in it there, mate. Doesn't take a lot of damage. Does actually manage to deal a lot of damage back though. V is on very high charge at the moment, landing a lot of hits. Oh no, but Jeffrey does get booted off the map, doesn't fall right off it, and it looks like they're ready to fight.
Graviton Surge going to come out here before V goes down. V isn't even down yet. 3 people brought into that Graviton. Frisco trying to feast, get the fall off. Not quite as effective as it'd like, and here comes Dot with the Deadeye. Will it connect? It will take out Casper at the very least. And AF absolutely fighting right now, trying to hang in there, dealing with ult after ult, but Foe now with the hook will be taking that out. And slowly but surely, No Fast Guns is starting to take control of this game.
Yeah, and during all of that, the Jeffrey was trying to bump the Zarya out of the map, just chase her down, make sure that she wasn't being a big impact there. Does eventually manage to get Zarya off and launches her away from the shrine, so bought a lot of space for his team there, the Jeffrey. That said, Frisco also ready to go with the Deadeye, going to be pivotal in the next fight. That said, also Mini is going to have Graviton Surge fairly soon, and that's going to be massive with the Junkrat. Graviton Surge.
Oh, look at Frisco. Frisco coming at the Death Blossom. He could absolutely feast here, moving into the back with the Sound Bearer. Takes out Mini, was looking for a little bit more, but damage has been done. Zarya is down, even with the offensive Sound Bearer here. Oh no, Frisco gonna get booped off the edge by Technicide. Don't attack a cornered Lucio like that. It might work out not in your favor. As Technicide in the corner, looking for more boops. Both teams now getting down and dirty on the point.
Yeah, and Dot also finds V, manages to pull him off the map by using Roadhog cheekily near that corner. Manages to sort of pull it back for his team there. Removing that Zarya is so pivotal, so important. Now this is looking pretty damn good for Assertion Failure. This goes back and forth in a big way. We're going to try and hold down these choke points. It's so difficult to start pushing into this map. If you do lose control of it, you're going to be so careful not to get penned into the sort of the glass room here, especially when there's a Junkrat shelling away at you, landing all that damage in there. Dot poking in though, does eat a lot of damage from that Reaper, has to be a bit careful. We see Foe swapping onto the Tracer. So Tracer comes back as Hui finds Casper. There goes the Graviton side.
Yeah, Graviton Surge is coming out Horrific right now, moving in with the Death Blossom, not getting quite as much done as he would have liked. Mini getting the double kill for AF. AF trying to turn this back in their favor, and they will. 4 quick kills for AF, and they're holding on to the point. And this is a very close round indeed. And AF, right now, they're about 30% away from taking this round and taking a map off of No Fast Guns.
Yeah, and Assertion Valve really needed this. They needed to get back into the game in a big way. They looked really shaky on those first 2 payload maps, although it was pretty damn close in some instances. But here, oh no, they just find the trap. Yumasui having the time of his life here on Junkrat, finding all the damage he needs, EP.
I know they're doing everything super well. 4 quick kills here for AF. No Fast Guns looks a little bit lost. Here comes Frisco with the Death Blossom. Will take out 2. Jeffrey with an extra kill. No Fast Guns not out quite yet. Technicide almost pooping Frisco off the ledge again. Says no, it's not quite happening this time, as Frisco now getting kill after kill here on Reaper. The shields helping him out immensely. But there comes the tire. It's not over just yet, but here it comes. V onto point. Now we're at a point where No Fast Guns cannot get off the point for any reason, or it will be GG. They will retake the point. And Assertion failed. They need to win at least one more major team fight, as both teams now scrapping it out here on the point.
Yeah, and it's actually looking pretty good right now for them taking it back as DaHuun gets back on the point. Manages to dodge a Tracer Bomb as well. Does not land the stick. UMSU finds Casper. Picks off that important healer in Lucio. And there's the sound barrier. This is looking really, really good for Assertion Fail right now as they start pushing in. Dot is also ready and waiting to go with the whole hog. Can he find the targets though? Foe dancing around.
V though. V is coming in here. He will have a Graviton Surge coming up. He's holding on to it. Should be coming up any moment. There's the Graviton coming out. Only going to get Mini in. Dot gets in at the last moment, but Frisco able to pounce on the opportunity. Gets the double kill. We'll have a Death Blossom up pretty soon as well. Both teams really fighting out here on the point. Yumasui even saying, wow. But look at this. Now 8% away is No Fast Guns from taking this round and forcing a round number 3.
Yeah, Foe trying to stall people back, trying to make sure they can't get to the point and contest for overtime. DaHuun trying to get in there. Lucio trying to get in there. Has actually knocked off as well in the process. It doesn't actually manage to make it. And, well, we're going to the third final point on Nepal. And this is back to the big open map. This is back to sort of the big open space. Going to be interesting to see if teams change up the play. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Junkrat change perhaps, although Junkrat can be fairly strong here. There's lots of places for him to spam down. But considering it's a lot more open, considering there's a lot of pathways, would not be shocked to see that change up here. Also going to be interesting to see if they stick on the Tracer. She was working pretty damn well. But you've got to be so careful with that Tracer. She can get picked off so quickly on these maps. And Dot finding the hooks that he needs so far. So can Foe dodge Dot? Can Foe build up enough ultimates? Can Foe explode Dot enough is the big question. And it looks like they're staying on this Tracer as they're going straight for the point.
Yeah, no, they're staying on it. And this is where No Fast Guns, they just want to end this right now. They don't want to go to map number 4. They'd rather just end this a quick 3-0. Assertion failed, of course, looking to make something out of nothing here in a night that has not gone all that well from here just far. Frisco, though, will be taking out Dot very early on here in this fight. And the offense of No Fast Guns definitely getting what they need. They have 2 kills here moving forward. Frisco has Mercy in his sights. Will get taken out by the Junkrat in the end. But overall, the momentum absolutely in favor of No Fast Guns right now as they move forward. Foe going to get the cleanup here. Reaper running for his life.
And down he goes. And now they've got to be super careful because their spawns are going to be a little bit out of sync. Yumasui just coming back now. Horrific's going to be about 5 seconds behind. And with that Tracer as well, just poking away, nipping at them, it's going to be a little bit tricky to get back to the point. And if they aren't careful, if they start getting picked up, it's going to be huge. We do see some change it coming out. Yumasui on the Farah. We do see also McCree coming out from Dot. So maybe trying to lock down the Tracer a little bit. McCree still very effective against that Tracer as Mini tries to force the issue on the point.
Frisco right now will have Death Blossom up any moment. He does have it up now, takes out Mini, could drop the Q at a moment's notice. Right now the defense of No Fast Guns, very comfortable here on the point, doesn't need to move too much. Dot gonna eat the Hellfire Shotgun to the face, and there's the Death Blossom coming out. Technicide able to boop back Frisco, negating some of the worst of it, but now Technicide going to have to deal with Frisco. Get it, booping him back though, so Technicide doing a decent job of staying alive. But still a lot of momentum in favor of No Fast Guns. But here comes Horrific with a Death Blossom of his own. Gets the double kill, stringing to a brawler in the point. But only Foe and AGM are left. But there's the resurrection from AGM. And that could be the tide turner that No Fast Guns needs.
Yeah, looks like they're cleaning up nicely. And there's some famous last words for you. It's only their Mercy and someone else left. Oh, wait, Mercy's brought everyone back. And now we've got to fight absolutely everything. So not able to clean up AGM, not stopping the res going off, picks everyone up on the point. And this is looking really, really good now for No Fast Guns. They just got to hold out a little bit longer. And then it's such a huge obstacle to overcome. When the enemy team is on 99% or even near 99% and you're on 0, knowing that one loss, one shunt off can just cause you so many problems, it's huge psychologically.
Deadeye coming out from Dot right now. Dot looking for anything he can get. Will be taking out V. That's a huge pickoff given how much Zarya has done here. Dot right now getting the double kill, takes out the Mercy. Dot putting the team on his back right now as they move forward, but Frisco doing the same for No Fast Guns. Has the double kill, did take out Dot. Moving forward, almost has another Death Blossom out as he's just relentless. Moving forward, W Mouse 1 doing all sorts of work here for Frisco. Gets a triple kill in the end. And that could be it. I'm not sure the offense can actually get back in time to cause overtime. Horrific is moving forward. He might get booped back here, though. He's going to get booped back. He did not reach the point in time.
Oh, that was so close for him to get there. Well played there by No Fast Guns. Just very well held. Amazing job by Frisco. Cleaning up at the end there, looking really, really decisive. They just didn't have an answer for him. Frisco is playing out of his mind today, landing all the ultimates he needs, landing barrage after barrage earlier on, and does find plenty of kills in this one. Here we see AGM getting a resurrect. No surprise there. We see Mercy plays the game, coming out in pro level games as, oh no, well, Frisco finding all the kills he wants after that as well. So well played to them. And No Fast Guns looking strong right now, but they have to go up against One Shot in the coming game. And basically, either of these teams could go through. Whoever wins this will claim that final spot in Group B of the ONOG Invitational.
Well, No Fast Guns versus One Shot coming up. I think both teams looked about equally strong against Assertion Failed, so I'm not really favoring either team going into this. I do think it's a set that could easily go to 5, but matchups are a thing in esports just as they are in more traditional sports. So really, I could, maybe one team will have a huge edge when we get down into it for reasons in regards to matchups or otherwise. We'll just have to see. But on face value, I could definitely see this next match going at least to 4, if not 5, between One Shot and No Fast Guns.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams are looking fairly even so far. Not really both teams look good against Assertion Failed, so it's so difficult to judge them. If Assertion Failed pushed either team a little bit more, then we would have a better bearing on their power level, respectively, so to speak. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. We're just going to wait for the team to jump into the lobby. We're going to get that arranged for you guys as soon as possible. If you are just joining us, these are best of 5 to determine who takes the final spot in Group B of the ONOG Invitational. Unfortunately, Nubrus decided to drop out of the tournament, so we are finding a replacement for that from our top stars in the open brackets that we ran. So we're just deciding who gets out of that with some lovely Overwatch action on the new patch. If you are curious about the rules that we're running as well, we are running 1 hero limit, best of 5s, and no 2 control point maps just because the pro teams don't like them. I personally don't like them. I'm pretty sure ZP doesn't like watching them that much. Although it can be interesting for novelty's sake, it's not the competitive match that we really want to see.
Yep. All right, guys, so we're going to be taking a short break. We will be back, but the last match of the night is going to be One Shot versus No Fast Guns. The winner of this next series will effectively be taking the last group stage spot. They will be playing on the weekend here on Saturday and Sunday, trying to get into the final stages of the ONOG tournament. Should be a good one, but we'll be back right after a short break. Stay tuned.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this. Our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Alrighty, and we are back here with the One Nation of Gamers tournament, Operation Breakout. This is the last chance qualifier because we did have a team drop out of our group stages for this weekend. That team would be Nubris, and it has come down now to One Shot versus No Fast Guns to fill that last spot, try and get into the main tournament, and have their chance at $15,000.
Yep, and we will be having the draft in just a moment. I think actually teams are about ready to go on the draft. I just need to get back into the lobby real quick. And when I am, well, we'll be pretty much ready to go. It looks like No Fast Guns immediately takes out Ilio's One Shot, also taking out Route 66 immediately. Li Jiang Tao now going from No Fast Guns. No Fast Guns feeling a little bit burned, perhaps, by that performance on King of the Hill. And, well, it's not actually a big surprise to see them get rid of it after that performance. Losing to a Bastion must be a little bit demoralizing for just about anyone.
Yep, I imagine the Paul will fall in no short order here. No Fast Guns has the ability to take out all King of the Hill maps. Of course, the way the bans are right now with no 2 CP maps, you can use all 3 bans against King of the Hill if you want, although that does deprive you of more strategic bans against payload maps that you might not be quite as good against. But we'll note that since it's best out of 5, they will not stop Nepal from being able to get into the pool just yet. So our pool will be Dorado, Hollywood, Kings Row, Numbani, and Nepal. So Hollywood and Kings Row, basically the standard. Dorado gets in there every now and then. Namadi, not quite as much, but pretty good map pool all the same.
And surprise, surprise, last 2 maps in the pool are Hollywood and Kings Row, both maps considered pretty much the standard right now in Overwatch. We will be going back to lovely London town. So, well, Kings Row, pretty much as standard as starter as you can get, the quote-unquote dust 2 of Overwatch, although Hollywood's definitely sort of been taking over a little bit. We'll let the players know that we are ready here in the caster booth, and going to be looking forward to see how teams handle this. It's interesting to watch Kings Row without a Widowmaker. That first point, third point sort of thing is so vital with Widowmaker, and now that she's sort of faded away a little bit, it's interesting to see teams sort of adapt to that and change up their tactics, change up how they approach things. So going to be curious to see if either team decides to bring out the Widowmaker, tries to give it a whirl. Maybe they're just not feeling up to it right now. Maybe it's going to be down to, the big names like Reaver, for example, or some of the bigger European snipers to bring it out and land those headshots, basically, that she's so strong with.
Well, personally, I think that Widowmaker was always a little bit tougher to get good value on Kings Row anyways, so I think she was always borderline at points, even though we certainly saw Widows go off on Kings Row. I think Kings Row is a more natural map to sort of put her to the side, at least for now. But I do think on other maps like your Gibraltars of the world, your Hollywoods of the world, any map with long sight lines in the Bonnie, I think Widow will still be a force in those maps, just once people sort of get used to the changes and all the rest. The changes, of course, the fact that she's not quite as mobile while scoping and unscoping, and the fact that she went down from 150 down to 120 damage on a body shot.
Yes, she feels really different now in terms of how you play her. You just can't land that quick 2-shot combo to kill people with body shots. You've really got to work for those kills a lot harder. Maybe hope that your team does a bit more damage in support of getting those kills. So she's definitely not the 1-shotting monster that she used to be, or 2-shotting monster that she used to be. Much, much harder to get value out of. And so relegated to a bit more perhaps of a situational pick, which honestly, as a sniper, I don't mind seeing. Just having an absolutely every map and taking over and being the big question of how do we handle that Widowmaker? How do we shut that down? That was becoming a little bit tiresome of, whichever team has the better Widowmaker could basically start taking control of the map in a big way, at least in some maps. And so having that question sort of relegated a little bit, having more players sort of have an opportunity to shine, bring themselves forward, that warms my heart a little bit. And also just seeing more situational picks come out off the back of the changes. So, we're seeing McCree a lot less, and so we can see other picks coming in. Reaper definitely showing up big here in, the first 2 matches, hoping to see more Reaper action, as we do have Ned, for example, who Ned played very well earlier today. And it's going to be curious to see how the teams adapt, how they change up, and how they make these work.
No, absolutely. And we'll see how things go forward. We did see McCree get used a decent bit in the matches previously, but not all the time like he was used before. And it really did open up different team comps. We saw a lot more Pharah getting played. We saw a lot more Genji getting played. And certainly Reaper was getting played a lot more in One Hero Limit anyways, but Reaper is certainly coming out into vogue here as well.
Yeah, and Reaper is so pivotal, so good at swinging teams around, so good at sort of changing things up. We're also seeing a lot of Roadhog, even though Roadhog was sort of starting to pop up every now and then, was sort of becoming a little bit more known in the meta. He's definitely sort of come out big here. And of course, we're seeing a huge amount of Pharah. Of course, Pharah no stranger to the streets of Kings Row, just because there's so many ways for her to sort of bounce around. There's lots of vertical cover on this map for her to hide behind and find good barrages in, as well as the streets are very, very narrow, and so very good for the barrage coming in, especially with combo with Zarya, who again is very strong on this map. So very interested to see how this new patch plays out. Very curious to see what's coming up in the weekend when we do start seeing some of the top teams, Reunited, Envious, Northern Gaming Red, and I believe Gale Force Esports also going to be in that group in the weekend. So definitely check that out. And one of these 2 teams is going to be joining them. So going to be interesting to see how those teams, those top tier teams, start adapting to this new meta, new patch. Everything's different, exciting, as we see some interesting picks coming out for the teams.
Well, look at the defense as they roll out here. It's going to be for the side of One Shot, Xe on the Winston, Chronic on Reinhardt, Ned on the Reaper, Psycho on the Mercy, Roof on Lucio, and Ultimate Weapon rounding things out here on 76. And I do like the defensive Winston pick. Winston actually not the worst against Pharah. It can be problematic for the Pharah times to get in on the Winston effectively, and also pretty good if you see a Genji coming out. Now, we from the observer point of view see there is no Genji coming out, but Winston pretty good on the defense, especially with the more projectile-focused offenses that are coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just jump over a Winston and expect to land all the damage that you can with a Reinhardt. So having that bubble, especially as teams sort of like to back up behind the hotel defensively, having that bubble to protect your team is pretty damn useful. Meanwhile, in the defensive team, we have V on the Zarya, AGM on Mercy, Casper on Lucio, Frisco once more on that so dangerous Pharah, Foe on the Street Pig on Roadhog, and the Jeffrey on Reinhardt once more. And teams start to jockey for position. Frisco landing what damage you can, starting to shell away with those damage out rockets, trying to sort of find a little bit of damage. Both teams charging up their ultimates, and Psycho Waffle actually already quite a bit ahead on Mercy, but it looks like they're going to try and force the issue and try and counter-engage.
Yeah, the defense right now just chasing them into the alley. It's not quite working out the way they want just yet. The offense still at full strength. The defense was not able to really take them out as they wanted. As Xe now going to go down to a fully charged Zarya, and the offense 65 has a huge advantage as we move forward. Foe gets a big hook on the Ned. And Chronic right now fighting for his life will get taken out by the Jeffrey. The counter engage from the defense did not work out at all. The offensive res is already up, and the offense of No Fast Guns in a great position here as they get on top of the point.
Yeah, Foe being so pivotal with those hooks. So that's Chronic does land the outside, it does find someone with it, but V just barriers up nice and safe, and this is actually looking still really damn good for No Fast Guns. They are really nicely set up here to take this point in good time. And Foe, just like MVP of that push, has to go to him. He just landed hook after hook after hook, found the kills he needed in good time. That's why you bring the Roadhog. He's just so good for getting those fast kills, getting those quick picks, replacing basically what McCree was, and getting those quick assassinations and killing things in good time, breaking down barriers. And now they're ready to go with a huge combo. They have the whole hog ready to go, so that's going to blow down any Reinhardt barrier that gets set up in really easy time. And then V's just completely set up here for a Graviton Surge. And Frisco on 80%, that's going to be nothing to him to get that charged up and ready to go. In the Streets phase, where you are so vulnerable to Barrage and Graviton Surge wombo combos, it's going to be huge, ZP.
No, the defense is in a very rough shape here. Frisco should have a barrage up very soon. The defense being very aggressive once again. Winston just getting into the back is Xe. Xe again getting prop Primal Rage, ends up getting knocked away by the whole hog. And look at V right now. V on the prowl. V has a Graviton Surge at the ready, could drop it at a moment's notice. But right now the offense doesn't even need to. The defense is so split up from that engage that things are not working out for them the way they want. And the absolute worst case scenario for them here would be the offense getting through without even having to burn the ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. No Fast Guns looking really solid right now. V trying to chase down some targets. Is on high charge as well with the Zarya as they keep brawling on the point, but they're just brawling and dying over and over and over again. They're starting to trickle in a little bit now, and you've got to be so careful about that in Overwatch. Once your team starts to fragment, you really don't want to try and overly force the issue. As Rolf is dodging away from Frisco, trying to survive. Jeffrey says no, shouts, bring me another, as Reinhardt is often want to do, smashes him out of the sky.
Now look at the ultimates. The ultimates for the offense. They have every single ultimate up, and they didn't need to use any to get through that first part of the Streets phase. Even the defense rushes them now. They're going to be dealing against this ultimate power. It's going to be terrible as Frisco